Qingwan, you should hurry back. The spicy hot pot will lose its appeal if it gets cold, Fu Hang urged as he handed the food container to Shen Qingwan. Really? You didn't need to go out of your way to bring it at this late hour. I just happened to stumble upon a food blogger's post on social media, and I didn't mean to. Ah, it wasn't a special trip. I happened to be nearby and saw your pasta was on my way. You should head back tonight. Air is quite chilly, he replied. Well, thank you. You should also get some rest, Shen Qingwan said softly, gazing gently at Fu Hang. With one hand holding the spicy hot pot, she playfully twirled a strand of hair and slowly turned to leave. Fu Hang stood quietly at the entrance of the community, captivated by her graceful silhouette as she walked away. Even knowing she wouldn't turn back, he silently waved his hand. Take my advice. It's time to let it go, a sudden voice interrupted, coming from beside him. Fu Hang turned in surprise to see the security guard from the community kiosk. I've been a security guard here for 3 years, and I've watched you pine for all this time that I in the wind and rain. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were a delivery person, the guard remarked as he took off his uniform, evidently just finishing his shift. I'm just pursuing her. Fu Hang instinctively shifted his body, casting a peculiar glance at the guard. Let me give you some advice. A woman like that is beyond the reach of someone like us. Stop dreaming. If there was a chance, you wouldn't have been kept waiting at the gate for 3 years. You can't even step inside this building. The guard assessed Fu Hang critically, then glanced at the nearby electric bike, exhaling a sigh of disappointment. Have you just finished your shift? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow to divert the topic, the expression in his eyes growing increasingly strange. Yes, I stand here for 12 hours a day for 150 yuan. That's just the way it is for people like us, the guard said, shaking out his uniform as he turned to glance at the night scenery within the community. The lights were enchanting, the scene serenely a stark contrast to the world beyond the Iron Gate. This infatuated young man had been clocking in at the community entrance every few days for over 3 years, yet that girl hadn't even let him through the gate. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the reality of the situation. He was quite handsome, yet his attire left much to be desired. That bowl of spicy hot pot, judging by the packaging, was from a popular restaurant. It was evident that it would cost no less than 200 yuan. Could this lad really earn 200 a day? Imagine if there were a job that required just 8 hours of work each day, offering a daily salary of 100,000, with 2 days off each month. If you maintain perfect attendance for a month, your salary would double. And if you manage to clock in for a year, your annual income would double again. Fu Hang suddenly wore a playful smile, pulling an unopened pack of cigarettes from his pocket and expertly opening it to offer one to the guard. Wouldn't that make for an annual income in the billions? The guard chuckled, accepting the cigarette and choosing to remain silent. While he felt compelled to warn Fu Hang about his pitiful state, their brief encounter and unfamiliarity limited him to a mere suggestion. Who could tell if this lovesick fool would appreciate the advice? Indeed, although there are no mandatory contributions to the 3 insurances and 1 fund, as long as one meets the performance assessments, there are various benefits provided at irregular intervals. Whether it be cars or houses, there are also training sessions for skill enhancement. Moreover, all expenses incurred during work are reimbursed in full on the same day. Fu Hang lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, his gaze drifting towards the softly illuminated balcony within the community. At a familiar silhouette flitted past the window, capturing Fu Hang's attention with fascination and determination. You really have quite the imagination, the security guard chuckled, oblivious to Fu Hang's gaze, his mouth stretching into an exaggerated grin. Just imagine, if such a job were to fall into your lap. What would you do? Fu Hang turned, giving the security guard a meaningful look. If such a position truly existed, I would be serving as a eunuch to the emperor, the guard replied. Ding ding ding, Fu Hang's phone suddenly rang, but he glanced down, dismissing the alarm that indicated off work, and skillfully switched off the device before tucking it back into his pocket. Thus, earning money is not something to be ashamed of. Fu Hang extinguished his cigarette and gave the security guard a hearty pat on the shoulder, stretching languidly. As his arm fell from the stretch, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Today's salary has been credited. 100,000 yuan reimbursement for strategy expenses has been credited. 573.5 yuan current strategy target's favorability level is at 63.87. Please continue your efforts, host. Let's go. Time to clock out. He mounted his electric scooter, donned his helmet, and waved flamboyantly at the security guard, disappearing into the night as the guard stared at him in bewilderment. The early autumn night felt particularly refreshing, and Fu Hang on the electric scooter was in high spirits. Shun Qingwan, indeed, was his #1 VIP client, a top-tier tea master. After 3 years of diligent courting, her favorability remained precariously balanced above the safety line. Unlike his third client, who, after merely 3 months of attention, frequently breached the red line, forcing him to employ cunning tactics to dissipate her affections. Fortunately, a wealthy heir had emerged, winning her heart and leading her into matrimony. Allowing the system to conclude its calculations, he had genuinely worried that the third client might develop improper feelings for him, jeopardizing his work and stable income. Once married, such pursuits could not continue, and to refrain from courting meant unemployment. This was the stern warning highlighted in bold by the system from the outset. Being a lick dog was a noble and grand profession until he accumulated enough wealth to indulge for generations. He would not allow love or women to enter his life. Even anything that could potentially disrupt his work would be deemed his lifelong adversary. This was the vow he had taken 3 years ago upon his unexpected awakening to the ultimate lick dog system, pointing at his bank account. A man must prioritize his career to that moment. The blinking red light appeared almost endearing, glowing softly in the tranquil night breeze like a persimmon in late autumn. Fu Hang gazed up quietly, dreaming of a life of luxury in his retirement. A delicate cry broke the stillness as Fu Hang turned to see a charmingly dressed figure tumble to the ground. Her figure was striking, clad in sheer stockings with a delicate hand, resting on her ankle, and her calves, long and graceful, accentuated by the slender high heels, created a play of light and shadow against the contrasting colors of the zebra. Crossing. How painful! The body enveloped in a shapewear dress trembled slightly, while the phone that had fallen nearby emitted a blue glow, clearly a casualty of her distracted crossing. Fu Hang tilted his head, silently observing her from his electric scooter. As the red light blinked and the green light illuminated, the woman remained seated, and Fu Hang did not twist the throttle to depart. "Could you help me up?" A gaze, both pitiful and alluring, emerged from beneath her wavy flaxen locks. Fu Hang blinked, remaining motionless, as if he were awaiting something. "Are you afraid I might sue you? There are cameras here." I twisted my ankle." The woman shot him an irritated glance, her voice a blend of reproach and allure, laced with shyness. "System? System?" Fu Hang continued to fixate on her, his mind repeatedly calling out for the system. Upon analysis, the target does not meet the requirements for engagement. The mechanical voice finally responded, succinct and direct. "Surely, look at her appearance. Her figure, her voice sends shivers down my spine. How does she not meet your criteria?" Fu Hang's expression remained calm, but internally, his agitation rose an octave. In 3 years, he had entertained 5 clients, yet apart from the VIP client #1, Shun Qingwan, the other 4 had either married or become mistresses. Clients and relationships were off-limits the system's rules dictated. One may engage, but must not contravene public morals. Although his primary client maintained a strong affinity, who could predict when a giant might suddenly emerge in the pond? What if she ascended to a prestigious family overnight? Then he would find himself unemployed. Who could endure a daily loss of 100,000 in such a career, including attendance bonuses and year-end rewards? The reality was that missing even a single day could equate to $1 billion loss, no exaggeration. As a conscientious and ambitious professional, after witnessing the hasty marriage of client #4, he developed a keen sense of impending crisis. The profession of a licking dog could lead to unemployment in an instant. Without foresight, one is bound to face immediate concerns. Client #5 had secretly married a young heartthrob 2 months prior. Although managing 2 clients simultaneously was exhausting, the double salary was irresistible. Moreover, having 2 clients allowed for risk diversification, providing balance during critical moments to prevent clients from crossing red lines. Silicone, implants, fillers do not meet engagement criteria. The mechanical voice was cold and unyielding. Fu Hang let out a long sigh, confirming the traffic light before gently twisting the throttle to set off. "Hey, you?" The woman on the ground looked up in astonishment. Was this not a man? "Here I am, a stunning beauty, offering you a chance for close contact, and you dare to ignore me? If it weren't for my twisted ankle, someone of your caliber would typically consider me bad luck. Apologies, but this falls outside my professional duties, and I cannot assist you. Came Fu Hang's indifferent voice, drifting through the wind, imbued with an air of disinterest and profound melancholy. Yinshu Binjiang, one of the most upscale residential complexes in Han City, boasts the illustrious Yinshu Number 1, perched atop Building 1 along the riverbank. On the day of its launch, it shattered the city's real estate price records, epitomizing true luxury. As dawn broke, a shadow stealthily emerged from within the entrance of the unit housing Yinshu No. 1, cloaked in a mask, sunglasses, a baseball cap, and even the hood of a sweatshirt pulled over their head. The nearby security guard's gaze sharpened momentarily. Yet the next instant, it was as if he had entirely overlooked the figure, which exuded an air of suspicion as he turned his head away in a peculiar manner. Fu Hang subtly nodded at the individual, hastening his steps toward the exit of the complex. What drawbacks exist in the role of a sycophant? Undoubtedly, it is the current predicament, anonymity in grandeur. After 3 years of servitude, he had amassed an astonishing fortune through the system, augmented by sporadic performance rewards that left him unaware of his current assets. For instance, the lavish 800-square-meter penthouse of Yinshu Number 1 was a performance bonus awarded for the marriage of client Number 3. Yet, this coveted residence was one he could only dare to inhabit for a night during his downtime as a sycophant, twice a month. The reason was simple: everything for the sake of work. Those residing in this community were invariably affluent, particularly the young women and brides within, who had a significant probability of becoming potential clients. One of his clients discovered he resided in Yinshu Number 1. How long could he continue to ingratiate himself? Data would spike in an instant, leading not to a mere employment termination, but to immediate unemployment. Being a sycophant is a profession that demands a keen understanding of one's persona to maintain a long-lasting rapport. One must possess a profound awareness of their career and uphold their professional image. Is that the invisible millionaire? One security guard whispered to his companion, observing Fu Hang's retreating figure. Do you know why you were given the opportunity to patrol Building 1? His companion replied quietly, not shifting his gaze. Why is that? Because the previous guard, Xiao Lu, lacked discernment and was reassigned to the underground garage. The guard retracted his neck. He had heard the tale. Xiao Lu had mistaken a resident for a thief, apprehending someone from the top floor. Could it be this individual? How unjust for Xiao Lu. That figure just now had shifty eyes and a furtive demeanor. Had his companion not discreetly pulled him back, he would have confronted the person. Therefore, make sure to remember that individual's appearance. He returns twice a month, on the 1st and the 15th, his companion earnestly instructed, casting a glance his way. The peculiar tastes of the wealthy are indeed strange. Could he be some major celebrity? The guard instinctively looked up at Yinshu Number 1, situated on the 36th floor. You know why Xiao Lu was transferred here? Huh? The security guard did not comprehend the question, because that guy before had a loose tongue. For Fu Hang, the inability to spend his wealth was of little consequence. He possessed a clear professional vision. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. If he were to utilize the savings provided by the system to venture into entrepreneurship or investment, he would swiftly find himself stripped of all his assets. Moreover, what industry could consistently yield 100 million a year? And what about unexpected surprises and substantial benefits? Let's not be foolish. It would be far better to remain a loyal follower, clocking in for work each day while enjoying personal freedom, financial independence, and the liberty to pursue one's passions in the remaining hours. After all, delaying marriage and parenthood by a few years is hardly uncommon these days. How many people have postponed their romantic lives due to work? In this era, who among the ambitious and idealistic elites isn't in the same boat? The most crucial point is that Fu Hang understood well that being a devoted follower was a youth-centric role, and his time was, in fact, quite limited. What would a devoted follower in their 40s or 50s do? Who would they serve? Would they find themselves catering to middle-aged ladies dancing in the park? He wouldn't mind, but would the system accept that? The events of last night were not isolated occurrences in the past. He wouldn't have dared to even glance at women of that caliber. Yet the system was still dismissive. Where? Could he voice his grievances? Thus, the quest for high-quality clientele was urgent. For instance, this? Fu Hang cradled a cup of soy milk, frowning as he observed the scene in the alley. This was the food street outside Han City University, where a frail girl was cornered by 5 burly men that I told you, I will repay you. The slender girl trembled, her face a mask of terror. Repay? With what? The bald man menacingly advanced. Next month, my scholarship will be dispersed. The girl continued to back away. Next month? Scholarship? You must not realize how much you owe us, do you? How much will you repay next month? The bald man's face twisted in disdain. Listen, girl, it's best you heed our boss and start working sooner. Scholarship repayment? By the time we make a scene at your school, you might not even have your studies to return to. Another thug sneered. And oh, you can't go to my school, the girl exclaimed, her eyes widening with fear. To be frank, if your status as a university student didn't inflate our price, we would have already stormed your school. The bald man scoffed, puffing a plume of smoke directly into the girl's face. What are you staring at? Mind your own business and get lost. One thug noticed Fu Hang approaching slowly, turning to threaten him. Fu Hang took a deep sip of his soy milk, his footsteps unwavering. Are you looking for trouble? Another thug immediately moved closer upon seeing him. Fu Hang maintained an innocent expression, standing outside the crowd, his gaze fixed intently on the girl pressed against the wall, completely oblivious to the thug who had approached him. The shirt, bleached from countless washes, paired with what was unmistakably a high school uniform's athletic shorts, presented a disheveled appearance, with hair tousled from a recent scuffle, the errant bangs obscuring half her face, and thick black-rimmed glasses further concealing her eyes. However, with the astute instinct honed from his profession as a devoted admirer and the discerning taste cultivated by the system, Fu Hang possessed an 80% certainty that this young lady harbored the potential to become a client. Are you deaf, kid? I said get lost. The gang member who had been ignored felt his anger surge, his slightly trembling fist signaling the impending unleash of his skills. System? System? Fu Hang cast a glance at the thug preparing to execute his move, instinctively taking a step back, while internally urging the system with growing impatience. Although it was his day off, he would not hesitate to put in extra hours if it meant securing a new client that I in the professional realm, who does not work overtime, especially for the sake of expanding one's business. Are you still not leaving? Several thugs closed in, emboldened by Fu Hang's retreat. Could you possibly wait a moment? The system remained silent for a brief period, prompting Fu Hang to speak gently. Chapter 3. The emotional value offered by the villain. Are you ready to lie down? The bald man was infuriated. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so recklessly audacious. No, let me clarify. Though our professions differ, I truly empathize with your plight. We all face challenges in our work. Therefore, I ask that you extend the same understanding to me. It's not that I wish to trouble Fu Hang, but the system seems utterly unresponsive. Is it on holiday today? You must be tired of living. The initial ruffian completed his skill cast and swung his arm, preparing to charge forward. Wait, don't act rashly. Fu Hang hastily interjected, retreating a step. What? Now you're afraid? No, I mean, please don't engage me in a fight. It won't end well for you, Fu Hang said, taking another sip of soy milk while pulling out his phone to scrutinize the calendar. Is the system truly on a break? It seems that in 3 years. I've never heard a word from it during my own time off. Damn it, let us do this. The ruffian, interrupted mid-skill, was consumed by rage and unleashed an instant attack, lifting his leg to kick Fu Hang in the abdomen. However, just before his knee could fully extend, he suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness, a sensation of weightlessness washing over him, followed by a dizzying whirl as the world began to spin. With a dull thud, the ruffian found himself plastered against the wall in an unusual position before collapsing to the ground. You see, I did warn you, Fu Hang remarked, setting down his phone and taking another sip of soy milk. The remaining ruffians exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. Did he really just send him flying? They hadn't even comprehended how Fu Hang had executed his move. After all, he was holding soy milk in one hand and his phone in the other. Get him. The bald man, clearly no ordinary thug, refused to be intimidated by such a spectacle. You think you're tough? Can you take on 5 of us? Yet. After advancing just 5 steps, he halted directly in front of Fu Hang. That must have been a misunderstanding. The bald man's forehead glistened with sweat as he cast a furtive glance back at his comrades, who, apart from him, were neatly piled in a corner against the wall. They all flew over there. Ah, I see it was a misunderstanding. So, what exactly is the situation? Fu Hang inquired, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other cradled the soy milk, maintaining his posture without a hint of change. The first-year bonus lottery for the Grandmaster of Martial Arts. As a professional sycophant, I seldom get the chance to utilize this skill. Sycophants possess no fateful persona. Opportunities to exact revenge and slap faces are indeed rare. This student owes us money. The bald man trembled, desperately trying to maintain his composure and not kneel. You owe them money? Fu Hang turned to scrutinize the young woman once more. With striking beauty, a humble background, and solitary existence, she was being pursued by loan sharks, an archetype of a tragic heroine, perhaps? Is there room for admiration here? My mother is gravely ill and requires surgery, the girl said, her eyes brimming with tears, her arms tightly wrapped around herself. All right, I understand. How much does she owe you? In Fu Hang's heart, alarm bells rang. His ailing mother and gambling father painted a perilous backdrop. The bald man swallowed hard and cautiously replied, Nonsense, I only borrowed 50,000 from you. Upon hearing this, the girl grew anxious, her arms wrapping tighter around herself. In their line of work, it was customary to lend out 9 and reclaim 13, thus the term usury. Such individuals were best avoided in the future. Fu Hang cast a helpless glance at the girl. Many women tend to cross their arms, which often serves to accentuate certain aspects, providing a form of support. Yet in this moment, the girl seemed to instinctively conceal her vulnerability. The conditions were indeed favorable for a high-quality client, and Fu Hang redirected his gaze, retrieving his phone to look at the bald man. Huh? The bald man momentarily failed to comprehend, but under Fu Hang's pressure, he inexplicably produced his phone. 88,000, along with a few others who are mostly unscathed, just fainted. Including medical fees, lost wages, and nutritional expenses, how about 100,000? Fu Hang meticulously operated his phone. The bald man's thoughts lagged behind, and he habitually nodded, causing a notification of the transaction to pop up on his phone. Microinsurance has credited 100,000 yuan. In the future, avoid troubling the girl. Fu Hang gently patted the bald man's shoulder. Big brother, you frighten me like this. The bald man trembled, nearly collapsing at the light touch. I'm on leave today and in good spirits. Besides, you've provided me with a delightful experience and emotional value. Fu Hang smiled, relishing the rare opportunity to turn the tables on the scoundrels. His usual work involved a great deal of flattery, and occasionally playing the role of the hero was quite refreshing. As for the girl, she was merely an early investment. The judgment of a worker in the market cannot be taken as a conclusion. It ultimately hinges on the final decision of the system's overseer. This girl seemed to meet the client's standards effortlessly. 100,000 was merely a day's salary. If she truly became a client, a day of flattery would easily recoup that expense. As for punishing those ruffians, hadn't he already dealt with them? He was not a policeman. These antagonists had their professional roles too. At critical moments, they served as fodder and support for the sycophants. For instance, had this girl been a client already, this heroic rescue could have activated additional rewards. Just as Fu Hang turned out of the alley, he was intercepted by the girl who had caught up to him. I really am on leave today. Fu Hang gazed at the girl, who had yet to lift her head. You need to give me a call. The girl stammered, but her crossed arms finally unfolded. Fu Hang exaggeratedly tilted his head, feeling a twinge of unease. Could it be? Is my judgment truly so flawed? This is not what a client should say. No, what I mean is, I owe you 100,000. When I have the money, I will repay you. The girl seemed to muster her courage, responding earnestly, though her head remained bowed. It's 88,000. No, it's 100,000. You injured them because you saved me. Oh, quite principled, aren't we? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and provided his phone number. Taking the initiative to request a phone number while firmly demonstrating one's principles, this is how Shen Qingwan appeared at that moment, wasn't it? I made a note of it. I'll call your number. You may save it. My name is Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang nodded earnestly, feeling an inexplicable pang of loss deep within his heart. Rest assured, I will repay you, the girl said with her head bowed, her tone resolute. Fu Hang casually waved his hand, discarding the nearly finished soybean milk, and walked away into the distance. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Watching Fu Hang depart, Qin Yuchu stared at her phone in bewilderment. It was actually turned off? Didn't he just transfer money via his phone? Could it be that the number he provided was false? With this thought, Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow, yearning to chase after him once more, but upon raising her eyes, Fu Hang's figure had already vanished from sight. Little did she know, Fu Hang was a professional worker, possessing 2 phones. His personal and work lives were entirely segregated. During work hours, his business phone was never out of reach, and after hours, it remained off. Chapter 4. Punctuality and clocking in. With the autumn air crisp and picturesque, one diligently works to support their family. At 8:45 a.m., Fu Hang clad in a delivery uniform, appeared punctually before the office building where Shun Qingwan worked, his hands steady as he held breakfast, quietly observing the passing vehicles. At 8:50 a.m., the ride-hailing car arrived as scheduled. The door swung open, revealing an exquisite high-heeled shoe as the resplendent Shun Qingwan stepped out, her smile illuminated by the morning light. While Shun Qingwan's income was modest, her position in such an office building indicated a certain level of affluence. It wasn't a matter of being unable to afford a vehicle. Rather, the goddess could not be seen driving a modest car worth merely tens of thousands. Too expensive to purchase, yet too cheap would tarnish her image. Naturally, she could not resort to squeezing into the subway or bus, thus ride-hailing was her optimal choice. This accounted for a significant portion of her daily expenses, alongside other living costs. Isn't their devoted admirer? Qingwan, here are the chinji buns you wanted. I also picked up a bowl of wontons, as you mentioned they were quite delightful last time. Fu Hang approached briskly but halted at an appropriate distance. A qualified admirer must possess a sense of boundaries. One can be attentive, yet not overly clingy, lest they burden the goddess with additional psychological weight. This is precisely why Fu Hang donned a delivery uniform. Whenever he delivered items to Shun Qingwan's company, he would change into this attire to avoid imposing any undue emotional strain on her. After all, a man delivering items daily could disrupt the client experience. Moreover, this ensemble was not a mere online purchase of counterfeit goods. Rather, he had legitimately registered as a courier and procured the uniform through proper channels. After all, even an admirer deserves a respectable profession, does he not? Chenji and Zhang Xiaoan are in opposite directions, aren't they? On your way? Shun Qingwan remarked with a hint of reproach as she accepted the meal box. Expressing appropriate gratitude at the right moment is an essential tactic for maintaining a relationship. It wasn't a lengthy detour, rest assured. I first purchased the buns before heading to Zhang Xiaoan. I have stored the buns in an insulated box, so they won't get cold. Fu Hang seemed to sense Shun Qingwan's gratitude. His eyes shimmered subtly, sparkling like stars. Please, do not go out of your way next time. I would be content with just the buns, as the company provides complimentary coffee, Shun Qingwan remarked with a smile, casually glancing at the watch on her wrist. Can we really enjoy free coffee? What flavor shall we have later? Perhaps caramel? Should I bring it along with lunch? Let's skip the coffee. I haven't been sleeping well these past few days. Shun Qingwan gently brushed her fingers across the corner of her eye, casting a glance at the company's entrance. In that case, let's go with Yangji Ganlu. Hurry inside. In a few minutes, the crowd for clocking in will arrive, and the elevator will become quite cramped. Fu Hang urged, as if suddenly realizing something. All right, do ride carefully, Shun Qingwan said softly, waving her hand as she briskly walked into the company. Rest assured, my cycling skills are top-notch, Fu Hang replied with a cheerful grin, watching Shun Qingwan depart before happily making his way to his electric bike. At 8:50, it seemed likely he would finish work before 6 p.m. that day. 3 years of work experience had enabled Fu Hang to discern the patterns of his working hours. A full workday consisted of 8 hours, beginning from the moment he clocked in. Therefore, if Fu Hang arrived by 8 a.m. to deliver breakfast or warmth, he could leave by 5 p.m. This working model offered considerable freedom and flexibility, particularly when serving a single client. Of course, there were instances of work extending beyond regular hours. For example, if Shun Qingwan mentioned needing Fu Hang's assistance for evening plans during breakfast delivery, he would have to work overtime. However, Shun Qingwan adhered to an ultimate strategy of persuasion, never proactive, never dismissive, making no commitments, and bearing no responsibilities. Thus, Fu Hang rarely found himself working overtime under her guidance. Naturally, overtime was compensated, a conscientious enterprise that never shortchanged its employees. Hey? I noticed Sister Qingwan seems quite familiar with that delivery person. Wasn't it the same one yesterday? A round-faced girl observed as Fu Hang departed, questioning her companion with curiosity. You're unaware? Li Jiaxi looked astonished as she turned to her colleague. What is it? Wang Xiaohui asked, puzzled. That delivery person is Qingwan's fellow townsman. She recognizes his struggles at work and makes a conscious effort to support him, arranging for him to deliver privately, thereby circumventing platform fees, Li Jiaxi patiently explained. Is that so? Sister Qingwan is truly exceptional. Wang Xiaohui marveled. Yes, nearly everyone in the company is aware of this. Occasionally, when we order takeout and it coincides with Qingwan's order, we simply give her the money and let her assist us with the order. Well, she truly lives up to her reputation as a goddess, beautiful and incredibly considerate. However, why doesn't she help him secure a position within the company? I heard she's about to be promoted to supervisor, Wang Xiaowei said, her eyes glimmering with admiration, her round face brightening. Ah, but her townsman lacks formal education. What role could he possibly fulfill in the company? Security? Janitorial work? We are, after all, a company valued at over 100 million. Working as a security guard here must surely be preferable to delivering takeout, wouldn't you agree? This is something you fail to grasp. Their current relationship can be maintained with occasional encounters, but were they to work in the same company, constantly crossing paths, the disparity in their social standings would become glaringly evident. Li Zhaoxi said this with a hint of resignation, pouting slightly. Are you suggesting that even a blind person could perceive the unseemly intentions of that delivery man towards Qingwan? Sister Qingwan is so understanding. I think I might be falling for her. Wang Xiaowei's expression was one of realization, the sparkle in her eyes intensifying. As the elevator halted at the designated floor, Shen Qingwan stepped out, cradling a food box. Haven't had breakfast yet? Came a deep voice. I already ate. This is for you, General Manager Su. Shen Qingwan paused for a moment before revealing a gentle smile. For me? Su Tianhe looked momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise crossing his features. I remembered you mentioned wanting to try the buns from Chen's, so I picked up a portion on my way here. Shen Qingwan maintained her smile, gracefully handing the food box to Su Tianhe. Oh, you actually recalled that? But what about the wontons from Zhang's? Su Tianhe, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted the food box and took a glance inside. Shen Qingwan said nothing, offering a slightly shy smile in return. You were quite thoughtful, Su Tianhe remarked, seemingly enlightened as he pointed at Shen Qingwan with a knowing look. These two restaurants are not close, and judging by the packaging, it doesn't appear to be takeout. The food box seems to have been specially prepared. As long as the general manager doesn't mind, I shall return to my workstation now. Shen Qingwan playfully winked before turning to leave. There is no rush to go back. I have news regarding your appointment as Human Resources Supervisor. Come with me. Really? Thank you, General Manager Su. Shen Qingwan was ecstatic, her excitement causing her to grasp Su Tianhe's arm impulsively. I apologize for my overzealousness. Haha, youth. However, I must remind you that this is merely an interim appointment as Human Resources Supervisor. The official documentation will have to wait until the new owner arrives. Su Tianhe took a deep breath, seemingly casually patting Shen Qingwan's shoulder. I understand. I will not let you down, General Manager. By the way, has the new owner not yet arrived? I wonder who this influential figure is, having spent such considerable funds to acquire the company. Yet after nearly 2 months, they haven't even shown their face. A look of confusion flickered in Su Tianhe's eyes. Oh, even you, General Manager Su, are unaware of who the new owner is? It must be some large conglomerate. I have privately explored numerous channels, yet I have uncovered no information. But do not worry, your capabilities are well recognized throughout the company. The former owner took several key personnel with them, and now the company is in need of talent. Even if the new owner brings their own team, you will still be given ample opportunity. Su Tianhe said this, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. With you, General Manager, I am untroubled. By the way, are you free this evening? If it is convenient, let us share a meal together. Currently, there are personnel vacancies, and I would like to discuss the upcoming arrangements of the Human Resources Department with you. That sounds wonderful. I happen to have many uncertainties. Shen Qingwan smiled with delight. Very well, I will arrange a place and notify you. You may return for now. Su Changhe nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Shen Qingwan on the shoulder once more. Upon exiting Su Changhe's office, a fleeting moment of disgust passed through Shen Qingwan's eyes, and she discreetly brushed away non-existent dust from her shoulder. How utterly revolting. A married man like you still dares to harbor such intentions? If you were truly the boss, I might have accepted it. But as a deputy general manager with no equity, what are you pretending for? You are merely another employee. You have ruined my breakfast. With this thought, Shen Qingwan instinctively took out her phone, preparing to send a message visible only to Fu Hang, but suddenly realized something. Checking the time, she reluctantly put her phone away. Excessive actions can have their drawbacks. I might still need the sycophant to bail me out later. Better to return to my desk and snack on some cookies. Speaking of which, I seem to be running low on cookies. I must remember to hint at that today. Chapter 5. The client who hands you a knife, the tumultuous life of a sycophant? This flattery is quite lacking. The quality of online literature seems to be diminishing. Putting down his phone, Fu Hang idly opened Shen Qingwan's social media account, perusing her moments with little urgency. There was still over an hour until lunchtime, and he sat in a milk tea shop directly across from Shen Qingwan's company, renowned for its exceptional Yangji Ganlu. This was Fu Hang's daily routine, boredom during the client's work hours. However, who could refuse a salary of $12,500 per hour for such monotony? Suddenly, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brows, Fu Hang wondered if this was a work-related call. Who else but a client would reach out? He had noted all clients in his contacts. Hello? Who is this? Fu Hang cautiously answered the call. Hello, I am Qin Yuchu. A timid voice came from the other end. Fu Hang's eyes brightened instantly. Who said an unknown number couldn't be a client? He had made a grave error last time, a blemish on his professional record. It was until the next day, when he turned on his work phone, that he realized Qin Yuchu could not have reached him while his phone was off. Days had passed, and he thought that opportunity had slipped away, yet here was Qin Yuchu calling him. Hello, Yuchu, right? How have you been lately? Have those troublemakers bothered you again? Is your mother feeling any better? Fu Hang immediately shifted into work mode. Even though the system had not issued any tasks, surely it wouldn't take a day off, right? What if today was an exception? Fu Hang's enthusiasm plunged the other party into silence. Hello? Are you still there? Yes, I am here. I would like to meet you. Qin Yuchu's voice carried an unusual tone. Meet me? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, his habitual reaction leaving him somewhat disoriented. Is it possible? Of course, where are you? I'm not quite right. I'll head over after 12. Fu Hang had intended to say he would arrive shortly, but then recalled that he was still at work. In an hour, it would be lunchtime, and he needed to clock in with Xinxingwan. No need. Just tell me your location, and I can make it. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Square. After a brief hesitation, Fu Hang relayed the address. At 12, Ganlu Milk Tea in Century Square. I shall be punctual. Once the call ended, Fu Hang furrowed his brow. So proactive? If this is system approved, then this is a significant client. System? Are you there? Ready for business? He thought eagerly in his mind, yet there was no response. Oh well. The system likely requires close contact to recognize and activate. It has been the case with the previous 5. Busy. A pinned message popped up. Xinxingwan. Not at all. I was just about to buy some mango sago. Fu Hang replied instantly. Riding your bike? The response came just as swiftly. Oh, do you have a request? A smile crept across Fu Hang's lips. I've just arrived and stopped. I have good news for you. Smiley face. I've been promoted to Human Resources Manager. Wow. Shouldn't we celebrate this momentous occasion? Thus, I promised my colleagues I would treat them to milk tea. Could you assist me in purchasing it? I'll transfer you the money shortly. What money? This is a joyous event. Treating colleagues is a must. Just send me their preferences, and I will go buy it now. Thank you so much. Attachment. Milk tea list. Why are there only 5? What about the others? Fu Hang looked at the list with a hint of amusement. These 5 are my closest friends. The appointment documents haven't been finalized, so I prefer not to be too ostentatious. As expected of Qingluan, you think of everything. Leave it to me. It will be delivered punctually. Determined face. Fu Hang noted the milk tea list, contemplated for a moment, and then sent another message. How shall we celebrate tonight? I have a social engagement. Crying face. A small gathering with several executives at the company. However, we can celebrate after dinner. Tongue out face. Many companies operate this way. What is termed a small gathering often serves as a pretext for a meeting over a meal, where significant decisions are frequently made at the dining table. Shall I pick you up tonight? I will send you the address shortly. It will be windy, so please dress warmly. Rest assured, I will drive tonight. I want to get cold. Fu Hang gazed at his phone, a profound smile gracing his face. Fu Hang owned a car to maintain his image. He had purchased a nearly new second-hand vehicle, originally priced at $190,000, yet acquired for the equivalent of a day's wages. You must dress handsomely. Absolutely. Setting down his phone, Fu Hang tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling, a trace of emotion flickering in his eyes. Xinxingwan is indeed the most understanding and considerate, even taking the initiative to offer a metaphorical knife. Such a client should certainly not rush into matrimony. Inviting 5 colleagues for milk tea? Let us not kid ourselves. A department typically comprises a dozen or even 20 individuals. Surely, the HR department cannot consist of merely 5 people, right? To be a supervisor on your very first day and treat only a select few subordinates to milk tea? If your emotional intelligence is truly that limited, I could hardly endure 3 years. However, it matters little. 5 cups of milk tea are hardly a burden, especially when they can be reimbursed through company accounts. As for the evening, it seems one must step in to save the situation. With that in mind, Fu Hang began rummaging through his backpack, searching for a while before extracting a watch. He examined it for a moment before placing it back, since he had brought it. There was no need to make a special trip to Yunshu Binjiang. To save the situation, one must exhibit a flair for extravagance. Certain symbolic items are indispensable. At noon, Fu Hang once again pushed open the door to Ganlu Milk Tea and immediately spotted Qin Yuchu seated in a corner. Her bangs obscured most of her face. And although she had changed into a gray-white jacket, she still wore the same high school gym pants from their last encounter. One could not be sure if they were the same pair. Did you arrive early? Fu Hang asked as he took a seat opposite Qin Yuchu. Startled by the sudden presence of someone sitting across from her, Qin Yuchu was taken aback. Upon recognizing Fu Hang, her surprise deepened. A delivery uniform? Is he a delivery guy? Oh, this is just my work attire, Fu Hang smiled, noticing her gaze and offering a gentle explanation. My apologies. Qin Yuchu quickly lowered her head again, though her expression seemed somewhat disheartened. Fu Hang narrowed his eyes slightly. Was that disappointment he perceived? Was she let down upon realizing he was merely a delivery person? System? Please don't tell me this does not meet the criteria. Fu Hang silently protested, convinced that such obvious traits should be easily identifiable. Yet, the system remained utterly unresponsive. Hello, 2 cups of Yangji Ganlu, Fu Hang said, glancing at the table in front of Qin Yuchu, where a cup of lukewarm water sat untouched. I don't need that. Qin Yuchu quickly shook her head. Don't be modest. It's hardly appropriate for a young lady to be drinking water here. Fu Hang chuckled, moving the cup aside. Did you want to see me for something? Oh, this Qin Yuchu seemed to come to a realization, hurriedly retrieving a neatly folded piece of A4 paper from her pocket. A loan note? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 6, Hidden Task? What lay before him was a handwritten loan note. The penmanship remarkably neat and the format exceptionally rigorous. It not only included the borrower's identification number, but also bore a fingerprint in the signature area. The amount borrowed was precisely as Qin Yuchu had stated, 100,000 yuan. This girl Fu Hang found himself momentarily perplexed. System? Could you please provide a straightforward answer? He inwardly fumed. You sought me out just to present this? After a long wait, with no response from the system, Fu Hang reluctantly turned his gaze back to Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu hesitated for a moment and then nodded vigorously. Are you aware that you never lie? Fu Hang chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he pushed the bowl of mango sago dessert toward Qin Yuchu. Huh? Qin Yuchu looked up in astonishment, but quickly realized something and lowered her head again. A fleeting moment of distraction crossed Fu Hang's eyes as he caught a glimpse of her eyes, obscured by her bangs and hidden behind her black-framed glasses. They were chaotic yet imbued with an indescribable clarity. Speak. What do you need from me? Fu Hang's tone turned serious. I need to borrow money. Her voice was barely audible, laced with an unutterable conflict. Borrow money? Have you gone back to those loan sharks? No, I will never approach them again. It's my mother's illness. The last surgery was unsuccessful, and she needs another operation. I truly don't know who else to turn to. So, you think that owing one debt is the same as owing two? Fu Hang leaned back slightly, scrutinizing the girl before him. This scenario felt familiar. Was she genuinely in distress, or was it just a ruse? Damn it, system. Can you speak up? Qin Yuchu kept her head down, fiddling with the corner of her coat. How much do you need? Fu Hang sighed, inserting a straw into the cup in front of her and nudging it forward. No, it's fine. Qin Yuchu looked up once more, their eyes meeting briefly before she averted her gaze again. Have you managed to borrow money? Fu Hang pinched his thigh hard. Damn it. Did a single glance almost derail my 3 years of training? Is she genuinely skilled? If that look was an act, she could outshine Shen Qingwan by miles. No. Then what will you do? It's not easy for you either. I will think of another way. Thank you. I promise I will repay you. As Qin Yuchu spoke, she slowly rose, bowing sincerely to Fu Hang before turning to leave. The bowl of mango sago, worth 68, remained untouched. Sit down. Fu Hang's voice rose sharply. Qin Yuchu quickly returned to her seat, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Drink. Obedient and compliant, Qin Yuchu took a sip. The sweet, creamy flavor exploded in her mouth, and her expression finally shifted. Was it surprise? Astonishment? Shock? Catching this subtle change, Fu Hang felt a twinge in his heart. This girl? Could it be her first experience with milk tea? Think of a solution. What can you come up with? Will you continue to borrow from loan sharks? Just tell me, how much is needed for the surgery? Also, this is a part-time job. I'm actually not in dire need of money. Fu Hang removed his yellow robe and neatly folded it aside. Really? Uncertain delight flickered across Qin Yuchu's face. Why would I deceive you? If I were financially constrained, Could I afford to pay those bastards 10,000? Fu Hang scoffed, his left hand clenched tightly under the table. Wait, this isn't right. This is a sign of instability? System, you better confess. Is this a hidden mission you've arranged? Fu Hang questioned inwardly. What is the cost of the surgery? The system remained obstinately unresponsive, leaving Fu Hang to question helplessly. It was evident that Qin Yuchu was far from simple, having encountered countless individuals and faced various trials over the past 3 years. How could she be so overtaken by her emotions? Moreover, while the system had not acknowledged it, it had not outright denied it either. 200,000. Qin Yuchu's voice diminished, nearly inaudible in the cacophony surrounding them. Is that sufficient? Fu Hang inquired directly. Would you be willing to lend it to me? Qin Yuchu finally raised her gaze, her eyes radiating a brilliant light through the layers of obstruction. Yes, if you truly need it. I can transfer the funds to the designated account right now. Fu Hang replied, retrieving his personal phone. The system remained silent, indicating that this transaction could not go through official channels. Yet it was inconsequential, merely 2 days' salary. Fu Hang felt a nagging suspicion that this was undoubtedly the system's doing. Perhaps another hidden task. Indeed, it was. Previously, he had encountered a similarly perplexing situation, only to discover it was a hidden task from the system. With the reward being master-level culinary skills, a prize on par with year-end lottery draws. Better to mistakenly harm than to let slip, Fu Hang found a reason to convince himself. My account is. Qin Yuchu, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden surprise, faltered and struggled to articulate her thoughts. It was not until Fu Hang completed the transfer as per her provided account details and displayed the successful transaction notification that she fell back into her previous state of humility and internal conflict. It requires 200,000 for the surgery, and post-operative recovery is essential. The additional 50,000 can be used to properly nurture one's health. Otherwise, future complications may arise. Fu Hang narrowed his eyes, his thoughts slowly crystallizing. Since she was adopting a pitiful persona, the delivery boy approach would undoubtedly be ineffective. When you need emotional support, I will offer warmth. When companionship is required, I will be available. When you need a strong shoulder to lean on, I will be there. And when you require financial assistance, I will not be lacking. This, indeed, was the hallmark of a qualified devotee. Bewitching woman, do not disturb my resolve. This reward was assuredly within his grasp. As his strategy unfolded methodically, Qin Yuchu fell once more into silence. Is it just you and your mother at home? Fu Hang adjusted his demeanor, preparing to convey emotional value. I am a sophomore at Hanxiang University, majoring in financial management, standing at 165 centimeters tall and weighing 91 kilograms. What? Fu Hang was taken aback. Is that what I asked? Is it not? You weigh only 91? His thoughts were swiftly derailed, instinctively glancing towards her chest. You weigh 91? How slender is your waist? Not you. Fu Hang shook his head vigorously, yet his words were abruptly interrupted, forcing him to retrace his thoughts. Opposite him. Qin Yuchu slowly removed her glasses, only to swiftly toss her bangs aside, lifting her head to gaze intently at Fu Hang. Fu Hang's mind experienced a fleeting pause. A sudden short circuit in his thoughts, prompting him to instinctively grasp the milk tea before him and take a vigorous sip. I surmised that your circumstances were favorable, but I did not expect them to be this extraordinary. This visage surpasses even Shenqingwan in beauty, aligning perfectly with my aesthetic sensibilities. How utterly ruthless. Our conversation was flowing smoothly, and yet you suddenly escalated matters. Does your ultimate move not require a casting time? Where's the skills wind-up? I can accompany you. Coughing violently, Fu Hang found himself choking as a large tapioca pearl lodged in his airway. Good heavens, I thought you were merely here to boost my performance. I did not realize you were seeking my very life. Chapter 7. Cultivating clients. Fu Hang coughed for a full 5 minutes, while Qin Yuchu, seated across from him, appeared equally startled and attempted to rise to assist, only to be firmly rooted in her chair by Fu Hang's gesture. Approaching at this moment, such malice. What were you just saying? Finally regaining his composure, Fu Hang looked at her incredulously. 350,000 is an astronomical figure for me. Although I have mentioned repayment, I am acutely aware that I cannot repay it. Thus, I am left with only this body. You are correct. If you do not lend me the money, I will have no choice but to seek out those loan sharks. I understand their demands. I know I am attractive. Qin Yuchu regarded Fu Hang earnestly, and in that instant, all traces of timidity vanished, revealing a resilient wildflower swaying amidst a storm. System, do you truly not provide any hints? Fu Hang felt disoriented, hesitant to meet her gaze. My father lost a leg in a mining accident and can no longer work. I have a younger brother who has just entered junior high. I should never have been in this university. Now, my mother is gravely ill. If I do not save her, she will perish. As Qin Yuchu recounted her tragic circumstances, her expression remained eerily calm. A disabled father, a gravely ill mother, a young brother, and her own solitude. The narrative aligned, yet Fu Hang felt an indescribable sensation. The only thing I can sell is myself. After 2 days of reflection, I would rather... Wait. Fu Hang suddenly raised both hands. This trajectory is misguided. You would offer yourself now? Who would I be appealing to? You would prefer this, and yet I am to lose my job while you support me? The term sell is imprecise. As a student from a prestigious university, you should be mindful of your cultural literacy. Mutual assistance among individuals is entirely normal. If everyone contributes a modicum of love, the world will transform. I am no longer a child. For the first time, Qin Yuchu interrupted Fu Hang, her gaze resolute, her demeanor unwavering. Your kindness, at present, I can only. There are myriad ways to repay kindness, as you mentioned. You merely lack the means to repay the money right now. Money does not necessitate exchanging one's body. Your perspective, dear classmate, is troubling. Fu Hang straightened, instinctively pulling his chair back a fraction. But what if I am incapable of doing anything? Who says you cannot do anything? First, lower your hands. Your hair is disheveled, and put on your glasses. Fu Hang interrupted once more, refusing to grant the other party the opportunity to read the room. Look. You are so impressive. Surely there are other ways you can assist me beyond what you are currently contemplating. Perhaps you could reflect on this? Fu Hang anxiously lifted his bubble tea, instinctively wanting to take another sip, yet only managed a cautious, timid taste. His words appeared to have an effect, as Qin Yuchu, adjusting her bangs and donning her glasses, seemed to ponder seriously. Take your time. Think carefully. With your remarkable abilities, you must possess numerous talents. Fu Hang gently encouraged. I excel academically. Qin Yuchu stammered after a prolonged silence, finally revealing one of her strengths. Academics? Fu Hang strained to connect the professional acumen he had cultivated over 3 years to her claim, yet could not fathom how excellent grades could relate to him. Well, I was the top liberal arts student in Southwest Province, and at Hanqing University, I ranked first in every subject. As she spoke of her achievements, a glimmer of light returned to her eyes. That's it, Fu Hang exclaimed, clapping his hands together. With your exceptional talent and your studies in finance, your future is undoubtedly bright. A mere 30,000. Is that even a concern? But this field isn't meant for someone like me. Qin Yuchu's expression dimmed instantly. It's not that absolute. Fu Hang awkwardly raised his bubble tea again. Indeed, she was a scholar, not easily swayed. When I chose this major, I thought it would yield a good income to support my family. Yet, upon arriving in the big city, I realized that studying finance is beyond my reach. The more I learn, the more I comprehend this truth. Fu Hang fell silent, recalling his close friend who had pursued finance, only to return to their hometown 3 years post-graduation to run a supermarket. Do you despise me? After a long pause, Qin Yuchu spoke again. Is this never-ending? I'm paying, yet I feel a sense of guilt. What are you saying? Let me be clear. The reason you feel this way is that you have yet to enter the workforce and truly engage with finance. Do not be misled by textbooks and the deceptive information online. For now, let us set aside the matter of repayment. I believe, with your capabilities, you will certainly be able to repay me in the future. As for your feelings of guilt, I can arrange for you to intern at my company. This will not only allow you to learn more, but also help me keep an eye on the company, as I rarely visit. Fu Hang slapped his thigh, his thoughts suddenly crystallizing. This young lady, with her tragic background, hasn't even had the chance to taste bubble tea. A mere act of kindness leaves her so moved, she feels compelled to repay me with her life. This is truly someone who has not yet encountered the world's harsh realities. The sooner she enters society and encounters those scoundrels, quality youths, the broader her horizons will become. What do those Navi youngsters in school know? A pair of glasses and a few bangs have blinded them to their true place. Selling oneself for 30,000. Absurd. Last year, the watch I gifted Shenqing Wan for her birthday cost 15,000. Am I not still standing at the entrance of her residential area? Delivering breakfast to the company requires changing into a delivery outfit. Once that girl opens her eyes to the opportunities, won't she relish the chance to indulge? Who knows? She might just become the second Shenqing Wan, enjoying years of flattery and retiring in honor. Just imagine hosting yacht parties, reveling in nights filled with music and luxury. How delightful that would be. A true connoisseur of charm does not merely seek clients but cultivates them. Finally, feeling as though he has returned to familiar territory, Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. A company? You have a company? Qin Yuchu instinctively glanced at the delivery outfit beside her. Of course. Do you think my earnings are from delivering meals? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, placing the outfit on a chair. Intern at your company? I'm still quite uncertain, Qin Yuchu admitted, having prepared herself mentally before arriving. But everything felt utterly different upon encountering Fu Hang. Indeed, do not overthink it. It's merely an internship, with remuneration comparable to that of regular interns. You'll work 3 days a week, 2 half-days. Your studies must take precedence. 1 day a week. You still owe me money. How will you repay it if you do not focus on your studies? With that, he decided to make a call. Fu Hang rarely adopted the demeanor of a domineering boss. He raised his hand to silence Qin Yuchu and swiftly pulled out his phone. A company? Fu Hang indeed possessed a company, a system awarded during its 3rd anniversary. However, he had never paid it much attention, having merely signed a multitude of documents when approached by someone claiming to be a lawyer. Operating a company? He knew better. It would only complicate matters. After all, what company can consistently generate $1 billion in revenue each year? The most crucial aspect is understanding priorities and knowing what to gain and what to forego. What is his profession? A flatterer. The ultimate flatterer, officially certified by the system. Investing thoughts in clients and ensuring their comfort is the true path to success. If there is spare energy, why not further develop and explore clients? Why waste effort on establishing a company? Lawyer Zhang? It's me. Yes. All the paperwork is in order, right? That's good. I won't be going over there. Just maintain the status quo. Yes. There is one thing I need your assistance with. I have a friend who wishes to intern at the company. Since I am unfamiliar with the people there, could you help facilitate the contact? I would be immensely grateful. Should I have my friend reach out to you? Certainly. I will have her contact you shortly. Chapter 8. The intern's assistant to the CEO at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Qin Yuchu donned the professional outfit she had just purchased, standing nervously at the foot of the Yuanbo Trade Building, accompanied by the man who called himself Lawyer Zhang. Is this Mr. Fu's company? Qin Yuchu asked, her uncertainty evident as she sought confirmation once more. Yes, I have already spoken with the personnel department. Let us proceed, Lawyer Zhang replied, his smile radiating an approachability that seemed incongruent with the legal profession. Qin Yuchu took a deep breath and raised her gaze once more towards the towering structure before her. Earlier at noon, Fu Hang had concluded a phone call and departed, leaving behind a subsidy of 10,000 yuan for her work attire. The sudden addition of this allowance had left her momentarily disoriented, preventing her from inquiring about the specifics of the company and its operations. Which company provides clothing allowances for interns? Her financial burden seemed to increase yet again. What she had not anticipated was that Mr. Fu's company was none other than the illustrious Yuanbo Trade of Han City, a corporation valued at over 1 billion. As a distinguished finance major from Han University, she could hardly be unaware of this enterprise, especially considering that just over a month ago, the company had completed a remarkable equity transfer, the intricacies of which had been the subject of admiration in her classes. Almost every lecture had referenced it, and it had even been crafted into case studies for analysis and learning. So, Mr. Fu was the one who acquired Yuanbo Trade? No wonder he claimed to be financially secure. Shaking her head vigorously, Qin Yuchu attempted to dispel the image of Fu Hang leaving the milk tea shop clad in his delivery uniform from her mind. Hello, Attorney Zhang. I did not expect you to come in person, Su Changhe remarked, nearly jogging to the elevator upon receiving the front desk's report, despite not having planned to appear. The young woman appeared somewhat timid. I merely accompanied her, she replied. Attorney Zhang greeted Su Changhe with a polite handshake, slightly tilting his body to make way for Qin Yuchu, his previously warm smile now replaced by a more serious yet courteous expression. This must be Miss Qin? Indeed. She is young and promising, Su Changhe noted, observing Attorney Zhang's positioning and feeling a heightened sense of gravity within. Hello, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qin Yuchu managed to maintain her composure, recalling the key points from her workplace etiquette course as she shook hands with Su Changhe. This is the current head of Yuanbo Trade, Vice President Su Changhe, Attorney Zhang kindly introduced. Ah, good day, Vice President. Qin Yuchu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively bowing again. The head of the company? The Vice President? Is it customary for company leaders to personally welcome interns now? Please, there's no need for formality, Su Changhe urged, his smile becoming increasingly radiant. Allow me to introduce you to the newly appointed HR manager, Shenqing Wan. She will assist you with your onboarding process shortly. The mention of current head and currently raised a question in Qin Yuchu's mind. Was Attorney Zhang subtly reminding her or hinting at something? Hello, Manager Shen. She quickly stepped forward to greet. The HR manager personally overseeing her onboarding? Was this indeed Yuanhua Trade? A company valued at over 1 billion? The kind of large enterprise spoken of by her professors? She considered herself merely an intern, and a part-time one at that. Perhaps she should be referred to as a trainee instead. Please, come this way, Shun Xingwan said, playfully linking her arm with Qin Youchu's, as if they were long-lost friends. Accompanied by attorney Zhang, the cumbersome onboarding process became remarkably seamless. The employment agreement was explicit, mirroring Mr. Fu's prior assertions. One need only report to work 1 day a week, with internship compensation disbursed according to standard. Yet, what on earth does the position of executive assistant entail? Thus, Mr. Fu's statement that everything would be in line with a typical intern's remuneration. Does that mean a monthly salary of 20,000 is indeed the norm? Working just 1 day a week, totaling 4 days a month, translates to a daily wage of 5,000? Surely, this is the same remuneration that university professors receive? Sitting in a private office, gazing out at the bustling metropolis through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Qin Yuchu found herself engulfed in confusion. So, have I been taken under someone's wing? In Mr. Su's office, Shen Qingwan wore a perplexed expression. Our new employer is truly enigmatic, she thought. Su Chang'e squinted, meticulously reflecting on all the details from today's meeting. Attorney Zhang's demeanor revealed much, his tone, expressions, and the way he interacted with both himself and Qin Yuchu warranted careful consideration, particularly his choice of address towards her. However, that young girl, Qin Yuchu, although presenting herself with composure, could not conceal her inherent naivety and timidity. She did not seem like someone sent to take charge of the company. What then? Was the intention behind sending such a girl at this juncture? Shen Qingwan's mind was similarly beset with questions. Let us not overthink it, ultimately. You must either regard her as the boss's daughter or as the boss's wife, Su Chang'e suddenly interjected, his tone grave. This I naturally comprehend. But as for her specific duties, she should be allowed to pursue whatever she wishes, without interference. Allow her the liberty for minor tasks while significant matters should follow the established protocol. By the way, I have suddenly found myself with a prior engagement this evening. Let us postpone our dinner. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chang'e spoke with calmness. It is imperative to re-establish contact with Attorney Zhang promptly to gauge the situation. With the former owner gone and the new owner yet to appear, as Attorney Zhang remarked, he is undeniably the current de facto leader. Can we omit the word current? Following the equity transfer, Attorney Zhang has taken over the company's legal affairs. It is perfectly reasonable for the vice president to meet with the legal department, is it not? Yes, I shall take my leave now. Shun Qingwan, discerning Su Chang'e's thoughts, privately regarded him with disdain. Men often fall prey to habitual thinking. Why seek information from afar when one could inquire closer to home? Compared to the astute Attorney Zhang, ISNT, that naive girl, Qin Yuchu, the more advantageous point of entry? Upon returning to her office, Shun Qingwan retrieved her phone, only to discover an unread message. Qingwan, where should I pick you up tonight? What time? The message was sent an hour ago. Apologies, a sudden task has arisen at the company, and our gathering has been cancelled. Shen Qingwan quickly replied and cast her phone aside. Where should I begin? You carry on. Just be careful not to overexert yourself. When you find some free time, I shall accompany you in celebration. The incessant notifications from the number one admirer were promptly responded to. Shen Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, diverting her gaze from her phone to open a small drawer beside her desk. Inside lay an assortment of gift boxes. She casually picked up a box containing a bracelet. Momentarily lost in thought, it seemed that this devoted admirer was indeed an omnipresent figure in her life, and she found herself increasingly reliant on him. With a self-deprecating shrug, Shen Qingwan decided against replying to the message. Instead, she took the gift box, composed herself, and walked towards Qin Youchu's office with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Hang, after sending the initial message and receiving no immediate reply, had already anticipated the outcome. The lack of a prompt response indicated that he would not need to intervene that evening. Either there was a genuine matter at the company, or Shen Qingwan's plans had changed. But did it really make a difference? Not at all. Leaving work early was a delightful opportunity. Today's salary of 100,000 had already been deposited. Please check your account. Chapter 9. Online check-in. You're here, Yuchu? Please, take a seat. How have your studies been recently? I heard Professor Lee assigned you an analysis of the acquisition case for Yuanhua. The kindly, elderly woman peered from behind her computer, offering a mere courteous remark before returning her gaze. her demeanor reflecting a certain familiarity with Qin Yuchu. Thank you, Professor Wang. The Yuanhua case is quite challenging, and there are still many aspects I do not fully grasp, but I have learned a great deal. Qin Yuchu, feeling at ease, lingered quietly at her desk for a moment. Noticing Professor Wang was busy, she instinctively began organizing the materials and clutter within the office. I've told you. There is no need for this. It makes me appear clumsy, Professor Wang remarked without looking up, yet she could discern from the sounds what Qin Yuchu was doing. Qin Yuchu did not respond, continuing her task in silence. Ah, Yuchu, you are so meticulous. Last week, your senior came to submit a paper, and we had quite the mess. I spent 2 days searching for materials and couldn't find anything, Professor Wang said, seemingly finished with her work. As she removed her glasses and smiled at Yuchu, who was now replacing the garbage bag. I'll come by more often. Then, Yuchu replied with a sweet smile. All right. Put the garbage bag down. The cleaning staff will be here shortly. Now tell me, what brings you here today? Professor Wang tilted her head, scrutinizing her most beloved student of recent years. What a pity to be born into such a family. Professor, a few days ago, I secured an internship position. Qin Yuchu stated earnestly as she returned to her desk and sat up straight. Oh, an internship? Did I not mention that if you wish to take on a part-time job, I could? Professor Wang's brow furrowed instantly. She was well aware of Yuchu's situation. Yet this girl, though appearing delicate, was remarkably stubborn. After receiving the school's financial assistance, she was adamant about refusing any personal help from her. It's a large company, and a friend recommended me, Qin Yuchu quickly clarified, sensing Professor Wang's concern. A large company, you say? So, what brings you here today? Professor Wang's expression softened, though her eyes narrowed slightly. As an expert in sociology, I find myself perplexed and would like to seek your guidance. Qin Yuchu sat upright with her head lowered. Is this your first time entering a corporate environment, and have you encountered difficulties? It isn't precisely a difficulty. Rather, there are certain matters I find perplexing. Oh, do elaborate. A smile graced Professor Wang's face as he habitually picked up his pen, drawing 2 horizontal lines in his notebook. The warm afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle light upon the table, reminiscent of a delicate golden-hued tablecloth, soft and exquisite, evoking a sense of comfort. However, as Professor Wang listened to Qin Yuchu's account, the smile on his face gradually faded. Your friend is the owner of this company? Presumably. Therefore, your internship position is that of an executive assistant? Professor Wang's tone turned somewhat somber. Yes. A flicker of evasion crossed Qin Yuchu's gaze, but she quickly steadied herself. Professor Wang refrained from further inquiries, leaning back in his chair and directing his gaze outside. Autumn had arrived. The ginkgo trees on campus began to turn yellow, shimmering under the sunlight, yet those familiar with the seasons knew that falling leaves were not far off. Turning back, Professor Wang regarded Qin Yuchu earnestly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, she could not evade this moment. This time, Qin Yuchu met Professor Wang's gaze with unwavering calm, her eyes still reflecting a clear depth. You have matured. Professor Wang suddenly smiled. This remark caused Qin Yuchu to lower her head once more. The head of the company personally received you. The HR manager arranged everything. And on your very first day, you received a gift from the HR manager. One of considerable value? Indeed. Qin Yuchu raised her head again, recognizing from the shift in Professor Wang's tone that he had entered teaching mode. Does your friend seldom visit the company? He claims so. Qin Yuchu answered candidly. Based on this information, I have a few hypotheses for your consideration. Professor Wang swiftly noted several keywords on the lines of his notebook. Qin Yuchu placed the notebook she had been holding onto the table, focusing intently on taking notes. In recent days, Fu Hang had been enjoying an unexpectedly pleasant time. Perhaps something had indeed transpired with Shenqing Wan, or perhaps his responsibilities had changed following a promotion. In any case, he was not available to attend to her. Thus, yet another advantage of being a professional sycophant manifested itself. When the client is not in need, the sycophant merely needs to sign in online. A morning and evening bow, 3 incense sticks burned daily. One need not perform this ritual in person to be deemed devout. To be a sycophant is to embody a certain attitude. As long as Shenqing Wan's favor remained within safe bounds at the end of each day, what harm could there be? Thus, in recent days, Fu Hang had been loitering in front of various office buildings, dining exclusively in upscale restaurants, and spending his evenings either at the gym or in bars. What was the purpose? To expand his market. These venues were indeed hotspots for refined clientele, all high-end gatherings. While there had been no updates from Qin Yuchu's side, Shenqing Wan's income remained stable, Yet one must always remain vigilant. Now that one has ascended to a supervisory position, one's perspective and social circle undergo a profound transformation. The prospect of an impulsive marriage could lead to a precarious situation. Yet, contrary to expectations, there are instances of flirtation, encounters, and serendipitous meetings, while the system remains unwavering, adhering to the principle of preferring quality over quantity, decisively presenting a series of mismatches. This predicament has led Fu Hang to begin browsing through online female talent showcases. Has the space for the infatuated truly been constricted to such an extreme? The social media app's notification glows with a red dot, and Fu Hang skillfully opens it to find a moment from a friend's circle. Another night of overtime, accompanied by a photo of a sunset, presumably taken from the office. However, upon magnifying the image and increasing the brightness, a delightful surprise emerges. Reflected in the office's floor-to-ceiling window is a pair of long, elegant legs. It has been 3 days since he last saw her, perhaps? Fu Hang furrows his brow, contemplating, his expression revealing a hint of resignation. There will be no early departure today. Qingwan still at the office? Another late night? Fu Hang opts not to respond in the comments, but rather sends a private message. He is aware that this post is likely visible only to him. Indeed, I've been utterly swamped these past few days. Qingwan replies almost instantaneously. Even amidst the busyness, you must prioritize your health. I noticed you haven't attended yoga class for several days. He responds with a sympathetic tone. Once this hectic period passes, things will improve. Thank you for your concern. She replies gratefully. Do you need me to bring you dinner? Fu Hang inquires as he turns to open his backpack, retrieving a neatly stacked takeout set. Would that be too much trouble? Not at all. What would you like? Fu Hang deftly dons a yellow vest, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Perhaps it's best to skip it. I'll manage with whatever is available at the office. They'll be ordering in for the night shift. Food ordered in cannot suffice. You've been working so hard. You must take care of your nutrition, or your body won't withstand it. But you've had a long day too. That must be exhausting, she replies with concern. What hardship have I faced? You know the nature of my shift, right? You don't actually believe I'm out delivering food, do you? Fu Hang responds, rolling his eyes at the time. Come on, sister, hurry up. I'm trying to finish up here. Can't we discuss this at a different time? You really don't have to go to such lengths, she replies, touched. Large corporations frown upon employees engaging in romantic relationships, especially now that you've just been promoted. This is a pivotal moment in your career. It's best to tread carefully. Rest assured, I keep my takeout set with me at all times, she replies playfully. Let us not dwell on that. What would you like to eat? I'll rush it over to you. With the evening rush, I can't let you go hungry. Fu Hang sends 2 messages in quick succession as he steps onto the electric scooter. Damn it, I was careless. I haven't ridden this in days and forgot to charge it, he chuckles. Now, tell me, what do you crave? Fu Hang searches for a shared bicycle, silently hoping she won't request anything too far away, as parking can be quite troublesome. His vehicle was parked in the lot behind. Yet during the evening rush hour in Han City, Qingwan reclined leisurely in her ergonomic chair, her feet propped up on the desk. Having recently been promoted to a managerial position, she finally enjoyed the luxury of her own independent office, allowing herself occasional indulgence. As she gazed at the conversation on her phone, she gently bit her lip, lost in contemplation. If only Fu Hang had a more affluent background. After 3 years of meticulous care, even a block of wood would develop feelings. Her fingers unconsciously tapped against the back of her phone, while her gaze shifted toward the office door. Directly opposite her office was the presidential office she had deliberately arranged, with the assistant's office adjacent to it. Today, a colleague who graduated from Han City University mentioned that their cafeteria's lion's head meatballs were superb, even 5 years post-graduation. She still reminisced about it, with a silly smile. Han City University? It's not far from here, with a smile. Setting down her phone, Fu Hang, in a state of disinterest, parked the shared bicycle he had just scanned. Han City University is located in the west of the city. Really? Yes, I cycled. I'll call you when I arrive at your office building. Why not drive? At least parking near the university is relatively easier. Chapter 10. Exquisite green tea in the university town. There exists a saying, eat at Han University, reside at South University, play at the Engineering University, and love at Han Teacher University. This implies that the cafeteria at Han City University is renowned. Nevertheless, this was Fu Hang's first visit to the campus. After inquiring with enthusiastic students about the location of the cafeteria known for its lion's head meatballs, he hurriedly made his way in that direction. Arriving just in time for lunch, he found a considerable queue. Students at this prestigious university maintained a rather regular dining schedule. As he inched forward with the crowd, his gaze unconsciously swept through the throng until it abruptly halted. Chin Yuchu. It wasn't that the girl was particularly stunning. Rather, it was her distinctive bangs and black-framed glasses that left a lasting impression on him. She still wore that gray-white jacket and sweatpants. Didn't he give her a clothing allowance? Chin Yuchu sat alone in an inconspicuous corner, meticulously enjoying her meal, with a book beside her that she occasionally flipped through. Just one dish? Fu Hang squinted. A bowl of white rice, a plate of chili stir-fried beans, and a bowl of complimentary seaweed soup. With a blank expression, he turned away, no longer glancing at her. Yet his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Just as he was about to reach the front of the line, he suddenly jolted awake, quickly surveying the cafeteria. Indeed. Amidst the bustling crowd, not a single male gaze fell upon Chin Yuchu. Are they blind? What aesthetic is the media promoting these days? A glimmer of insight sparked in Fu Hang's eyes, his thoughts suddenly invigorated. University? Campus beauty? Academic prodigy? Underprivileged student? Could it be a perfect storm? System. You truly have a scheme. Chin Yuchu ate with meticulous care, leaving no grain of rice in her bowl unattended, yet her gaze remained intently fixed on her book. Suddenly, a plate clattered down before her, causing her to stiffen and glance up with suspicion. It had been 2 years since anyone had sat down at the same table with her. Oh no, it was the second time. The first had been outside of school. At a milk tea shop. Mr. Fu? Chin Yuchu's eyes widened in surprise. Is this what you typically eat? Fu Hang settled in, his eyes fixed on her. It's sufficient. Instinctively, Chin Yuchu lowered her head, setting her chopsticks aside and closing her book. No wonder she only weighed 90 pounds. It was due to this meal. Fu Hang smirked slightly, nudging the plate forward while casting his gaze upon the book. Workplace etiquette and socializing. I've finished eating. I've eaten. Fu Hang's voice bore no emotion. Chin Yuchu's shoulders quivered as she almost immediately picked up a lion's head meatball, taking a hefty bite. A stark contrast to her previous delicate dining. Such a strong sense of compliance? Your talent is rather peculiar. How can one person have it all? Fu Hang's lips curled slightly, the oddity he felt deepening. Chin Yuchu struggled to swallow, perhaps due to the saltiness, and reached for the seaweed soup. Only to find a cup of bubble tea placed before her, the straw already inserted. For those who are overly accommodating, these gestures are instinctual. In university, there are 2 types of individuals who find themselves friendless. Taking a small sip of the sweet milk tea, Chin Yuchu's mood quickly stabilized. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, awaiting further explanation. One type is the academic overachiever, whose presence can evoke feelings of inadequacy in others. Fu Hang smirked. Is she no longer feeling inferior? The other type is simply poor. Chin Yuchu kept her head down, her hands cradling the milk tea cautiously, yet her tone remained exceedingly calm. Fu Hang's smile faltered, his heart seemingly pricked by something, a fleeting sensation of breathlessness washing over him. Didn't I give you money? That's not for my meals. Chin Yuchu continued to keep her eyes lowered, her thick bangs slightly quivering. How did you become an overachiever with such a stubborn mindset? Do I need to provide you with meal money as well? Fu Hang chuckled in exasperation. Fine. Chin Yuchu suddenly looked up, her eyes reflecting an unusual clarity. Fu Hang was momentarily speechless. You weren't like this before, was I mistaken? All right, I'll transfer you the money right now. Swiftly. Fu Hang took out his phone and transferred 50,000. Tomorrow, you will get that fringe styled and acquire a new pair of glasses. The dress code for the company is outlined in that book. Fu Hang gestured towards workplace etiquette and socializing on the table. In school, he turned to point at a group of fashionably dressed female students. Dressed like that. Starting tomorrow, you are not to wear this. Very well. Chin Yuchu tilted her head, responding earnestly. My hair. Fu Hang was enveloped in a sensation akin to lurking in the underbrush, as whispers echoed endlessly from across the way, accompanied by piercing assaults and critical strikes. With a sense of indifference, he turned and departed. When your school beauty's attributes awaken, surrounded by sycophants and admirers, we shall see if your virtues can withstand the test. By then, accustomed to the presence of these sycophants, you shall become a new pinnacle in my career. Mr. Fu, have you come specifically to see me? Chin Yuchu inquired, her expression momentarily perplexed as Fu Hang prepared to leave. It was a mere figment of her imagination. Without glancing back, Fu Hang raised the food box in his hand. On his journey to Shun Qingluan's company, Fu Hang exhibited signs of restlessness and agitation, emotions he had not felt in quite some time. Repeatedly, he queried the system regarding the matter at hand, Yet the system inexplicably malfunctioned, failing to respond whenever Qin Yuchu was mentioned. This was intolerable. His resolve wavered, and he had to meet Shun Qingwan today. Marketing accounts online had suggested that when one's mind is in disarray, sipping a cup of tea could bring clarity and tranquility. Indeed, green tea. The finest green tea. Upon arriving at the company, Fu Hang parked his car and promptly typed on his phone, "Qingwan, I have arrived. Should I head straight to the foyer? Please remember to come down promptly. Other companies have already closed for the day. Be cautious on your way down." After setting his phone aside, Fu Hang did not rush to exit the vehicle. Instead, he opened the glove compartment and retrieved a delicately packaged gift box. Upon unveiling it, he discovered a small, exquisite brooch. Confirming the card nestled within the box remained intact, a mischievous smile graced Fu Hang's lips. This was the subtlety of a sycophant when the box was opened. The card remained hidden, but upon removing the brooch, the card would be revealed. Meanwhile, Shun Qingwan was engrossed in reviewing reports. This HR supervisor was not as carefree as she had initially believed. The recent transition had left her overwhelmed, especially after a wave of departures from the previous employer. As her phone screen illuminated, she turned to see Fu Hang's message, a smile breaking through her fatigue. Just as she finished typing a response, her finger hesitated over the send button. Gazing out the window, memories of her recent interactions with Fu Hang flooded her mind. When was the last time they had been in close proximity? It felt like an eternity. "Oh, you've arrived? I've been so busy," she exclaimed, a crying emoji accompanying her words. "Is it that hectic? Would you like me to bring it up to you? Honestly, I feel a bit uneasy with you coming down alone at this hour. Are you available? Is there any inconvenience? Just let the foyer know you're struggling and have them assist you with the elevator. My office is currently on the 28th floor." Putting her phone away, Shun Qingwan swiftly applied her lipstick using a compact mirror, rummaged through her drawer for a gift box, removed her watch and placed it back in the drawer, and slipped on a bracelet from the box. She then hurried to the door, cracking it open just a fraction, before returning to her desk to resume her focus on the computer screen. Chapter 11. A cup of clear tea. A knock echoed through the air. The first sound elicited no response from Shun Qingwan. It was not until the second knock that a head peeked through the door, prompting Shun Qingwan to lift her gaze, revealing a gentle yet apologetic smile. "Qingwan, you've lost weight," Fu Hang remarked from the doorway, concern etched across his face. "Isn't everyone like a beast of burden? Come in. Have some water," Shun Qingwan replied, rising swiftly to retrieve a cup adorned with rose petals, pouring water for Fu Hang. "Are you still using this cup?" Fu Hang placed the lunchbox on the table, yet his gaze was captured by the bracelet adorning Shun Qingwan's wrist. "It's a Bodhi seed blessed by Puji Temple. I waited 3 days just to obtain it. I've been using it consistently and truly adore it," she explained, playfully gesturing towards another cup in front of her computer, a pink cat coffee mug. "Please eat. The traffic was a bit congested, and I fear you might be starving," she urged. Fu Hang accepted the cup, cradling it as if it were a sacred decree. "This water won't be drinkable for at least 20 minutes, he mused. Shun Qingwan did not reach for the lunchbox. Instead, she remained standing quietly, gazing at Fu Hang with an expression imbued with tenderness. In that glance, 1,000 rivers flowed. It conveyed longing, comfort, fulfillment, bashfulness, and a hint of reproach. This is the essence. This is the kind of gaze that a pond keeper casts upon nurtured fish. The same gaze a tea farmer directs towards verdant tea hills. Fu Hang felt himself freeze, his lips trembling slightly as his eyes momentarily locked onto hers, capturing the stirring emotions within. "Qingwan," he breathed, the name escaping his throat as a whisper, tinged with a quiver and a soft sob, instinctively taking a small step forward. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only their intertwined gazes, inseparable and profound. If this affection were to endure, it would surely cause the heavens to crumble and the earth to shake, birds to vanish from the mountains, and paths to become devoid of human presence. Internally, Fu Hang counted down silently. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Shun Qingwan, who quickly grabbed the phone lying face down on the table. "President Su, yes, I am. I am currently working on it." "All right, understood," she said, pressing the phone to her ear while reaching for the mouse, casting an apologetic glance at Fu Hang. "I must be going now." Fu Hang exaggeratedly opened his mouth in a silent farewell, then placed a small gift box on the table, gradually retreating. Shun Qingwan remained on the phone, glancing at Fu Hang in a moment of distraction, her eyes revealing deeper layers of regret and reluctance. Fu Hang offered a goofy smile, gently waving his hand as he closed the office door behind him. Turning around, Fu Hang felt invigorated. The familiar formula, the same delightful flavor. A cup of clear tea, refreshing, centering, soothing, and invigorating. One sip indeed left a lingering sweetness upon the lips, a delightful aftertaste. Qingluan had made remarkable progress. Her performance today was nothing short of perfection. The only flaw was that the alarm had sounded too early, disrupting the precise management of time. If only I had taken a step forward a few seconds earlier, my emotions would have been far more vibrant. Qingluan listened intently, and only after the footsteps faded into the distance did she gently lower her phone. Her gaze falling upon the small gift box, a playful smile gracing her lips. The man quietly finished his dinner, washing the food container and the untouched cup belonging to Fu Hang before placing them on the nearby shelf. Fu Hang was indeed considerate, always using his own food containers. She needed to find a moment to return them, which would surely invite further conversation. As she opened the small gift box and beheld the brooch within, Qingluan was momentarily taken aback. Minutes later, she sent a message. Apologies for the busyness today. The lion's head meatballs were truly delightful. After waiting a moment without receiving a reply from Fu Hang, she decisively put away her phone and resumed her work. The words she had prepared for her return home were rendered unnecessary. She surmised the reason for Fu Hang's silence. He was likely occupied with work. This was another facet of Fu Hang's persona, or perhaps another guise he wore, a gaming coach. After all, how could a professional admirer possibly manage to work only 8 hours a day? What if clients had needs outside of working hours? For the sake of better rest, work became the perfect excuse. Even a devoted admirer must earn a living. Otherwise, how could he afford his devotion? Gaming coaching was Fu Hang's well-considered choice. Although it lacked prestige, it was genuinely profitable. The crux of the matter was that once engaged in this work, one needed to keep their phone offline. Receiving calls during a gaming session would be quite disruptive. Was Fu Hang ignoring Qingluan's messages because he was at work? No. Fu Hang had finished for the day. Humming a melodious tune while holding a cigarette, he pondered whether to visit a nightclub that evening and try his luck. At a corner, a figure clad in a school uniform flashed past his line of sight, prompting Fu Hang to slam on the brakes. His eyes drawn to the hunched figure by the roadside, carrying a backpack. Damn, am I seeing things? The physical differences were stark, but the only similarity lay in the uniform. It was merely a passerby, a high school student just finishing evening classes. A flicker of terror crossed Fu Hang's eyes, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. That night, he suffered from insomnia, the first instance since awakening his system and achieving financial freedom. With heavy dark circles under his eyes, he leaned against the headboard at 5 in the morning, counting the seconds as the clock ticked away. At 7:25, he sent a message. Qingluan, time to wake up. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, he received a smiley face in return. What would you like for breakfast? Fu Hang sat up in bed, glancing at the calendar on the wall. Tomorrow would be the 15th, a day of rest. For the first time, he felt a resistance toward this day off. Rest? What rest? I need tea now. You really don't have to bring me breakfast every day. I can find something near my office. Do you often work late into the night? How do you manage to rise early each day? Another message arrives precisely 10 seconds later. I happen to be on the way, and my early mornings have significantly improved my diet. Fu Hang, brushing his teeth, replies instantly. Nothing in particular that I crave. Just see what you're having and bring me something. This time, 5 minutes pass before the response comes. Shall we go for Lao-Wak-S soup dumplings? A smiley face emoji follows immediately. Putting away his phone, Fu Hang gazes intently at his reflection in the mirror. 100,000 a day. For heaven's sake, focus. Fu Hang grits his teeth, his expression fierce. At precisely 8:40, he appears at the foot of Qingluan's office building, standing in a familiar corner, gazing in a familiar direction. The ride-hailing car arrives as scheduled, and Fu Hang greets it with a warm smile, his nose involuntarily twitching. The fragrance of tea wafts through the air, golden grains filling the room. Qingluan. Fu Hang stops at a suitable distance, his slightly weary eyes still holding the brilliance of yesterday's stars. Why do you look so youthful? You're here. Qingluan's gaze shifts past Fu Hang, her expression changing rapidly as she disregards him entirely, eagerly taking the meal box and moving forward. Youthful? Chapter 12. Awkward Development. Don't be reckless. Youthful? Fu Hang is extremely sensitive to these words, his eardrums twitching instinctively. He turns his head, his brain momentarily freezing for 3 seconds. Clad in a pristine white suit, her long hair elegantly pinned up, a neatly arranged fringe graces her forehead, perfectly balancing the professional appearance brought by her gold-rimmed glasses. Backlit by the morning sun, Her silhouette in gray-black heels seems to step out of a dream, displaying a mix of surprise and delight, tinged with a hint of unease and hesitation. Fu Hang suddenly turns and hastily walks away, lowering his head. My hair. What the heck? This woman is intoxicating. Absolutely intoxicating. With a change in attire, how could she look so stunning? Has the seal been broken? No, that is not the point. The crux of the matter is, why are you here? How do you know Shin Qingwan? Sister Qingwan, Qin Yuchu's heart races wildly, but thankfully, her recently acquired expression management skills are holding up well. Oh, just delivering food. Shin Qingwan affectionately links her arm with Qin Yuchu's, calmly glancing back at the swiftly departing Fu Hang. This man, aside from his background, truly has no flaws. That royal vest he has worn numerous times now appears particularly appealing. Delivery? Qin Yuchu tilts her head slightly. Looking at the meal box in Shin Qingwan's hands, this box is certainly not a typical takeout container. Lawang's soup dumplings, would you like to try some? Shin Qingwan shifts her steps, gently pulling Qin Yuchu's gaze away from Fu Hang's retreating figure. Sure. Qin Yuchu beams, her eyes sparkling. Then let us head to my office. You're looking beautiful today, Yuchu. Those glasses suit you perfectly. The prescription has increased, so I got a new pair. And your silk scarf is lovely as well. It must have been your previous hairstyle causing all the fuss, obstructing your vision significantly. Today's hairstyle looks exquisite. Your boyfriend must be utterly captivated by you. Shin Qingwan subtly lowered her head, her gaze falling upon Qin Yuchu's wrist, adorned with the bracelet she had gifted her the previous week. Please, do not tease me, Qin Yuchu replied with a shy smile, turning her head slightly away. No denial? Shin Qingwan's heart fluttered. Could it be true that she had a boyfriend? A pair of strikingly beautiful women strolled through the streets, drawing countless glances. Yet no one dared to approach them. After nearly speeding through 2 intersections, Fu Hang suddenly slammed on the brakes, sitting on the curb, drenched in cold sweat. What on earth was happening? Why was Qin Yuchu there? Hello? Lawyer Zhang? It's all settled? Oh, good. As long as it's all taken care of. I wanted to inquire about my company's name. What was it again? Yuanwood Trading? The one by Century Square? Oh, never mind. It's nothing. Sorry for the interruption. After hanging up the phone, Fu Hang was left in a state of bewilderment. Goodness. This was the most direct consequence of being negligent at work. Yuanwood Trading was indeed his company? He had placed Qin Yuchu in Shin Qingwan's firm? Wait, am I Shin Qingwan's boss? Damn. If Shin Qingwan were to find this out, how could I possibly face her? This was a recipe for disaster. With no time to ponder further, Fu Hang's hands trembled as he retrieved his phone, quickly searching for Qin Yuchu's number. Damn it. Qin Yuchu had definitely seen and recognized him. He could clearly recall the moment of shock and surprise, the conflict and hesitation in her expression. Just as Qin Yuchu was about to bite into a soup dumpling, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she swiftly answered the call. Hello? Qin Yuchu's voice was remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Shin Qingwan turned to pour coffee, her ears perked up. The moment the phone screen illuminated, she saw the caller ID. Boss, where are you now? Fu Hang's voice sounded frantic. I just arrived at the office. Having breakfast with the HR manager, Old Wang, at the soup dumpling place, Qin Yuchu replied, lowering her head, a smile gracing her lips, her voice barely above a whisper. The tone of her voice carried profound implications for Shin Qingwan. When a woman lowers her voice, particularly to such an extent, it can reveal a multitude of things. Shin Qingwan had mastered this skill at the tender age of 16. Such intimacy so early in the morning? Just arrived? Had they spent the night together? The detailed report of who she was with, even what they ate, was all too revealing. Their relationship was certainly extraordinary. Yet, the same words, no matter how softly spoken, struck Fu Hang's ears like a thunderclap. Did you see me just now? Fu Hang's voice trembled. Another soft murmur emanated from her nose. Shin Qingwan hesitated, holding the coffee pot, contemplating whether she should move closer when, by chance, Qin Yuchu looked up, offering a sweet smile. Shin Qingwan offered a benevolent smile as she calmly returned to her desk, pouring a cup of coffee for Qin Yuchu using a pink cat-themed mug. I warned you not to whisper carelessly, for it could shatter Fu Hang's heart. He is likely regretting his actions. Why indulge in hidden tasks? Isn't it delightful to simply enjoy a full attendance? Indeed, as the saying goes, greed leads to downfall. One must grow steadily and avoid reckless behavior, now. The guaranteed salary has vanished. I know what to do, so do not worry. Qin Yuchu glanced meaningfully at Shin Qingwan, her tone remaining placid. But please refrain from making unfounded statements. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, aware that Shen Qingwan was on the other end of the line, prompting him to contain himself. All right, I will call you later. Qin Yuchu ended the call. A boyfriend? Shen Qingwan arched an eyebrow, revealing a curious smile. Qin Yuchu met her gaze momentarily, only to smile in return. Hurry and eat. It will be unpleasant if it cools down. Shen Qingwan understood and swiftly changed the subject. I actually had breakfast already. I've heard so much about this place, but have never tried it, so I'm curious. Qin Yuchu, not one to be pretentious, directly picked up the food she had set down earlier. Then you must savor it, Shen Qingwan remarked warmly. One is sufficient. I cannot eat more. Nonsense. Try a few more, she urged. I might gain weight. Qin Yuchu frowned, and Shen Qingwan seized her persuasion. Weight gain is a taboo among women, especially during mealtime. Any encouragement is often taken with ill intent. Thank you for the breakfast, Qingwan. I must take my leave now, Qin Yuchu stated as she rose. Wait, Yuchu. This bracelet has a matching brooch. I remembered when I saw you wearing it today. Let me get it for you. Shen Qingwan quickly opened her drawer and retrieved a small gift box. It was originally a set. I forgot it the other day. And today is the perfect occasion for you to wear it. Shen Qingwan insisted, placing the small gift box into Qin Yuchu's hands. Holding the petite gift box, Qin Yuchu felt her brow relax as echoes of Professor Wang's wise teachings resonated in her mind. Thank you, she replied with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Chapter 13. What do you seek? Upon returning to her office, Qin Yuchu locked the door behind her and stood silently before the floor-to-ceiling window. From the 28th floor, she gazed down at Century Square, a perspective she had never experienced before. Alone in the enclosed space, Qin Yuchu reverted to her usual indifference, though a deeper sense of confusion and uncertainty lingered in her eyes. She did not rush to call Fu Hang. Instead, she stood quietly by the window, analyzing the information she possessed. There was no doubt that Mr. Fu was pursuing Shen Qingwan. The takeout box on the desk was the same one that Mr. Fu had held yesterday. Did he go to the school cafeteria to buy lion's head meatballs for Qingwan? Was she aware of Mr. Fu's true identity? It seemed unlikely, otherwise Shen Qingwan would not have abandoned him that morning to curry favor with an intern like herself. Mr. Fu wishes to keep his identity concealed from Shen Qingwan, otherwise he would not have exhibited such anxiety during their phone conversation. This unease cannot stem from a fear of Shen Qingwan discovering the nature of their relationship, which, in truth, does not warrant such trepidation from Mr. Fu. He harbors deep affection for Shen Qingwan, even going so far as to disguise himself as a delivery person to bring her dinner and breakfast, whether it be from Hanxiang University or Lao Wang soup dumplings. The distance to Century Square is considerable. That day at the milk tea shop, Mr. Fu was also clad in a delivery uniform, and it was precisely noon. Had he just finished delivering lunch during the midday break? One might question if he was akin to a lovesick admirer. Qin Yuchu's brow furrowed deeper. No, this is indeed the epitome of a lovesick fool. Shen Qingwan is aware that Mr. Fu is not truly a delivery person, as the meal boxes he brought were not packaged for takeout. So why the pretense? Was it merely for amusement? Qin Yuchu felt utterly perplexed. Despite her intelligence and the accolades she received from her teachers and professors, her limited life experiences had led her into uncharted territory. Must she resort to devouring romance novels? She had already acquired a wealth of knowledge in recent days. Stealing her thoughts, Qin Yuchu gradually opened the gift box in her hands, revealing a delicate brooch. As she carefully lifted it, an inconspicuous card fell out. Her gaze sharpened, and she momentarily lost her focus. Today, let us strive for excellence. Qingwan will always be stunning. Fu Hang. This was the bracelet Mr. Fu had given to Shen Qingwan. As Qin Yuchu caressed the bracelet on her wrist, a surge of fury welled up within her. How could Mr. Fu treat you so well while you, without even unwrapping the packaging, pass it on to another? In that moment, she yearned to remove the bracelet and return it to Fu Hang. Yet, after a brief pause, she meticulously pinned the brooch to her chest. Pouring herself a glass of water, she gradually emptied it, then pushed open the door and made her way to the tea room. Assistant Qin, hasn't the logistics team delivered water to your room? At the entrance of the tea room, Qin Yuchu encountered a slightly round-faced young woman. I just had some soup dumplings at Qingwan's place, and my mouth feels salty. I'm looking for something sweet to drink. I'm Qin Yuchu. She smiled at the other girl. I'm Wang Xiaowei from the marketing department. Let me fetch it for you. Would you prefer cola or juice? Wang Xiaowei was somewhat taken aback. She was a complete aesthetics enthusiast, and Qin Yuchu's attire today struck a chord within her. Moreover, The assistant to the president was considered part of the upper echelons of the company, and she had never been so close to someone in a high position. Young? An intern? An enigma? Nonsense. What did that have to do with her as a mere entry-level employee? The company had already changed owners. What relevance did it hold for her? Juice, please. Thank you. Qin Yuchu discreetly observed Wang Xiaowei, leaning back against the wall in a relaxed manner. Would you like me to open it for you? Wang Xiaowei's enthusiasm was unexpectedly warm. No, I can manage. I indulged a bit too much with the soup dumplings this morning, Qin Yuchu replied, slightly embarrassed as she accepted the juice. You share a close bond with Sister Qingwan. Your future seems promising, Wang Xiaowei cheerfully remarked. Is it because of that delivery person? Qin Yuchu's thoughts stirred, and she blurted out. You already know? Know what? I merely observed that they appeared quite familiar with one another. Qin Yuchu responded with a hint of skepticism. Oh dear, that is actually Sister Qingwan's fellow townsman. 15 minutes later, Qin Yuchu sat quietly in her office, a cup of juice untouched, its contents swirling within. Is this the world outside? A sudden wave of melancholy washed over her. Before stepping out, she had contemplated ways to assist Mr. Fu in courting Qingwan, despite her lingering confusion regarding the essence of role-playing. Yet at this moment, she began to grasp the significance of the delivery person's identity. But what does Mr. Fu truly seek? Young, handsome, gentle, considerate, and from a wealthy family, he shuns her when she approaches, yet willingly assumes the role of Qingwan's backup admirer? Is it for love? A steadfast devotion? Wouldn't it be simpler to declare his intentions openly? Though their interactions have been few, Qin Yuchu believed she could discern Qingwan's character accurately. Having grown up in a unique familial environment, Qin Yuchu's thoughts were astute and exceptionally sensitive. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, she had learned to comprehend many aspects of life from a young age. Her previous inclination to withdraw and conceal herself stemmed from this understanding. She was aware of her capabilities and the implications they carried, thus she was meticulous in deciding what to reveal and what to conceal. Fearful, she refrained from socializing. Yet she was not indifferent to the world. Rather, she was indifferent to herself. Through her thick lenses and bangs, she preferred to observe others discreetly, analyzing their thoughts and behaviors, a practice she had engaged in since her early years. They say fools enjoy a kind of fortune, while conversely, the intelligent often lead burdensome lives. The more intelligent one becomes, the more one comprehends. However, when understanding surpasses ability and change proves elusive, life can become quite arduous. A typical sophomore student would not declare that finance was not meant for someone like them. Qin Yuchu understood everyone around her, including the sociology professor who treated her as his own. Yet, she remained perplexed by the one man who unconditionally extended kindness towards her. What do you seek in helping me? Gradually raising her hand, Qin Yuchu reached for the phone on her desk. It was a new phone, costing over 6,000. Purchased just the previous night at the school gate. This is the visage you wish to embody. Just as her fingers grazed the device, the screen illuminated. Upon seeing the caller ID, a flicker of anguish crossed her eyes. Caller ID, mother. Her hand froze midair, and Qin Yuchu's gaze gradually dulled. Once, twice, thrice. Until the call ended, she never answered. Retracting her hand, she leaned wearily back into her ergonomic chair. This chair is indeed more comfortable than the benches at school. As her phone rang for the second time, Qin Yuchu didn't even glance at it. Instead, she remained quietly gazing at the ceiling, the surrounding space seemingly drifting away with each sound of the ringing phone. When the phone rang for the third time, she retained her position. It was only after this ring ceased that Qin Yuchu picked up her phone and directly dialed Fu Hang's number. Chapter 14. Heritage. The call was answered almost instantly. Qin Yuchu didn't even hear the ringing tone. Yet, oddly enough, once the call connected, neither party spoke. I feel it is necessary for us to meet, Fu Hang finally said after a long silence, his tone tinged with bitterness. The milk tea shop? Qin Yuchu responded calmly. I am here. Right now? Immediately. But I'm away from my post during work hours. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Listening to Fu Hang's voice, a smile blossomed on Qin Yuchu's face. A smile that was unprecedented and heartfelt. What does it matter? You're merely an intern who works 1 day a week, Fu Hang retorted, irritated. But I am the intern executive assistant, Qin Yuchu replied, her voice sounding quite innocent. Executive assistant? Fu Hang was taken aback. Yes. That is how it was arranged when I came in for onboarding that day. Was that what you instructed? The radiance on Qin Yuchu's face grew even brighter. What did I instruct? Get over here right now. Fu Hang hung up the phone abruptly. I only discovered an hour ago that I am the owner of this company. Had I known earlier, Would I have changed the executive assistant? They wouldn't even keep you for housekeeping. There was something off about this woman. It was absolutely unsettling. Fu Heng called upon the system in his mind repeatedly, followed by curses and then pleas for mercy. Yet the system remained unresponsive, as if it had frozen. As the door of the milk tea shop swung open, the radiant Qin Yuchu instantly captured numerous gazes. Enveloped by looks of awe and envy as she walked directly toward a delivery person and gracefully took a seat, the scene from the phone replayed itself. The two locked eyes yet remained silent. Isn't it inappropriate for a girl to sit there quietly? After a prolonged silence, Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. 2 cups of mango pomelo sago. Fu Heng gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. I feel as though you were toying with me. Who exactly are you? He voiced the deepest and most genuine question from his heart. A girl whose father is disabled, whose mother is gravely ill, and whose younger brother is still a child. Left all alone yet inadvertently rescued by a kind-hearted soul, Qin Yuchu gazed intently at Fu Heng, seemingly unafraid to meet his eyes once she removed her bangs and glasses. A stark contrast to her previous demeanor here. Do you believe that yourself? Fu Heng erupted in anger. Look at yourself now. Does that bear any relation to what you just said? Can you find even the slightest connection? I shall rephrase my narrative. I grew up in a household where my father, disabled yet addicted to gambling, and my mother, timid yet exhibiting a blatant preference for sons, bestowed upon me a rather tumultuous upbringing. Recently, I was deceitfully swindled by my biological father under the pretense of my mother's severe illness, resulting in a staggering debt of 350,000, compelling me, a second-year university student, to resort to selling myself to a wealthy patron in order to repay the debt. Qin Yuchu maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fu Heng's eyes. Fu Heng's expression faltered, surprise etched across his face as he regarded her. In the depths of her clear eyes lay a trace of concealed anguish, skillfully masked yet palpable. The nature of a sycophant is to keenly perceive such emotions. Fu Heng's professional instincts prompted him to question the veracity of her words. Was she truly speaking the truth? Suddenly, he felt unmoored, grasping his hair in a moment of frustration. His emotions were in disarray. Was this the unexpected turn of events the script had in store? I received a call from my father, claiming my mother was on the brink of death, requiring 50,000 for her surgery, and if I could not procure the funds, she would perish. Qin Yuchu finally lowered her head, narrating her tale with a dispassionate tone. As a second-year student, where could I possibly obtain 50,000? High-interest loans were my only recourse. It was a matter of life and death, perhaps due to my student status at Hanseong University, or perhaps due to the ease of borrowing. I transferred the money to my father that very day. He instructed me to focus on my studies, stating that the surgery required time to arrange, and he would notify me when to return. I called him daily, urging him, yet when the debt collectors arrived, he still did not summon me back. Eventually, I received a call, not asking me to return to assist, but rather to inform me that the initial surgery had failed, necessitating an immediate second procedure, this time requiring 200,000. Qin Yuchu slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes calm to the point of instilling fear in Fu Heng. Right here in this tea shop, I exceeded my target, securing 250,000. A sudden smile graced Qin Yuchu's face, yet to Fu Heng, it resembled a crimson carnivorous flower. After acquiring the funds, I booked my ticket, but just before my departure, my father remarked that the travel expenses were substantial and advised me against returning. Growing up in that household, I knew him all too well. Initially, my concern for my mother clouded my judgment. I feared her demise, yet I was rather astute. I called our neighbor, and as I suspected, my mother was not ill at all. My father had purchased a motorcycle. Qin Yuchu blinked, her smile growing ever sweeter. Do I look good when I smile? I used to shy away from smiling. The server brought the milk tea, and Fu Heng instinctively took it, attempting to insert the straw for Qin Yuchu. But his hands trembled, failing to do so several times. Did your parents ever consider how you would cope with a debt of 300,000? Fu Heng ultimately relinquished his efforts, directly pushing the milk tea and straw into Qin Yuchu's hands. I am a burden. The 30,000 dowry must have exceeded their expectations. Qin Yuchu accepted the milk tea, deftly inserting the straw and taking a small sip. It was sweet. 30,000 was all it took to sell you? Fu Heng felt as though his world had been shattered. He understood the harsh realities of life. But those were his biological parents, after all. Moreover, that sum of 300,000 was not merely a betrothal gift. If Qin Yuchu truly owed such a staggering amount in usury, what could she possibly face? His father must have harbored similar thoughts, believing they had sold themselves short. Fu Heng once again stood in a daze, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Yuchu. Thus, 3 days prior, he had received another call from his father. His exact words were, "I know that 30,000 must have come from some man. Do not undervalue yourself. You are a university student, young, beautiful, and academically accomplished. Asking for 100 or 180,000 is not unreasonable. If that man is willing to give you 30,000, he can certainly afford 100 or 180,000. As Qin Yuchu recounted this, a faint smile lingered on her face, occasionally sipping her milk tea. In contrast, Fu Hang's body began to tremble slightly. So, Fu Zong, would you be willing to part with that 100 or 180,000? My mother has been urging me again today, just before I came here. As she spoke, Qin Yuchu produced her call log, revealing 3 missed calls from her mother. Fu Hang fell silent, the unopened cup of milk tea in his hand slowly deforming until the seal burst and the tea splattered. With that squeeze. 68 yuan, my weekly allowance is gone, Qin Yuchu lamented, glancing wistfully at the spilled drink. Chapter 15. I wish it were so. Fu Hang could hardly recall how he exited the milk tea shop. Initially, he intended to tell Qin Yuchu to get lost, to go as far away as possible, but those words never left his lips. He had countless methods to navigate the world of tea artistry with finesse. Yet, when faced with her clear yet indifferent gaze, he found himself at a loss. As he departed, he managed to ask, "How can I assist you?" To which Qin Yuchu coolly replied, "You have done enough. I can manage on my own. I am quite intelligent, you know." Then, she removed her bracelet and brooch, saying, "This should belong to you." He cast a cold glance and responded, "If you wear it, it is yours." That day, Fu Hang took an unscheduled leave from work. Returning early to Yinshu No. 1, he languished in the vast bathtub for an extended period. As night fell, the ominous mechanical voice echoed in the silence. "Today's salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check your account." "Who the hell is Qin Yuchu?" Fu Hang erupted, springing from the tub and gesturing at the emptiness in rage. Yet, no matter how vehemently he cursed, the system offered no reply. The following day, the 15th day of the 9th lunar month, the lovesick Mu Xiu languished in bed throughout the day. Change was palpable. In the office building of Hanxiang University, Professor Wang, a sociologist, observed Qin Yuchu for an extended duration before calmly remarking, "You seem to have undergone some transformation." "I believe I have changed in some ways," Qin Yuchu replied, setting down her cloth and turning to flash a sweet smile. "I cannot assess your transformation, nor can I influence it. But I always hope you remain true to your original intentions," Professor Wang remarked, unaffected by her charming smile, his expression growing increasingly grave. "I am fully aware of my actions," Qin Yuchu stated, turning back to diligently wipe the table. "Could you tell me about your friend?" Professor Wang did not specify which friend. "I find him incomprehensible. Perhaps one day, when I understand him, I shall converse with you." Qin Yuchu did not turn around, but kept her head bowed. "Very well." Professor Wang ceased to speak. "It seems that your father has contacted the school, expressing concerns about your unreachability. Is this the reason you summoned me?" Qin Yuchu turned, standing quietly. "Indeed. Then today, you shall truly listen to my tale." Qin Yuchu tilted her head, smiling as she settled into the chair. An hour later, Professor Wang's eyes glistened with emotion, fixated on the girl before him, who remained composed throughout. "The more serene you appear, the more anxious I become. Your current state is precarious. External changes often reflect internal turmoil." Professor Wang's voice trembled, laden with concern. "Initially, I too was quite worried about myself." Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow. "And then I discovered I had friends. Professor Wang, and him." Qin Yuchu retracted her smile, speaking with utmost seriousness. "I am increasingly intrigued by your friend. It seems your relationship is not merely platonic." Professor Wang suddenly halted. "A sugar daddy?" Qin Yuchu, however, did not shy away from the implication. "It appears not." Professor Wang chuckled. "I rather wish it were." Qin Yuchu turned her gaze to the window. Last night's rain had left the ginkgo trees shedding their leaves in the chilly breeze. The next morning, Fu Hang stood helplessly beneath the Yuanbo trading building, feeling a profound sense of gratitude for a decision made long ago. Initially, fearing it would hinder Qin Yuchu's studies, he had insisted she work only 1 day a week. Kindness often receives unexpected rewards. Qin Yuchu had visited the company the day before, ensuring safety here for at least 3 days. The ride-hailing service was remarkably punctual. Fu Hang briefly considered that the driver might be infatuated, but fortunately, Shen Qingwan did not ride the same vehicle daily. Qingwan. Before Fu Hang could greet her, he noticed her gaze becoming increasingly vacant. "What's wrong?" Shen Qingwan paused, following Fu Hang's line of sight. Sister Qingwan. The graceful silhouette swayed in the morning breeze, radiating youthful vitality. Qin Yuchu nearly jogged over. Yuchu? Aren't you off work today? Shen Qingwan instantly overlooked Fu Hang. There's nothing pressing at school, so I came to the company. After all, the salary here is quite generous. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Her gaze confidently directed at Fu Hang, who was preparing to slip away. Fu Hang felt as though he might burst. He wished for a hole to hide in. But alas, breakfast remained in his hands, which Shen Qingwan had not taken. The goods were not delivered, but that doesn't count as clocking in. Hello. You must be Sister Qingwan's fellow townsman, right? Qin Yuchu politely greeted, revealing not a hint of suspicion. Fellow townsman? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shen Qingwan in confusion. Shen Qingwan silently cursed her misfortune, quickly gathering her thoughts. Ah, yes. Hello. Fu Hang merely cast a glance at Shen Qingwan and deduced the reason, hastily responding before she could react. In dealing with clients, Fu Hang was always diligent. A qualified admirer would never allow his goddess to feel uncomfortable. Shen Qingwan subtly cast a glance at Fu Hang, feeling a slight stir within her heart. To what lengths would this man go for her? Will you be bringing lunch to Sister Qingwan today? Qin Yuchu seemed oblivious to Shen Qingwan's momentary lapse. Her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang. Fu Hang turned his head, looking awkwardly towards Shen Qingwan. At this moment, an admirer must not overstep his bounds. Yet, what exactly does Yuchu intend? Why did Yuchu pose such a question? Shen Qingwan also sensed a hint of peculiarity and inquired with confusion. I heard from colleagues that being close to Sister Qingwan brings good fortune. I really enjoyed the soup dumplings from yesterday. So I was wondering if I could mooch again today at lunch? Qin Yuchu's smile bore a touch of playfulness, mingled with a hint of embarrassment. Fu Hang, will it be convenient for you at noon? Shen Qingwan's heart soared with delight, as she had been searching for an appropriate opportunity to engage. Convenient? Of course it is. What would you like to eat? Fu Hang responded with a look of astonishment, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. What can I say? As a mere employee, do I really have a choice? Yuchu? Shen Qingwan inquired enthusiastically. I'm easygoing. I'm not picky. I trust Sister Qingwan and Fu Hang, right? Then Fu Hang. Just bring whatever is convenient for you, and I'll reimburse you later, Shen Qingwan swiftly replied. You're not picky? What if I choose something you don't like? Thus, the role of Fu Hang came into play. Like it? That's my achievement. Dislike it? That's Fu Hang's failure to choose well. Well then, thank you. I'll give the money to Sister Qingwan later, Qin Yuchu said, linking arms with Shen Qingwan and waving goodbye to Fu Hang with enthusiasm. Fu Hang maintained a smile on his face, waving back slowly. What is this woman's nature? Does she change daily? Is her growth potential that high? Moreover, will I have to deliver 2 meals in the future? Given her tendencies, it is quite possible. System, come forth. If I work twice as hard, how can you justify paying me for only one? Chapter 16. This generation of admirers is lacking. Yuchu. Could you please take a look at this proposal? Shen Qingwan entered Qin Yuchu's office, holding a folder. I know nothing about it. Qin Yuchu hurriedly declined. It's the renovation proposal for the president's office. When the previous owner left, they took even the Wang Wali desk with them. It was originally meant for the president to select, but since he hasn't shown up, several proposals were prepared in the meantime. You see, I'm not sure about the president's preferences. Could you lend me your insight? Oh, I see. Qin Yuchu nodded. Accepting the proposal, Shen Qingwan smiled, her gaze profound. I feel that this and this are acceptable, but this one seems too outdated. However, this is merely my personal opinion. I can't be certain of the president's tastes. After thoroughly reviewing the proposal, Qin Yuchu felt compelled to clarify. In that case, I'll suggest they refine it further. Thank you. Your insights are invaluable. Shen Qingwan left with a smile. As the office door closed, 2 crescent-shaped smiles simultaneously graced the faces of the 2 women. Despite their youth, Shen Qingwan strode down the corridor with a breezy confidence, her smile growing ever more gentle. Qin Yuchu mentioned 2 viable proposals, one in a modern black and white aesthetic, the other in a soft cream tone, while dismissing the option of a vintage mahogany style. After taking a few steps, Shen Qingwan abruptly turned back, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yuchu's office. Indeed, she was enchanting. Earlier that morning, Fu Hang had noticed something peculiar in his gaze toward her. Unbeknownst to the 2 women, Fu Hang was seated once again in that tea house, occupying the same spot as before. He was at a loss as to why he had returned. By the time he realized it, he was already settled in. This marked the first time Fu Hang had uttered the name of a woman who was not a client since awakening his system. Which version of her is the true self? Initially timid and helpless, then self-deprecating yet resolute, followed by decisiveness and indifference. Now, why did she seem so whimsically unpredictable? If this escalated, would he be able to handle the consequences? And what of her family? 180,000? If that sum could resolve everything. Fu Hang would not hesitate to sever this troublesome entanglement. It was merely 10 days' worth of salary. But could he truly cut ties? A person like her, if granted 1 million, would soon desire 10 million. It was an endless abyss. If he became entangled, he would only sink deeper. After all, this was a family matter, concerning her biological parents. And what about him? Suddenly, Fu Hang jolted awake, a wave of dread washing over him. No, he ought to think about her. His fortune, his life, and his future happiness all rested in her hands. If she were to reveal his identity to Shenxing Wan, he would undoubtedly find himself unemployed in an instant. However, judging by the morning's interactions, it seemed she had no intention of divulging anything. What does this enigmatic woman truly desire? She refuses money. Could it be that she is after something else? Yet, she had accepted money before. With that thought, Fu Hang swiftly retrieved his phone and, after a brief hesitation, sent Qin Yuchu a message. Why did you come to the office today? I told you, there is nothing going on at school. With the company paying so much, I naturally want to perform well. A prompt reply. You're only a sophomore. Nothing going on? Do you think I've never attended university? Fu Hang felt a surge of irritation. Are you the top student in all subjects? His anger dissipated. Indeed, which teacher would mark attendance against a top student? With her presence, there would be extra pressure in class, fearing she might catch a mistake. Is your money holding up? Fu Hang shifted the conversation. It's almost spent. Another swift reply. Remember not to say anything inappropriate. Fu Hang swiftly transferred an additional 50,000, thinking of it as a favor for her earlier performance. Thank you, boss. Bowing emoji. Reading her message, Fu Hang felt a sharp pang in his heart, an unsettling breathlessness enveloping him. Are the little brats at school blind? The seal has been broken, yet there is no sign of life? This generation of sycophants seems lacking. While Fu Hang lamented the lack of perception courage. An execution among the boys at Hanxiang University. Qin Yuchu received a phone call. Hello, is this Qin Yuchu? The voice was remarkably deep and magnetic. Yes, who is this? Qin Yuchu held the phone away, earnestly recalling that the call was from Hanxiang University's short number, though it was an unfamiliar one. I am Lu Junkai, the vice president of the student council at the School of Finance. You may know me. I am your senior in the 4th year. The tone on the other end rose slightly. Oh, is there something you need? There was a noticeable pause, as if the speaker struggled to find the right words. Actually, I just happened to be at Professor Li's office today submitting some materials, and I got your number from him. Are you currently on campus? After a long silence with no response, Lu Junkai hastily inquired. No, I'm not. You didn't have class today? No. Will you be back for dinner? Have a pleasant day. I will hang up now. Thus, it seems the boys at Hanxiang University do possess some degree of execution. Glancing at her phone, Qin Yuchu was momentarily lost in thought. This was the second call she had received today, the first being from the president of the drama club. So, is this what you desire? Qin Yuchu gently caressed the bracelet on her wrist, a hint of amusement gracing her face. Bro, you're not really delivering packages, are you? A voice chimed in Fu Hang's ear. He turned in surprise, only to find it was the service attendant from the milk tea shop. Why not? Fu Hang shook his Real Madrid vest vigorously. Stop joking. I've been working here for 2 months, while you sit there all day. If you were delivering food, you'd have starved by now. You don't even do live streaming. You're not a food delivery influencer, the attendant analyzed with a mysterious expression. Then what do you think I'm wearing this for? Fu Hang chuckled, finding the young man rather amusing. To woo girls. The attendant raised an eyebrow. Oh, just said this generation of sycophants is lacking, but there are masters among the common folk? Am I right? The attendant observed Fu Hang's expression, a knowing look on his face. Stay low-key, how did you guess? Is it that hard to figure out? The girl from the day before. Like a fairy, post a picture online and she'd garner 1 million likes in no time, sitting next to you like a little wife. Another attendant joined in. And what about that student girl before? Although her hair and glasses obscured her face, she surely had a score of at least 90, the new attendant remarked with seriousness. Fu Hang found it peculiar. This must all be about Qin Yuchu. Bro, teach me a thing or two. The first attendant sat down opposite him, politely offering a cup of pure milk tea. Want to learn? Fu Hang's interest piqued. Finally, he could show off in a familiar arena. Such opportunities were rare. Of course, I've been going solo for 25 years. This is actually quite simple. Fu Hang cleared his throat and took a sip of the milk tea. Ugh. What tea is this? Free tea is indeed undrinkable. The woman, if she is inexperienced in the ways of the world, should be taken to witness the splendor of life. If she has traversed the complexities of existence, then a ride on the carousel would suffice. Truly, such wisdom is admirable. The waiter, upon careful comparison, noted the exquisite features of two individuals, a refined professional and a youthful student, and indeed, they seemed to align perfectly. So, do you comprehend what needs to be done? Fu Hang nonchalantly crossed his legs. The waiter, momentarily bewildered, pondered. One cannot merely spend their days on a carousel, can they? It is no wonder he remained single. Fu Hang sipped his milk tea and grimaced. How unpalatable. Has no sugar been added? Emotional value, my friend. What do women desire? They seek emotional value. One must first understand what she wants. If what you provide is not what she seeks, then what is the point? A chorus of astonishment erupted around him, and Fu Hang realized that all the waitstaff had gathered near him. Don't you all have work to do? Chapter 17. I will break his legs, did you not notice? The earliest arriving waiter asked, his expression one of disbelief. Notice what? Fu Hang responded, utterly perplexed. Since morning, you are the only customer. Just sitting here. This establishment is bound to fail. Another waiter chimed in. Indeed, it seems so, Fu Hang observed, noticing the absence of any other patrons. The owner is already preparing to close up. Just days ago, he advised us to seek alternative paths. Surely, it cannot be so dire. This milk tea is quite enjoyable. Barring this one. You just admitted you wouldn't drink it. Why do I feel as though you are insulting me? Signature mango sago, 68 a cup. Who but a fool would purchase it? You are indeed insulting. Wait, if this place closes, where will I buy mango sago? Shenqingwan adores it. She has ordered it 7 times this month. Is it truly so unsustainable? Fu Hang felt a sudden urge to advocate for the establishment. What is this place? Century Square. This shop spans 2 floors. Not to mention our salaries. How much is the rent each month? The foolish owner has already lost his shirt. Just days ago, he was considering selling, thinking others would share his folly. Actually, if someone were to take over, it might not be such a bad idea. Fu Hang hesitated, a thought flashing through his mind. The system? Mai Ching-wan enjoys this milk tea. If they are closing, could I not acquire the shop as an expense? Can it be accounted for? Proposal accepted. Reimbursement permitted. The system responded unusually swiftly this time. Who would be foolish enough to take on this mess? The waiter scoffed. Give me your boss's number. Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. What does it matter if I lose money? It's not my own funds being spent. Why did I not think of this sooner? Sitting here day after day is a strain on my back. Stop joking around, my friend. I am quite serious. Quickly. Provide me with the owner's number. Do you truly intend to take over this establishment? Closing is one thing. Transferring ownership is an entirely different matter. The waiter chuckled disdainfully, his demeanor shifting as he donned a delivery uniform, seemingly emboldened by the exchange. Who is joking with you? My phone rings. Fu Hang said, Lawyer Zhang. All right. It's the one at Century Plaza, Ganlu milk tea. Yes, the sooner, the better. All right. Thank you for your efforts. I'll await your news. After hanging up, Fu Hang cast a glance at the crowd. No need to assist me. I will have my lawyer contact him. The group of waiters stared at Fu Hang as if he were a fool, watching him leave. At 2 in the afternoon, the boss entered with a sharply dressed man, settling all employee wages on the spot and announcing the transfer of ownership of the milk tea shop. Accompanying Lawyer Zhang produced a new employment contract, and the agreement was signed immediately. The 3 waiters who wished to remain were informed that everything would proceed as usual, continuing operations even if only 1 cup of milk tea were sold in a day. At 4 in the afternoon, Fu Hang returned to the milk tea shop. With a grand gesture, he removed all the seating from the 2nd floor, installed a curtain, and set up a double bed inside. This is the life of a worker. From now on, I can clock in while lying down. Fu Hang stood at the entrance, brimming with confidence, a new layer to his persona. Still not off work? A melodious voice shattered Fu Hang's exuberance. He stiffly turned to see Qin Yuchu standing beside him. What do you mean by off work? I'm just a delivery person. He retorted. But you, isn't it too early for you to leave? Fu Hang flashed his tiger teeth. I can skip work today. Besides, I'm the executive assistant. My name isn't on the attendance sheet. Qin Yuchu smiled innocently. What exactly do you want? To buy milk tea? I have money now. I can afford it. How about treating you? I don't drink sweet beverages. Fu Hang was utterly speechless. Qin Yuchu shrugged nonchalantly and walked into the milk tea shop. 1 cup of mango pomelo sago. Are you sure you don't want any? Qin Yuchu turned her head, inquiring again. Isn't it 68 yuan? noticing Fu Hang's silence. She took out her phone to scan the code. Wait a moment. The waiter hurriedly interrupted. Huh. Qin Yuchu looked puzzled. Boss, are we charging for this? Fu Hang slapped his forehead in realization. Did you just buy the whole shop? Just because this was the first milk tea I ever had? Holding the mango pomelo sago. Qin Yuchu gleefully stood beside Fu Hang. You're overthinking it. But this shop has been operating at a loss, hasn't it? Qin Yuchu took a hearty sip, savoring the flavor. You know, when drinking through a straw, it's best to fill your mouth completely before chewing and swallowing. That's the real taste. No wonder Fu Hang always enjoys it this way. I have plenty of money. I'm just playing around. Fu Hang rolled his eyes at her. That's splendid. Now I can enjoy milk tea without spending a dime. Thank you, boss. Don't you worry at all? Fu Hang could no longer hold back. Having spent the entire morning fretting while she appeared completely unconcerned. Worried about my parents? Why would I? Isn't that a cause for concern? Not really. I haven't answered their calls for days. Qin Yuchu shrugged again, taking another large sip, this time overflowing a bit of creamy liquid from the corner of her mouth. Is this your so-called solution? Fu Hang stared in silence at the faint milky hue, his instincts urging him to retrieve the tissue he always carried. Yet he resolutely restrained himself. From my understanding of their dynamics, they would soon be arriving in Han City, and this was no trifling sum. Qin Yuchu winked at Fu Hang. They are coming to Han City? Fu Hang paused, his brow furrowing. It should happen in a day or two. Don't worry. I can handle it. Hand me your phone. Fu Hang's voice turned icy. Qin Yuchu complied without hesitation, promptly passing him the phone and even thoughtfully unlocking the screen. Fu Hang swiftly scrolled through the device. What do you need their photos for? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, observing as Fu Hang sent a group photo to his own phone. If I encounter them on the road, I'll make sure to break that fellow's good leg. I'm quite capable of that. Fu Hang shot a fierce glare at Qin Yuchu before returning the phone. At 7 in the evening, Fu Hang drove his vehicle around Han City University twice before stopping outside a finance company. What business do you wish to conduct, sir? The establishment was chaotic, and the receptionist appeared rather unprofessional. Fu Hang nodded. This was indeed the place he sought. Suddenly pausing, he seemed to recall something. Is there a bald man here? About this tall, with a head of this size? Fu Hang gestured with his hands. The receptionist smirked. Who describes someone like that? And is this description of long ago? Just as he was about to scold, a series of loud knocks on the door interrupted. Both Fu Hang and the receptionist turned to see a thug half slumped against the wall, fervently banging on a door. This person looked somewhat familiar. Was he the third one who had flown away? Knock it off. The bald man who burst through the door, choking on his own saliva, looked at Fu Hang in terror. Chapter 18. The scholar lacks no knowledge gaps. Is it really you? What a coincidence. A strange smile crept across Fu Hang's lips. I always say that kindness will yield rewards in the most unexpected ways. That initial act of mercy has spared me countless troubles today. Big brother? The bald man trembled, hesitating to approach. Relax, I'm here to discuss a business deal. Come over. Fu Hang casually settled onto a sofa. All right. The bald man obediently took a seat across from him. Reflecting on that day's events, he grew increasingly alarmed. This guy and Qin Yuchu clearly did not know each other at that time, yet he casually tossed out 100,000. Could he be an ordinary person? What was most bewildering was that no one knew how those 5 had been thrown out. Don't be nervous. I truly am here for business. Your usual line of work. Fu Hang said as he pulled 2 IOUs from his pocket. Help me collect a debt. Everything you recover will be yours. Fu Hang glanced sideways at the bald man. Collect a debt? Her? The bald man's expression turned peculiar upon seeing the names on the documents. The 2 IOUs totaled 350,000. Borrower, Qin Yuchu. It's not her. It's from her parents. In the coming days, they will arrive in Han City. And if you remain vigilant around the school, you are bound to encounter them. Fu Hang spoke with an indifferent tone. And then what? The bald man hesitated to ask. Do I really need to teach you this? Fu Hang was taken aback. Come on, you're in this line of work, right? How would a loan shark demand repayment from a sycophant? My role is merely to deliver the money. No, that's not what I meant. What if we can't collect? If you can't collect, then you must be assertive. In short, whatever you can acquire is yours. How much you manage depends on your own capabilities. Fu Hang displayed a look of disappointment, questioning the competence of today as ruffians. Were you merely acting in front of Qin Yuchu that day? But didn't the big sister say to just intimidate them and send them away? The thug who had knocked on the door instinctively spoke up. Fu Hang turned in surprise. The group of thugs exchanged glances. Big sister? Fu Hang probed. The men nodded in unison. Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang frowned. They nodded again. She was here? Last night, came the bald man's succinct reply, as he pulled 2 IOUs from his pocket. Fu Hang took them, comparing them with the ones on the table. Damn it, they are identical. Are you relying on being the original author? Thinking you can write the original draft whenever you like? An IOU cannot exist in duplicate. You now owe me 700,000. This is the 2,000 labor fee given by the big sister. Seeing Fu Hang's expression fluctuate, the bald man quickly pulled out 2 stacks of cash and respectfully placed them on the table. Good heavens. So this is where the money has been spent. Fu Hang grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration. So, whose orders are we following? The thug who knocked on the door seemed obstinate, possibly due to an improper stance that disrupted his mental balance. Follow the older brother's lead. The bald man stood up and playfully tapped his forehead. Yes. If you can't collect, then be assertive, but be cautious and avoid breaking the law. I trust you understand the implication. They likely don't have money. Since it's intimidation, let us go all in. Fu Hang pondered for a moment, his expression darkening again. Such individuals, if not dealt with decisively, would soon return. As for how these people would handle professional matters, it was best left to the professionals. Understood, the bald man nodded earnestly, a newfound clarity in his mind. Yet his demeanor grew increasingly reserved. This is the father-in-law we're dealing with. Shouldn't we be more cautious? Also, do not inform Qin Yuchu that I have visited you. On his way back, Fu Hang felt a sense of unease after contemplating all night. He believed he had devised the optimal solution, feeling quite pleased with himself, only to discover that Qin Yuchu had visited the previous night. He truly could not comprehend the world of the academically gifted. Did she have blind spots in her thinking? How many brains did this woman possess? Isn't it said that those with ample bosoms lack intelligence? At 8:45 the following morning, Shen Qingwan gracefully descended from the ride-hailing vehicle. But the scene before her left her utterly astonished. In that familiar corner, the conspicuously bright Real Madrid jersey remained a striking sight. Yet standing beside Fu Hang was Qin Yuchu. It appeared that the two were engaged in amiable conversation. Sister Qingwan? Upon seeing Shen Qingwan alight from the vehicle, Qin Yuchu was the first to wave in greeting. Why are you back at work today, Yuchu? Shen Qingwan hurried forward, her gaze immediately drawn to the food container in Qin Yuchu's hands. Since there's nothing to do at school, I thought I might come to the office to learn more. Qin Yuchu replied with a sweet smile. Qingwan, here's your breakfast. Fu Hang, wearing a professional smile, extended the meal box towards her. Shen Qingwan accepted it, and upon inspection, it was indeed identical to the one in Qin Yuchu's possession. Instantly, a peculiar and unfamiliar sensation surged within her. I feel bad for having to constantly ask Sister Qingwan to transfer money. It's such a hassle for her. Now that I've added Fu Hang as a friend, even if Qingwan isn't around, I can still indulge in delicious food, Qin Yuchu said, her bright eyes sparkling as she playfully pouted at Fu Hang. Shen Qingwan's expression turned odd, her emotional control nearly slipping as the strange feeling intensified within her. It was akin to discovering that a pair of slippers left at the door had been taken by someone else. Sister Qingwan wouldn't mind, would she? Of course not. I would be immensely grateful that you can help take care of him. Let's hurry inside. The elevator will be crowded soon. Shen Qingwan abruptly regained her composure, responding gently while casting a deep glance at Fu Hang. That look, imbued with a blend of teasing and shyness, conveyed warmth yet bore a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction. Be careful on the steps. Fu Hang responded sufficiently to her gaze, the corners of his mouth betraying his inner guilt and unease. Something felt amiss. He still harbored the sensation of earning a single salary while juggling 2 jobs. This was a staggering loss of 6 million for a month of perfect attendance. Was Qin Yuchu truly not lacking in any subject? Her tea ceremony skills were remarkably high as well. Shen Qingwan found her breakfast quite unpalatable. The porridge was excessively salty, and the pork in the egg pancake was possibly not fresh, with the addition of cilantro. Who eats cilantro this early in the morning? She unceremoniously discarded the meticulously chosen meal box into the trash, wiped her mouth, touched up her makeup, and swiftly grabbed a folder from the table, heading directly towards Su Chang's office. Mr. Su, here is the team-building proposal you requested, which requires your signature for confirmation. If you find it satisfactory, I can send out the notification. After knocking on the door of the vice president's office, Shen Qingwan maintained her warm smile. I've reviewed the proposal previously. It seems fine. Just leave it here, and I'll sign it and send it back to you shortly, Su Changha replied with a steady nod. It had been 2 months since the company changed hands. Although everything appeared normal on the surface, beneath it, sentiments were unsettled, especially with the new president's prolonged absence. At such a juncture, enhancing team cohesion was of paramount importance. Then I shall proceed immediately. Wait, no rush. Please take a seat. Su Changhe suddenly raised his hand, gesturing towards the sofa before him. Certainly, Shen Qingluan replied calmly, turning to close the office door. Recently, you have been quite close to Assistant Qin. Any news? Su Changhe, who had personally promoted Shen Qingluan, directly inquired without any preamble. At this stage, she could be considered his confidant, and he had a clear understanding of what this woman truly desired. He was unperturbed by any ulterior motives you might have. Are you referring to the new president? Shen Qingluan slightly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, Su Changhe neither confirmed nor denied. She must be quite young. Assistant Qin is likely her boyfriend or lover. Shen Qingluan hesitated for a moment before expressing her assessment, just as Su Changhe surmised to Shen Qingluan. Su Changhe remained her support within the company until her plans came to fruition. Upon hearing this, Su Changhe nodded, finding it consistent with the information he had discreetly gathered from Lawyer Zhang. What is your opinion? That Assistant Qin is not as simple as she appears on the surface. An image from the morning suddenly flashed through Shen Qingluan's mind. Here I am planning to entice your president, and you have already set your sights on my delivery boy? You do not even spare a delivery person? Shameless. Oh, what do you mean? Su Changhe raised an eyebrow. The internship agreement clearly states that she only needs to work 1 day a week, yet she has been coming to the office almost every day. Shen Qingluan pondered briefly, beginning to articulate her thoughts. If she is the president's girlfriend, the future first lady, that would not be surprising. I previously gifted her a bracelet as a token of our first meeting. It was not particularly valuable, merely worth a little over 1,000. Yet she wears it every time she comes to the office. Oh? Su Changhe raised an eyebrow. Even today, she has visited the office 5 times. And although her outfits vary each day, today she wore the same pants as during her first visit. However, all her clothing consists of ordinary brands, and the total value does not exceed 2,000. What do you imply? Since Lawyer Zhang personally brought her over, it is evident that her relationship with the president is significant. Her behavior suggests she is deliberately concealing her abilities and attempting to ingratiate herself. Shen Qingluan offered her analysis. The girlfriend of the president of Yuanhua Trading would not lack jewelry or branded clothing. It is simply that she does not wish to attract too much attention and is eager to establish rapport with the staff. Your analysis is not without merit. Has she taken any actions since joining the company? Su Changhe's brow furrowed deeply as he instinctively reached for a cigarette. There has been nothing significant. Aside from occasionally walking around the office, she mostly stays in her own office, and the documents sent to her have gone unanswered. I suspect she may not even have looked at those files. Not involved in any matters? Su Changhe's hand, still holding the cigarette, began to tap rhythmically on the table. Either she was simply a passive observer from the beginning, or this woman has grand ambitions. How could a mere sophomore possess such poise? Shen Qingluan instinctively spoke, the morning scene still vivid in her mind. Just a sophomore? Su Changhe suddenly scoffed, rummaging through a drawer before tossing a folder onto the table. This is the information I obtained from Seoul University. Please examine it carefully. Qin Yuchu. Shen Qingluan, filled with suspicion, took the document and was immediately taken aback by the photograph it contained. It was a full-body shot of Qin Yuchu, her hairstyle and the black-framed glasses reminiscent of their first encounter. However, the faded beige shirt and the worn collar offered no concealment of her circumstances. The tracksuit she wore appeared to be her high school uniform. It would be an understatement to say her family background was merely humble. It was indeed tragic. Over the past year, she had relied almost entirely on scholarships and financial aid for her sustenance. At school, apart from a few teachers who taught her, she scarcely interacted with anyone, let alone boys. Even among girls, she was isolated. Su Changhe explained gravely. This is simply unbelievable. Shen Qingluan found it impossible to reconcile the pitiful girl depicted in the documents with the radiant urban beauty she had encountered that morning, who had effortlessly dazzled her. Look further down, Su Changhe remarked, a hint of disdain in his tone. Top of her class? National College Entrance Examination Champion? Shen Qingluan was astonished once again. The person I consulted praised her highly, mentioning that, were it not for institutional restrictions, the school might have even considered allowing her to apply for direct graduate studies. However, it is certain that she will secure a place for postgraduate studies, and perhaps even a direct doctoral program. Su Changhe's gaze held a deeper meaning as he looked at Shen Qingluan. Is she being supported by the CEO? Shen Qingluan, as anticipated, quickly interpreted Su Changhe's expression in light of the information. Well, it seems you know how to proceed. Su Changha extinguished his cigarette, a flicker of barely concealed regret passing through his eyes. Initially, he had hoped to grow closer to this subordinate he had nurtured. But it appeared that one must sacrifice the lamb to catch the wolf. But Su, the new CEO, has yet to make an appearance. Shen Qingwan was aware that Su Changha had seen through her thoughts, yet he evidently showed signs of encouragement, prompting her to abandon her reservations. This is the collaboration agreement with Tianyu. According to company policy, the amount exceeds my authority as the executive vice president. Please take it to the CEO for signature. Suddenly, Su Changha chuckled, producing another document. But where am I supposed to find the CEO? The CEO's assistant must know his whereabouts, right? He continued, it is indeed perplexing. Here I am, an executive vice president in a company of this scale, and I don't even know the name of our CEO. Who would believe that? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingwan felt a surge of joy within her. She understood that Su Changha was creating an opportunity for her. Yet, at the same time, it was a task to assess whether she could indeed rise to the occasion. If she failed to accomplish this, Su Changha might very well entertain other thoughts. All right, Su. I will certainly fulfill the task. A smile blossomed on Shen Qingwan's face, her sweetness and confidence unmistakable at that moment. I believe you can do it. By the way, you might also consider inviting the CEO to the company's weekend team-building event. As the new owner and sole proprietor, it would be beneficial for him to inspire the employees. Indeed, I shall extend a sincere invitation on behalf of the company. Stepping out of Su Changha's office, Shen Qingwan felt invigorated. The morning's minor discomfort completely dissipated. Fu Hang, if you desire him, he shall be yours. However, your benefactor is one I shall graciously accept. After years of navigating the tumultuous waters of this industry, Shen Qingwan has become quite seasoned. In truth, aside from Fu Hang, there are numerous other prospects in her pool. She is keenly aware of her strengths and adept in her strategies. A penniless girl? Huh. Chapter 20. Not so much needed. You busy, Yuchu? Shen Qingwan bypassed her office and headed directly to the president's assistant's office with documents in hand. No, what could I possibly be busy with? I may well be the most idle person in the entire company. Qin Yuchu lifted her gaze from the computer, revealing a gentle smile. Just in time. This is our proposal with Tianyu, along with the cooperation agreement. This project is the largest deal of our quarter, involving an amount exceeding 30 million. With projected profits reaching 12 million. Whether everyone feasts or merely sips soup by the year's end hinges on this project. Shen Qingwan deftly maneuvered around the desk, affectionately leaning against the armrest of the office chair as she spread out the documents. Subtly, she glanced at the computer screen. A period drama? Shen Qingwan felt a flicker of surprise. This show is currently a sensation, reputed for its actors' stellar performances, deemed textbook-worthy. Moreover, its narrative logic is meticulously crafted, particularly in its portrayal of palace intrigues, capturing and interpreting human nature with remarkable precision. A marketing account even claimed it to be a manual for tea artists. She couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, a penniless girl, bestowed with such substantial support from her benefactor, yet she merely uses it to indulge in television dramas? I am aware of this project. The marketing department has forwarded the information to me. Qin Yuchu replied calmly, her eyes fixed on the documents. You know nothing. Shen Qingwan inwardly cursed. If it weren't for the necessity of conveying the project's significance to you, I would have truly preferred to refrain from explaining. Well, that's good. The utilization of this funding has exceeded Vice President Su's authority, hence it requires the President's personal signature for confirmation. As you can see, I have been unable to reach the President. You must have his contact details, correct? Shen Qingwan's smile radiated warmth, her hair neatly styled, exuding professionalism. Yes. Then please hand me the documents. I will call him shortly. Qin Yuchu blinked, interrupting Shen Qingwan's subsequent words. Don't worry about Tianyu. It's a rare opportunity for me as an assistant to showcase my capabilities. I will certainly fulfill the task, otherwise I would feel embarrassed to accept the company as salary. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Yuchu stood and gently ushered Shen Qingwan towards the exit. Sister Qingwan, you carry on with your own matters. I will personally deliver it to you once I have it sorted. As the door closed, Qin Yuchu stifled a laugh, while outside. Shen Qingwan's smile froze, her eyes glinting with cold intensity. Boss. As soon as the call connected, Fu Hang was taken aback by a languid and teasing voice. He rolled over in bed on the second floor of a milk tea shop, earnestly checking the caller ID, which read, Qin Yuchu? Just a moment ago. He experienced a peculiar sensation akin to that of Daji calling out to her king by the bedside. Are you unwell? Fu Hang felt a chill run down his spine. No, I merely have something to discuss with you. Her voice grew increasingly sultry, sending shivers down Fu Hang's back. Speak properly, Fu Hang admonished sternly. Yes, the project department, Human Resources, and Marketing Department have jointly issued a statement. By the end of this month, the company will enter into a strategic cooperation agreement with Tianyu Group. This collaboration will involve stop. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Are you speaking in a broadcast tone? Qin Yuchu. Is there anything you cannot do? The line fell silent, as Yochu's propensity for compliance remained unwavering. What exactly do you wish to convey? This collaboration will continue to focus on the company's broadcasting tone. Get to the point. Fu Hang lowered his head, despair evident on his face. There is a document that requires your signature. At last, her tone returned to normal. Why must I sign? Because Vice President Su Changhe lacks the authority. Can you sign on my behalf? Fu Hang was momentarily speechless. It was just a trivial part-time job, yet it entailed so much. Without this company, would there be so many complications? Do you think Su Changhe refrains from signing for no reason? Fu Hang fell into silence. Are you still at the milk tea shop? Shall I come to find you? Wait, Fu Hang was about to respond. What other options do I have? When suddenly a thought struck him. A signature? If I sign my name, won't Shen Xingwan see it? What is the point? Don't bother coming. Just sign for me, Fu Hang replied in a surprisingly flat tone. The authorization for the boss's signature is involved. Do you truly believe I am uneducated? Fu Hang, agitated, abruptly hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Qin Yuchu received a presidential signature authorization letter personally, sent by lawyer Zhang from the legal department. Staring at the complete, meticulous, and legally binding document on her screen, her gaze momentarily lost focus. Signature authority? How does this differ from handing the company over to me? If managed properly, this authority could even be used to sign on the equity change agreement. Why do you trust me so implicitly? What do you seek? 10 minutes later, Qin Yuchu knocked on Su Changhe's office door. Good day, President Su. Sister Qingluan is here too. Perfect timing, as I sought you earlier but found you absent. So I came directly to President Su. President Su, here is the agreement with Tianyu. Qin Yuchu confidently placed the document on the desk. Is it signed? Su Changhe was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Qin Yuchu nodded with a smile. The two exchanged glances, surprised at the quick turnaround. Could it be that the president was nearby? Or perhaps concealed within the company? Su Changhe eagerly opened the document, but upon seeing the signature, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Assistant Qin, you may not yet realize, but this signature requires the president's personal endorsement, Su Changhe patiently explained. I understand, but the president has authorized me. The legal department has completed the process. Wasn't a copy sent to you? If not, why don't you verify? Qin Yuchu stood quietly, awaiting a response. The scene descended into an eerie silence. Shall I take my leave then? Qin Yuchu inquired softly, peering at the two who were lost in thought. Oh, yes, yes. Su Changhe mechanically nodded, his gaze still fixated on the signing of the document. The handwriting was rather commendable, a distinct signature of the boss, Su Daji. Speak properly. Fu Hang, squeezing into the snack street to queue for today's lunch, felt a shiver run down his spine at the exclamation of boss. The task had been accomplished with precision and clarity, delivered in a resonant broadcast tone. I've played this joke before. Are you really buying lunch? He asked. What do you think? Fu Hang's forehead glistened with sweat. Is it Lanzhao ramen? Wasn't that your order? Does Shen Qingluan also indulge in Lanzhao ramen? Fu Hang fell silent again, as Shen Qingluan had indeed ordered kelp and pork rib soup. So why am I here? I've grown accustomed to this. Without any salary. You are a financial burden. Fu Hang blurted out instinctively. My mother has always said the same. He fell silent once more. Do you want scallions and cilantro? Yes, add a portion of beef and 3 drops of spicy oil. His voice was bright and cheerful, devoid of any sorrow. I truly concede to you. You didn't call just to add another serving of beef, did you? The Human Resources Department of the company has decided, after thorough deliberation, to organize a team-building camping trip to Chiafeng Mountain Scenic Area this weekend, as announced in a broadcast tone. This joke isn't amusing. Get to the point. The company invites you to join the team building. Camping? Do you think I would attend? Fu Hang, holding the phone, gestured towards the ramen on the menu and then pointed at the beef, signaling a quantity of 2 with his fingers. The entire company will be there. That's your entire company. But you are the boss, aren't you? The company belongs to you, wholly and entirely. Should I gift the company to you? Bring the equity agreement, and I shall sign it right away. I wouldn't require that much for a sponsorship. The voice across suddenly grew somber. All right. I must make the payment now. The bustling environment made it difficult for Fu Hang to catch the last words. He hung up and scanned the payment code. Gazing at his phone, Qin Yuchu became lost in the view outside, the Century Square situated in the heart of the city, its bustling vibrancy evident. Shouldn't you be buying me a house by now? She mused, biting the tip of her pen, her expression drifting into a reverie. Chapter 21. Missing a day. I will compensate myself during lunchtime delivery. Fu Hang unexpectedly spotted Shen Qingwan, who was waiting at the entrance earlier than usual. Qingwan, why have you come down so soon? I was just about to message you, Fu Hang expressed, astonished, his face unable to conceal his delight. Why are you so kind to me? Shen Qingwan did not take the food box but merely gazed silently at Fu Hang, her eyes like autumn waters, creating ripples of emotion. Fu Hang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, yet a significant question arose in his heart. Wait a minute. Considering the time. Isn't it too early for your shift? Am I miscalculating the timeline? Was the previous rhythm just fine? Your sudden acceleration has me struggling to maintain the pace. Shen Qingwan chose not to utter another word, her gaze fixed intently upon Fu Hang, as if she sought to penetrate his very soul through his eyes. Searching for the answers that lay deep within her heart, her eyes began to glisten, resembling stars shrouded in mist, brimming with profound emotion. Well, the play has ended. And your feelings have reached this peak. How am I to respond? With such a setup, if I do not embrace you now, I shall truly be at a loss. Qingwan, a voice called from behind, causing Shen Qingwan to startle, her body trembling as she lowered her head, wiping away the tears that had begun to spill from her eyes. I'll head up first. Please pass this to Yuchu for me. Without waiting for Fu Hang's response, she seized the food box and hurried towards the elevator. Well, who would have thought you were hiding here? I thought today would at least bring forth some contribution from you. You've made progress. Your expressions are quite natural, especially the subtle nuances. Yet, the rhythm is still off. Isn't it? Yesterday's score was 6,732. Let us not see an increase today. The system's hard metrics dictate that a favorability rating below 25 signifies failure in the pursuit. Above 90 indicates success. Regardless of the outcome, there will be a reckoning. The difference lies in the penalties for failure, though Fu Hang has yet to experience them. Likewise, he has never reaped the rewards of success. The previous targets had all established relationships with others midway, resulting in premature settlements. Yuchu, your ramen. Shen Qingwan pushed open Qin Yuchu's office door, cheerfully placing the food box on the desk. Instead of leaving, she casually pulled up a chair and sat beside her. Thank you, Sister Qingwan. I was just thinking of heading down to get it myself. Are you having Lanzhao ramen today? Shen Qingwan asked seemingly nonchalantly. Wow, and it's separated from the broth. Has Fu Hang always been this thoughtful? Qin Yuchu did not answer Shen Qingwan's question but directly opened the food box. Is he doing well? Shen Qingwan's expression became slightly uneasy. So much meat. It seems like they've added 2 portions. Shen Qingwan glanced over, her smile returning. How extravagant. Back in school, I only dared to eat vegetarian noodles. Qin Yuchu broke apart her chopsticks and took a generous bite of beef. Why is that? Because I was poor. Qin Yuchu lowered her head and sipped the soup. Shen Qingwan looked up in surprise, only to find Qin Yuchu engrossed in her meal, her expression betraying no unusual signs. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Fu Hang received an unexpected phone call amidst his plans. Big brother? The voice on the other end was exceedingly respectful. Baldy? Fu Hang's eyes narrowed as he rolled off the bed. Over the past 3 years, he had considered this bubble tea shop to be his most successful investment. You can call me along. Has the person arrived? Fu Hang bypassed the unnecessary pleasantries. They arrived last night. Where are they? They're being held. We intercepted them right at the train station, ensuring they didn't get close to the school. Well done. Thank you. Fu Hang exhaled deeply. Although the plans had been set in motion, a sense of unease still lingered in his heart. He was acutely aware of the commotion such individuals could cause once they arrived at school. There was a matter I felt compelled to report. The bald man hesitated suddenly. Was there an unexpected turn of events? I cannot ascertain whether it qualifies as a surprise. However, we detained someone yesterday, and, after brandishing the IOU, it appeared that the elderly couple quickly capitulated, having evidently endured much. Did they pay up? Fu Hang scoffed inwardly at such scum. There was no money. Rather, this morning, as we intended to intimidate them further, they suddenly claimed that the elder sister was not their daughter and had no relation to them. What? That is preposterous. Fu Hang was taken aback. Initially, we shared that assumption. We had encountered such tactics before. Thus, we compelled him to produce proof. The bald man's tone grew increasingly peculiar. Did they provide it? Fu Hang sensed something was amiss. They did. A call was made. And a neighbor pried open their lock, retrieving it from a cupboard. Then they sent a photo. What was it? An adoption certificate. They asserted that the elder sister was a child they found, only 6 months old at the time, and later obtained the documentation. Was it verified? It was. I had my associates leverage connections to confirm with the pertinent authorities, which is why there has been a delay. Fu Hang suddenly felt a weight lift from his chest. This creature was indeed despicable. But even if she was not biologically theirs, they had raised her for over 20 years, hadn't they? In that moment, he viscerally grasped the gravity of Qin Yuchu's sentiment regarding the heavy bias towards sons over daughters. How had she endured such an upbringing? Was Yuchu aware of this? Fu Hang swiftly regained his composure. No, I wanted to inform you as soon as I had news. Inform her later. After much contemplation, Fu Hang coldly declared, the sooner we sever ties with such a creature, the better. It could be seen as a form of liberation. Very well, then let these two go. Ah? Oh, all right. I will make arrangements shortly. Then, have someone follow them until they return to their hometown. I want them imprisoned. Ah? The bald man's tone noticeably heightened. Is that feasible? Fu Hang's voice was chillingly cold, sending a shiver down the bald man's spine even through the phone. Imprisonment is not an issue. Individuals like them can easily be sent away, even without contrived schemes. But for how long? The bald man diligently calculated the feasibility of the execution plan. 10 years. I will give you 1 million. For every day less, I will serve the remainder myself. The bald man responded with unusual decisiveness. You simply need to follow them. I will have a lawyer contact you, providing professional sentencing recommendations. After the call ended, Fu Hang lingered at the milk tea shop, waiting until today's salary was credited. Once the staff finished cleaning and departed, he remained, still unable to wait for the person he had anticipated. Before him lay a sealed cup of Yangji Ganlu, untouched. Chapter 22. Hand in hand at 8:45 in the morning, Fu Hang committed his first breach of professional decorum in 3 years. As he searched for Qin Yuchu, Shen Qingwan shot him a frosty glare, her eyes brimming with jealousy, her expression a mixture of sincerity and pretense. What? This is impossible. Fu Hang awkwardly lowered his gaze, his mind racing with alarm. What is wrong with me? How could I be distracted in front of a client? Although Shen Qingwan's favorability had increased by a point to 6,866 following yesterday's settlement, it was not enough for him to deliberately lower her approval. Given Shen Qingwan's standing, she still had a long way to go before she could reach 90. Fine, just give it to me. I'll take it to her, Shen Qingwan pouted. Snatching the food box from Fu Hang's hands, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, Fu Hang let out a long sigh. Mentally calculating how many points he might lose from this interaction, hoping it wouldn't be too severe. Falling below a certain threshold wouldn't affect the settlement, but it would impact his performance evaluation. He could not help but glance around again, still failing to spot that familiar figure. Perhaps she had gone to class today? Should he make a trip to the school or perhaps give her a call? After all, given what transpired yesterday, he assumed Baldy had conveyed the message to Qin Yuchu last night. No matter how resilient a person may be, she was still just a college girl. What am I even thinking? Qin Yuchu is not a client. What are you mumbling about? A voice startled him as he stepped into the milk tea shop. What are you doing here? Fu Hang's eyes widened in surprise. Dressed in her usual pristine white professional outfit, today her bangs were parted, framing her face and partially obscuring her eyes. She sat casually in the center of the tea shop, cradling a cup of milk tea and sipping it vigorously. Drinking milk tea. This flavor seems quite delightful. Qin Yuchu blinked and waved the cup of Mei Fei Se Wu in her hand. You should already be at work. Fu Hang pointed to the wall clock, which read 9:17. I only work 1 day a week, and I've already been here 3 days this week, Qin Yuchu said, her words slightly muffled by the pearls she was chewing. Then you should return to school for your classes. You ought to prioritize your studies. Don't risk not graduating. Fu Hang said sternly, plopping down in front of her. All this for the old Wang soup dumplings I went 7 streets to buy for you is a waste. I've finished all my senior courses and am just waiting for graduate school, she retorted. Even so, you must prepare well for the entrance exams. Fu Hang shot back, feeling defeated. Being a top student is impressive, isn't it? Do you know there's something called guaranteed admission? Fu Hang slumped his head heavily onto the table. You're free before noon, right? Qin Yuchu leaned over, resting her chin on the adjacent table. What do you want? Fu Hang turned his head away, facing the other direction. System? Just be straightforward. What does this girl lack? I'll tell her to change it. Accompany me to a place, Qin Yuchu said, blinking innocently. I'm at work, Fu Hang replied. Fu Hang let out a silent hum. Take out? Qin Yuchu remained still, her lively eyes scanning left and right. Milk tea. This shop is mine. Fu Hang straightened his posture. I know. That's why I Haven Tea paid for it. Qin Yuchu lifted the milk tea and took a hearty sip. Are we going or not? Where to? Fu Hang, exasperated, met her gaze. To bid farewell to the past. Qin Yuchu's voice was unusually calm. Fu Hang's pupils flickered. All right. He stood up. Yes, let us go here. Qin Yuchu smiled and pulled out her phone to send a location. Fu Hang glanced at his phone. It was a neighborhood near Hanqing University. They were locked up here? Let us go. My car is parked at the mall ahead. Fu Hang turned to walk out. No need to drive, just this. Qin Yuchu pointed to the electric scooter at the entrance. We'll take this. It 1T reach in less than 40 minutes. That's 2 hours round trip. Fu Hang hesitated. What did Chen Xingwan have for lunch? Qin Yuchu suddenly turned her head. She didn't mention it. Can we skip the delivery? Fu Hang turned back. Their eyes locking. There's no rule that mandates we must bow twice at dawn and dusk, or burn incense 3 times a day. However, Fu Hang had grown accustomed to it, having no other matters to attend to. Fine, 1 day less 1T matter. Fu Hang took a breath. There are still 6,866. Missing 1 meal 1T make a significant difference. Worst case, I can work late tonight. Oh yeah. Qin Yuchu joyfully bounced in place, then dashed towards the electric scooter. Effortlessly sitting on the back seat. Wait, I need to borrow a helmet. After borrowing a helmet from the milk tea shop as staff, and under their admiring gazes, Fu Hang mounted the electric scooter. There was a small interlude before getting on. When Fu Hang offered the borrowed helmet to Qin Yuchu, she stubbornly refused to wear it, insisting on wearing Fu Hang's instead. However, that helmet was a custom company yellow cap that Fu Hang had grown accustomed to, and switching colors felt awkward while riding. After several rounds of tugging, Fu Hang ultimately conceded, donning the helmet adorned with a lazy bear. The little electric scooter weaved through the urban clamor. Enveloped in the autumn ambience, the cool breeze mingling with falling leaves drifting through the air. Fu Hang's expression was serious and focused. He could not envision the scene that awaited him, nor dared to ponder it. He could only concentrate on riding. Acutely aware of the hand gently resting on his waist and the warmth against his back. Why is it so clever yet still so large? Just past 10 o'clock. Fu Hang stopped at the entrance of a residential complex as directed by the navigation, looking skeptically inside. It was a mid-range complex, reasonably well-equipped as it was near the university town. Here, Qin Yuchu dismounted and vigorously waved in a particular direction. A man in a suit approached swiftly upon noticing her. Fu Hang frowned. Does the bald man have such personnel among his ranks? Wouldn't it have been better to send someone more suitable for reception duties than to have such a person out in the field? Indeed. Every profession harbors its own specialized blind spots. Greetings, I am Qin Yuchu, and we have been in contact previously. Hello, Miss Qin. The newcomer furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze swiftly sweeping over the electric scooter, the Real Madrid vest, the yellow helmet, and finally landing on Qin Yuchu's face, whereupon he once again broke into a smile. Fu Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling a momentary pang of discrimination. The bald man's subordinate clearly needed to enhance his professional acumen. Should he remind this fellow how his 5 colleagues managed to ascend? Please, come in, room 909, building 12. Perhaps sensing the threat emanating from Fu Hang. The suited man acted with resolve. Let us go. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu grasped Fu Hang's hand, hastening to follow behind. Fu Hang's body instinctively stiffened. By heaven's grace. This marked his first, no, his third experience of being actively handheld by a girl. Chen Xingwan had done so once, as had client number 3. Yet those instances were fleeting. And at the moment their fingers brushed, Fu Hang could discern the purpose, significance, and emotional intent behind such gestures. But now, why did it feel so natural? Perhaps she was nervous? After all, they were about to confront a significant matter. Fu Hang reassured himself internally, tightening his grip on Qin Yuchu's hand. Chapter 23. House purchase. So, you dragged me here early in the morning to view a property? Fu Hang nearly roared these words within the confines of room 909. Building 12. What else could it be? Qin Yuchu replied innocently. Where are your parents? Fu Hang's eyes widened. How would I know? Aren't they your arrangements? Fu Hang was momentarily speechless. But they are your parents. Not biologically. What on earth are you doing here to view properties? Didn't you say you wanted to bid farewell to the past? To acquire a new home? To embark on a new life? Isn't that synonymous with leaving the past behind? Qin Yuchu tilted her head, appearing entirely self-evident. The real estate agent, sensing the situation, discreetly retreated to the balcony. He had witnessed similar scenarios and dialogues many times before. The girl's judgment and tactics, however, seemed somewhat lacking, if one were to fish. They ought to aim for a better quality catch. How much profit could one derive from a mere delivery person? It seemed she still lacked clarity regarding her own positioning. There's already a call. Should I introduce you afterward? The real estate agent perked up his ears, concocting his own little schemes in his mind. So, what do you think of this property? Do you like it? As long as you like it, that's all that matters. Fu Hang wearily sank onto the sofa. The apartment appeared quite appealing. Although it was a second-hand property, it was exquisitely renovated, nearly brand new, and the furnishings and appliances seemed well-maintained, likely indicating it was owner-occupied. With a north-south orientation, the two-bedroom, one living room layout approached 90 square meters, making each room appear spacious. For a family of 3, it was undoubtedly a remarkable value and quite comfortable. I really like it. Let us go with this one. Time to make the payment. Manager Liu? Qin Yuchu called out towards the balcony. What? I'm paying. Manager Liu was just about to enter when he overheard the conversation and discreetly stepped back. I have no money. I still owe you hundreds of thousands. Fu Hang chuckled. This apartment, although not located in the city center, is adjacent to the university town. It must be worth at least 20,000 per square meter, right? A total of nearly 2 million. Why should I purchase it for you? You are not even a client. Furthermore, gifting clients is an expense that can be accounted for, not a personal expenditure. What? Are you unwilling? A look of astonishment crossed Qin Yuchu's face. Manager Liu, what is the total price of this apartment? Fu Hang called out towards the balcony. Including all fees. It amounts to 2.01 million. If financed. Before he could finish, Fu Hang raised his hand to interrupt. Tilting his head and giving Qin Yuchu a look that said, Do you hear this? This is 2 million, not $2. Do you think it's just a cup of milk tea? Not to mention, the daily allowance for your meals comes out of my own pocket. Are you unwilling? Qin Yuchu's expression darkened. Is it strange that I am unwilling? The watch in Shen Qingwan's hand was a gift from you, right? I checked, it is valued at 157,000, a collectible, and its price has even appreciated. Are you threatening me? Fu Hang's eyelid twitched. Manager Liu was instantly struck by the gravity of the situation. Feeling guilty for his previous thoughts. Is this fellow a displaced resident? He mused. Young lady, keep going. You claim to offer me a company worth over 100 million. Yet you hesitate at a 2 million apartment? Qin Yuchu stood her ground. Did I ever say I would give you the company? You did. You mentioned that if I transfer the share agreement to you, you would sign it immediately. Take the agreement, and the company is yours. Fu Hang was furious. He had long ceased to desire that wretched company. If it weren't for this company, would he be in such a passive position? Being held hostage by a girl who wasn't even a client? I don't want the company. I want the apartment, Qin Yuchu asserted, raising her chin defiantly. 20 minutes later, under Manager Liu's astonished gaze, Fu Hang completed the transfer, paying in full. What about the subsequent procedures? Manager Liu inquired cautiously. The property deed can bear both names. Qin Yuchu suddenly smiled brightly. No need for that. Fu Hang sat down on the sofa, lighting a cigarette that Manager Liu had just dispersed. Then this shall be considered premarital property. Qin Yuchu pressed on. Fu Hang took a deep drag from his cigarette, turning away to ignore her. Manager Liu secretly gave Qin Yuchu a thumbs up for her tactics. That's quite a lot of hard work, Manager Liu. I will have my friend contact you regarding the specific procedures. He is a lawyer. Qin Yuchu immediately adopted the demeanor of a hostess, beginning to address Manager Liu. The lawyer you're referring to wouldn't be Zhang Xiang, would he? Indeed, that's him. He is the only lawyer I know, Qin Yuchu replied with evident certainty. You have the audacity to direct Zhang the lawyer? Fu Hang was utterly speechless. This Zhang was the system's designated lawyer, with whom he usually maintained a polite distance. What do you mean by directing? He is the company's legal counsel, and I am the executive assistant. What's wrong with asking him for a favor? Manager Liu ultimately departed amidst a whirlwind of astonishment, leaving behind all the spare keys. Qin Yuchu joyfully wandered through the house once more, resting her hands on the balcony as she gazed down at the community. After a while, she turned her head to glance at Fu Hang, who was still in the living room, smoking in silence, and her smile gradually faded. From this moment forth, I am truly left with only you. Lowering her head, Qin Yuchu pinched her slightly aching nose, suppressing the unwelcome emotion that had surfaced at this moment, due to the acquisition of the new home. Fu Hang was dragged by Qin Yuchu to the mall in the afternoon to procure various daily necessities, indicating that she intended to move in that very day. Fortunately, this time, Qin Yuchu did not compel Fu Hang to cover all the expenses. Specifically, she insisted that he pay for items such as the water dispenser, rice cooker, and robotic vacuum cleaner, as well as the cost of changing the door lock. Having already spent 2 million, Fu Hang was indifferent to these additional costs, displaying no reluctance. Paying more made him feel as if he were back at work, accompanying a client on a shopping spree. However, for daily essentials like toothbrushes, towels, bed linens, slippers, and dishes, Qin Yuchu firmly insisted on paying herself. Why purchase duplicates of these items for a single person? And matching sets at that? Fu Hang could no longer contain his incredulity. I, Qin Yuchu, in the prime of my youth, exuding charm and elegance. How could I possibly not have men visiting my home? She gazed at Fu Hang as if he were a fool. Fu Hang's eyes flickered, his expression momentarily stiffening. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, vividly conjuring the image of the very house he had purchased that morning. He envisioned Qin Yuchu rolling up her sleeves to wash dishes, while a man in an apron mopped the floor, yet he could not discern the man's face. Shaking his head vigorously, Fu Hang silently walked away. He could not accept the notion of that man, even if that man was himself. He had not yet retired. He still had a promising future ahead, yearning for yacht parties and a life of revelry amidst opulence. Dinner? Dropping all his belongings, he stood outside, gazing up at his new home with a look of contentment. Wait a moment. Fu Hang glanced at the time, 5:37. Strictly speaking, he had skipped work today. You like her too? Qin Yuchu curiously turned her head, only to find Fu Hang staring intently at the electronic watch on his wrist with a serious expression. Fu Hang had never been accustomed to wearing watches, especially those gifted by the system, as they often led to trouble. The current tea masters had particularly discerning tastes. This electronic watch was a gift from Qin Yuchu that afternoon, generously dubbed a token of appreciation. To be fair, it was the most valuable gift he had ever received. Worth $213 after discount. Previous clients had also offered him some gifts, such as scarves, socks, gloves, and lighters, which had proven useful at opportune moments, serving both offense and defense. 5:45. Today, a salary of 100,000 yuan has been credited. The current objective is to enhance the affection level of Shenqing Yuan, 7012. Host, please continue your efforts. At least you still possess a semblance of conscience. Fu Hang clenched his fists, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him. Are you referring to me? Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow. No, it's after work. What do you wish to eat? Fu Hang felt a sense of ease. The day's accumulated frustrations vanished in an instant. However, what on earth was Shenqing Yuan? How could her affection level increase even after a day of absence? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 24. University life is challenging on the food street outside Hanqing University. The two found themselves seated in a modest eatery chosen by Qin Yuchu. I've heard my roommates rave about this place, and today I can finally give it a try, she said, diligently wiping the table with a napkin and ordering nearly everything she had heard about. You've never been here? Fu Hang asked, posing an utterly foolish question. How novel. A student receiving poverty assistance hardly has the means. Qin Yuchu shot him a glance of disdain. Are you not afraid of your classmates seeing you like this? Fu Hang felt a pang of anxiety in his chest, attempting to divert the conversation. I have already submitted my application to cancel the poverty assistance. Besides, they say I'm being supported, so enjoying a nice meal isn't unreasonable, is it? Qin Yuchu replied calmly. Fu Hang's gaze sharpened, eyebrows furrowing as he regarded Qin Yuchu. This was something he had not anticipated. A student from a financially constrained background suddenly experiencing such a transformation would undoubtedly spark many rumors within the ivory tower of the campus. Hey, what are you staring at? Am I not deserving? Do you truly not mind? Does it even matter if I care? But weren't you the one who insisted I should eat well, dress well, and enjoy the best? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow in suspicion. My apologies, I hadn't considered that, Fu Hang admitted with a hint of guilt. So, do you like my transformation? Qin Yuchu's expression grew serious. Fu Hang paused, unwrapping the sanitized utensils on the table and placing them before her. To be honest, it differs from my previous expectations, he shrugged. Then I shall strive even harder. Qin Yuchu turned her gaze towards the bustling crowd outside. I will become whatever you wish me to be. I am quite clever in that regard. Qin Yuchu. Just as their conversation reached a lull, a cheerful voice shattered the tranquility between them. Qin Yuchu blinked and turned to face the newcomer. Hello, I didn't expect to see you here. We spoke on the phone earlier. I am Fong Zhe, from the drama club. The newcomer was a bright and sunny young man with a melodious voice. Fu Hang's interest peaked immediately. He set down his chopsticks and turned his attention to the newcomer. Ah, the moment we have all been anticipating has finally arrived. Indeed, your transformation is quite different from what I imagined. The system has yet to recognize you, not due to a lack of excellence, but rather because you do not meet its criteria. The ultimate devoted admirer system. If one achieves success without the prior devotion, it transforms into the conclusion of the devoted admirer saga. Struggles, pushes, and control. This is the ultimate destiny of a devoted admirer. T-Art. An endeavor one can learn if not yet mastered. With your intelligence, I am certain you possess the capability. Greetings. The subtle changes in Fu Hang did not escape Qin Youchu's keen observation. She turned to Feng Zhe with a smile. This smile was artfully measured, neither excessive nor lacking, exuding charm and a certain warmth while maintaining an air of detachment. Fu Hang was almost compelled to applaud. This is precisely the essence I spoke of. System? System? A round of applause for encouragement, if you please. How fortuitous. It appears this gentleman, Feng Zhe, has only now noticed Fu Hang, inquiring politely. A friend. Fu Hang interjected eagerly, a smile adorning his face, yet this smile betrayed a hint of forced cheerfulness, discomfort, repression, and a touch of provocation. Qin Yuchu remained silent. Her interest peaked as she cast a glance at Fu Hang, her fingers beneath the table pressing into her thigh. I wonder if this friend is also from our school? I don't believe I have seen him before. Feng Zhe's presence was commanding, a trait honed on the theatrical stage. To articulate it professionally, this was an embodiment of control. I graduated many years ago. Fu Hang's smile began to fade, though internally he reveled in amusement. Oh, and where did you attend? I engaged in small business ventures, having opened a milk tea shop. Fu Hang retrieved a napkin, dabbing at the corners of his mouth before wiping his hands, seemingly preparing to rise. A milk tea shop? Is it located in the university town? Feng Zhe appeared entirely oblivious to Fu Hang's hints, his expression still adorned with a gentle smile. At Century Square, Fu Hang adjusted his posture, leaning on the armrest. This youth was still too naive. Must I strain my neck to accommodate your stature? You ought to sit down. Only then can you turn the tables. Standing imposes little effect, regardless of how formidable your aura may be. After all, the young lady is not well acquainted with you. Adopting such an aggressive demeanor is hardly appealing. Are you here to dine? Indeed, Qin Yuchu interjected. Yes, with a few members of the student council. Oh, I too am dining, Qin Yuchu replied, blinking. Apologies for the intrusion. Well then, I shall return to my table. It was a pleasure to see you. The somewhat slow-witted president of the drama club finally grasped the situation, intending to engage further, yet upon witnessing Qin Yuchu lower her head to resume her meal, he departed with a sense of satisfaction. Alas, Fu Hang sighed, shaking his head slightly. University life is lacking. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Fu Hang earnestly. Ahem. Dining. Fu Hang instinctively recoiled slightly. Why not mention you deliver takeout? Qin Yuchu set her chopsticks down. With such a commanding presence, a delivery person would struggle to maintain composure. Then why not inform them that you are the president of Yuanbo Trading? Let us not alarm the young lad. Eat your meal. Fu Hang thoughtfully placed a piece of rib into Qin Yuchu's bowl. He noticed. Qin Yuchu whispered. Who? Who noticed? Fu Hang feigned ignorance, as if it were merely the president observing. A little provocation is necessary. The young man might think that a mere tremor of his stature will ensnare the affections of beautiful women. Being a sycophant is not as straightforward as you presume. Qin Yuchu smiled, lowering her head to pick up the ribs from her bowl. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone pierced the air. It was Fu Hang's phone. Resting on the table, they both glanced at the screen simultaneously, revealing the caller ID, Shin Qingwan. With a resounding slap to his forehead, Fu Hang exclaimed, "What a blunder. I forgot to turn off my phone after work. I shouldn't have worn my watch. I was so focused on it during settlement that I completely overlooked this." Although the system processed the settlements as usual today, Fu Hang still felt a nagging anxiety from having taken a day off. Should he answer? Qin Yuchu seemed to perceive Fu Hang's unease. Hello? Qingluan? In the next moment, Fu Hang instinctively grabbed the phone, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow, but instead of the expected displeasure, she appeared rather intrigued. I'm not eating, just hanging out with a few buddies. Fu Hang glanced at Qin Yuchu, then quickly returned his gaze to the phone. What? You're still at the office? Have you eaten? Would you like me to bring you something? It's no trouble at all. I'm not far. We've finished eating here. We were just about to disperse. What are you having? All right, I understand. No spice. By the way, since it's so late, should I drive over and then take you home? Oh, I see. That works. My car is parked a bit far. After hanging up, Fu Hang's face was painted with embarrassment. This was a first for him. He usually managed to avoid such situations by planning ahead when he had multiple clients. But Qin Yuchu was not merely a client yet, was she? Let's go. Qin Yuchu said, placing her chopsticks down resolutely. Huh. Fu Hang was taken aback. Isn't it customary to pour tea for me at this moment? What is Shun Qingwan eating? Ignoring Fu Hang, Qin Yuchu wiped her mouth, picked up her coat, and stated, spicy hot pot. Fu Hang, almost unconsciously, replied in earnest. You didn't specify a place. Did you? There's a restaurant just ahead. I'll accompany you. You're heading home. It's on the way to the company. You can give me a ride back. There is no bus at this hour, and taxis are costly. Walking in these high heels is a hassle. Aren't you eating? Fu Hang asked. Eyeing the untouched dishes on the table. I came just to savor the flavor, and I've tasted it now. Remember to settle the bill. I'm in a hurry to get back and organize. Otherwise, sleep may elude me tonight. Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly and led the way outside. Chapter 25, not a proper milk tea shop. Standing at the foot of her new apartment building, Qin Yuchu's desire to ascend suddenly vanished. Turning around, she gazed at the desolate entrance of the community, her brows knitting slowly. I am increasingly perplexed by you. You clearly have feelings for me. Yet you avoid me like a scorpion sting. You evidently do not like her, yet you flock to her. Is this what you envisioned? Should I emulate Shun Qingwan? But you don't truly like her. In the following days, Qin Yuchu refrained from visiting the office, ultimately returning to her studies. Her reappearance on the campus of Han City University caused a surge in traffic on the university's network, even affecting the networks of several surrounding universities. The much-debated topic revolves around the sensationalized rankings of campus beauties, a subject that ignites fervent discussions within this hormone-fueled ivory tower, leaving many captivated and unable to disengage. Particularly in the case of Qin Yuchu, this discourse is further complicated by various controversies surrounding her, the notions of campus beauty, poverty, academic excellence, goddess-like status, and even the implications of being supported by a benefactor. It appears that many females perceive such a drastic transformation in a woman within a brief period as lending credibility to the circulating rumors. Conversely, the males seem more inclined to believe that they were merely blind to the truth in the past. The forum buzzes with heated exchanges filled with praise, disparagement, veiled mockery, and defense. Yuchu, this is the milk tea I bought for you. In a corner of the cafeteria, Qin Yuchu reluctantly looked up, her brow furrowed, lips pouting, and her eyes revealing a sense of confusion. I noticed you had this yesterday. You should like it. The sunny boy smiled as he boldly sat directly across from her. Compared to the tentative advances of other boys over the past few days, his approach was remarkably audacious. That cup yesterday was from President Fong. Qin Yuchu replied with a faint smile, lowering her gaze to continue her meal. Fong Zhe, the one from the drama club? The boy's face momentarily displayed a hint of disdain, though he masked it well. Girls shouldn't drink iced beverages. This hot one is better for your stomach. He presumptuously moved the iced milk tea that had been placed on the table aside, positioning his own cup in front of Qin Yuchu. This one was left by Vice President Liu from the student council. Qin Yuchu did not lift her head. The one who just walked by? The boy smirked, defiantly tilting his chin up. To be fair, the boy's jawline was quite pronounced, and combined with his height, he indeed possessed a certain charm. Arguably more masculine than Fu Hang. To be precise, it is the one who is approaching now. Qin Yuchu still did not look up. Using her spoon to cut a small piece of lion's head meatball, wrapping it with a bit of rice before placing it in her mouth. The boy paused surprised. As he turned to see Lu Junkai, the student council vice president, approaching with a displeased expression and a small box in hand. Qin Yuchu. This is the fresh fruit salad just released from the western cafeteria. Upon nearing, Lu Junkai had donned a smile. I'm allergic to mangoes. Qin Yuchu glanced at the fruit box, her expression a mix of innocence and regret as she raised her gaze. Ah? Lu Junkai looked bewildered. Suddenly, the boy burst into unrestrained laughter. What are you laughing at? Lu Junkai retorted, anger flaring. Happy, of course. I just learned another tidbit about Yuchu. She doesn't eat mangoes. The boy was undeterred. I'm finished. You two can chat while drinking. Qin Yuchu set down her soup spoon, politely nodded to both, and stood, carrying her tray. Thank you for the milk tea. As she departed, she took the iced cup with her. No need to thank me, as long as you like it. Lu Junkai's expression shifted from cloudy to sunny. And while smiling, he shot a provocative glare at the boy. Qin Yuchu, I'm Lei Le. I intend to pursue you. The boy entirely disregarded Lu Junkai's gaze, raising his own milk tea and calling loudly after Qin Youchu's retreating figure. The sound resonated throughout the dining hall, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Lei Lu, a minor internet celebrity at Han City University, was a music major with a touch of popularity, having garnered a modest fan base due to his striking appearance. Upon hearing the public confession behind her, Qin Youchu seemed to register it vaguely, turning her head slightly to cast a calm glance at Lei Lu before continuing her leisurely stride forward. Her steps were light, yet steady, imbued with a unique rhythm. Lu Junkai shot a disdainful glare at Lei Lu before turning away, though he could not help but glance back longingly at the figure clad in a simple hoodie and jeans, her hair tied back in a ponytail. His gaze was fervent and infatuated. It seemed that focusing on her studies might become increasingly difficult. Was this truly what he desired? With a cup of milk tea in hand, Qin Youchu strolled through the campus, heading towards the school gate. Ever since she acquired her own apartment, she had not returned to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance, a rideshare vehicle halted before her. "Driver, I'll treat you to some milk tea." Qin Youchu checked the license plate and slid into the car. The driver appeared taken aback. "A classmate bought it, but I can't drink it cold," she replied with a smile, turning to gaze at the school gate. Even after the door had closed, she could still sense the lingering stares that followed her. The sensation of being observed was, in truth, rather uncomfortable. The destination was Century Square, and the loquacious rideshare driver, for reasons unknown, refrained from unnecessary chatter, focusing solely on driving while occasionally casting a casual glance at the backseat through the rearview mirror. "Boss lady, you haven't tea been around for several days." The milk tea shop's attendant cheerfully greeted her as Qin Youchu entered. She beamed back, her smile radiant. "A large iced mango sago, please." "Certainly," the attendant replied enthusiastically. "Who told you she asked the boss lady?" A head peered out from behind the curtain on the second floor. The attendant shrank back slightly, winking at Qin Youchu. Without uttering a word, Qin Youchu merely tilted her head, her smile unwavering as she silently regarded the figure. "You seem rather idle," Fu Hang remarked, unable to meet her gaze, instinctively diverting his eyes. "The lion's head at the cafeteria was too salty. I needed something sweet to balance it out." "Is there no milk tea shop at Han City University? It's rather expensive here." Qin Youchu raised an eyebrow, as if it were a matter of course. With a sudden rustle, the curtain was forcefully drawn shut. Lying back on the mattress, Fu Hang took a deep breath, his heartbeat erratic. The moment Qin Youchu had looked at him, he felt as though he had been ensnared. The sound of footsteps ascending the stairs made him tense up immediately, his eyes wide as he fixated on the thin curtain. Sure enough, the next moment, the curtain was lifted. "What are you doing?" Fu Hang instinctively recoiled, shielding his chest with his hands. "Is this where you work?" Qin Youchu frowned, surveying her surroundings. The second floor, originally an open space, had 3 booths. But with all the seats removed, it appeared quite spacious. In the center of the room stood a remarkably comfortable double bed, devoid of any extraneous items. At the foot of the bed hung Fu Hang's takeout bag and his ever-present backpack. A long power strip extended from the wall to the bed, accommodating 2 plugs, which charged 2 mobile phones. How novel. As the proprietor, I have the liberty to arrange my workspace as I deem fit. Fu Hang fidgeted uneasily, straightening his posture on the bed. "Why do I feel like your milk tea shop is not a legitimate establishment?" Qin Youchu sat down on the edge of the bed, stifling a laugh, which only heightened Fu Hang's discomfort. Chapter 26, Lying Flat? "You're overthinking it. Do you have other part-time jobs?" Qin Youchu inquired, her tone laden with implication. Fu Hang shot her a glare, surveying his surroundings. Well, the original decor of the second floor was quite charming, with a well-thought-out warm-toned lighting scheme intended for young couples. Replacing tables with a bed, this space served as the staff lounge, not open to the public. Unauthorized personnel should vacate promptly. Fu Hang masked his embarrassment with a frosty demeanor. "Don't be like that. If there are any hidden charges, do enlighten me." "I'm financially capable at the moment." Qin Youchu tilted her head, her gaze drifting over the 2 phones on the bed. Both screens glowed brightly, one displaying a social media interface, and the other a game. "First, pay for the milk tea." Fu Hang shot her another glare. "Fine. Since you're not accommodating me, I'll just head to work, so the boss doesn't think poorly of me." Qin Youchu shrugged, rising and parting the curtain as she made her way downstairs. The social media platform displayed Shen Qingwan's profile. "Do you really need to keep an eye on this at all times? By the way, are you sure you won't join the company outing tomorrow? It's a 2-day, 1-night camping trip at Shifeng Mountain," came Qin Yuchu's enticing voice from below. 2 days and nights? Camping at Qianfeng Mountain? The head that had disappeared behind the curtain reemerged. Indeed, Qin Yuchu looked up, a teasing glint in her eye. Only a fool would go. Isn't it better to lie here? Hiking? Fu Hang smirked, yet internally he was overjoyed. Qianfeng Mountain, a tower journey from Hacheng, offered camping at the summit for a company retreat. There was no reason for Shun Qingwan to summon him during this time. Was he effectively granted a 2-day paid leave? At most, he would just need to clock in online. Fu Hang felt elated. Coincidentally, Shun Qingwan had been rather unpredictable lately. Her fondness seemed to fluctuate wildly, even reaching 7112. Disappearing from her sight for a few days would allow her to cool off and witness the excellence of other male colleagues in the company. Having been promoted, wouldn't his social circle elevate to a new echelon? As Fu Hang reveled in his thoughts, Qin Yuchu had already returned to the office. Yuchu? What brings you here today? In the corridor, Shen Qingwan encountered Qin Yuchu. Aren't we going camping tomorrow? I still haven't found a partner. Qin Yuchu appeared troubled. For the feasibility of the outing, the company had arranged for 2 people per tent, allowing for free pairing. Those without partners would be assigned by the company. Is the CEO truly not participating? Shen Qingwan leaned closer and lowered her voice to inquire. Qin Yuchu cast a sideways glance, pouting slightly in apparent discontent. Observing this, Shun Qingwan inwardly cursed, perplexed by the means this girl had employed to secure the authority to sign from the president. As she scrutinized Qin Yuchu from head to toe, her heart brimmed with discontent. Clad in a hoodie and jeans, her attire was undoubtedly a faux pas in the professional realm. Yet, upon closer inspection, Shen Qingwan found no signs of discord. Youth, indeed, is a potent asset. Shall we collaborate? Shen Qingwan affectionately linked her arm with Qin Yuchu's, steering her towards the latter's office. Since you wield the power of signature, you are akin to a regent. It would be prudent to curry favor and foster a good rapport with you, for when we encounter the president, I would then possess greater leverage. Are you suggesting we partner up, Qingwan? But the proposal states that only mid-level executives may bring family members, Qin Yuchu queried, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. How annoying. I'm still single. Shen Qingwan playfully pinched Qin Yuchu's arm. Qingwan, with your remarkable qualities, I am certain suitors abound. What about you? I refuse to believe no one is pursuing you in college, Shen Qingwan suddenly mused, seemingly innocently. They're merely children, Qin Yuchu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Shen Qingwan narrowed her eyes, her gaze drifting to the bracelet she had gifted Qin Yuchu, which she still wore. This was unexpected. Hadn't she always adorned this bracelet? Would Fu Hang recognize it when they interacted? Their encounters had been quite frequent recently. Contemplating this, Shen Qingwan felt a sudden warmth in her heart. That man, even if he recognized it, would likely feign ignorance, wouldn't he? By the way, if it's just the 2 of us partnering, will we be able to carry the tent up? Qin Yuchu suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. The objective of the team-building exercise was to enhance cohesion. Leaders in decision-making roles often enjoy incorporating elements of endurance and teamwork into the experience. Thus, all equipment would be distributed at the base and needed to be carried up by the participants. Our Yuchu is so lovely. I'm sure a throng of male colleagues will eagerly compete to assist you, Shen Qingwan replied, as if it were a matter of course. However, Qin Yuchu remained silent, turning her head to quietly observe her companion, a smile that was neither here nor there gracing her lips. My apologies, I may have been thoughtless. Shen Qingwan's heart raced suddenly. This girl exuded an astonishing aura. While her previous teasing could be dismissed as playful banter, her subsequent remarks were indeed inappropriate. Why had Qin Yuchu attained the position of assistant to the president? Why did she possess the authority to sign? The senior management's tacit understanding was evident. To reiterate this at such a moment seemed tantamount to a slap in the face. Shen Qingwan found herself ensnared in a dilemma. If it were merely her, the men in the company would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to shower her with attention, a scenario she had never contemplated. Yet, if she were alongside Qin Yuchu, surrounded by a throng of men, would she not find herself in an awkward position? If there happens to be 1 or 2 uninformed individuals who might try to approach Qin Yuchu, the real awkwardness will fall upon themselves. Will they be protecting, dissuading, fulfilling, or perhaps reveling in the adoration? It's quite likely that if the CEO hears of it, no man would appreciate the sight of his woman surrounded by other men. This indeed poses a significant dilemma. Perhaps I should consult my fellow townsman and see if he is available tomorrow. Shen Qingwan smirked slightly, her gaze drifting over Qin Yuchu's bracelet, and suddenly an idea struck her. Allowing Fu Hang to join the group as a family member would not only assist in carrying items, but also help avoid potential embarrassment. Moreover, Fu Hang's persona as a delivery worker is well established within the company. No one would genuinely believe there was anything between them. Mount Chifeng is a scenic area with steep costs for a mountaintop camping experience. The gentle and kind Shen Qingwan wouldn't squander company benefits. She would take care of her fellow townsman, allowing him to experience a luxurious outing while simultaneously enhancing his image. Perfection. Fu Hang. Is that feasible? Qin Yuchu expressed surprise. He is usually quite busy with work and has never mentioned traveling anywhere in all these years. It would be just right to bring him along for some relaxation. Shen Qingwan's thoughts were gradually clarifying. This could work, but would Fu Hang have the time? He seems to be quite occupied most of the time. Qin Yuchu chuckled coldly to herself, lying down. She wondered how he would manage that. Rest assured, I will persuade him, Shen Qingwan replied with a gentle smile. She had contemplated many things, but had not considered whether Fu Hang would agree. This man had never turned her down, especially not for a mountaintop camping trip. Shall we refrain from taking the company bus? Does Fu Hang have a car? We certainly want to take the bus. I need to reach there in advance for coordination. As this is an event spearheaded by the HR department, you need not worry about these details. Then thank you, Sister Qingwan, Qin Yuchu said with a smile, waving her hand as she pushed open her office door. Chapter 27. That car looks familiar. The car is indeed a concern, thought Shen Qingwan, frowning slightly. Fu Hang does possess a vehicle, but that electric car? Not to mention the comfort. What if it runs out of power on the way? Moreover, would Qin Yuchu accept riding in that vehicle, not to mention having the HR supervisor and the CEO's assistant in it? Should they arrange for another vehicle? The travel agency was only responsible for the bus transport, while mid-level management was expected to drive themselves, though it was described as team building. The notion that leaders would endure hardships alongside ordinary employees is rather naive. It reveals a lack of understanding of the workplace. Everyone drives their own cars, so naturally, no other vehicles would be arranged. Which mid-level manager doesn't own a car? Shen Qingwan had initially intended to hitch a ride with Su Changhe to ease relations and make a presence before other senior executives. However, now, Fu Hang was sitting on the second floor of a milk tea shop, his eyelids twitching as he experienced a series of failed moves in the game, leading to a loss of the crystal and even being reported by teammates. This is troubling. Fu Hang licked his lips, clearly. Someone who dares to use game-boosting services as a disguise must possess considerable gaming skills. Instinctively, he glanced at his other phone, feeling an ominous event was about to unfold. Fu Hang, are you available tomorrow? A sudden message sprang forth on the screen, causing Fu Hang's heart to flutter. What the hell? Are you really going camping tomorrow? Yes, Fu Hang replied instantly. The company is organizing a team-building event at Qianfeng Mountain for camping. Would you like to join? Shen Qingwan was remarkably forthright. Damn. Fu Hang's forehead was throbbing with rage. A favorability score of 7,112, and you invite me to go camping? Or is it merely a company outing? Has the vast pond of Yuanbo trade run dry of fish? Why have I been toiling away in the guise of a delivery worker for so long? Huh? Can I really go? The tremor of excitement was palpable in the instant reply. The management permits one companion, and I thought, given how much time you spend gaming, it would be beneficial for you to get out and stretch your legs a bit. Shen Qingwan replaced family with companion, subtly enhancing the sense of distance. Qingwan, you are truly kind, expressing gratitude. Fu Hang, barefoot, leaped in fury on the loft's floor, nearly crushing his phone in his grip. Shall I pick you up tomorrow? You'll come to get me? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. Is this woman out of her mind? I need to head over early to coordinate work. So I want to be going with the group. Instead, I borrowed a car from a friend. The corner of Fu Hang's mouth twitched as he hesitated, leaving a space in the input field but typing no symbols. This action would indicate to the other party that he was typing. 109521. Don't overthink it. After all, it's a 2-hour drive, and since it's a tourist area, I'm concerned that if your car runs out of battery, it would be quite inconvenient. Sure enough, a second message followed just 10 seconds later. I understand. Fu Hang deleted the space and took 5 seconds to reply. Those 4 words carried an endless sense of helplessness and profound guilt. Perhaps I should wait for you at the entrance of your community tomorrow, although it's the weekend. The morning rush hour can still be quite congested. Fu Hang waited 3 seconds before sending another message. That works as well. My friend will be bringing the car back in the evening. I'll bring you breakfast. Okay, see you tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Fu Hang wore a face that spoke of despair. This paid leave won't have anything to do with Qin Yuchu, will it? He couldn't help but recall the figure clad in a hoodie and jeans from that morning. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. He took out his phone again, but hesitated to call Qin Yuchu. Forget it, this is just work. Accompanying a goddess on a mountain climb, camping, and earning 200,000. What reason could there be to complain? The next morning, Fu Hang stood neatly dressed at the entrance of Shun Qingwan's community, instinctively glancing at the kiosk, where a drowsy security guard sat, not the enthusiastic older brother he had hoped for. After sending 2 messages, a black sedan exited the community. Fu Hang furrowed his brow. That license plate looks familiar. How did this car end up here? The vehicle stopped before him, and Shun Qingwan emerged, clad in sporty attire and smiling. Her short top and yoga pants perfectly accentuated her slender figure, a quintessential green tea packaging. Is this the car your friend lent you? Fu Hang wore a peculiar expression, having completely forgotten to compliment Shun Qingwan on her attire. Well, let us board the vehicle. Adjust the seat to your liking. The electric buttons are on the left, he instructed. Shun Qingwan took the breakfast from Fu Hang's hands and made her way to the passenger seat. Fu Hang feigned assistance by dashing a few steps to open the car door for her, and on his return, he deliberately circled behind the vehicle to scrutinize the license plate once more. Goodness, is it really this car? He muttered. First, we shall head to the office. I need to pick someone up. She will accompany us. Shun Qingwan fastened her seatbelt and set the breakfast aside, discreetly observing Fu Hang's demeanor from the corner of her eye. This car was no trifling expense. Renting it for a day cost nearly 1,000. A selection she had meticulously made at the rental agency. Since she had invited him to go camping, it was only prudent to offer some reminders. A sweet treat must accompany a reprimand. Having given the treat, a gentle admonition was in order. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if this man were to become overly confident and create a scene in front of Qin Yuchu. Oh, I shall refrain from activating the navigation for now, Fu Hang said, adjusting his seat and making a concerted effort to mask the oddity on his face. Why did this license plate seem so familiar? Because this car was part of a reward from a previous performance evaluation system. Due to its incongruity with his persona, he had seldom had the opportunity to drive it. After letting it sit idle in the garage for 6 months, he had decided to put it to use by sending it to a rental agency. Is this it? Borrowed from a friend? Never mind. I suppose the rental fee can be considered an additional business expense. Throughout the journey, Fu Hang was unusually silent, driving with remarkable focus. Shun Qingwan secretly scoffed, choosing not to provoke him further. Let us stop at the milk tea shop ahead. I wish to purchase some, she said, putting down her phone and pointing toward the Ganlu milk tea shop. I should go, Fu Hang replied, raising an eyebrow. I can handle it. Parking here is difficult, and it would be better for you to remain in the car, Shun Qingwan insisted, promptly opening the car door. Fu Hang turned to glance at the milk tea shop, and as he opened the door, the ever-enthusiastic server, who often called her boss lady, looked at him with a dazed expression. Fu Hang shot him a glare, signaling for silence. Watching Shun Qingwan enter, he opened the car's storage compartment. Upon flipping through the vehicle registration, he confirmed his suspicions. Owner, Fu Hang, rolling his eyes. He tucked the registration into his pocket to avoid any awkwardness later with the goddess. Shun Qingwan soon emerged, carrying 3 cups of mango sago. Well, the business subsidy amounts to 683. Lifting his gaze to the rear, Fu Hang met the server's astonished expression. Let Yuchu sit in the front. She gets car sick. Shun Qingwan said as she entered the car but took a seat in the back. Is the person you are picking up Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang asked, surprised as he turned around. Yes, she is in my group this time. She is actually the president's assistant, Shun Qingwan thoughtfully reminded him, subtly indicating that Qin Yuchu's position was indeed superior to hers, suggesting that she should sit in front, and alerting him to be perceptive in the coming days. I knew you were involved in this. Fu Hang's eyes flashed with exasperation as he turned. I should let you in on a secret. Yuchu is actually the president's girlfriend. Shun Qingwan appeared to suddenly recall something, lowering her voice to add a remark. Fu Hang's left cheek, the portion hidden from Shun Qingwan's view, twitched violently. As the car approached the company entrance, Qin Yuchu, clad in a matching tracksuit, bounded out with an exuberant energy, her backpack bouncing on her back. Unlike Shun Qingwan's form-fitting attire, Qin Yuchu's outfit was notably loose, reminiscent of a high school uniform, albeit in more vibrant hues. Fu Hang gazed at her, momentarily lost in thought, as memories of their first encounter resurfaced. A young girl in high school trousers, cornered helplessly by a group of delinquents, her head bowed, timid yet resolute as she evaded Shun Qingwan's gaze. Hello, Qingwan Jie, Fu Hang. The car door swung open, and the sweet-faced Yuchu hopped in. Chapter 28. More than 3 years of affection. You've kept me waiting. Have you had breakfast? Fu Hang had purchased food. Xin Xingwan seemed particularly warm. I've already eaten. Thank you. Qin Yuchu closed the car door, her eyes curiously scanning the interior. Here, this is your milk tea. Wow, how did Xingwan Jia know I like this place? Qin Yuchu accepted it with delight. I see it on your desk every time, but be careful not to gain weight. Haha. Let me tell you a secret. The owner of this shop is incredibly handsome. Qin Yuchu playfully teased, her tongue brushing against her canine teeth, smiling meaningfully. Really? Xin Xingwan responded, slightly taken aback, only to find Qin Yuchu gazing at Fu Hang. Buckle up? Fu Hang interjected promptly, starting the car. Xin Xingwan frowned. Was the owner of the milk tea shop truly that attractive? What had prompted such praise from Qin Yuchu? Truth be told, she rarely indulged in milk tea herself. Today, I must trouble you, Qin Yuchu said, fastening her seatbelt, turning back to look earnestly at Fu Hang. I should be the one thanking you both. This is my first camping experience. Fu Hang forced a smile, struggling to align his emotions. Damn it, this girl must be enchanting. It's because Xingwan Jie is concerned about your hard work and wants to take you on a relaxing trip. Qin Yuchu unwrapped her milk tea, inserting the straw. But instead of drinking, she placed it in the center console and repeated the action with another cup. Thank you, Fu Hang instinctively replied, casting a discreet glance at the rearview mirror, uncertain whether his gratitude pertained to the milk tea or the camping trip. By the way, where is your hometown? Qin Yuchu asked casually, her gaze fixed ahead. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, freeing one hand to grab his milk tea, taking a hearty sip through the straw. You mean where is your hometown? Fu Hang is a local, while I hail from the seaside, Xin Xingwan responded swiftly, almost reflexively. Then, slightly anxious. She glanced at Qin Yuchu, who was also sipping milk tea, her movements mirroring Fu Hang's, particularly the way she puffed her cheeks and chewed slowly. You two are university classmates? Qin Yuchu inquired, her curiosity piqued. How is it that one graduated from the same university? With one working in a large corporation and the other delivering takeout? It was evident that Xingwan's comment was intended to be considerate of my feelings. Fu Hang's infatuated thoughts finally connected, sending a chill down his spine. Well, I truly didn't expect that you were classmates. Qin Yuchu turned her head, her gaze flitting between the two. Indeed, Fu Hang and Xin Xingwan were classmates, but not in the same class or even the same major. They merely attended the same school. Xin Xingwan specialized in human resources, while Fu Hang pursued Chinese language and literature. Suddenly prompted by this revelation, Fu Hang's thoughts began to expand. It had indeed been over 3 years since his infatuation had been activated, but 3 years ago, he had already been Xin Xingwan's devoted admirer, albeit without the system to guide his efforts so expertly. We've known each other for 6 years, haven't we? Xin Xingwan's voice took on a tone of nostalgia, especially after witnessing the nearly identical way they both enjoyed their milk tea, which stirred an inexplicable feeling within her. Wow! Qin Yuchu exclaimed, her expression exaggerated as she leaned back slightly, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Hang. His demeanor grew awkward, and he took a hearty sip of milk tea, puffing his cheeks to obscure his discomfort. Yet, Xin Xingwan felt a tremor in her heart. What was that look Qin Yuchu gave Fu Hang? As a seasoned veteran of emotional battles, she had cultivated an instinctual awareness of danger and threats. That look was unsettling. We still have 2 hours until we arrive. Perhaps you should rest a bit. Fu Hang interjected at an opportune moment, steering the conversation away. We woke up quite early, and we still have to climb a mountain later. Navigating to Qianfeng Mountain Scenic Area, an electronic voice from the car announced, indicating that the destination had been set to the visitor reception center. Xin Xingwan furrowed her brows again. Fu Hang seemed quite familiar with this vehicle. What a luxurious car. Fu Hang, is this yours? Qin Yuchu suddenly began to explore the interior. It's a friend's, Xin Xingwan quickly interjected. You should take a break. Today's physical exertion will be considerable. Fu Hang turned, a glint of warning flashing in his eyes. Qin Yuchu had already opened the storage box and was rummaging through it. Oh, she surrendered, leaning back and obediently closing her eyes. In the back seat, Xin Xingwan felt 100 pangs of discomfort. What was amiss? They had only met a few times, yet they seemed so familiar with one another. Perhaps it was indeed the early hour that had taken its toll. As the vehicle jostled along, Xin Xingwan gradually drifted into a light sleep, not entirely restful. But she dreamt nonetheless. In her dreams, she revisited her university days, recalling the moment she first encountered Fu Hang. It was a rainy afternoon outside the school's package drop-off station, where she held an umbrella, staring helplessly at a large delivery box on the ground. The package was sent by a male classmate from high school, filled with an assortment of snacks. In an effort to surprise her, he informed her of its arrival only after it had been delivered, prompting her to retrieve it. Before she went, she had not anticipated the size of the box. "May I assist you?" was the first inquiry from Fu Hang. "It wasn't tea. Do you need help?" His tone conveyed a mixture of nervousness, shyness, and a hint of trepidation intertwined with expectation. Naturally, this marked their initial interaction. That day, as he bore the weight of the box, she held an umbrella over him, the rain soaking both the package and half of his body. As they parted ways, she opened the package and handed him a bag of chips. From that point onward, he would frequently help her with her packages, buy breakfast, reserve seats in the study room, and transcribe notes for their shared classes. Their relationship hovered in a space neither too distant nor particularly intimate, teetering on the edge of ambiguity yet lacking true closeness. Until one fateful day in the library, when he dashed out to procure her favorite milk tea, and she invited him to sit beside her. He appeared somewhat anxious, prompting her to mischievously take the wrong cup when retrieving her drink. "This cup is mine. I've already taken a sip," he exclaimed, bewilderment evident in his voice. "I know, but mine is finished," Shen Qingwan thought, puzzled. Something felt amiss. She distinctly recalled explaining, "I was too engrossed in my reading to notice." But that wasn't her voice. Suddenly, she was jolted back to reality, her gaze landing on Qin Yuchu, who was provocatively glancing at Fu Hang while sipping her milk tea. Looking down, she noticed an empty cup on the drink holder, the straw adorned with faint traces of lipstick. Shen Qingwan's heart raced. What was that girl up to? She had merely pretended to sip from her drink, but did Qin Yuchu truly not mind that another man had tasted it? Chapter 29. Can a poor student also wear makeup? Don't be so petty. You don't even enjoy sweet drinks. Here, have a dried plum. Qin Yuchu's voice was soft, yet the tone unsettled Shen Qingwan. "I don't want it." Fu Hang shot her a disapproving look. "Come on, open your mouth." "Where are we?" Shen Qingwan's heart raced, instinctively making a noise as she gradually sat up straighter. "Almost there. Are you awake?" Fu Hang instantly perked up, glancing furtively into the rearview mirror. "Awake? If you don't wake up soon, I'll have to feed it to you." "Apologies, I stayed up too late last night." Shen Qingwan feigned a yawn, casting a glance at Qin Yuchu. "Sister Qingwan, would you like a dried plum?" Qin Yuchu tossed the candy into her mouth and turned to offer a sweet smile. "No, I fear it will be too sour." Shen Qingwan squinted slightly, lowering her head to adjust her makeup, her gaze falling once more on the now empty cup of milk tea. A straw? Lipstick? Had Qin Yuchu made an effort with her makeup today? As she lifted her eyes in surprise, she indeed found Qin Yuchu looking markedly different from her usual self. Before, she always appeared with a bare face, but today, she adorned herself with a guise of natural beauty. No wonder she remarked upon entering the vehicle that youth indeed feels different. It turns out she had applied makeup, revealing her cunning nature. "Did you not sleep, Yuchu?" Shen Qingwan closed her makeup mirror, striving to muster a faint smile. In contrast to Qin Yuchu's unpretentious look, her makeup seemed somewhat deliberate. Wasn't she a student of humble means? How could she possess such adept makeup skills? After a brief nap, she had just awakened. Meanwhile, Fu Hang had been driving without respite. "Thank you, Fu Hang. Shall I take over for a while?" Shen Qingwan's tone transformed into one of utmost gentleness as she reached across the seat, gently squeezing Fu Hang's shoulder. "What is tiring about this?" "It's just a short distance," Fu Hang replied, momentarily taken aback, his body trembling slightly. This tremor was not feigned. "Miss, I am currently driving." That moment just now could be considered dangerous driving, resulting in a fine of 203 penalty points. "By all that is good, I am merely a devoted admirer. How could I possibly be worthy of the attention from both of you esteemed ladies? Please, spare me and allow me to quietly admire you. Upon our arrival, I shall give you another gentle squeeze. Drive slowly. We have ample time." Shen Qingwan seemed to have been activated by some switch, her energy fierce. Qin Yuchu remained silent, merely turning her head aside, quietly gazing out of the window. She had returned her milk tea and was tossing preserved plums into her mouth sporadically. As they arrived punctually at the scenic area as parking lot, the liaison awaited their arrival. Shen Qingwan was not among the first to arrive. Being a supervisor, the actual responsible personnel had been there half an hour earlier. "You all can explore a bit. I need to handle some business," she said reluctantly as she exited the vehicle. She indeed wished to bring Fu Hang along. His presence would ease her greatly. However, this was a company outing, and despite the personnel being few, there were still men from the HR department. What would it look like to have an outsider bustling around her? Fu Hang, embodying his considerate nature, inquired, "Do you need assistance?" "No. I am simply responsible for some liaison work. There are others to manage the specifics," Shen Qingwan replied gently. "Sister Qingwan, go on with your duties. I'll keep an eye on Fu Hang." Qin Yuchu's smile remained sweet. "Just don't trouble Yuchu," Shen Qingwan thought to herself, vexed. "You're precisely the one I'm worried about." As the woman of a CEO, isn't it a bit peculiar to have so many thoughts about Fu Hang? Not at all. Over the next 2 days, I'll need Fu Hang to take care of me, Qin Yuchu said, lightly flicking her ponytail. Shen Qingwan forced a smile, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Hang before hastily moving toward the crowd. "You will take care of me, won't you, brother?" Qin Yuchu leaned her body slightly, her voice dropping to a whisper. The final word, brother, seamlessly transitioned into a sound effect reminiscent of Sudaji. "What exactly do you want?" Fu Hang could no longer contain his frustration. "I want to eat grilled sausages." Qin Yuchu pointed at the small shop at the entrance of the scenic area. "Go buy it yourself," Fu Hang replied, not looking back. "No. I want you to buy it," Qin Yuchu insisted, pouting her lips. Fu Hang cast her a sidelong glance and turned his back, believing that out of sight would bring peace of mind. "Sister Qingwan, would you like some grilled sausages?" Qin Yuchu suddenly raised her voice. Shen Qingwan, who had just walked a short distance away, turned back with a hint of suspicion. "Do you want some grilled sausages?" Qin Yuchu repeated, pointing towards the nearby convenience store. Sure," Shen Qingwan replied, somewhat perplexed. "Qingwan, I will go buy them for you. Would you like something to drink?" Fu Hang responded enthusiastically, already moving towards the store. Qin Yuchu smiled again, her chin proudly raised. A few buses arrived in succession, and as Fu Hang watched the crowd of people pouring out, he realized for the first time the scale of his company. By the way, organizing such a team-building event must cost quite a bit, right? Is this money coming from your own pocket or the system's? Various private cars of different calibers began to arrive, and Shen Qingwan's interlocutors shifted from reception staff to corporate executives. While they conversed, they occasionally cast glances in his direction. But Fu Hang understood that their focus was not on him, but rather on the rumored girlfriend of the company's president beside him. He sat on a rock, attempting to diminish his presence by lowering his head. "Aren't you going to say hello?" "These are your capable subordinates," Qin Yuchu remarked, seemingly unburdened by any idle image, as she settled down next to Fu Hang. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Fu Hang shifted slightly away, trying to maintain a safe distance. "Really? Do they not know you at all?" Qin Yuchu asked, her curiosity piqued. Fu Hang turned his head and lit a cigarette. He rarely smoked, especially in front of women, but his current mood demanded an outlet for his pin-up frustration. The bald man with a beer belly was Su Changhe, the executive vice president of the company, who wielded significant power. Qin Yuchu showed no concern for Fu Hang's aloofness and continued her introduction unabashedly. "This guy spent so much of my money organizing this ridiculous team-building event." Fu Hang's eyes narrowed, his teeth clenched in irritation. "Oh, you should know this one, right?" Qin Yuchu raised her eyebrows, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Just then, Su Changhe, engaged in conversation with Shen Qingwan, suddenly broke into a warm smile and hurried towards someone. The company's legal counsel, Zhang Xiang, Attorney Zhang. Attorney Zhang was not merely the legal counsel for Yuanbo Trade. He was a renowned lawyer in Hanqing and throughout Huaguo, with Yuanbo Trade being just one of his many projects. Thus, in Su Chang's eyes, Attorney Zhang should be regarded as the spokesperson for the mysterious capital behind Yuanbo. Chapter 30, The White Glove. Attorney Zhang finally arrived. "At first, I thought you wouldn't have the time," Su Changhe exclaimed. "It's the weekend, and my daughter has no school, so I brought her along to join the fun." Attorney Zhang replied politely, followed by a 15 or 16-year-old girl who appeared quite indifferent, offering only a smile to those around her. "Is this the daughter of Attorney Zhang?" As the lengthy pleasantries of Shen Qingwan remained unspoken, she noticed a sudden glimmer of joy in Lawyer Zhang's eyes. "I apologize. I must greet someone," he said, tugging at his daughter's sleeve and hastily making his way toward Fu Hang's position. Assistant Qin is over there." Su Changhe observed Zhang's urgency and quickly stepped aside. "Mr. Su," Zhang lawyer felt overlooked, which left Shen Qingwan somewhat displeased. "I believe I comprehend." Su Changhe maintained a smile, yet his tone abruptly shifted to seriousness. "What?" Shen Qingwan was taken aback and promptly positioned herself in front of Su Changhe. "This Qin Yuchu may not be as we presume," Su Changhe spoke gravely. "Isn't she merely a kept woman? A canary that warrants such treatment from Lawyer Zhang?" Su Changhe narrowed his eyes, glaring at Shen Qingwan. What you imply is that she and the president may share a relationship, but it is undoubtedly more complex than that. Considering her background, she could be a proxy for a mysterious president or a consortium behind her. Are you suggesting that, if my judgment is correct, Qin Yuchu is the next president of Yuanbo Trading? Su Chong has tone darkened, suffused with palpable resentment. Shun Qingwan fell silent, in stark contrast to Su Chong's resentment. Her heart surged with jealousy, tumultuous and fierce. Why? Merely for being young and beautiful? For excelling in academic assessments? She deemed Qin Yuchu a little wretch. Observing how she flirted with Fu Hang, not sparing even a mere delivery boy, the previously dismissive lawyer Zhang now stood somewhat awkwardly before Qin Yuchu, subtly affirming Su Chong's conjecture. Let us not dwell on frivolous matters. We are both working individuals, so let us focus on our duties, Su Chong stated, his words trailing off as he gradually turned to leave. Shen Qingwan bowed her head discreetly, fully aware of the implication behind Su Chong's unless. In terms of external attributes, she believed herself no less than Qin Yuchu, and in many aspects, she felt superior. The evaluation of a woman has never solely hinged on youthfulness. Clearly, Su Chong shared this perspective. The only exception would be if she could ascend to the position of the president's wife, or she need not be a wife at all. Just usurp Qin Yuchu's place. To my surprise, you would also attend. As Zhang lawyer stood before Qin Yuchu, he slightly inclined his body towards Fu Hang. It seemed Fu Hang either did not hear or pretended not to, choosing to maintain a distance, wary of interrupting the conversation between lawyer Zhang and assistant Qin. While holding a cigarette, lawyer Zhang, I appreciate your assistance regarding the matter from a few days ago. Qin Yuchu approached him politely for a handshake. It was merely part of my duties, Zhang lawyer replied, clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Qin Yuchu. A handshake? What a jest. Your man possesses such an eccentric temperament. What if he harbors a penchant for cleanliness? Naturally, Zhang lawyer was acquainted with Fu Hang, not to mention Yuanbo Trading. Even the luxurious cars and mansions were all handled under his purview. In fact, he personally drafted and managed the confidentiality agreements for Yuanbo Trading. In Zhang lawyer's eyes, Fu Hang's identity remained shrouded in mystery. Especially with such a significant flow of funds, it is utterly terrifying that the origins remain completely untraceable. All within the bounds of legality. This is not merely an affair that can be orchestrated by wealth alone. As for the extent of his riches, even lawyer Zhang finds it unfathomable that he could silently acquire Yuanbo Trade and then entirely disregard it post-acquisition. How audacious must one be? Not to mention the exorbitant salary that Fu Hang has offered him, so much so that he has nearly entered retirement mode, attending to Fu Hang's matters while his team scarcely engages in other cases. Where else can one find a boss with so much money and so little to do? It seems that Fu Hang shows no respect towards lawyer Zhang, which secretly unnerves Qin Yuchu, who attempts to provide a few explanations on Fu Hang's behalf. I understand. Lawyer Zhang hurriedly interjects, turning slightly to face Fu Hang, trying to dispel any misunderstandings that might have arisen from his earlier impetuosity. Well then, you two converse. I shall take the child to collect the equipment. Miss Qin, feel free to reach out to me should you require anything. With a courteous bow, lawyer Zhang swiftly departs with his daughter. The unfolding situation does not go unnoticed by those in the vicinity, in the minds of seasoned professionals. Qin Yuchu's significance has increased considerably. They may not possess the keen insight of Su Chongha, but they have all shelved their previous disdain for Qin Yuchu. As Su Chongha remarked, given lawyer Zhang's status, there is no necessity for such deference towards a mere canary. Dad, is that sister your boss's wife? Zhang Xiaolin, who had been silent, looked curiously at her father. Concerning work matters, you should inquire less. Also, why haven't you introduced anyone? You lack basic manners, lawyer Zhang gently admonished. Whether she is the boss's wife, he does not know, but it is highly probable that she will be the next president of Yuanbo Trade. His judgment is based on the newly purchased house, which, when compared to a presidential spouse, he would prefer to believe is a protege cultivated by Fu Hang. After all, given Fu Hang's financial prowess, how could he possibly gift a woman a $2 million house? Wouldn't it be more sensible to retrieve the issue number one? Thus, their relationship must be hierarchical, at least not merely simplistic. Furthermore, do not be deceived by her beauty. She is, after all, the top scorer in the college entrance examination and currently excels in all subjects at Hanqing University. Perhaps recalling something, lawyer Zhang hastily adds this, aiming to guide his child's values. Wow, Zhang Xiaolin gasps in amazement. For someone her age, Being the top scorer in the college entrance examination is akin to a lifetime achievement award. Let us move on. Come sit here. Qin Yuchu reclaims her seat on the stone. Sit tight. Off to collect the equipment. Fu Hang sighed heavily, then donned a flattering smile as he rushed towards the crowd. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, observing Fu Hang's retreating figure, her brow furrowing even deeper. What exactly does this man do? Why does even Lawyer Zhang hold him in such high regard? By the time Fu Hang had walked far away, Qin Yuchu was still unable to piece together any clarity. Shrugging indifferently, she slowly rose, shouldering her backpack and leisurely making her way over. Regardless of who you are in my presence, you bear but one identity, that of the boss. The crowd gradually began to ascend the mountain, while Fu Hang, adorned with a hefty backpack, followed closely behind Shen Qingwan, whose radiant smile brightened the path ahead. As the event coordinator, it was only natural for her to take up the rear, a decision she made unilaterally. Why? Because following Fu Hang would mean publicly displaying affection amidst the throngs of people. Chapter 31. The weight-consumed apologies. I neglected to mention that I should be at the back. Would you and the others like to proceed first, Yuchu? Shen Qingwan spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Staying at the back is perfectly fine. We are a team. Yuchu shrugged nonchalantly. Is your pack heavy? Do you require assistance? Fu Hang interjected at an opportune moment. Ever meticulous in his approach to work, a reflection of his fundamental attitude towards his substantial 10,000 yuan daily salary. No need. I'd rather not have you carry my bag when I can manage on my own. Shen Qingwan had yet to voice her thoughts. But Yuchu had already adjusted her own shoulder bag and spoke without reservation. Internally, Shen Qingwan berated herself. How was he addressing me? Are you aware of the weight of my pack? Yuchu was correct. You have already been of tremendous help with the tent and supplies you are carrying. We can manage our personal bags. She turned gently towards Fu Hang. If you grow weary, do let me know. I can still manage my hand. Fu Hang raised the supply bag in his hand, containing water and some biscuits and bread for the three of them along the way. However, one hand remained unencumbered. The team-building arrangement was to camp at a designated location, and lunch would be resolved en route, while dinner would feature a simple ceremony along with a series of activities. As the crowd continued to move, the management greeted Yuchu as they passed by, the earlier display by Lawyer Zhang having resonated with many. Shen Qingwan maintained a smile, though her heart was increasingly tangled with complexity and envy. Are we ready to depart? Seeing that the crowd had thinned, Yuchu waved her hand and set off ahead. Shen Qingwan hurried to follow, while Fu Hang grimaced, tightening his already cumbersome backpack, stepping forward with resignation. Within that pack lay a portable tent. Though the materials were lightweight and costly, it remained a tent nonetheless. Not to mention he was also carrying a substantial bag of drinking water, bread, biscuits, and fruit. It was not that his stamina was lacking. After various peculiar performance assessments and rewards from the system, his current physical condition made him hesitant to undergo a medical examination. His frustration stemmed from the realization that he could have been lounging comfortably on the large bed of Yunshu No. 1, simply typing away on his phone. Where's Qingwan? Is she tired? Qingwan is wonderful. Please take care, Qingwan. These standard phrases he had mastered, feeling relaxed and at ease. Fu Hang, pass me a bottle of water. After walking for a short distance, Yuchu suddenly turned back. Are you already thirsty? Fu Hang inquired, puzzled. The grilled sausages earlier were a bit salty. Without waiting for Fu Hang's response, Yuchu stepped forward and retrieved 2 bottles of water from the bag. Sister Qingwan, this is for you. Oh, thank you, Shen Qingwan replied, bewildered as she accepted the offer. Why are you giving this to me? I'm not thirsty. Qin Yuchu led the way, closely followed by Shen Qingwan, while Fu Hang leisurely trailed behind them. The trio's pace was notably sluggish, primarily due to Qin Yuchu's leisurely demeanor. The fruit provided by the company is absolutely delightful. Sister Qingwan, do you know which supplier it is from? Sister Qingwan, could you take a photo for me? Fu Hang, could you wait for us over there? Fu Hang, could you pass me a box of biscuits? Sister Qingwan, is there a restroom ahead? I've had too much water. Fu Hang, another bottle of water, please. I finished mine. Shen Qingwan wore a bright smile, yet inwardly she muttered every curse she had ever heard. Was it said that she came from humble beginnings? Why was there so much fuss? They had barely walked any distance. Had they finished all the supplies already? Besides, hadn't she started eating in the car? Milk tea, potato chips, grilled sausages, hawthorn candy by the way. How on earth do you maintain that slim waist? What happened to all the food you consumed? Is there truly a miraculous physique that regulates the growth of fat? Isn't this against biological norms? You're defying natural laws. Look, there's a river down there. Let us go take a look. Qin Yuchu suddenly pointed toward the end of a winding path. That south, not the main road of the scenic area. Shen Qingwan frowned as she glanced at the narrow path, which, while not particularly rugged, was clearly not a thoroughfare leading to the mountain summit. Aren't we here to enjoy the scenery? Come on, keep up. Qin Yuchu exclaimed with exuberance, seemingly intent on burning off the calories she had consumed. Despite her reluctance, Shen Qingwan quickly recalled the smiling faces of the executives she had encountered before their ascent. This is the future president, she reminded herself. It's far better to curry favor with this girl than to fawn over that old man, Su Changtha. At least there's no risk of unwanted advances. Shen Qingwan fell in step, while Fu Heng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Were it not for Shen Qingwan's presence, he likely would have lost his temper with her. Securing the bag to his backpack, Fu Heng took a deep breath. The once substantial supply bag now contained just 2 bottles of water. When it comes to food, the ambience truly matters. Under Qin Yuchu's enthusiastic guidance and distribution, the entire bag of supplies had been consumed in a remarkably short time. After just a few steps, Fu Heng suddenly halted, instinctively adjusting the bag he carried. The 2 bottles of water had become nearly weightless. Did he perhaps have a fleeting thought? They had covered a seemingly short distance. Yet it took them a full 40 minutes to reach the river. Well, this is the 5th scenic spot, Qin Yuchu exclaimed. Running to the riverbank and spreading her arms wide, taking exaggerated breaths of the fresh air. A hint of ease appeared on Shen Qingwan's face, a genuine sense of relief illuminating her features. This place was indeed breathtaking: lush green mountains, clear waters, the melodious chirping of birds, and fragrant flowers. Before her flowed a gentle stream, flanked by dense foliage. After a prolonged existence in a city of steel and concrete, her spirit felt elevated in this moment. Shen Qingwan tilted her head slightly, basking in the freshness of nature. Be careful. Fu Heng's exclamation interrupted Shen Qingwan's moment of relaxation. Instinctively, she looked up and was startled to see Qin Yuchu nimbly climbing onto a massive boulder by the riverside. Yuchu, what are you doing? Shen Qingwan exclaimed in alarm, realizing that behind the stone lay the river, with no barriers in sight. Qingwan, this angle is fantastic. The shot will be perfect. Qin Yuchu called out joyfully from atop the boulder, waving enthusiastically. Come down quickly. It's too dangerous. Shen Qingwan rushed forward but halted at a safe distance. I'm already up here. It would be a shame not to take a picture. It's truly beautiful, Qin Yuchu insisted. I'll pass. Let me take one for you. How boring it is to be the only one here. Fu Heng, come over. Let us take a photo. Qin Yuchu called out to Fu Heng, lifting her chin. Me? Fu Heng blinked in surprise, and Shen Qingwan's expression turned peculiar. A group photo? Had she ever taken one with Fu Heng? Certainly not. A competent tea artist would never take a photo with a backup. You should go ahead and take a picture. Hurry and get her down, Shen Qingwan urged softly, suddenly feeling a pang of intuition. Fu Heng exhaled, recalling Qin Yuchu's indulgent eating along the way. He gently set down his backpack and swiftly climbed atop the boulder. Come a bit closer. Yes, stand right there, Qin Yuchu beamed, pulling Fu Heng into the center of the stone, naturally looping her arm around his. The boulder was rather small for standing, thus the two were uncomfortably close. Don't move around, Fu Heng murmured. He attempted to shift away, but the confined space made it impossible. If I fall, will you save me? Qin Yuchu tilted her head slightly, resting half her head on Fu Heng's shoulder. Seriously, don't move. Fu Heng's heart began to race. Are you worried I might get jealous? Qin Yuchu smiled, her voice barely audible. Fu Heng fell silent, forcing a smile in hopes that Shen Qingwan would quickly capture the moment. Shen Qingwan adjusted her phone for the perfect angle, yet as the two posed closely, seemingly whispering to one another, her trembling fingers suddenly hesitated over the shutter button. 3 words flashed unexpectedly in her mind. A perfect match. Yet it felt glaring. It was unsettling. Are you ready, Qingwan? Wait, let me take a few more shots. Shen Qingwan snapped back to reality, hastily snapping several pictures. She had urged Fu Heng to climb up there for this very photo, after all. Seeing Shen Qingwan raise her hand, Fu Heng promptly jumped down from the boulder. The coolness at his wrist contrasted with the warmth on his shoulder, a tangible sensation. Turning around, Fu Heng hesitated for a moment before raising his hand toward Qin Yuchu. The boulder was not particularly high, about a meter, easy to climb but potentially dangerous for a girl to descend without assistance. Given their intimate pose for the photo, it was only natural to offer a hand. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, gazing at Fu Heng for 3 silent seconds. Then a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. Is she planning something? Fu Heng thought uneasily to himself. Indeed, in the next moment, Qin Youchu's body swayed and fell directly towards Fu Hang. With a swift step and a low stance, Fu Hang's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he securely caught Qin Youchu in his arms. In a princess carry, he glanced down, only to meet Qin Youchu's twinkling eyes. "Youchu?" Shen Qingwan exclaimed, rushing over in a hurry. "I'm fine. I just slipped a bit." Thankfully, Fu Hang was there. Qin Youchu, still slightly shaken, exaggeratedly turned her head and clutched Fu Hang's neck tightly. "You can put me down now," Fu Hang gently reminded, sensing the change in Shen Qingwan's aura, which indicated a drop in her goodwill. "Oh, I'm sorry," Qin Youchu said bashfully, lowering her head, yet showing no intention of loosening her grip. Only when Fu Hang gently placed her feet on the ground did she gradually straighten her posture. "Youchu, that was too dangerous just now. Please don't do that again," Shen Qingwan admonished as she supported Qin Youchu. "I warned you that you'd regret pretending." As Fu Hang reached out moments before, a sudden inspiration struck Shen Qingwan, prompting her to raise her phone once more. Initially intending to capture another intimate moment of their hand-holding, she was taken aback by the unexpected surprise Qin Youchu provided. The image of the two embracing tightly was clearly captured by Shen Qingwan. "It's all right. It was just a slip. I grew up in the mountains. Let us go," Qin Youchu declared, picking up her backpack from the ground as if nothing had happened, leading the way ahead. However, her path diverged from the one they had taken. Following the river upstream, Shen Qingwan, still pondering those two photographs, unconsciously trailed behind. Fu Hang, undeterred, took the opportunity to pick up the climbing bag. Feigning a nose wipe while taking a deep sniff, this was his first intimate encounter with a girl. Were it not for the client nearby, his long-ingrained professional habits would have kept him composed. He would have revealed his true self otherwise. So light, 91 pounds isn't lie. So soft. It doesn't feel like 91 pounds at all. The trio's pace quickened, yet they continued to pause intermittently as the sun shifted from its zenith, casting shadows that slowly moved across the mountains. "Fu Hang, do we have any food left?" Qin Youchu turned around, looking innocently at Fu Hang. "The supply pack is empty." Fu Hang raised the last bottle of water in his hand. "This was meant for me." But the etiquette of a devoted admirer reminded him that the last bottle should not be for himself. "Oh, I finished everything in my bag in the car." "Qingwan, do you have any left?" "I didn't bring any food. Just hold on. We'll have something to eat once we reach the campsite," Shen Qingwan said, leaning against a tree, breathing heavily as she gazed at the riverbank beside her. The scenery was beautiful, yet quite exhausting. Do these two have such stamina? I at least attend yoga class twice a week. Especially Fu Hang, carrying such a large backpack without breaking a sweat. Let us hurry to the campsite. Which direction is it? Qin Youchu inhaled deeply, standing tall. Only this one sentence was uttered, after which silence enveloped the two. Why are you looking at me? Which direction is the campsite? Qin Youchu blinked her innocent and delicate eyelashes. You do not know where the campsite is? Fu Hang was the first to inquire. Why would you think that I know? This is my first visit to Chiafeng Mountain. Qin Youchu appeared exceedingly innocent. But you have been leading the way all along. Fu Hang thought, perplexed. You never mentioned it, so I assumed it was this direction. Qin Youchu replied with her big eyes blinking. According to the plan. What time should we arrive at the campsite? Fu Hang turned to the astonished Shen Qingwan. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An hour to set up camp, followed by dinner. Shen Qingwan, the architect of the plan, was quite familiar with the procedure, yet her voice grew progressively softer. It is almost 3 now, but where is the campsite? Fu Hang anxiously took out his phone. Damn, no signal. You don't know the way either, do you? Qin Youchu asked weakly. I only know the main road. Shen Qingwan, well versed in the plan, had a detailed route, but that was just the main road. But where is the main road now? No signal on the phone. Fu Hang was somewhat speechless as he turned to survey the surroundings. He had been here once before, but similarly, he had followed the crowd up the steps and had turned back halfway down. No signal on your phone? Shen Qingwan gasped, hastily checking her own phone as well. Indeed, there was no signal there either. If there is no signal, it indicates we have strayed far from the intended route, Qin Youchu quietly reminded. The three exchanged glances, bewildered as they looked around. Why is Chiafeng Mountain called Chiafeng Mountain? It is not because there is a mountain named Chiafeng, but rather because this range boasts nearly 1,000 peaks. At that moment, they found themselves nestled between 2 peaks, having traversed countless gorges to arrive there. What should we do? Anxiety finally crept onto Shen Qingwan's face as she instinctively glanced at Fu Hang. Getting lost in these mountains is no trivial matter. Do not panic. This is a scenic area, after all. Our hiking speed is not brisk. We cannot stray too far. The lack of signal might merely be due to the mountains obstructing it. If we retrace our steps, perhaps we will regain signal. Moreover, we ascended as a team. You are a supervisor and an assistant to the president. If we genuinely get lost, they will soon notice and send someone to look for us. Fu Hang sighed helplessly, setting down his backpack and patiently reassuring them. Chapter 33. Falling Leaves and Flying Needles. We took nearly 6 hours to reach here. Are we to return now? I am hungry. Qin Yuchu seemed unappeased by the reassurance, as if she was entirely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. It is still your fault. Fu Hang wanted to scold her, but recalling the sensation of carrying her weight, he merely forced a smile, rendering him speechless. To be fair, it was presumptuous of him to instinctively feel that following this academic prodigy would pose no issues. Just how extraordinary was this prodigy before this? You are right, Yuchu. We have run out of supplies and cannot turn back. Do you remember the way we came? Shen Qingluan felt a surge of anxiety once again, as she was utterly directionless, often getting lost even in the bustling city of Hancheng, let alone in these mountains. I can't recall, Qin Yuchu replied earnestly, shaking her head. I have a vague sense of direction, Fu Hang remarked, glancing back toward their path. Indeed, they had traversed mostly narrow trails, and each path in the mountains seemed strikingly similar. Then we should hurry back, Shen Qingluan insisted, rising to her feet, her fatigue suddenly forgotten. The sun sets early in the mountains, and soon darkness would envelop them. What if we can't find the main road when it gets dark? Qin Yuchu's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingluan was thrown into a complete panic. In this desolate place, if darkness fell. She looked toward Fu Hang, instinctively leaning against him. Do not fear, it is not as grave as it seems. If it truly gets dark, do we not have a tent? We came here to camp after all, whether we are at the campsite or not. If they realize we have not returned, they will contact a rescue team. Fu Hang spoke soothingly to Shen Qingluan while turning his gaze to Qin Yuchu. Qin Yuchu stood quietly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yet why did her expression reveal no trace of worry? I'm hungry, she lamented, echoing her most repeated sentiment of the day. You can't possibly be a monster, can you? A glutton? A Pichio? A Bixia? Fu Hang silently scoffed at the thought, but could not voice any complaints given the circumstances surrounding Qin Yuchu's earlier indulgence. Indeed. Are we going to starve? Shen Qingluan's mood was once again influenced by Qin Yuchu's distress, a natural response in moments of helplessness. Rest assured. Did we not just pass a river? There are fish in that river. I shall catch some for you. Shen Qingluan's expression relaxed at this notion. They had indeed just crossed a river not long ago, far wider than the first one they had encountered, with a large expanse of riverbank. At that time, Qin Yuchu had insisted on wading into the water, much to the disapproval of the others. You can catch fish? Qin Yuchu's eyes brightened, glistening with tears that caught the light like crystals. You won't starve, Fu Hang remarked, slightly irritated, as he felt something was amiss with the day's events. The trio began their return journey, and after approximately half an hour, they reached the riverbank. However, as Qin Yuchu had pointed out, the mountain days grow dark quickly, and with autumn approaching, it was already nearing 4 in the afternoon, with dusk settling in. The scholar's judgment in this regard is remarkably accurate. Is this considered geographical knowledge? Then why did you get lost? You go catch the fish. I will gather some firewood with Sister Qingluan. Upon placing her bag down on the riverbank, Qin Yuchu suddenly perked up. No need. You both stay here and wait, Fu Hang replied, also setting down his pack and rummaging through the various pockets of his hiking bag. In a short while, he produced a sewing kit, not the kind used at home, but one with large needles and thick thread. This is a convenient travel tent kit, meant for emergency repairs in the wilderness. How can this be? We find ourselves in a wilderness survival scenario, where everyone must contribute to the team's strength. As Shen Qingluan took a seat, she was abruptly pulled up by Qin Yuchu. Shen Qingluan felt quite aggrieved. She was genuinely exhausted. Please don't complicate matters. Just sit quietly. I'm very tired, and aren't you hungry too? If you're hungry, then don't move. Fu Hang, catching Shen Qingluan's pleading gaze, hastily intervened to halt their actions. At that moment, Shen Qingluan was indeed troubled and restless. Before getting lost, though fatigued, she had been traversing a scenic area meant for enjoyment. Now, lost, Qin Yuchu's remark about wilderness survival had escalated the situation immensely. In that instant, Fu Hang became her sole pillar of support. The thought of separating from him to join Qin Yuchu was daunting. What if they got lost again? All right, Qin Yuchu pouted, wishing to voice more, but was silenced by Fu Hang's warning glance. Why is he walking further away? Shinqingwan voiced her unease as she watched Fu Hang distance himself. Surely you don't think that where there's water, there are fish? Shinqingwan fell silent. Qin Yuchu pulled over her hiking backpack, resting her head gently against it, tilting her gaze toward Fu Hang's retreating figure. I can sense his presence. Fu Hang moved intermittently. Indeed, there were fish in the water, and quite a number at that. The reason he ventured so far was that he knew the commotion of his fishing could not be observed by the two women. At a sufficient distance, Fu Hang crouched by the water's edge, shielding himself from prying eyes, grasping a steel needle in his palm. He elegantly twisted his wrist into a rather flamboyant orchid gesture. In the next instant, he released the needle, which plunged into the water, striking a fish squarely in the forehead. Mastering a combat technique, falling leaf needle. Indeed, this master was not merely a title of honor, but a genuine accolade. This was also the reason why the 5 ruffians remained oblivious to how they had been dispatched so effortlessly. It explained Fu Hang's relentless pursuit of performance assessments and hidden tasks. Did they truly believe the system merely distributed funds? Gently retracting the fishing line, Fu Hang retrieved the steel needle, zeroing in on the next target while once more forming the orchid gesture. This skill was admirable. Yet this unique method of exertion left Fu Hang feeling quite vexed. A master in the truest sense, yet somehow, it didn't seem entirely conventional. Had he truly caught one? How did he manage it? Shinqingwan, who had been closely observing Fu Hang, suddenly rose in astonishment as she witnessed him crouching for a while. Though the duration of his crouch was somewhat prolonged, he stood up with a catch of fish in hand. Qin Yuchu smiled faintly. She was not surprised by this man's capabilities. Is there a fish market nearby? Qin Yuchu teased upon seeing Fu Hang return, for he held fish that had evidently been processed, its belly sliced open and innards removed. Indeed, I discovered a fresh produce supermarket. Fu Hang replied with a smirk, casually slinging the hiking backpack back onto his shoulder. Shall we gather firewood then? Qin Yuchu said, brushing off the dirt and rising to her feet. Let us proceed over there. If we are to ignite the fire, we must distance ourselves from the mountains and head to the riverbank, Fu Hang suggested, extending his hand to assist Shinqingwan. Instinctively, she raised her hand, only to suddenly catch a whiff of a fishy odor, her gaze drawn to the fish strung together with hemp rope in Fu Hang's grasp. My apologies. The smell is rather strong, Fu Hang remarked, keenly aware of her reaction and stepping back a couple of paces. The scent of freshly slaughtered fish can be quite overpowering. And for someone unaccustomed, it is indeed sensitive. Give it to me. Wow, they look delicious, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, snatching the fish and skipping merrily toward the riverbank. Chapter 34. Grilled fish. Shinqingwan's eyes quivered. She realized she had just lost her composure, her disdainful glance unmasked. Let us go, Fu Hang said, directly seizing Shinqingwan's backpack. A well-trained admirer would hardly concern themselves with such trifles, nor would they display it. Is there water in your bag? Why is it so heavy? Fu Hang inquired, somewhat surprised as he hefted the backpack. Yes, it's facial toner, Shinqingwan replied, her gaze downcast and evasive. Given its weight. You should have given it to me earlier, Fu Hang chided lightly, disregarding her response. What sort of individuals venture into the mountains for camping? With one bag filled entirely with snacks, finished before they even reach the summit, while another brings along facial toner. I can only imagine what else might be in that large bag. Foundation, sunscreen, face masks. You haven't brought an entire makeup kit up the mountain, have you? The stream over there is quite clear. You can wash your face there. Hurry along, Fu Hang urged, closely trailing Shinqingwan. Shinqingwan's eyes momentarily glazed over as she gazed absently at the figure ahead. Perhaps it was the peculiar setting that allowed her to perceive Fu Hang's thoughtfulness in a new light. She realized this consideration had always been present, yet she had previously chosen to overlook it, or perhaps had taken it for granted. As the saying goes, even a block of wood, after 6 years, can evoke feelings. Fu Hang soon found a suitable spot to start the fire, setting his belongings down before venturing back into the woods. Shinqingwan had initially intended to heed Fu Hang's advice and wash her face to relax, pondering if his suggestion implied her appearance had become quite disheveled. However, upon seeing Qin Yuchu crouched by the water's edge, meticulously tending to the fish, she felt an inexplicable urge to check her makeup with a compact mirror. Abandoning the notion of washing her face, opting instead for a simple wipe with a wet tissue, Fu Hang returned shortly, carrying a bundle of dry firewood. He glanced at the sky and once again disappeared into the forest. The sun had vanished from sight. Qin Yuchu's assessment had proven accurate. They would indeed be spending the night here. Navigating unfamiliar mountain paths at night could be perilous. It would be manageable if he were alone. But with two young women accompanying him, Fu Hang felt uncertain. What surprised Fu Hang upon his return was the sight of a fire already blazing on the riverbank. "Did you light it?" he asked, genuinely astonished. Igniting a fire in the wilderness is no trivial matter, especially in the absence of any accelerants. "I may not excel at grilling fish, but I have been entrusted with kindling fires since I was 6. Qin Yuchu lowered her head, methodically threading the fish onto suitable sticks. "Is this acceptable? I genuinely lack the skill to grill fish." Before Fu Hang could respond, Qin Yuchu raised the fish she was holding aloft. "Splendid." Fu Hang regarded her with a deep gaze, then turned his head away to conceal the emotion stirring within him. "Is it edible without any seasoning?" After a brief respite, Xinqingwan finally found a semblance of calm. Settling down, she realized her own hunger. "Rest assured." "Leave it to me," Fu Hang replied with a confident smile. With culinary prowess akin to that of a master chef, grilling a fish was a mere trifle. Whether employing seasoned techniques or methods devoid of flavoring, he had even contemplated that should he ever find himself in dire straits, his culinary skills might sustain him reasonably well. Though the lavish yacht parties and nightly revelries would likely be beyond his reach. Before long, the distinctive aroma of grilled fish wafted across the riverbank. Qin Yuchu, seemingly anxious about Fu Hang's culinary abilities, remained crouched by the campfire, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the sizzling fish. Xinqingwan had intended to assist but hesitated upon witnessing the billowing smoke, ultimately deciding against it. "It smells delightful. I never imagined you possessed such talent." Qin Yuchu exclaimed sincerely. "These two are ready to eat. Want to try?" Due to her proximity, Fu Hang casually handed the first fish to Qin Yuchu, then turned to offer the second to Xinqingwan. This gesture stirred a pang of discomfort within Xinqingwan. She was, after all, the future CEO, a fact she repeatedly reminded herself internally. "Well, the flavor is exquisite. Fu Hang, you are remarkable. It surpasses even the chefs outside, doesn't it?" she said, her eyes sparkling after cautiously tasting a bite. Perhaps her hunger was genuine. The fish, devoid of any seasoning or the typical sauces found in barbecues, possessed a distinctive and refreshing aroma. "I don't know. This is my first time eating grilled fish, but it truly is delightful," Qin Yuchu replied, gazing at the gentle stream nearby without turning her head. This remark caused Fu Hang's hand to tremble slightly. Surely, her first experience with grilled fish could not merely refer to this outdoor barbecue. Fu Hang expertly timed the grilling. Just as the two had nearly finished one fish, another freshly grilled one would be presented to them. After consuming her third fish, Xinqingwan ceased eating. The flavor was indeed pleasant, yet overindulgence could lead to monotony, and she had been mindful of her figure, having never eaten excessively. In stark contrast, Qin Yuchu continued to devour one fish after another, her petite frame resembling an insatiable abyss. Xinqingwan observed her with a complex expression. Can she really not gain weight? "You might as well chew and swallow the fish bones," she mused, suddenly pausing to glance down at the fish bones she had left behind. She had only consumed the middle section of the fish, avoiding the head, tail, and the portion where it was skewered, fearing unsanitary conditions. Reflecting on Qin Yuchu, it was evident that she had consumed nearly every morsel of the fish, leaving nothing but a bare skeleton at her feet. Stealing a glance at Fu Hang, she noticed he had fared similarly, albeit with Qin Yuchu being slightly more meticulous in her consumption. The impoverished girl, Xinqingwan, inwardly scoffed. "Qingwan, take a sip of water to rinse your mouth," Fu Hang offered, presenting the last bottle and unscrewing the cap. Xinqingwan accepted it naturally, just as she was about to bring it to her lips when she suddenly realized it was their final bottle. Gradually lifting it higher, she refrained from drinking directly. Instead, she poured a small amount into the air, inadvertently spilling some dew to her unsteady hand. "It's the last bottle. We must be frugal. You should drink some too, Yuchu." Xinqingwan gently set the bottle down, casting a soft glance at Fu Hang before calling to Qin Yuchu. "You have a drink. I can manage with this." Qin Yuchu pointed to the nearby stream, cupping her hands to scoop some water, first washing away the grime at her lips before taking a small sip. Her expression relaxed and content. "How can you drink untreated water?" Xinqingwan instinctively protested. "Compared to dehydration, a few microorganisms and bacteria are insignificant. I often drank it when I was young, pure and unpolluted," Qin Yuchu replied with a carefree smile, "but occasionally indulging in a bit when tea hurt. If it comes down to it, I'll take some antibiotics after we descend." Fu Hang chuckled, securely capping the bottle and placing it beside Xinqingwan, evidently not planning to partake in the last of the water either. Xinqingwan cradled the bottle, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. A sudden noise jolted her from her reverie, and she turned to see Fu Hang had opened his backpack and was setting up the tent. "What are you doing?" Xin Wan exclaimed in surprise. "It's getting dark. There is no lighting in the mountains, and descending at this hour would be perilous," Fu Hang explained. "But are we really camping here?" Xin Wan stood anxiously. Although they were on a riverbank, the proximity to the forest exuded an aura of unknown danger. "We didn't arrive at our designated location on time. They must have noticed by now and possibly dispatched a rescue team to find us. Rather than wandering aimlessly in the mountains, it's wiser to wait here. At least the view is relatively open. If we set up the tent and light a signal fire, we'll be visible from afar." Qin Yuchu, having washed her hands, bounced over to lend a hand. Completely devoid of the fear and anxiety one might expect in such a dire situation. Chapter 35, The Sudden Arrival of 8,521. Xin Wan fell silent. Qin Yuchu made a compelling argument that left her without counter. She could only refresh her phone repeatedly, hoping to catch a signal for help. The tent was portable and quite simple to set up, akin to opening a folding umbrella. Fu Hang's task was primarily to clear the riverbank, removing the uneven pebbles and securing the tent. Observing the busy pair, Xin Wan felt an urge to assist several times. Yet she was at a loss as to what she could contribute, feeling rather superfluous in that moment. Deep within, memories of the two candid photographs I had captured resurfaced, particularly the one depicting a Princess Carrie. Just moments ago, she had stolen another glance at it. The strong curve of his arms embraced her soft form, while her expression, a mixture of surprise and an indescribable harmony, spoke volumes. "If I were to be held in such a manner, Yuchu, do enlighten me about our esteemed CEO. My curiosity is insatiable." Xin Wan, intrigued, ventured to inquire. Qin Yuchu's gaze towards Fu Hang grew increasingly audacious, and although he consistently evaded her stare, it left Xin Wan feeling quite unsettled. "The CEO?" Qin Yuchu raised her head, casting a skeptical glance at Xin Wan. "Indeed, I am exceedingly curious about our new boss." Suddenly, the sound of a branch snapping filled the air. Fu Hang had broken a wooden stake used to secure the tent. "He may not be exceptionally handsome, but he possesses a charming appeal," Qin Yuchu remarked, discreetly glancing at Fu Hang. She paused her actions, leisurely sitting down, her eyes glazing over as if lost in a reverie. "His smile is captivating, yet he looks striking even when angered. He is not overly muscular, but undeniably sturdy, providing a profound sense of security when held in his embrace. Though not particularly gentle, frequently erupting in fury, he is remarkably considerate and astutely perceptive. One can entrust everything to him without hesitation. Moreover, he is shrouded in mystery. I am aware he undertakes numerous side jobs, yet I remain bewildered about his true vocation. Nevertheless, he is undeniably wealthy." Qin Yuchu tilted her head, gazing dreamily into the lush distance, her face betraying an unmasked bliss. Xin Wan, feeling a twinge of envy, envisioned the portrait Qin Yuchu had painted. She realized that he embodied her ideal partner, the man she had tirelessly strived to improve herself for, through dieting, exercising, and meticulous grooming, all in anticipation of someone like him. "Wow, Yuchu, you are exceptionally fortunate. The CEO must treat you splendidly," Xin Wan remarked enviously, casting a glance at Fu Hang. "Indeed, he is incredibly attentive. He provides me with work, offers warmth, assists in repaying debts, resolves my troubles, and has even established a home for me by purchasing a house. By the way, he hasn't given me a car. Could it be because I lack a driver's license? It seems I must expedite obtaining one," Qin Yuchu said, her tone innocently nonchalant. Fu Hang stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, as his driving license slipped from his pocket. Flustered, he hurriedly retrieved it and sheepishly tucked it back away. Xin Wan's expression momentarily froze. He even gifted her a house? Instinctively, she glanced at Fu Hang, catching the flustered expression he wore, eliciting a cold smirk from her. "Did you see that? This is the disparity." Contemplating the house, she felt that the gifts Fu Hang had bestowed upon her suddenly lost their appeal. The house gifted by the CEO must surely be a lavish estate of at least 300 square meters. How could this girl be so fortunate? "Could you share how you two met?" "I must admit, I am envious," she said. In her darkest, most desperate moments, Qin Yuchu suddenly tilted her head back, dramatically extending her arms towards the heavens. He descended like a celestial being, stepping upon clouds of myriad hues, radiating brilliance as he landed before me. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the mundane, intruding into my life and occupying my entirety. "Your bond is truly admirable." Xin Wan felt a tumult of emotions within, unwilling to gaze upon Fu Hang. For him, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Qin Yuchu lowered her hands and turned to Shen Qingwan, her eyes shimmering with an intensity and fervor that Shen Qingwan had never witnessed before. I envy you both. Shen Qingwan found herself momentarily lost in thought, initially intending to steer the conversation to illuminate Fu Hang's awareness of her position. This woman teases you merely for amusement. She is already taken, her partner being the CEO. Yet, the fire in Qin Yuchu's gaze burned her deeply. Once upon a time, she too harbored such fantasies, yearning for a passionate love that would compel her to give everything without hesitation. However, as time progressed, amidst the presence of various and scrupulous men, and as her manipulation skills became increasingly refined, she found herself engrossed in this game, reveling in the power to toy with these men. It seemed she had lost her way. Why do I engage with these men? With a hint of hesitation, she stole a glance at Fu Hang. If the man destined to accompany her through life were truly him, perhaps it was due to her constrained circumstances. But Shen Qingwan's heart had become exceedingly fragile and sensitive. Memory surged forth, and for the first time, she earnestly contemplated Fu Hang as a man. Or rather, she began to envision him as a potential future. Gradually, the abstract image of her ideal partner began to align with Fu Hang. This man, aside from his lineage, exhibited no discernible flaws. Deep within her recollections, Shen Qingwan intently regarded the hazy figure, only to be taken aback as she discovered a woman standing quietly beside him. Qin Yuchu. The clandestine photographs stored on her phone suddenly crystallized, supplanting her imagined visions, and an unfamiliar pang of jealousy surged within her. It wasn't merely the feeling of someone wearing her discarded slippers left outside, but rather the sensation of her coveted handbag being snatched away. Fu Hang bowed his head, meticulously adjusting the tense straps. This strap he had tied thrice, yet it remained imperfectly fastened. Qin Yuchu's words echoed in his ears, quickening his heartbeat. For him, I would willingly sacrifice everything. Could it be a ruse? Is Shen Qingwan indulging in a game of Versailles? You've witnessed how I treat Shen Qingwan. How could you entertain such thoughts? Afade, merely your manipulative tactic, a method of seduction I have encountered often. Fu Hang's hands trembled slightly, his mind in disarray. Today's salary of 100,000 has been credited. Please check your account. It has been detected that the host is currently in a state of overtime. Overtime compensation will be disbursed alongside the next day's salary upon completion. Current target for strategy, Shen Qingwan's favorability rating, 85-21. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Snap. After breaking a wooden stick, Fu Hang snapped a strap with a sudden motion. He lifted his head abruptly, astonishment flooding his heart. It was early morning when he began work, and by the count of 8 hours, it was indeed time to clock out. But what was that affinity score? 8,521? Are you joking? Wasn't he at just 7,112 yesterday? What on earth did I do today? In utter shock, he glanced up, only to meet Shen Qingwan's complex gaze. Her eyes conveyed a perplexing blend of understanding and tenderness, a sentiment that was both unclear and unfathomable. Damn, what is there to guess? The mere moment their eyes locked, Fu Hang sensed impending trouble. Shen Qingwan seemed to be losing her composure, her resolve wavering. Was her green tea heart in turmoil? Fu Hang, perhaps you should take a breather. Shen Qingwan's voice, imbued with her unique gentleness, surprisingly bore an unfamiliar sincerity that resonated with Fu Hang. Almost ready, he replied hastily, casting an inquisitive glance at Qin Yuchu. Were your previous words accompanied by some sort of mental assault? Why did merely accumulating shots possess such devastating power? Should those words have provoked Shen Qingwan, solidifying her conviction to marry no one but a wealthy heir? How could there be such a counterproductive effect? This defies logic. If we are to stay the night, I shall gather some firewood, Qin Yuchu remarked nonchalantly, rising and meandering toward the woods. I'll go instead, Fu Hang exclaimed, hastily getting up to follow. He dared not be alone with Shen Qingwan, not with an affinity score of 8,512. Was he not dangerously low on health? What if a single action or word triggered a catastrophic response from her? Would he earn the title of first kill with a server-wide announcement of his downfall? Qingwan, keep an eye on the camp. We'll bring back a substantial amount, Qin Yuchu called out cheerfully from ahead. Huh? Shen Qingwan gasped, instinctively surveying her surroundings. The area was indeed spacious, illuminated by the flickering bonfire, and posed no immediate danger. Yet why did they both have to venture out? Shen Qingwan glared at their retreating figures, her teeth clenched in frustration. With a celestial CEO at her side, why did she still feel compelled to flirt with Fu Hang? Chapter 36. The right time, place, and people. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon and the stars remained hidden, darkness enveloped the landscape. The autumn night breeze swept through the mountain ravine, and the bonfire flickered on the riverbank, saturating the air with an eerie silence. Fu Hang had caught some fish for future needs and was now roasting them intermittently. Qin Yuchu lay beside the bonfire, exuding a tranquil demeanor akin to a carefree high school student, her bright eyes reflecting peace as she gazed at the darkened sky, awaiting the twinkling of stars. Shen Qingluan had grown silent. Since earlier, she had been fixated on the dancing flames, not uttering a word. Fu Hang felt an intense restlessness within, diligently replaying the events of the day in his mind, trying to discern where he had gone awry. What had he done wrong? What exactly had he misstepped on? Where had he faltered? Why did Shen Qingluan suddenly falter? Weren't you invulnerable and immune to all poisons? What has become of your protective energy? Your legacy of the Sea King? Your millennium-old heart of green tea? Your golden body? 8521. This represents an exceedingly perilous threshold, particularly since this is in the desolate wilderness. Helpless and solitary, where an unfamiliar environment and the passage of time can profoundly influence one's state of mind and emotions, with neither favorable timing nor advantageous circumstances. How can one prevail in this battle? Wait, human connection? Fu Hang turned his gaze toward the reclining Qin Yuchu. How could one maintain such grandeur while lying down? Ahem. Speaking of human connection, Qin Yuchu, after nurturing troops for 1,000 days, the moment to demonstrate your worth has finally arrived. Risk mitigation through human intervention. Yuchu, would you care for another bite? Fu Hang suddenly spoke, his tone devoid of inquiry, infused instead with a hint of trepidation and tension. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, her expression rife with skepticism. To be precise, this was Fu Hang's first initiative to converse with her today. Out of the corner of her eye, Qin Yuchu instinctively glanced at Shen Qingluan, only to observe that Shen indeed appeared slightly stiff, although she did not turn to look. It was palpable that her attention had shifted this way. What on earth is Fu Hang up to? Did you not state that this was reserved food? Qin Yuchu turned her body, propping herself up with one arm, lazily raising an eyebrow. It's fine. If you wish to eat, I can catch some more. Fu Hang's evasive gaze quickly retreated, fidgeting restlessly by the campfire. How infuriating. The outfit is supposed to be loose-fitting, yet why does it sway so much? But if I truly gain weight, what will happen if the president no longer wants me? Qin Yuchu suddenly flipped herself upright, legs crossed, and fixed a serious gaze upon Fu Hang. I want Fu Hang nearly blurted out. How could you possibly gain weight? He twisted his stiff shoulders, offering a reassuring answer. It smells delightful. May I have a piece? Shen Qingluan's voice chimed in, as she, originally leaning against the tent for shelter from the wind, settled beside Fu Hang. They sat closely, her shoulder inadvertently brushing against his as she sat down. Qingluan, this is for you. Fu Hang's body quivered slightly, yet the movement seemed somewhat deliberate. Where did it all go awry? Shouldn't you be seething with rage at this moment? Why are you so affable? Thank you. Shen Qingluan accepted the grilled fish but made no move to eat it. Instead, she slightly tilted her head, leaning against Fu Hang's shoulder. The night breeze caressed. The silky tips of her hair brushed against his neck, carrying a faint fragrance. Fu Hang's muscles tightened, his thoughts racing in turmoil. No way? No way? No way? Is this a protective measure? Could it be that I have made a strategic miscalculation? Are you two truly not a couple? Qin Yuchu sat across from the campfire, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the two, a subtle smirk gracing her features. Fu Hang's body trembled once more, hesitantly turning his head, his timid gaze flickering toward Shen Qingluan. The gaze conveyed a trifecta of anticipation, trepidation, and infatuation, tinged with a hint of almost imperceptible resignation. In this moment, Fu Hang exerted nearly all of his energy, drawing upon a lifetime of learning. The ability to appear so natural under such immense mental strain illustrates the rigors of being a devoted admirer. No, Shen Qingluan instinctively blurted out. Yet when met with Fu Hang's piercing gaze, a flicker of struggle danced in her eyes. We are merely classmates. Fu Hang beamed, turning to earnestly explain to Qin Yuchu. The standard answer. How come I don't have such classmates? Qin Yuchu pouted, her eyes darting between the two. You are so exceptional, I must be far inferior by comparison. Before Shen Qingluan could finish her thought, Qin Yuchu interrupted, her gaze growing more aggressive. Is the CEO not even comparable? Shen Qingluan's heart churned. What do you mean by that? Are you flirting with me? It's different. I am the one who admires the CEO. Qin Yuchu suddenly leaned forward, her exquisite smile illuminated by the flickering flames, becoming even more enchanting, with an almost bewitching quality. Shen Qingluan found herself at a loss for words. The layers of Qin Yuchu's attack were crystal clear. The first blow, she bluntly exposed the nature of Fu Hang and Shen Qingluan's relationship, dismissing the notion of mere classmates. declaring him to be her devoted admirer and backup. The second blow, my admirers pale in comparison to him. In contrast to others, I hold him in high regard. Shen Qingwan was genuinely speechless. A woman capable of captivating the CEO is indeed no ordinary person, and she showed no signs of hiding her intentions. Aren't you afraid I might relay your words to the CEO? The wind picked up. Why don't you both retreat to the tent for a while? After all, it has been a long day. Fu Hang stood up, feigning a stretch, distancing himself from the campfire. His mind was in complete disarray, unsure whether to attack or defend. Lacking any strategic coherence, he needed solitude to contemplate his current predicament and devise a meticulous plan of action. This night promised to be excruciating. Shen Qingwan was off. And Qin Yuchu was even more so, with the ominous aura of Qianfeng Mountain surrounding them. If he ever returned to Qianfeng Mountain in this lifetime, he would certainly find himself in a never-ending loop of chaos. Yes, it has indeed been a long day. Shall we rest together? Qin Yuchu stood, brushing off her pants and smiling at Fu Hang. I think I'll pass. I'll keep watch for you. Meeting Qin Yuchu's gaze, Fu Hang felt a strange itch in his teeth, instantly deciphering the meaning behind her smile. That's simply one to do. You have worked the hardest today. Should the rescuers fail to find us, you are our anchor. If you tire, what shall we do? Qin Yuchu's expression turned concerned as she navigated around the campfire to grasp Fu Hang's arm. You are right. The one who most needs rest is you. Shen Qingwan instinctively stepped forward, her gaze mirroring Qin Yuchu's concern for Fu Hang, her body positioning itself naturally between them. I truly am fine, Qingwan. Don't you know me? My work often involves late nights, and besides, we are deep in the mountains. Someone must tend to the fire. The hairs on the back of Fu Hang's neck stood on end. Are you tired? The body may not feel fatigued, yet the heart is weary. Rest? How can one rest? There is but a single tent. This tent originally belonged to Shen Qingwan and Qin Yuchu, and in Shen Qingwan's plan, it was designated for Fu Hang and another solitary male colleague from the Human Resources Department. That tent has already ascended the mountain with the main group. Chapter 37. The goddess's devotee Fu Hang is right. After all, we are deep in the mountains. Not to mention snakes, insects, and wild beasts. What if the campfire ignites the surrounding trees? Should we take turns keeping watch? Qin Yuchu remarked, glancing around thoughtfully. Yes, you two should rest first, Fu Hang sighed, casting a dubious glance at Qin Yuchu. Snakes and wild beasts? Are there even snakes this season? Wild beasts? This is a tourist area. How far could they possibly venture? It would be a stroke of luck for four-legged creatures to even spot a squirrel. Set the forest ablaze? I specifically chose a spot in the middle of the riverbank to prevent that. The campfire is at least 180 meters from the forest. How strong must the wind be to pose a threat? Is this the reasoning of an academic? Huh? At that moment, Shen Qingwan felt a chill run down her spine from Qin Yuchu's words and instinctively leaned closer to Fu Hang, almost pressing against him. Snakes and wild beasts? In an instant, Shen Qingwan sensed danger lurking in the surrounding darkness. Fu Hang opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for how to explain it to Shen Qingwan, or rather, he was uncertain whether he should even attempt to explain. All right, I will take the first watch. You two should rest, Qin Yuchu said, waving her hand decisively and winking at Fu Hang. Is that really appropriate? Shen Qingwan turned her head, surprised, to look at Qin Yuchu. Are you truly not afraid? Fu Hang seized the opportunity to convey a piercingly precise glance at Shen Qingwan. What are you doing? Fu Hang was genuinely exhausted after a day filled with labor, carrying luggage, setting up the tent, climbing the mountain, and fishing. He truly needed rest. How about Qingwan takes the first watch? Qin Yuchu suggested hesitantly, subtly returning Fu Hang's glance. I'm helping you. Fu Hang's eyes narrowed dangerously as he shot back. Get lost. This Fu Hang. Shen Qingwan felt increasingly helpless. Asking her to keep watch? Not only was she genuinely frightened, but even if there were no danger, how could she stand outside while the two of them lay together in the tent? Ideally, it would be her and Qin Yuchu inside the tent, while Fu Hang kept watch outside. This arrangement seemed the most logical to Shen Qingwan. Shouldn't a man take on such responsibility in times like these? Where was the sense of duty and accountability? However, with Qin Yuchu having taken the conversation this far, if she were to assert her logic now, it would undoubtedly create a stark contrast in Fu Hang's perception, and a significant one at that. Damn it, this girl has malicious intentions. Where's the sense in having a lady keep watch while I, a grown man, go to sleep? Fu Hang appeared to grasp Shen Qingwan's turmoil, and with a slightly domineering gesture, he pushed her toward the tent. With a long sigh of relief, Shen Qingwan obediently slipped into the tent. to be honest. She felt utterly drained from the day's exertions and was already on the brink of exhaustion. The man is forever aware of his thoughts and desires, always quick to fulfill his expectations. Perhaps Shun Qingluan slowly settled down inside the tent, delicately stroking the fabric. The interior of the tent was remarkably tidy. Not a single bump marred the ground, a testament to Fu Hang's meticulous efforts in its assembly. With a complex array of emotions swirling within her, Shun Qingluan gradually reclined, a wave of weariness accompanied by a warmth blossoming in her heart. In the next moment, her eyes flew open. Where's Qin Yuchu? Why has Tishi come in yet? Rising once more, she leaned against the tent seemed to peer outside. Qin Yuchu sat nonchalantly by the campfire, loosening her ponytail, tilting her head back as she gathered her long hair, lazily relaxing her scalp. The flickering flames danced, casting a tremulous glow that illuminated her vibrant youth. Yet there was an indescribable allure that permeated the air. What are you really up to? Fu Hang's gaze could not bear to confront this scene. He absently poked at the fire with a stick. Aren't you pursuing her? I'm creating an opportunity for you. In moments of helplessness and fear, one's psychological defenses are at their most fragile. At this juncture, if you just relax, I shall pretend to have heard nothing. Qin Yuchu released her hands, allowing her hair to cascade freely, turning her head to regard Fu Hang with playful curiosity. Are you out of your mind? Fu Hang tightened his grip on the stick, struggling to suppress the urge to strike her down. Damn it, this is precisely what I'm worried about. A moment's inattention could lead to a first kill, followed by an announcement across the entire server, leaving me jobless. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Or do you secretly wish to sleep with me? Qin Yuchu's gaze was dreamy, her tone languorous and light. Fu Hang's anxious heart momentarily stalled, his thoughts freezing in place. Damn it, I've been stirred again. Yuchu? Why aren't you coming to rest? Shun Qingluan, unable to bear it any longer, had not heard their conversation. But the palpable tension by the campfire was all too familiar. Didn't I say I would take the first watch? Qin Yuchu replied with a smile, looking up. But didn't Fu Hang say he was concerned for us girls? In this wilderness survival situation, we can't afford such sentiments now. If we fail to protect our most vital asset, we may not emerge from these depths. At this moment, Fu Hang is the one who needs the most care. Qin Yuchu turned to glance at Fu Hang, her eyes shimmering with boundless tenderness and understanding. That gaze, while not overly passionate, was undeniably filled with affection. You're right. Yuchu, Fu Hang, you and I should rest now. Shun Qingluan abandoned her initial intention, swiftly approaching and pulling Fu Hang toward the tent. Yuchu, you've truly crossed the line. Do you have no sense of propriety? What about a girl's modesty? Your gaze moments ago was not merely flirtatious. It was unabashedly provocative, overtly tempting. You enjoy the fresh air outside, do you? Then enjoy it. Inside the dim tent, Fu Hang was at a loss. How had things escalated to this point? Refusal? That contradicted his persona. Simply leaving? Will the system determine it as an automatic resignation? Although the situation is perilous, Fu Hang feels there remains a glimmer of hope. Lie down, sleep, commanded Shun Qingluan with an air of authority. Fu Hang, visibly tense and rigid, cautiously reclined at the very edge of the tent, scarcely daring to breathe. Observing Fu Hang's demeanor, the weight of Shun Qingluan's frustrations dissipated significantly. It was evident that, even in such circumstances, Fu Hang maintained profound respect for her. In that fleeting moment, Shun Qingluan recalled numerous men who had crossed her path. These men, despite their gentlemanly, refined, and tender demeanor, could not conceal the possessiveness that gleamed in their eyes. Even the most casual physical contact seemed deliberate, revealing an underlying intent. In their eyes, she might be a goddess. Yet their actions and thoughts bordered on sacrilege, seeking to subjugate the divine. Conversely, this man appeared to harbor no such base desires. Even in conversation, he maintained a respectful distance. He was truly a man who revered her as a goddess. Do take a moment to rest. Shun Qingluan's voice softened unexpectedly as she slowly laid down at the opposite side of the tent, coyly turning her body and presenting Fu Hang with an alluring silhouette. The luxurious double tent reserved by the executive provided ample space. Two contemplative individuals lay at opposite edges, sharing the air, their breaths mingling in a subtle yet undeniable atmosphere of intimacy. Chapter 38. Desire arises from the heart. Fu Hang. Shun Qingluan's voice was almost a whisper, akin to an unconscious murmur. Fu Hang's heart raced. Sister, you should really sleep now. This is not the time for conversation. In this moment, any discussion could easily evoke unintended emotions. Such is human nature. It is beyond my desires and yours, and it would not bode well for either of us. would it? Thank you. The sound of Shen Qingluan shifting caught Fu Hang's attention, causing his muscles to tense once more. I knew it would come to this. This is what I should do, he thought, turning to meet her gaze. Shen Qingluan remained silent, simply observing Fu Hang with eyes that shimmered like water. A hint of spring in their corners. Her exquisite makeup flickered in the dim light of the tent, radiating an intoxicating blend of affection, shyness, and allure. This entrancing gaze, however, stirred in Fu Hang an impulse. Would a swift slap halt this deviation from core values? His mind bizarrely conjured two options. This deal will succeed, or this deal will fail. But who could fathom Fu Hang's plight? Regardless of the outcome, he faced unemployment. Or perhaps, he found his gaze drawn to Shen Qingluan's lips, adorned with a captivating shade of lipstick, luscious and inviting. The client recognized by the system first was undoubtedly impeccable in her attributes. Since unemployment is looming, should one not simply embrace the situation and take decisive action? Perhaps it would serve as a fitting conclusion to one's career. In this moment of reckoning, there are but two potential outcomes. Outcome 1. Shen Qingluan, in a fit of rage, cries for help, only to chastise herself thereafter. That would be a failure. Unemployment. Outcome 2. Shen Qingluan, unable to contain her emotions, indulges in flattery and succumbs to a night of passion. That would be a success. Unemployment. Fu Hang's throat tightened, and his gaze grew hazy. In extraordinary circumstances, a person's thoughts and psychological defenses become fragile. This holds true not only for Shen Qingluan but also for Fu Hang, a man brimming with youthful vigor. To hell with it. He resolved to seize the moment, his desires rising from the depths of his heart. As he licked his lips and prepared to pounce, in the next instant, the tent was flung open. Fu Hang was suddenly overcome with the urge to retch, feeling as if he had misfired a grand move and crashed into an insurmountable wall. Did you not say you would pretend not to hear? Why did you come in directly? I had built up my emotions, my skills poised and ready, eagerly anticipating this moment, and now you show up? In the next moment, Qin Yuchu nonchalantly lay down in the space deliberately left vacant between the two. The atmosphere became decidedly peculiar. The three individuals within the tent fell into a profound silence. Qin Yuchu remained silent. Fu Hang found himself at a loss for words, while Shen Qingluan's feelings grew increasingly complex. The emotions had indeed reached a critical point. Had Qin Yuchu not entered, something might have transpired. She felt a sense of relief, yet also a tinge of regret and frustration. The breaths of the three were steady and even, yet the atmosphere within the tent grew ever more bizarre. Fu Hang's eyes widened as he strived to observe Qin Yuchu's profile amidst the flickering light from outside. Her elegantly upturned nose, the smooth and delicate line of her jaw, her long, thick eyelashes, and her rosy, radiant cheeks. Initially, the two inside the tent had been lying sideways to maintain a respectful distance. Yet Qin Yuchu lay flat, directly positioned between them. After all, it was a two-person tent. Accommodating three rendered the space uncomfortably cramped. Fu Hang was the first to sense the issue. Recognizing the familiar softness weighing in at 91 pounds, his eyes widened in shock, for in the darkness, he could feel the body next to him shifting restlessly. Is she moving? Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but being pressed against the edge of the tent left him no room to maneuver. His retreat caused the tent to sway. Yuchu, why did you come in? Shen Qingluan finally broke her silence. After a brief moment of shock and panic, she comprehended the current arrangement of the three. I can't take it anymore. I'm tired, Qin Yuchu replied, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Shen Qingluan hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts about asking Qin Yuchu to leave, considering they were all women, and more so, the president's women. Surely it would be fine. Perhaps. Qingluan, why don't you step outside and take a look? Qin Yuchu turned her head, shifting towards Fu Hang. My words remained unvoiced. As Fu Hang met Qin Yuchu's warning gaze with a stare of his own, Shen Qingluan fell silent once more. Let her go? Alone into the pitch-black wilderness? A brief respite should suffice, right? Shen Qingluan's tone faltered. Previously, Qin Yuchu had elevated Fu Hang's need for rest to a matter of ethics and broader perspective, leaving her unable to suggest that Fu Hang venture outside. Well, sleep then, Qin Yuchu smiled, her gaze fixed on Fu Hang, a mischievous grin adorning her face. How about I sleep in the middle? Shen Qingluan had been intently observing the two, though the tent was dimly lit, preventing her from clearly seeing their expressions. Her instincts hinted that something was unfolding between them. Perhaps intentionally, when Qin Yuchu lay down, she maintained a slight distance from Shen Qingluan, which resulted in her being quite close to Fu Hang. You are not a couple. What difference does it make who sleeps in the middle? Fu Hang probably wouldn't mind, would he? Or do you desire to sleep next to Fu Hang? Qin Yu just spoke nonchalantly. Stop with the nonsense. I was merely considering that if the president finds out later, he might be displeased. Shen Qingwan inhaled deeply, deploying her trump card. He has plenty of women around him. He should comprehend my intentions. Moreover, we are surviving in the wilderness. He ought to be grateful to Fu Hang for looking after me. Qin Yuchu tilted her head, attempting to nudge Fu Hang with her forehead, her body subtly shifting closer. Shen Qingwan was oblivious to Qin Yuchu's small gestures, but the conversation left her astonished. What kind of logic is this? Each to their own. Yet he is the president. And who are you? I'm going to smoke. Fu Hang could no longer endure the torment. With a roll, he sat up and almost without a backward glance, stormed out of the tent. Shen Qingwan exhaled a long breath, relieved by her own astuteness. Fu Hang, always understanding the bigger picture. Returning to the campfire. Fu Hang held a cigarette, but found it impossible to ignite. After 3 failed attempts, he reluctantly pulled out a burning piece of wood to light his smoke. Is this woman just toying with me? He pondered, but could utilizing her truly diminish Shen Qingwan's fondness? Once her favor surpassed a certain threshold, it would indeed become exceedingly troublesome. In the absence of any work-related absence, it was genuinely challenging to artificially lower this favor. Unless other fish leapt over the dragon's gate in the client's pond. For instance, with Client 3, when the wealthy heir arrived on a yacht during 82-87. If it were another client, Fu Hang could confidently implement risk hedging, using another client to lower Shen Qingwan's favor, although the challenge would be equally daunting. Yet, Fu Hang found himself completely unable to decipher this woman, realizing she was a siren. No, a demonic enchantress. However, it seemed there were no suitable candidates around Shen Qingwan. Inside the tent, after Fu Hang's departure, Shen Qingwan also sat up. Sister Qingwan, are you not going to sleep? Qin Yuchu shifted her position closer. I'm afraid. I can't sleep, Shen Qingwan observed Qin Yuchu intently through the darkness. She suddenly felt an illusion that the seemingly innocent girl before her might actually possess a higher standing than herself. Yet, she could not comprehend what Qin Yuchu truly meant towards Fu Hang. Was it merely a playful jest, or perhaps a subtle provocation directed at her? As the unequivocal goddess of the company, she adeptly navigated the affections of both her male and female colleagues with grace and ease. Was it solely due to her academic prowess, ranking first in all subjects at school, that this girl sought to compete with her for that top position? How absurd. Shen Qingwan felt a sense of vexation within, yet she was acutely aware of the competitive nature that often arose among peers. Wasn't it akin to celebrities strutting down the red carpet, each striving to outshine the other? In truth, she too found herself restless, deciding to venture outside. Perhaps the rescue team would locate them soon. Qin Yuchu abruptly stood up, not allowing Shen Qingwan a moment to react, and swiftly exited the tent. Shen Qingwan was left bewildered. Hadn't she claimed to be unable to endure it any longer? In truth, Shen Qingwan was indeed fatigued, especially after the emotional roller coaster she had just experienced. However, upon recalling the 2 individuals outside, she steeled herself, her subconscious competitiveness ignited. What were men, after all? Did this little girl truly believe she had the upper hand? When I was charming men, you hadn't even matured yet. Chapter 39. You embrace the autumn waters and gather the starry river. Why is everyone still awake? Fu Hang frowned upon seeing the 2 emerge one after the other. Am I destined to be buried in Chiafeng today? With the current employment rate so low, can you not show a little compassion towards society? I am here to alleviate your boredom, Shen Qingwan replied, settling herself beside Fu Hang, sitting rather close. In contrast, Qin Yuchu positioned herself at a distance, her gaze fixed upon the shimmering water's surface. The night in the mountains differed vastly from that of the city, particularly the sky. Without the interference of city lights, the stars appeared extraordinarily bright, their brilliance reflected in the flowing river, truly refreshing to the spirit. Fu Hang hastily extinguished his cigarette, his dry lips lingering in uncertainty over what to say next. He dared not suggest returning to the tent, for it now felt akin to a guillotine. Do you remember the poem you wrote for me back in university? Shen Qingwan's gaze flickered towards Qin Yuchu as she began to adjust the tempo of the conversation. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. I still write poetry. The revelation intrigued Qin Yuchu instantly. Oh, back then, Fu Hang was a member of the school's poetry society. A true literary talent, Shen Qingwan mused, a hint of admiration sparkling in her eyes. Fu Hang's thoughts were abruptly drawn back into the past. He had indeed been youthful and spirited at that time. Upon graduation, he secured a rather impressive job, yet his mind was entirely preoccupied elsewhere. As he was perpetually at Shen Qingwan's beck and call, leading to his dismissal before he had even completed his probationary period. Subsequently, he lost interest in job hunting altogether, relying endlessly on the savings his mother had left him. His thoughts at that moment stood in stark contrast to his present mindset. Now, he is wholly dedicated to his career, whereas back then, he yearned to establish a family before embarking on his professional journey. Fu Hang? Show us, Qin Yuchu exclaimed, brimming with eagerness. Shen Qingluan also turned to Fu Hang with a gaze filled with longing and nostalgia. The reminiscence of the fishing techniques of the Sea King stirred emotions. Upon meeting her gaze, Fu Hang felt a shiver run down his spine. He astutely sensed a pivotal moment. Indeed, it is only by confronting familiar territories that one can navigate with poise. Welcome to the path of confrontation, he thought. Apologies, but I can't recall, Fu Hang said awkwardly, lowering his head, calculating how many points he could reduce. It was evident that a flicker of surprise crossed Shen Qingluan's eyes. The poem you wrote for me, I remember it all. How could you, Fu Hang, have forgotten? Are you truly still Fu Hang? She inquired. Why not write another here? This mountain, this water, this star, this moon, such splendid material. Qin Yuchu's smile radiated brightly, her tone elevated with enthusiasm. Shen Qingluan remained lost in disappointment, showing no sign of being swayed by the suggestion. Aren't you the academic prodigy? Why not compose one? Fu Hang stirred the campfire, his peripheral vision keenly observing Shen Qingluan's reaction. Progress was smooth. He needed to continue with vigor. If I compose, you shall too? Qin Yuchu's enthusiasm soared. You go first, Fu Hang countered, ignoring her, mulling over the intensity and magnitude of his next move. I, along with the spring breeze, am but a passerby. Qin Yuchu turned her head, gazing at the mountains, and after a moment, spoke in a calm, measured tone. Autumn has arrived. How fitting. Academically gifted, Fu Hang retorted without restraint. You embrace the autumn waters and gather the stars of the galaxy. Qin Yuchu turned back, her gaze steady upon Fu Hang. He fell silent. Having graduated with a degree in Chinese language, he naturally comprehended the deeper implications within her words. This girl Shen Qingluan furrowed her brow slightly, looking up at Qin Yuchu with surprise. Is she truly a prodigy? Did that just come to her effortlessly? But what does that signify? Your turn, great talent, Qin Yuchu said with a sweet smile. Ding. A temporary task was triggered. Create poetry in picturesque settings to please the fair maiden. Completing the task would yield corresponding rewards. Just as Fu Hang was about to make a light-hearted remark, the system notification echoed in his mind. What? Fu Hang was taken aback. This was his first encounter with such a task. Before he could fully absorb the shock, 2 lines of golden text appeared before his eyes. Drunk, unaware of the heavens and the waters, a boat full of vivid dreams pressing upon the galaxy. Wow, he truly is a great talent? Qin Yuchu's exaggerated voice interrupted his thoughts. Damn, did I just instinctively read that aloud? Fu Hang was utterly astonished. The 2 lines of floating text vanished without a trace. And he met Qin Yuchu's gaze, which sparkled with wonder. What the hell? Fu Hang felt a surge of alertness and quickly turned to look at Shen Qingluan, only to be met with a pair of equally astonished eyes. In that moment of bewilderment, there was a hint of shock, a touch of joy, and a dash of enchantment. System, you have betrayed me. Ding. Completing the task would reward one with the popular song Restraint, along with its lyrics, composition, and corresponding vocal techniques. How absurd. I undertake such immense risk, and all I receive is a song? Without a moment to ponder, Fu Hang abruptly rose to his feet before the emotions in Shen Qingluan's eyes could fully manifest. This cannot possibly break 90, can it? What should I do? Qingluan, allow me to explain. I merely transcribed this poem. Goodness, this is hardly the moment for pretentiousness. System, is this truly what you provide me? Indeed, a song. The system never acts without purpose. This song must hold profound significance. Calming his thoughts, Fu Hang hastily endeavored to recall the melody that had abruptly invaded his mind. What is this? How maliciously crafted. If this song were to be performed, I might not even need to wait until tomorrow's settlement. Fu Hang, you are remarkable. Shen Qingluan similarly stood, her eyes sparkling like stars. Fu Hang, his gaze evasive, sought help from Qin Yuchu. It's your turn to intervene. Will you not stop this? What use is it to support you? Yet, Qin Yuchu seemed entirely oblivious, lost in the reflection of the starry sky upon the river's surface. Found it. There. A voice from afar exclaimed, followed by several beams of powerful flashlight illuminating the scene. The rescue team. Fu Hang's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. How I have awaited your arrival. The nation does not deceive me. During times of adversity, these camouflaged uniforms are forever the most trustworthy support. A throng of individuals rushed in from the distance, some clad in fluorescent vests, others in camouflage, along with staff from the scenic area and employees from Yuanbois. Among the crowd, Fu Hang even spotted Lawyer Zhang and Deputy General Manager Su. Uncertain whether this sudden turn of events had affected Shun Qingwan's emotions, Fu Hang eagerly approached the newcomers. The staff from the scenic area were sharp-tongued, sternly reprimanding Fu Hang upon their arrival. Camping in the scenic area requires prior notification and approval and must be conducted in designated zones. Initially believing they were genuinely lost or injured, the staff became agitated upon discovering the group camping by the river, even having ignited a bonfire. This is a level 5 mountainous region. A single misstep could land you behind bars. Fu Hang sincerely explained the circumstances with clarity, repeatedly expressing gratitude and apologies. After confirming that everyone was unharmed, Lawyer Zhang promptly took over the negotiations, while Su Changhe shot a fierce glare at Shun Qingwan before standing silently beside him. The ensuing matters were not for Fu Hang to interfere with. After such an upheaval, camping was obviously no longer an option. Under the guidance of the rescue team, the group descended the mountain in darkness. In reality, they had not ventured far. The journey there took several hours, yet with the rescue team as assistance, they returned to the main road in just an hour. One could only consider it bad luck. That valley conveniently lacked signal coverage. On the way back, Shun Qingwan remained silent. As the event's coordinator, her being lost in the mountains rendered her culpable. Yet amidst the crowd, Fu Hang stole several glances at her, each time perceiving something within her eyes that sent shivers down his spine. In light of Fu Hang's considerate attention to her emotions, he refrained from speaking to her throughout the journey. Conversely, Qin Yuchu appeared unfazed, treating everything around her with an air of nonchalance. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that prompted Su Changhe to express concern for her well-being even during their descent. Upon reaching the entrance of the scenic area, Su Changhe, citing Qin Yuchu's fright, requested Shun Qingwan to accompany her back first. The camping trip had involved the entire company, but only a small fraction participated in the search and rescue, while the rest remained at the campsite as originally planned. As the organizer of the event, Shun Qingwan had no valid reason to leave at this time, even if it meant staying overnight at the scenic lodge with Su Changhe and the others. She intended to return only after everyone descended the mountain together the following day. However, Qin Yuchu stood at Fu Hang's side as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Fu Hang was the one driving, and Su Changhe could not command him. Having heard of Fu Hang, Su Changhe had a general understanding of his relationship with Shun Qingwan, and thus he waved his hand, allowing Shun Qingwan to leave first while he remained to oversee the situation. From a self-serving perspective, he felt a tinge of satisfaction. Was this the future president? Getting lost during a team-building event, not only disrupting the team but also causing everyone to engage in a search, ultimately leaving early? Unlike me, Su Changhe, who bore all the responsibilities. I hope the president can recognize the reality through this incident and reconsider his initial intentions. Chapter 40. I and the spring breeze are merely passers-by. The return journey was deep into the night, with Shun Qingwan still seated in the back, drifting off to sleep once more. The events of the day had indeed left her emotionally and physically drained. Beyond the fatigue of her body, the tumult of her emotions, particularly from Su Changhe's reproachful gaze and his unwillingness to utter another word, instilled a profound sense of anxiety within her. Fu Hang focused on driving, relaxed upon noticing Shun Qingwan had fallen asleep. With both deliberate and inadvertent glances at Qin Yuchu, who sat in the passenger seat, an uncontrollable anger surged within him. Initially, Lawyer Zhang had suggested they rest at the scenic lodge for the night and depart with the main group the following day. Yet, Qin Yuchu had dismissed him with a mere declaration of tiredness and a desire to return home. Did she truly believe herself to be the president's wife? The one behind the wheel was none other than me. If only I had a license, I could have driven for a while. Sensing Fu Hang's agitation, Qin Yuchu lightly rested her head against the car window and spoke softly. Fu Hang ignored her, thinking, "You drive? If you dared to drive, I wouldn't even want to sit in the passenger seat." However, Fu Hang's mind wandered to another matter, the task of capturing a scene to compose poetry. In honor of a fair maiden, this was the system's assignment. But which maiden? Was it Shun Qingwan or Qin Yuchu? Given the context, it seemed more logical that it was Qin Yuchu. If it were indeed her, then perhaps there was no need for such urgency on his part. If Shun Qingwan were to falter, he could simply change his target, couldn't he? System, could you provide clarity? Is Qin Yuchu truly the one? Fu Hang pondered silently. Yet the system remained unresponsive. When he turned to look again, he noticed Qin Yuchu had also closed her eyes, just as Fu Hang assumed she had fallen asleep. He suddenly heard her murmur, drunkenly unaware of the heavens reflected in the waters. The boat laden with starry dreams compresses the galaxy. Thank you. Fu Hang tightened his grip on the steering wheel, casting a furtive glance in the rearview mirror, his jaw clenched. Damn system. Qing Wan? Qing Wan? We have arrived. The vehicle came to a quiet halt outside Shen Qing Wan's residence, prompting Fu Hang to gently rouse her. Shen Qing Wan opened her eyes, her blurred vision gradually sharpening. Upon recognizing her surroundings, she appeared momentarily dazed. I could see that you were quite exhausted, so I brought you back. Fu Hang spoke in a tender and cautious tone. Where did you park? Shen Qing Wan startled, glancing at Qin Yuchu in the passenger seat. I'll park properly first, and then call a cab to send her home. Fu Hang blinked, his gaze evasive. He was simply too timid to be alone with Shen Qing Wan, who, inexplicably, had garnered a significant increase in affection for him today. Moreover, in that tent, Fu Hang instinctively recognized that had Qin Yuchu not entered, something would undoubtedly have transpired. At this moment, if it were just the two of them, how would he respond if Shen Qing Wan suddenly suggested they sit together? It's too late. You should take Yuchu home first. Shen Qing Wan struggled to steady her thoughts, feeling a disorienting haze that made effective responses challenging. Something felt amiss. That works. I'll drive the car over in the morning. You should head inside and rest. Fu Hang contemplated briefly before obediently nodding. Shen Qing Wan was taken aback once more. Realizing, oh yes, I'm already home. Please drive safely. Hesitantly opening the car door, she gazed deeply at Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu appeared to be in a deep slumber, oblivious to everything. As the vehicle slowly departed under Shen Qing Wan's watchful eyes, she remained standing at the community entrance until the taillights vanished from view. Inside the security office, a guard looked on in astonishment. Is that the delivery guy? There was a girl in the passenger seat just now, right? The guard's gaze followed Shen Qing Wan as she walked into the community, still in disbelief. That lingering expression, this guy is something else. I must have been blind before. Late-night traffic in Han City was remarkably smooth. Within just 20 minutes, the car halted once more at another community entrance. Fu Hang parked the vehicle and was about to awaken Qin Yuchu when he turned and met her starlight gaze. You're awake? Fu Hang instinctively spoke, leaning back awkwardly to create distance. I haven't slept, Qin Yuchu replied coldly. We've arrived. You should get some rest. Fu Hang averted his gaze, looking out the window. What about you? Qin Yuchu remained unmoved, showing no inclination to exit the vehicle. Of course, I'm going home to sleep. I've had a long day, Fu Hang replied, exasperated, instinctively pulling out a cigarette. Snap! The lighter ignited, startling Fu Hang. As he gazed at the flickering flame caressed by delicate fingers, Fu Hang lowered his head to ignite the cigarette and rolled down the car window. It was late. Sleep was calling. Qin Yuchu tucked away her lighter and provocatively stared at Fu Hang. Are you out of your mind? Is it that obvious? What exactly do you want? Hurry up and get out of the car. I need to go home and sleep. Fu Hang inhaled sharply from his cigarette, his gaze increasingly evasive, as he dared not meet Qin Yuchu's eyes. Where do you live? What does that have to do with you? What I mean is, your home could be anywhere. Qin Yuchu raised her hand, pointing towards a distant 9-story building. Fu Hang closed his eyes, took another deep drag from his cigarette, exhaled forcefully, and turned to regard Qin Yuchu earnestly. I feel we need to have a serious conversation. Fu Hang sensed he could no longer allow this situation to linger. I am listening. Qin Yuchu's expression mirrored his seriousness. You did this on purpose today, didn't you? Fu Hang's eyes were piercing, fixed intently on Qin Yuchu. She remained silent, blinking slowly. I refuse to believe that a scholarly adept at building fires in the wild would get lost in a tourist area. Qin Yuchu still said nothing, merely nodding slightly. So, what exactly do you intend to do? You're pursuing her, and I'm here to assist you, right, boss? Qin Yuchu turned her head, revealing an innocent smile. Yet, that single utterance of boss pierced Fu Hang's heart once more. All right, so you claim you want to help me? Fu Hang's expression twisted into a grimace. Qin Yuchu nodded earnestly. Then starting tomorrow, please do everything in your power to make her dislike me. Fu Hang's tone was grave, his eyes glinting with intensity. Qin Yuchu clearly hesitated, furrowing her brows as she slightly distanced herself. Are you sure? Absolutely certain, Fu Hang replied deliberately. He had realized that, concerning Shen Qing Wan, Qin Yuchu was likely the only way to break this deadlock. Moreover, despite her eccentricities, Her myriad strategies and cunning mind should be more than sufficient to deal with someone like Xinqing 8521 was yesterday's data. Who could predict what dawn would bring? It would be exceedingly difficult to manage this alone. He could not adopt the indifferent approach of a heartless man, allowing Xinqing to gradually cool off. He still needed to clock in, sign papers, and get to work. Aren't you pursuing her? Qin Yuchu raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. That's my business. You're not already married, are you? Are you pursuing her merely out of fear that she might cling to you? Think whatever you like. Didn't you claim to be clever? Figure it out yourself, and just tell me whether you can accomplish it. I guarantee the task will be completed, boss. Qin Yuchu beamed sweetly, unbuckling her seatbelt. Oh, and don't lose this again. You left it in the tent. Suddenly, Qin Yuchu pulled a vehicle registration certificate from her pocket and carefully placed it in the compartment of the passenger seat. Fu Hang's mouth twitched, instinctively reaching for his pocket, finding it empty. As Qin Yuchu exited the vehicle, Fu Hang slammed the accelerator down, the tires screeching as he sped away. The same scene unfolded once again at the entrance of the community. Until the vehicle faded from view, the figure remained quietly stationed at the gate. I am but a fleeting passerby in the spring breeze, while you embrace the autumn waters and grasp the stars of the galaxy. The following morning, Xinqing nestled in her blanket, staring blankly at her phone screen. She had not slept soundly throughout the night, her mind swirling with thoughts. The screen remained locked. It had displayed a message notification. Qingwan, I am at the community entrance. The message had been sent 10 minutes prior, precisely at 8:45. However, Xinqing did not reply, nor did she even open the chat interface. You must still be asleep. I have parked my car in the public parking space, below Building 6. I bought breakfast and placed it in the passenger seat. If you wake up, remember to take it. I left the car keys in the security office. Half an hour later, a second message arrived. Xinqing continued to gaze silently, offering no response. After a night of contemplation, she seemed to have come to a realization. At 11:30 in the morning, Fu Hang's message arrived once more. Qingwan, are you awake? Have you eaten breakfast? What would you like for lunch? Shall we dine out? Or would you prefer I bring something to you? Xinqing had not eaten breakfast. She had not even gotten out of bed and stood on the balcony in her pajamas. This was an upscale community, well-equipped and picturesque. From her balcony, she could see the meticulously tended garden below and the nearby outdoor swimming pool. Of course, the monthly rent was not inexpensive. If there were a possibility between Fu Hang and herself, it would have borne fruit 3 years ago. Her eyes began to search the community, and she spotted that car in the parking space beneath Building 6. A game coach could neither afford to live in such a community nor drive such a car. With a long sigh, Xinqing pulled the hair tie from her wrist, gathering her cascading waves into a ponytail. She swiped her phone and retrieved that number. Lawyer Zhang? It's me, Xinqing. I sincerely apologize for yesterday. Her voice carried a unique warmth interlaced with a hint of regret. Manager Shun, you are too kind. As long as you are well, that is what matters. Lawyer Zhang was clearly taken aback, puzzled by Xinqing's call. I feel it is necessary to express my apologies. As the event coordinator, I inadvertently dampened your spirits. It was an accident. You were not at fault. Nonetheless, I must convey my apologies. Do you have time this evening, Lawyer Zhang? May I have the opportunity to make amends? Xinqing lowered her stance significantly. Tonight? Lawyer Zhang's tone faltered, tinged with curiosity. He had been with the company for some time, but had not yet found the opportunity to invite her to dinner. Let us skip the dinner, Manager Shin. Please speak plainly. Lawyer Zhang's tone grew increasingly somber, laced with apprehension. Then I shall be direct. Xinqing inhaled deeply, sensing the shift in Lawyer Zhang's demeanor. Lawyer Zhang was aware that I had just assumed the role of human resources supervisor, and this event marked my inaugural project. Regrettably, I had faltered due to my own shortcomings, nearly placing Assistant Qin in jeopardy. You wish to meet the president? The astute Lawyer Zhang, upon hearing Assistant Qin's name, instantly comprehended Xinqing's intentions. Indeed, I wish to personally offer my sincerest apologies. Xinqing did not shy away from her admission, fully cognizant that someone of Lawyer Zhang's caliber would find evasion pointless. A moment of silence ensued. You wish to meet the president? How do I respond to this? Lawyer Zhang had been overseeing the legal affairs for Yuanbui Trade for some time, yet due to the president's nature, he had remained on the periphery of the company's management. This was a professional habit he had cultivated for his own security. Consequently, he possessed a limited understanding of the company's other operations and personnel, often deliberately avoiding them. His familiarity with Shen Qingwan had previously been superficial at best. However, their encounter yesterday, particularly in the company of Fu Hang, stirred his curiosity. Upon inquiring further, he nearly choked on his own tongue. The delivery guy? A devoted admirer for 3 years? Do affluent individuals engage in such frivolities? He mused about the implications of such behavior, pondering the limits of wild pursuits that could stifle others' development. With these considerations, Lawyer Zhang arrived at a startling conclusion. Could Fu Hang's acquisition of Yuanbua trade be motivated by the Shen Qingwan? And who, then, was Qin Yuchu? A harem-building game. Perhaps. Thus, when he received a call from Shen Qingwan, he was taken aback yet maintained his politeness. However, upon learning she wished to treat him to a meal, he felt a surge of caution and anxiety. After some inquiry, he gleaned insights into Shen Qingwan's character and even caught wind of the subtle dynamics between her and Su Changhe. He was utterly reluctant to engage with such a woman. Who could fathom Fu Hang's thoughts on the matter? Yet now, hearing of her desire to meet Fu Hang, he pondered how to respond. Lawyer Zhang? Noticing the lack of response from him, Shen Qingwan hesitantly spoke up. Ah, I see. Regarding yesterday's incident, the president should already be informed. Lawyer Zhang attempted to slow his speech, allowing himself a moment to think. Upon hearing his tone and response, Shen Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. The team hasn't returned yet, has it? The president is already aware? Could it be that Qin Yuchu has spoken with Lawyer Zhang? Lawyer Zhang, may I inquire about the president? Please, do not worry. The president does not harbor any ill will, Lawyer Zhang hurriedly clarified. If it is not too much trouble, might you assist in facilitating an introduction? I have procured some gifts and wish to apologize in person. Regarding this matter, your work is indeed highly regarded by the president. I shall convey your sentiments to him. He has your contact information, and should he wish to meet you, he will reach out. Mr. Su? Very well. I shall be on my way. Suddenly, Lawyer Zhang responded with heightened enthusiasm over the phone. Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. I apologize for the intrusion. Upon hearing Lawyer Zhang call for Mr. Su, Shen Qingwan realized that her conversation was drawing to a close. After hanging up, Lawyer Zhang seized the apple from his daughter's hand and took a vigorous bite. The father and daughter nestled in a secluded corner, far removed from the throng. Where was Mr. Su? The complexities of the adult world bewildered them. Zhang Xiaolin, Lawyer Zhang's daughter, rolled her eyes. I remind you, in the future, don't date someone wealthy. Lawyer Zhang, observing his daughter, couldn't resist offering a piece of advice. You're being ridiculous, Zhang Xiaolin retorted, rolling her eyes once more. Meanwhile, Shen Qingwan clutched the phone, her eyes glimmering with reluctance. Lawyer Zhang's words were evidently a mere excuse. It was exceedingly difficult to be a company supervisor, particularly in human resources, without even being able to meet the president in person. She retrieved her phone, once again gazing at the surreptitious photograph she had taken. Her gaze fixating on the woman being cradled in a prince's embrace, her expression ominously fierce. There was no justification for why she could not achieve what others could. Fu Hang sat quietly in the park at Century Square, cradling a yellow helmet while smoking a cigarette. After sending out a third message that still received no reply, his anxious heart began to ease somewhat. The absence of a response was, in fact, the best reply. He truly feared that Shen Qingwan would respond immediately. Chapter 42. Fu Wanqing. Due to Shen Qingwan's silence, he could not ascertain the clock in time for today. All he could do was wait. Time, at this moment, felt unbearably drawn out. Just then, his phone rang, and instinctively, he raised his hand, only to realize that the sound was coming from another device. Damn. He had forgotten to turn off that phone. He rummaged through his bag, and, upon seeing the caller ID, was momentarily taken aback. Lawyer Zhang? Fu Hang answered the call. Mr. Fu, Shen Qingwan just called me, expressing her desire to meet with you. Lawyer Zhang, familiar with Fu Hang's temperament, was straightforward and to the point. What? Shen Qingwan wishes to see me? No, she means to see the president? Fu Hang quickly grasped the situation. Indeed. How did you respond? Fu Hang's tone instantly lightened, as if the clouds had parted to reveal clear skies. I knew my Qingwan possessed profound capabilities, her resolve as steadfast as a rock. How could she be so easily swayed? I informed her that I would relay the message, but whether the president agrees to meet depends on the president's wishes. Lawyer Zhang replied candidly, showing no signs of noticing Fu Hang's emotional shift. You handled that splendidly. Thank you. Fu Hang hung up the phone, clenching his fist in triumph. A meeting with the president? This was a definitive victory. It seemed Shen Qingwan had completely transformed, recognizing the reality, focusing on the future, and strategizing for the present. As a mere gaming coach, he felt a temporary sense of security. With a long sigh of relief, just as he was about to stand, his phone rang once more. It was still the personal phone. However, upon seeing the number, Fu Hang's expression darkened instantaneously. Fu Wanqing. The phone continued to ring, but Fu Hang remained motionless. After a long pause, the ringing ceased. Fu Hang bowed his head, his expression shrouded in gloom. Fu Wanqing, his biological mother, had raised him in a single-parent household, one that truly embodied the essence of solitude. Fu Hang had never known his father, not even the name of the man who had sired him. He was regarded as a wild child by the neighbors, enduring a plethora of humiliations throughout his youth. He often pressed Fu Wanqing for information about his father. Yet she remained resolutely silent. Consequently, he succumbed to the malicious whispers that suggested he was merely a consequence of Fu Wanqing's recklessness, and that she herself was oblivious to the identity of his father. This led to a strained relationship between them, so much so that when he gained admission to university, Fu Wanqing brought a man home for the first time, and he responded with palpable indifference. The man, a Chinese expatriate rumored to reside abroad, had been introduced by a matchmaker. During the dinner, Fu Hang refrained from uttering a single word. Following that day, he distanced himself from home for an extended period, until Fu Wanqing informed him of her impending marriage. He remained ignorant of the details of the wedding, for he chose not to attend. Subsequently, he received a sum of money, sufficient to sustain him through university and beyond, along with the two-bedroom apartment he had called home since childhood. Fu Wanqing departed in early winter of that year, without a trace. It was not until 2 months after her departure that he returned home, gathered his belongings, and sold the apartment. From that moment on, he severed nearly all ties with Fu Wanqing, living like an orphan, squandering the inheritance she had bestowed upon him. Fu Wanqing would occasionally call, and he would answer with a veneer of coldness. Did he hate her? Perhaps once, for failing to provide him with a complete family. Yet, upon encountering the slightly portly, honest-looking expatriate, he found his resentment dissipating. Instead, he began to loathe himself. It was the first and only time Fu Wanqing had brought a man home. How could a woman who had indulged herself in her youth and bore a child out of wedlock ever hope for something more? He despised himself for being the unnecessary burden that had hindered Fu Wanqing's life. Thus, he adopted an even more aloof demeanor. The man, an expatriate, was destined to leave. If Fu Wanqing chose him, she could not harbor any lingering affections for Fu Hang. Otherwise, she would not have been able to depart with peace of mind. As the phone rang once more, Fu Hang frowned slightly, the caller ID revealing it to be Fu Wanqing. This was unusual. In the past, if he did not answer, the calls would cease, at least for a while. Fu Wanqing's occasional calls were merely to check on his well-being. This time, he answered the phone. Fu Hang? The voice on the other end was filled with surprise, but tinged with weariness. Are you ill? Fu Hang immediately straightened his posture. No, just a slight cold. Fu Wanqing detected the urgency in his tone and smiled with a sense of relief. The indifference of her son was not lost on her. Yet, this was the child she had raised single-handedly. How could she be oblivious to his sentiments? Nevertheless, such is life. Not every choice leads to fulfillment. The majority of existence is devoid of grandeur, consisting merely of compromises. The son's indifference reflects a tacit understanding between mother and son. The son provides reassurance to his mother, while she in turn alleviates his worries. Is there something on your mind? Fu Hang's voice turned cold once more. How is work? Is it going well? Fu Wanqing, undeterred by Fu Hang's change in demeanor, inquired gently. I resigned from my job and opened a milk tea shop. Business is decent. Fu Hang scrutinized the frailty in her voice, pondering for a moment before offering an appropriate response. Have you found someone to date? Fu Wanqing asked in a formulaic manner, seemingly indifferent to Fu Hang's employment. Fu Hang furrowed his brow again, a strange procession of thoughts flitting through his mind. 1, 2, 3, until Qin intruded, jolting Fu Hang back to reality. Are you certain you're all right? Just a slight cold? A flicker of unease crossed Fu Hang's mind. You're not getting any younger. It's time to find a girlfriend. Today's girls are discerning. You should be well aware of your own qualities. When pursuing a girl, make sure you... Fu Hang interrupted her rambling. Did you call just to discuss this? A silence fell on the other end. Fu Hang remained quiet, lighting a cigarette and waiting patiently, though his hand trembled slightly as he held it. Your father has found me, came a barely audible murmur after a long pause. Thunderclap. It felt as though a bolt of lightning struck Fu Hang's mind. In that moment of silence, he had envisioned countless scenarios, even contemplating how to enlist lawyer Zhang's help for a visa. Yet, he never expected Fu Wanqing to respond with such a revelation. I have no father. Fu Hang abruptly ended the call. The phone remained silent. He sat there quietly, chain-smoking. Father? It would be best if you do not find me. I have a promising life ahead and do not wish to become a criminal, for I would be unable to restrain myself from killing you. Crushing the cigarette, but with force, Fu Hang reached for another, only to discover the pack was empty. A slender hand emerged from behind him, delicately holding a pack of cigarettes, the brand he usually smoked. Turning in surprise, he met a pair of starry eyes. Yet, at that moment, those eyes lacked their usual vivacity. Exuding a depth akin to tranquil waters, Fu Hang accepted the cigarettes and was about to unwrap them when another cup of milk tea was presented before him. Yangji Ganlu. With a gentle plop, a straw was inserted, and a graceful figure settled beside him. Fu Hang turned to see the girl staring ahead. Pouting as she vigorously sipped from her cup, her cheeks puffing slowly as she chewed. What brings you here? Fu Hang's voice was hoarse. Feeling the warmth of the milk tea in his palm, suddenly reluctant to drink it. As I passed by, I thought, why not indulge in a cup of milk tea? It won't tea cost me anything. Chapter 43, Client Number 3. Fu Hang was left speechless. So you come here daily to enjoy free milk tea? The cigarette money is 25. Just send me the red envelope. Qin Yuchu took another sip, using her foot to nudge the cigarette, but on the ground. Thank you. Fu Hang lowered his head, disregarding the matter of the cigarette money, and took a hearty gulp of milk tea. I enrolled in a driving school this morning. Qin Yuchu's gaze drifted into the distance, where the pigeons at Century Square were startled by children, taking to the sky in great flocks, a truly magnificent sight. Fu Hang, puzzled, tilted his head slightly. After signing up, I had a chance to try driving, and the instructor praised my natural talent, claiming I might become his fastest student from enrollment to obtaining a license. Fu Hang frowned. Are you ever going to stop? Is this your way of flaunting your academic prowess? Seriously, are you a top student everywhere you go? So, you might want to consider buying me a car. A mouthful of milk tea sprayed out as Fu Hang stared in astonishment at Qin Yuchu. I take back my earlier thanks. You think a pack of cigarettes can exchange for a car? That one that day was quite nice, a 7, classy. How about that one? Qin Yuchu carefully handed Fu Hang a tissue. How can you say that so nonchalantly? Fu Hang was thoroughly astonished. Previous clients always hinted and insinuated in a roundabout manner. What else then? Qin Yuchu's innocent tone carried a hint of childlike playfulness, rendering Fu Hang momentarily speechless. It seems there is nothing wrong with it? There is everything wrong with it. Given our current relationship, isn't it inappropriate to ask for a car directly? Fu Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Which is more expensive, a house or a car? Qin Yuchu suddenly asked earnestly. Naturally, it is so? No, wait. Buying you a house? Fu Hang suddenly faltered. Oh, right? Why would I buy her a house? She isn't even a client. Qin Yuchu remained silent, her large eyes blinking, awaiting Fu Hang's next words. Hold on a second. Fu Hang suddenly realized. Qin Yuchu isn't a client? Why do I treat her like this? She still owes me money. How did we arrive at this point? What have I overlooked? The two exchanged glances, one full of innocence, the other in a daze. Fu Hang? A voice filled with uncertainty called from beside him. Li Weiyang? Fu Hang was taken aback, swiftly pulling himself from his previous thoughts. It was instinctive. For Li Weiyang was a client. Client number 3. It truly is you? Li Weiyang's gaze shifted from Fu Hang's face to the small yellow helmet beside him, then to the yellow vest he wore, then to Qin Yuchu's face, and finally back to Fu Hang. Qin Yuchu's eyes sparkled as she quietly sipped her milk tea. You weren't supposed to be back from abroad? Fu Hang quickly changed the subject. Li Weiyang, the first client whose favorability rating surpassed 80, had reached an impressive 83. 87 when a wealthy heir suddenly emerged, then hastily married and moved abroad. I've returned due to some matters. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Li Weiyang's face. This girl is merely a bystander. Qin Yuchu set down her milk tea and smiled sweetly. A bystander? Li Weiyang regarded her with disbelief. You both exchanged glances just moments ago. When did Fu Hang come to know such a stunning girl, especially one so young? Is she a university student? And how did Fu Hang end up delivering takeout? Did he suffer a financial setback? In Li Weiyang's perception, Fu Hang was a venture capitalist, a carefree individual living off his mother's inheritance from abroad, idly wasting his days as a dependent. I happened to pass by and saw this young man heartbroken over a breakup. Taking it upon himself to spread warmth and rescue a heart on the brink of desolation, Qin Yuchu remarked, gesturing towards a pile of cigarette butts on the ground. This statement caused Li Weiyang to furrow her brow slightly, raising her eyes to scrutinize Fu Hang, believing half of Qin Yuchu's words. Is this sister the ex-girlfriend who cheated on you? Qin Yuchu tilted her head, innocently inquiring of Fu Hang. No, we are merely friends. Li Weiyang trembled slightly, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. Strictly speaking, Qin Yuchu was not entirely wrong. At that time, Fu Hang had fervently pursued her, and she had developed a considerable fondness for him. But later, yes, we are just friends, Fu Hang abruptly interjected, instinctively coming to Li Weiyang's defense. Although they were no longer in a client relationship, many habits are difficult to change, especially given that this young lady's affection had once reached a remarkable 83-87. However, at that time, Fu Hang was simultaneously courting two women. With Shen Xingwan's affection stable, he did not feel a heightened sense of urgency, unlike this occasion. Therefore, expanding his endeavors became imperative. Are you all right? As Fu Hang stood, Li Weiyang instinctively took a step forward, only to suddenly awaken to her surroundings, halting just before her next stride. Isn't this just how I am? Fu Hang instinctively patted his yellow vest, his gaze evasive. Has his persona crumbled? Here. I am an investor. Li Weiyang, hailing from a well-to-do family, would never be inclined to look at someone from the lower echelons of society. Which is why Fu Hang had initially invested considerable effort into crafting his persona. He even subscribed to online finance courses, learning a plethora of esoteric jargon. I have scheduled a meeting with someone. We can discuss things further. Li Weiyang wished to say more, but the inquisitive and probing eyes of the bystanders made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Yes, we can chat later, Fu Hang replied, as if granted a reprieve. Anxiously rubbing his hands together, Li Weiyang departed in her modest heels, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Is she truly your ex-girlfriend? Qin Yuchu urged Fu Hang to sit down again, her face alight with curiosity. Yes, Fu Hang replied, casting a discontented glance at him. Then, gazing at her retreating figure, he thoughtfully retrieved a cigarette. With a sudden flicker, a flame ignited before him, startling Fu Hang once more. Is this my lighter? I never claimed it was mine. Qin Yuchu shrugged. Quick, elaborate on this. What is there to elaborate? She's just an ex-girlfriend, Fu Hang replied lazily, lowering his head to light the cigarette and taking a faint puff. He had been smoking a bit too much today, and a bitter taste lingered in his mouth. Why have I been smoking so much today? Is it because of Shen Xingwan? As the flames were extinguished, Qin Yuchu tucked the lighter into her pocket and spoke seemingly offhandedly. Fu Hang abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on Qin Yuchu. What about Shen Xingwan? Which aspect? He demanded. The gravity of her words hinted at an unsettling depth. Did she possess knowledge beyond what was apparent? Such a strong reaction, had he accurately deduced something? What was there to deduce? What had happened with Shen Xingwan? Fu Hang's instincts were on high alert. Qin Yuchu remained silent, narrowing her eyes as she regarded him. The intensity of her gaze sent chills down Fu Hang's spine. You do not harbor feelings for her, Qin Yuchu articulated deliberately. Who do you mean? Shen Xingwan? After everything, you think I could possibly have feelings for her? Fu Hang hastily retorted, feeling insulted, defamed, his professional integrity besmirched. Do not deceive me. I can see through you. What do you know, you little brat? Have you read a few romance novels and now consider yourself an expert on emotions? Qin Yuchu refrained from responding, instead lifting her chin with the confidence of an academic. Hey, so who do you think I like? It wouldn't be you, would it? Fu Hang scoffed, dismissively curling his lip. You do not like me, at least not at present, Qin Yuchu said, lowering her head, her voice remarkably calm. Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback. A wave of bittersweetness rippled through the shadows of his mind. The unfamiliarity of the sensation left him unsettled. Chapter 44. A subtle approach. Let us go. It's time for dinner. Qin Yuchu rose, pulling Fu Hang to his feet. You can go on your own. I have no appetite, he replied, eyeing her warily. Her demeanor increasingly struck him as unsettling. I am headed to Ping'an Restaurant, she insisted, refusing to let go of his arm. What does my going to Ping'an Restaurant have to do with you? Fu Hang retorted, irritated. Today was hardly a day for dining out. What was I even doing today? I should be feeling quite dejected. That is precisely why we must go to Ping'an Restaurant, Qin Yuchu stated firmly, fixing her gaze upon him. Fu Hang felt increasingly bewildered by her intensity. He was well aware that Ping'an Restaurant was the premier establishment in Han City, known for one defining feature, exorbitant prices. It was unfathomably costly, with a bowl of slow-cooked congee priced at $288 and a simple Coke with a slice of lemon costing $198. He had been fortunate enough to dine there twice, once with Shen Xingwan and once with the recently departed Li Weiyang. Naturally, both occasions had been covered by the system. If you refuse to go, can I afford the meal? Qin Yuchu blinked innocently, presenting a rationale that nearly made Fu Hang choke with incredulity. He stared at her. Dumbfounded, how could she assert such entitlement so confidently? Let us go. You're a corporate executive. What's wrong with treating your assistant to a meal? Qin Yuchu ignored his protests, tugging him along. But that place is not a small diner. There are no guaranteed seats. Fu Hang struggled against her grip. I've already reserved a table, she replied, revealing her phone with the reservation confirmation displayed. What have I missed? Have I overlooked your transformation? How did you evolve into this person? What happened to the earnest student battling against the harshness of life? Are we driving? He asked, raising the helmet he held in his hand, utterly speechless. No, I looked it up online. And it seems that ordinary vehicles are generally not permitted in the security parking lot of that place. Qin Yuchu turned around, wearing a friendly expression, and reminded him. Do you have a reservation? Fu Hang gritted his teeth, finally recalling the misadventures of the day. His father's bad luck? Perhaps indulging in a bit of retail therapy could alleviate the gloom. This is what one might call retaliatory consumption. I'm just concerned about you facing discrimination, after all. Your worth exceeds 100 million, Qin Yuchu chuckled. Me? Fu Hang paused in surprise, emphatically pointing to his yellow vest and lifting the helmet in his hand. Am I afraid of being discriminated against? Fu Hang laughed. You've even grown proud. Qin Yuchu pouted, snatching the helmet from Fu Hang's grasp. Young Chu. A voice suddenly called out, prompting both to turn towards the sound, where they spotted a sunny boy with a guitar slung over his shoulder. You rejected me just for this delivery person? Layla gazed incredulously at the intertwined hands of the two. Fu Hang halted in his tracks. Realizing the pace of today's unfolding events was a bit rapid. How many characters had emerged in the time it took to smoke a cigarette? He subtly withdrew his hand, signaling to Qin Yuchu. Seems like a singer from Han University, Qin Yuchu remarked, lifting her milk teacup and taking a hearty sip. But as she had nearly finished it, air rushed through the straw, producing a gurgling sound. A singer? Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, impressed by the ambiguous identity. Younger Chu. Lei Li's eyes widened, filled with incredulity. He could tolerate Lu Junkai from the student council and even Yao Jun from the sports academy, who stood at a towering 191 centimeters, but this delivery person. He felt insulted. Let me clarify. Qin Yuchu interlaced her fingers with Fu Hang's once more, raising their hands high. It has nothing to do with whether he delivers food or not. So even if you do become a delivery person, I still want to harbor any feelings for you, she stated earnestly. Must you be so direct? Could you not be a bit more tactful? Fu Hang protested, momentarily recalling certain memories, his venture capital aspirations. I juggle work and property investments. What do I seek? Oh, my apologies. Give me a moment to rephrase, Qin Yuchu said, slightly furrowing her brow as she genuinely released Fu Hang's hand and began to ponder seriously. Fu Hang gazed skyward at a 65-degree angle, while Lei Li's forehead pulsed with veins. To wound one's spirit, Senior Layla. Just as Layla prepared to storm away in indignation, Qin Yuchu suddenly lifted her head, her gaze sincere and earnest as she looked at him. Upon meeting her eyes, Lei Lu instinctively felt a tremor in his heart and stood up straighter. I appreciate your admiration. Your pursuit has both flattered and unsettled me. You should be aware of my background and family circumstances. Standing beside someone as remarkable as you leaves me feeling insecure. Qin Yuchu's tone was calm, flowing like a gentle stream, reminiscent of a bubbling spring. Autumn dew embracing the blossoms, and a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. I find it impossible to meet your ardent gaze, just as I cannot confront the depths of my own heart. You are radiant and carefree, destined to become a dazzling gem in the eyes of others. Yet here I am, Qin Yuchu, bowing my head and silently inching closer to Fu Hang. Ultimately, I remain the unsightly duckling beneath this roof. Some barriers cannot be surmounted by mere effort, and this is known as class. At least for now, standing beside him brings me solace. As Qin Yuchu raised her gaze, tears shimmered in her eyes. No, Yuchu, this is not how it should be. Lei Lu, fully immersed in the scene, nearly erupted with fervor. Please, allow me a moment of peace, Qin Yuchu interrupted, her trembling tears cascading down as she turned away, hastily grasping Fu Hang's sleeve and darting off. Layla felt as if his heart had been pierced, reaching out only to grasp a fleeting hint of autumn. It is entirely my fault for being too exceptional and not doing enough for Yuchu. I can change. Exiting the park at a brisk pace, Fu Hang stood there, utterly astonished, marveling at the spectacle. System, what now? Will you not say something? Do you harbor prejudice against her? Where did you learn that? Seeing the system remain unresponsive, Fu Hang joyfully turned to Qin Yuchu. I always knew it. I would not be mistaken. A natural-born prodigy. I have recently indulged in a plethora of romance novels. What do you think? Qin Yuchu turned around, wiping her tear-stained cheeks with her sleeve. Simply perfect. If I must nitpick, perhaps a tad too much crying. Fu Hang engaged in a professional critique. Huh, does it seem overdone? Qin Yuchu frowned. Not at all. The emotions were quite rich. However, if the tears merely lingered in your eyes without falling, that kind of tension would leave the audience yearning for more. Qin Yuchu nodded earnestly, taking note of this insight. By the way, you still read romance? Fu Hang, surprised, questioned the scholarly rebel. It's a necessity for my work. Fu Hang paused, sensing something peculiar. Do you still wish to drink? Seeing Qin Yuchu head towards the milk tea shop. Aren't you borrowing a helmet? Qin Yuchu turned, her expression one of skepticism. Damn, I completely forgot why I came here. Have you lost interest so quickly? I am still engrossed. Chapter 45. A dramatized scene. An exclusive delivery electric bike arrived at the entrance of Pingan Hotel, and predictably, it was intercepted by security. However, the anticipated discrimination and mockery did not materialize. The guard's demeanor was entirely appropriate for the establishment, politely inquiring about the intentions of the two. Fu Hang was somewhat taken aback. The meal ordered by Shen Qingwan was still somewhat upscale, and he had been frequently stopped while dressed as he was. It was not until Qin Yuchu presented her reservation information that the guard, with a friendly demeanor, indicated where the electric bike should be parked, prompting Fu Hang to have an epiphany. The courteous guard's behavior was not merely a reflection of high professional standards, but rather a testament to the fact that a woman is indeed the finest adornment for a man. Seated at their reserved table, Fu Hang continued to reflect, and then glanced at Qin Yuchu, inexplicably reminded of Fu Wanqing's words. You are no longer a child. Bah, such seductive words. They disturb my resolve. I am a person of unwavering resolve, a diligent worker. What talk of romantic entanglements? Such triviality. My, how extraordinary. A single dish costing me an entire year's living expenses? Qin Yuchu, holding the ordering tablet, displayed an exaggerated expression and subtly winked at Fu Hang. You've acted hastily. Do reconsider. Fu Hang rolled his eyes, stating, don't even mention it. My previous annual salary barely afforded a decent meal here. Ding. A temporary quest has been triggered. The music of another world requires sharing. Disseminate restraint in an appropriate manner. Upon completion of the task, rewards shall be granted. A peculiar voice echoed in Fu Hang's mind, prompting him to abruptly glance up, gazing with suspicion at Qin Yuchu, who was ordering across from him. System? Could it be her? A tremor of uncertainty coursed through Fu Hang's thoughts, a blend of excitement and alarm. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. What's wrong? Qin Yuchu noticed Fu Hang's odd demeanor and paused her actions. It's nothing. Please continue with your order. Fu Hang inhaled deeply, scanning his surroundings. It made no sense. The system had never acted arbitrarily before. This was the second occurrence, and both times, Qin Yuchu had been nearby. Share a song? Am I to sing here? Fu Hang found himself in a quandary. If the person before him were a client, he would have no reservations. After all, work is for earning. Yet, sitting across from him was Qin Yuchu, and an inexplicable sense of shame enveloped him. Perhaps you should take a look at the menu? Qin Yuchu hesitated, observing Fu Hang's anxious demeanor, and gently placed the tablet on the table, pushing it towards him. It's fine. Just order what you like, Fu Hang replied casually, glancing at the menu. Shall we discuss the matter of buying you a car instead? Fu Hang felt a pang of discomfort as the figures displayed in the bottom corner of the screen made his toes curl. The car purchase wasn't too urgent. Let me get my driver's license first. Qin Yuchu seemed oblivious to Fu Hang's subtle hints, raising an eyebrow as she resumed browsing the tablet. Dear lady, perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm. Fu Hang leaned closer, whispering a gentle reminder. After this meal, who knows if there will be another opportunity in this lifetime? Qin Yuchu, without lifting her gaze, replied calmly. If you continue like this, you might frighten the target away. What if he slips away during a restroom break? It could be newsworthy. Fu Hang offered a well-meaning warning, tinged with a hint of threat. Qin Yuchu paused, raising her head in contemplation. Precisely, a teachable moment. However, to Fu Hang's surprise, she whimsically tossed her bangs aside and returned to perusing the menu. Fu Hang was at a loss for words, turning his head away. It was that he couldn't afford the meal. Rather, he felt a pressing need to instill in her a sense of prudent spending and risk assessment. Engaging in such behavior could cultivate poor spending habits. What will happen to that guitar-carrying individual? And what about the vice president of the student council? After handing the menu to the waiter, Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly. Have you been here before? She lifted the glass of lemonade from the table. only to realize it lacked a straw, making her drink awkwardly. Yes, Fu Hang nodded. With Shen Qingwan? Qin Yuchu's eyes narrowed. Fu Hang rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Are you still with that person behind you? Qin Yuchu suddenly raised her eyebrows, exaggeratingly arching them. Behind? Fu Hang was taken aback, turning his head in suspicion. Li Weiyang? Fu Hang's eyes widened in shock, and at that moment, Li Weiyang, who was walking towards them, also halted her steps. Friends? The man beside Li Weiyang turned coldly, but the next moment, he spotted Qin Yuchu. If you're friends, then you should greet each other. The man domineeringly took Li Weiyang's hand and strode directly towards Fu Hang. What a coincidence. Fu Hang politely stood up, a gesture of respect befitting a client, especially when accompanied by a man. Hello, aren't you going to introduce yourself? The man smiled, turning to Li Weiyang. What a coincidence, this is my husband, Wang Haitao. This is Fu Hang. Li Weiyang introduced him, her tone somewhat stiff. Fu Hang? Wang Haitao was momentarily taken aback, clearly recalling Fu Hang. Hello. Fu Hang extended his hand, politely shaking his. So this is the rich heir? Indeed, quite impressive, a true talent among men. So it's you. Wang Haitao, however, did not release Fu Hang's hand, his expression turning peculiar. You know me? Fu Hang inwardly scoffed, finding such scenarios tiresome after work hours. Yet, how could he dismiss it? This man had once come to his aid, and Fu Hang owed him a favor. I've heard of you. Wang Haitao released his grip, smiling meaningfully. This is Li Weiyang. She interjected, directly addressing Qin Yuchu, the bystander. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Qin Yuchu, a student supported by Mr. Fu. Qin Yuchu remained seated, tilting her head as she sweetly smiled at the two. A student in need? Both Li Weiyang and Wang Haitao were taken aback, astonishment flickering in their eyes. Particularly Li Weiyang, who had recently received a rather pointed remark from Qin Yuchu, was astonished to learn she was a student sponsored by Fu Hang. Wait, weren't you the one who failed in your investment and resorted to delivering takeout? Li Weiyang turned her head, noticing Fu Hang still clad in the same set of market goods, merely without the conspicuous yellow vest. You've changed quite a bit. Li Weiyang discreetly surveyed the restaurant. You're delivering takeout and bringing a student in need here? I was joking before. Mr. Fu has taken over a milk tea shop, but it previously had mediocre business. So he decided to deliver takeout himself to conduct market research. Qin Yuchu elegantly elucidated, clearly understanding the unspoken message. Li Weiyang realized this was indeed Fu Hang's style, taking matters into his own hands. Miss Yuchu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Would it be alright if I obtained your phone number? Wang Haitao, however, directly disregarded the ongoing conversation, approaching Qin Yuchu and producing his phone. Are you flirting with me in front of your wife? Is that appropriate? Qin Yuchu turned her head, a look of bewilderment on her face. We are actually in the process of getting a divorce. We just met with a lawyer this afternoon. Wang Haitao, completely oblivious to the impropriety, smiled at Li Weiyang, earnestly explaining, You're getting a divorce? Fu Hang was astonished. That seemed rather swift. How long had it been? 6 months? 8 months? Pardon my laughter. Li Weiyang felt a profound sense of embarrassment, particularly in the presence of Fu Hang. It was as if she were thinking, You were blind to reject me and chose someone like this. Look at me now, replaced by a poverty-stricken individual, drenched in melodrama. Fu Hang, equally at a loss, found it difficult to respond to such remarks. Should he express gratitude for the concern? Apologize for the inconvenience? Regrettably, his interest in divorced men was even less than before. Qin Yuchu, with exaggerated expressions, cast a subtle glance at Fu Hang, seemingly inquiring if he would prefer a more tactful rendition of the situation. No worries, there will be opportunities, she remarked. However, Wang Haitao displayed remarkable composure, betraying no hint of displeasure, and nodded slightly as he proceeded inside. Apologies for the interruption. Li Weiyang forced a smile and waved as she followed him in. Chapter 46. I do not wish for regrets. As Fu Hang watched the two depart, he was still lost in thought when Qin Yuchu leaned forward, her lively eyes fixating on him with an unusual intensity. What are you doing? Fu Hang shot her a glare. Don't you have anything to say? Qin Yuchu's voice was notably subdued. What could I possibly think? He replied. A great many things, perhaps, such as melancholy, or perhaps delight, or even schadenfreude, or maybe relief, or regret. Qin Yuchu's tone was playful, yet her last two words were uttered with utmost sincerity. Would I have to regret? Fu Hang turned his face away, curling his lip in disdain. Desires unfulfilled, treasures unappreciated, unresolved sentiments during togetherness, and nostalgia after parting, only to yearn for a reunion that feels too late. Isn't life merely a tapestry woven with regrets? Qin Youchu's gaze was piercing, her voice laced with a unique emotion. Fu Hang fell silent, unable to pinpoint what had stirred him, yet he felt inexplicably touched by a wave of sentimentality. And so, Fu Hang raised his eyes, challenging Qin Youchu with a defiant look. That was merely work. What do you understand? Thus, I refuse to harbor regrets. Qin Youchu's gaze was resolute, as if she were pledging a solemn vow. In that moment, Fu Hang was struck by an almost supernatural belief emanating from her eyes. Goodness, he thought, feeling a twinge of vulnerability under her intense stare. Sincerity, after all, can be the most piercing weapon. The waiter approached with a tray, setting down 2 glasses. To Fu Hang's astonishment, the first drink was a beverage. He peered into the glass, skeptically stirring it with a spoon. Mango pomelo sago? He exclaimed in surprise. Well, let me see what distinguishes the 288 version from the 68 version. After all, the 28 and 68 from the Schoolgate are not vastly different. Qin Youchu chuckled, but her amusement dimmed when she realized there were no straws. The school offers the 28. Do you really commute daily just to indulge in the 68? Fu Hang replied, utterly baffled. The 28 costs 28, while the 68 incurs no expense. Qin Youchu regarded Fu Hang as if he were a fool. Feeling despondent, Fu Hang turned away, signaling the waiter to come over. 2 straws, the larger ones. Qin Youchu's laughter returned, sweet and bright, akin to a mango pomelo sago enriched with extra cream. As the dishes arrived one after another, each exquisitely presented, Qin Youchu felt a surge of delight, especially upon encountering a dish named Ink Mountain and Elegant Waters, which truly resembled a set of 4 landscape paintings. The world of the affluent is indeed beyond imagination, Qin Youchu extravagantly remarked. Thus, Fu Hang, equally astounded, raised his wine glass and drained the sour red wine within. This particular bottle approached 6 figures in cost. He had visited twice before, yet on those occasions, the young ladies had skillfully moderated the experience. Consequently, many dishes were a novel sight for him. Should he reconsider his approach? Being wealthy yet not indulging would be foolish, wouldn't it? The food was delectable, undoubtedly justifying its price, and both indulged heartily. As they neared the end of their meal, Qin Youchu suddenly spoke up. Fu Hang, momentarily taken aback, looked up in confusion, failing to grasp her intent. It's the project with Hengyu Group, Qin Youchu stated, setting down her chopsticks to explain earnestly. And then, a bottle of red wine was nearly consumed by Fu Hang, while Qin Youchu hadn't touched a drop and was now feeling slightly tipsy. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on Fu Hang, observing his slightly dazed eyes. It's nothing, she finally said, breaking into a radiant smile as she lifted the lemonade from the table. Are you referring to Yuanbui trading? Fu Hang seemed to recall something at last. Well, regardless of how expensive the wine, it becomes worthless if overindulged. You can settle the bill now, Qin Youchu replied with another innocent and bright smile. Didn't you order it? Fu Hang smirked. Why order if you don't drink? That's a day's salary. I want to see if every person who drinks makes me uneasy. Qin Youchu suddenly paused, her hand brushing her cheek. Fu Hang felt his intoxication fading, even finding the situation somewhat dull. Not everyone becomes. Well, I understand now, Qin Youchu nodded seriously. Though her signature smile was absent, her eyes remarkably clear. Fu Hang averted his gaze, reluctant to confront her purity. Let us settle the bill. Fu Hang's manner of payment was nonchalant and decisive, in contrast to Qin Youchu, who insisted on having the server print the receipt, meticulously verifying each item before clutching the receipt tightly. This somewhat diminishes the grandeur of my earlier scanning, Fu Hang whispered playfully into Qin Youchu's ear as he stood. A meal costing over 100,000 should be treasured. It might be the only one of its kind in my lifetime. Qin Youchu remained focused on the figures on the receipt. In the future, Fu Hang paused, leaving his thought unspoken. It was complicated. Would they return? Who would pay? Himself? Or the system? Regardless of the answer, Fu Hang was unwilling to confront it. Next time, if we come again, I'll treat you. Qin Youchu suddenly stated earnestly, as if she had once again grasped Fu Hang's unspoken sentiments. Come now, you still owe me hundreds of thousands. Fu Hang retorted with a wry smile. Isn't that debt to be repaid in kind? Qin Youchu's tone shifted dramatically, a complete reversal. When did I mention that Fu Hang's heart raced, only for the next moment to find him frozen in place, as if struck by lightning? His attempt to turn around thwarted by the lateness of the hour? Clearly, Qin Youchu continued to tease, yet upon sensing Fu Hang's unusual demeanor, followed his gaze, only to be met with a flicker of astonishment. Xinxingwan? What day is it today? Could your entrance sequence have been arranged more reasonably? Is the plot progression truly so haphazard? Upon seeing the two, Shen Qingwan was visibly taken aback, for seated across from her was Su Changhe. Sister Qingwan? Qin Yuchu was the first to regain her composure, and after a brief exchange of glances, she eagerly made her way toward them. The layout of the Ping'an Hotel is indeed quite meticulous, with a commendable degree of privacy between seats. However, one must wonder, unless it is a private room. Or even if it is, there are moments when doors must open, right? How coincidental. Noticing Qin Yuchu approaching, Shen Qingwan signaled to Su Changhe and quickly rose to her feet. Fu Hang and I just finished our meal. Oh, Vice President Su is also here. Qin Yuchu seemed to have only just noticed Su Changhe, momentarily startled before hastily offering her greetings. Ah, Qingwan and I have some matters to discuss. This must be Fu Hang, whom I met yesterday. Hello. Fu Hang greeted awkwardly, recalling that just moments before, as he took his first sip of red wine, the system had notified him of the day's assessment, declaring Shen Qingwan's favorability at 79.89. As anticipated, after a night of cooling off, Shen Qingwan had indeed returned to a safe threshold. Yet, with this unexpected twist, one could only hope for no further complications. Chapter 47. Meeting an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, you two? After a brief moment of surprise, Shen Qingwan swiftly identified an opportunity to seize the conversation. The embarrassment should not fall upon herself, but rather upon you, Qin Yuchu. As for Fu Hang, she had 100 ways to explain the situation afterward. Well, Fu Hang saved me yesterday, so I invited him for a nice meal as a token of gratitude, Qin Yuchu replied with casual grace. You and Fu Hang dining alone? The president. Shen Qingwan's expression faltered, her gaze sweeping over Su Changhe. Is this the president's treat? You can't possibly think the two of us could afford this. Can you? Qin Yuchu responded cheerfully, waving the small receipt in her hand. Shen Qingwan, sharp-eyed, caught sight of the number on it, her expression momentarily frozen. The president truly cares for Assistant Qin, Su Changhe remarked with a casual cough, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Yuchu beamed sweetly, her smile somewhat bashful, exuding a charming innocence. Then I won't disturb you. Please enjoy your meal. With a wave, she took Fu Hang's hand and departed. Goodbye. In front of Su Changhe. Fu Hang maintained an air of decorum, though a hint of embarrassment flickered in his gaze towards Shen Qingwan, perfectly captured by her. Damn it, I've done all I can. The rest is left to fate. At least regarding that glance, he rated himself a solid 98. As they exited, Shen Qingwan's expression darkened. Was it because of the president? Or was it Fu Hang? Su Changhe's voice remained devoid of emotion. Naturally, it is the president. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuchu indeed possesses some remarkable qualities. Inviting a man to dine alone, and the president actually footed the bill? Shen Qingwan swiftly recalibrated her emotions. In truth, she was uncertain about the source of her discontent in that fleeting moment of eye contact. Are you so certain it was the president who paid? Su Changhe arched an eyebrow. Of course, I am well aware that Fu Hang cannot possibly spend over 100,000 on a meal for a young lady. Shen Qingwan replied, her tone tinged with bitterness. The last time Fu Hang took her out, she had only ordered a few exceedingly mundane dishes, totaling merely a few thousand. Huh? Su Changhe chuckled lightly, slowly swirling the wine in his glass, squinting as if lost in thought. Shen Qingwan, her mind in turmoil, suddenly found the array of dishes unappetizing. The figures on that little receipt lingered in her mind, particularly since this meal was at her invitation, and it was highly likely she would be expected to settle the bill. Mr. Su, we must devise a plan quickly, otherwise. Shen Qingwan hesitated to speak. What can I do? I can't even see the president. Su Changhe abruptly shifted the conversation, as if their previous discussions and insinuations had never transpired. Can you truly not see the president? You are currently the authority in the company, Shen Qingwan protested, unwilling to relent. I am merely the executive vice president. My signing authority rests with Assistant Qin, Su Changhe replied, unperturbed, leisurely sipping his red wine. Shen Qingwan inwardly cursed, wondering if he was feigning indifference. Did he not feel anxious? Would he be content? Though she voiced her concerns, she understood that he was undoubtedly more aware of the company's affairs than she was. The president had merely been momentarily enchanted by Qin Yuchu. As long as Shen Qingwan suppressed her displeasure and continued to smile, she could gently remind him. Su Changhe remained silent, focusing intently on his meal. Observing his demeanor, Shen Qingwan fell into a resigned silence, having reached this point in their conversation. Further words would seem contrived and diminish her own worth. Lawyer Zhang's daughter should be in her second year of high school, right? considering the time. Isn't her coming-of-age ceremony just half a month away? Suddenly, Su Chang'e spoke casually. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Su, Shen Xingwan replied, momentarily taken aback before expressing her gratitude. Yet, internally, she found herself powerless to complain if matters with lawyer Zhang were progressing smoothly. Why should she incur such great expenses to treat him to a meal? The Hengyu project is set to be presented tomorrow, if all goes well. There will be a discussion with Hengyu next week. Su Chang'e continued the casual conversation. Shen Xingwan was taken aback again. What do you mention this to me for? I am from the Human Resources Department. Such a significant project is beyond my voting rights. It is said that the heir of Hengyu has just returned to the country and has begun to take charge of company affairs. Unless there are unforeseen circumstances, he will likely be responsible for this project. Thank you for your support, Mr. Su. Shen Xingwan understood, forcing a smile while desperately suppressing the urge to splash wine in his face. What do you take me for? A public relations officer? A social butterfly? As they exited the restaurant, Fu Hang exhaled deeply and made his way toward the location of his electric vehicle, only to be abruptly stopped by Qin Yuqiu. Take a taxi. Your car won't be stolen here. Besides, with this, Qin Yuqiu waved the little receipt in her hand. They won't charge you for parking. Joking aside, spending over 100,000 on a meal is quite extravagant. Even if the restaurant were to close, they could easily compensate with a new establishment. Tomorrow's visit may not be convenient, and Fu Hang still wishes to resist. Drink responsibly. Never drive under the influence. Although Qin Yuqiu lacks a driver's license, she has diligently studied traffic regulations since the day she resolved to obtain one. An electric scooter? Fu Hang was speechless. Is an electric scooter not a vehicle? Did you acquire your license merely by paying for it? This disdain from an academic prodigy is palpable. Ultimately, the two boarded the ride-hailing vehicle summoned by Qin Yuqiu. Upon stopping at the entrance of the community, she promptly marked the order as complete and alighted. The driver turned to Fu Hang, who remained seated in disbelief. You just completed the order? Fu Hang rolled down the window. What else would I do? Qin Yuqiu queried, puzzled. What about me? Fu Hang exclaimed in astonishment. You get out. Why should I get out? To go home. To your home? It could also be yours. Qin Yuqiu chuckled again. Do you find this amusing? Fu Hang's tone grew cold. Home was a term he meticulously avoided, despite residing in one of the most luxurious mansions in Han City. Having spent over 100,000 on a meal, I ought to express my gratitude, don't you think? Qin Yuqiu leaned against the car window, smiling alluringly. Have you had too much to drink? Fu Hang's frustration re-emerged. Is it unacceptable to have indulged? Qin Yuqiu raised an eyebrow, her gaze mischievously wandering downward. Drive. Fu Hang barked. Sir, the order is complete. Additional payment is required. It's a fixed rate, direct transfer. Fu Hang slammed the window shut. The driver glanced outside at Qin Yuqiu, his expression a mixture of conflict and hesitation. Am I really driving? The driver seemed reluctant, sensing there might still be a chance to salvage the situation, especially since this ride originated from the Peace Hotel, making the claim of a meal costing over 100,000 likely credible. Have you also drunk too much? Fu Hang was thoroughly exasperated. The driver, speechless, shook his head at Qin Yuqiu and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle weaved through the bustling streets, and Fu Hang gazed blankly out at the flickering neon lights. The driver frequently glanced in the rearview mirror, a wave of inexplicable melancholy rippling through the car's atmosphere. Buddy, I know an excellent traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Get lost. Fu Hang's forehead throbbed with tension. The driver, undeterred by Fu Hang's outburst, simply sighed heavily. What a pity, such an exquisite young lady. Who says money can solve everything? This remark nearly rendered Fu Hang breathless. As his phone rang, Fu Hang frowned. Was this a work-related call? Damn it. It's after hours. And I forgot to turn it off. Qingluan. Fu Hang quickly answered the call. Just because I didn't respond to your message today. You went out to dinner with her alone? The moment the call connected, a chilling interrogation ensued from the other end. Fu Hang felt a jolt of trepidation, his mind racing through three possible responses. Option 1. How could I possibly be angry with you? Option 2. Qingluan, let me explain. It's not what you think. Option 3. She is your superior at work. I couldn't refuse. Fu Hang held his phone, enveloped in silence. Aggressive? Preemptive? I suppose I shall concede, refraining from resistance. Striking back in due course. The call lingered in an eerie stillness. Both parties remained taciturn. My dinner with President Su was necessitated by work, as I had indeed committed a grave error. After an extended pause, Shen Xingwan suddenly began to explain in a hushed tone, her voice nearly breaking with emotion. Do you see? A devoted admirer does not merely attack. At times, a judicious defense proves more effective than aggression. I apologize. My sentiments stem from Fu Hang's voice, heavy with regret and remorse. I understand, Shen Qingwan interjected. A playful smirk graced Fu Hang's lips. Qingwan, your sense of rhythm has indeed improved. By the way, was it truly the president who treated you to dinner today? Shen Qingwan appeared to have detached from her earlier mood, her tone softening considerably. Yes. Fu Hang replied with a slight frown, recalling a previous call from lawyer Zhang. President? Where might I find a president for you? Shall I hire an actor? Would the system suspect performance fraud? The Ping An Hotel does not support signing for bills. How did the president settle the payment? Shen Qingwan inquired curiously. Qin Yuchu snapped a photo of the payment code and sent it to the other party. Fu Hang replied without a second thought. I see, have you arrived home? Shen Qingwan's tone carried a hint of disappointment, but she swiftly transitioned to another topic. I'm still on the way, nearly there. What about you? Haven't you returned yet? Would you like me to come pick you up? I'm also en route. You've had some drinks, so rest early. Shen Qingwan politely declined. All right. You should also rest early. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Fu Hang gazed out the window, his expression tinged with complexity. The driver in the front seat was visibly astonished. This was clearly not the same girl from earlier. It seems that money truly is omnipotent. However, are you certain you don't need that traditional Chinese medicine practitioner as contact? There might still be a semblance of efficacy. Let us change locations. Let us head to Yushu Binjiang. Fu Hang spoke, suddenly disinclined to return to the rental apartment he had occupied for years. He yearned for home. The driver inhaled deeply, signaling to change lanes, pondering whether there might still be remnants of hope. My friend, I suddenly find myself understanding you. It may not entirely be your fault. If that is indeed the case, the traditional medicine practitioner might truly be of little help. The vehicle turned at a traffic light, and the driver occasionally glanced at Fu Hang in the rearview mirror, attempting to discern some hidden quality. Then, Fu Hang's phone rang again. It was still that work phone. Fu Hang gazed at the caller ID, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Li Weiyang, should I answer? Fu Hang deliberated. From a professional standpoint, the persona of a devoted admirer closely resembles that of an ex-boyfriend, and a commendable ex-boyfriend ought to vanish as if he had perished. From the moment of separation, particularly when the other party marries, he should fade from their lives, ensuring no interference, living as though they are dead to one another. Even burning a piece of paper during the Qiming festival is considered an affront. When you are single, my adoration is fervent, persistent, a matter of faith and unwavering devotion. I could indulge in this admiration until the heavens darken and the earth trembles, until the sun and moon lose their radiance. However, should you enter into matrimony and I continue to harbor such feelings, it becomes base, shameless, lewd, and scandalous. One must then endure the condemnation of morality, the judgment of justice, the mockery of public opinion, and the consequences of the system. Wei Yang? Fu Hang still answered the call. Is it convenient to speak? Yet. Li Weiyang posed her question without context. I was just preparing to head home. Fu Hang understood in an instant. I apologize for today's events. On the other end, Li Weiyang's voice carried a hint of melancholy. It's nothing. Don't let it bother you. Fu Hang grasped her implication once more. You may choose not to mind, but it ultimately stems from my actions. You truly need not explain further. I understand. Fu Hang interrupted her. Turning to gaze out the window, they must be nearing home. You haven't changed at all. Li Weiyang fell silent for a moment before exhaling a sigh. Fu Hang remained quiet. Sister, this emotional inclination of yours is rather perilous. My company has regulations against taking on personal work. Did you return that young university student? Li Weiyang teased him like an old friend. Yes. Fu Hang's tone became increasingly cautious. That girl is quite impressive, young, beautiful, intelligent, and bold. Haha. Fu Hang chuckled awkwardly, reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. Can we talk? Li Weiyang suddenly spoke up. What? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, once again grasping that this conversation was certainly not about Qin Yuchu. I'm at the CAF where we first met. Fu Hang hesitated to respond, genuinely caught in a dilemma. By the way, does our profession offer any after-sales service? I'll wait for you. Yet. Li Weiyang did not allow Fu Hang the luxury of thought, promptly ending the call. Fu Hang rubbed his forehead, weariness etched across his face. Bro, are we stopping at this door? The driver turned with a look of admiration, his demeanor both reserved and respectful. Fu Hang regarded him, his expression contorted. From a professional standpoint, he had no justification to remain entangled with Li Weiyang. From a personal perspective, he was even less inclined to maintain any connection with her. Does he harbor feelings for Li Weiyang? To be frank, yes. But they are akin to a farmer's attachment to a hoe, a worker's fondness for a hammer, or a skilled driver's admiration for an excavator. She is a client, a product, once cherished and adored, indulged and pampered. But that was merely work. Fu Hang completed the payment with a scan, opened the car door, and simultaneously drafted a text message. Apologies. I am unable to come over right now. He clicked send, then powered off his phone. That night, Fu Hang retired early, yet his sleep was far from tranquil. In his dreams, he returned to his childhood, to the tenement he had sold years ago, quietly harvesting vegetables, while a familiar figure busied herself at the stove, inquiring incessantly about his school life. He responded intermittently, maintaining a temperate demeanor, yet his gaze remained fixed on that retreating figure. Just as in his memories, she appeared gaunt, her movements as deft as he recalled. Her hair, styled in a bun, was somewhat disheveled, yet her neck was alabaster, the stray strands resembling rising smoke. Replete with the warmth and mundanity of life, Fu Hang felt a heat rising in his eyes and a chill in his limbs. The word mother, which he had not uttered in ages, caught in his throat, and his nose began to tingle. Setting down the dish in his hands, Fu Hang stood up calmly, suddenly realizing how much taller he had grown compared to her. The floral apron turned slowly, adorned with a sweet smile, exuding innocence, purity, and perhaps a hint of naivety. Qin Yuchu. Fu Hang jolted awake, tears still glistening at the corners of his eyes, his back dampened with emotion. This woman was undeniably intoxicating. Chapter 49. Hidden Motives. Good morning, Sister Qingwan. At the base of the company building, Qin Yuchu greeted Shen Qingwan with exuberance, holding 2 food boxes in her hands. You're out early, Yuchu, Shen Qingwan remarked, stepping out of the ride-hailing vehicle and scanning the surroundings for Fu Hang, but not spotting him. Her gaze landed on the food boxes in Qin Yuchu's grasp. Breakfast? Qin Yuchu lifted one of the boxes and offered it to Shen Qingwan, who looked perplexed. I saw on the menu at Ping'an restaurant yesterday that they provide breakfast, so I thought I'd give it a try today, Qin Yuchu said with a smile, linking her arm with Shen Qingwan as they walked towards the office. Did you buy this? At Ping'an restaurant? Shen Qingwan paused, turning back to search for Fu Hang again. He had mentioned bringing her breakfast today. They had an unspoken understanding. If they had made plans the day before, he wouldn't disturb her in the morning. If nothing was specified, he would choose based on her preferences. Fu Hang was indeed considerate. But where was he? It was Fu Hang who bought it. Qin Yuchu said casually as they reached the elevator. Shen Qingwan's confusion deepened as she struggled to untangle the logic behind this. You said you want to buy breakfast. How did it become Fu Hang who bought it? She inquired tentatively. I went with him. He just paid, Qin Yuchu replied with a sweet smile, causing onlookers in the elevator to glance over, too shy to meet her gaze. You went with him? So where is he now? The elevator arrived. Yet Shen Qingwan's thoughts were in disarray. I asked him to leave after dropping me off, Qin Yuchu said, stepping into the elevator and checking her reflection in the mirror, fixing her slightly tousled hair, a result of her helmet. Dropped you off? Shen Qingwan, noticing her actions, felt a surge of unexplainable anger as her logic began to crystallize. I've realized that during rush hour, electric bikes are faster than buses. I wonder if Fu Hang could give me a ride in the future since he is bringing you breakfast anyway. Qin Yuchu turned her head, oblivious to the thoughts of the other passengers in the elevator. Electric bicycles can indeed be perilous. Shen Qingwan forced a smile, offering a kind reminder. Indeed, Qin Yuchu shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon returning to the office, Shen Qingwan emphatically placed the exquisite lunchbox on the table. The Ping'an Hotel? That was quite a distance. Could one even reach it within an hour on an electric bike? Were they merely coincidentally buying breakfast together? Nonsense. Shen Qingwan pieced together the sequence of events. Fu Hang had first gone to pick up Qin Yuchu, and then, at her insistence, they rode closely together on the electric bike, traversing half the city to the Ping'an Hotel for breakfast, only to return again across the city to drop Qin Yuchu at work. Her breakfast was merely an afterthought. In an instant, the lavish breakfast from the Ping'an Hotel lost its allure, and Shen Qingwan felt an impulsive urge to toss it into the trash. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and scrolled to Fu Hang's contact. Yet, just as her finger hovered over the dial button, it froze. After a prolonged moment, she switched to the messaging interface and sent Fu Hang a text. Thank you for such an extravagant breakfast. You've really outdone yourself, pouting emoji. As long as you enjoy it, Fu Hang replied with remarkable speed. Setting her phone down, Fu Hang wore a perplexed expression. He had experienced insomnia the previous night, waking in the middle of the night and failing to return to sleep, preoccupied with thoughts of the electric bike still at the Ping An Hotel. While he had spent the night at Yinshu No. 1, at the break of dawn, he ventured out, opting against taking a taxi. He chose to ride a shared bicycle through the morning mist, as it reminded him that he was no different from the diligent workers who rose early each day. Upon arriving at the Ping An Hotel, he encountered the last person he wished to see that morning, Qin Yuqiu, this woman who never spared him even in her dreams. The subsequent events unfolded much as Shen Qingwan had surmised. Qin Yuqiu insisted on having breakfast there, and Fu Hang reluctantly acquiesced, reasoning that since Shen Qingwan's meal would be reimbursed, there was no need to seek out another place. Accompanied by Qin Yuqiu, they navigated the morning city, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity in Fu Hang. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed many others, like them, sharing a ride. Some appeared bleary-eyed, others brimming with energy. Some embraced tightly, while others remained indifferent and silent. They too carried breakfast, some holding soy milk, others clinging to warm boxes. In the midst of the mundane bustle, Fu Hang suddenly sensed an unprecedented warmth of life, akin to the disheveled hair resting on a fair neck. Damn it! Fu Hang abruptly shook his head. The fleeting image of an apron leaving an indelible shadow. Suddenly, a translucent steamed bun appeared before him, delicately pinched by slender fingers. Fu Hang hesitated for 3 seconds before lowering his head to bite into the bun. Turning to the side, he caught the envious gaze of an older man next to him, while behind him, a middle-aged woman with a round face and short hair relished her pancake with gusto. Fu Hang suddenly felt that the crystal steamed bun priced at 98 was indeed quite worthwhile. Perhaps it was an emotional stir. But after dropping off Qin Yuqiu downstairs at the office, he walked away without a second thought. He was beset by an inexplicable sentiment, telling himself that it stemmed from a fear of the system's judgment. Was he the only one indulging in personal matters during work hours? He set his phone down and surveyed the bubble tea shop. Despite its significant losses, the establishment was reasonably spacious, and Fu Hang had maintained the previous arrangement of 2 shifts with 2 staff members each. However, this morning, there was only one attendant present. Boss Xiaoli might be resigning. The sole server, Xia Xiaofeng, peered over the counter. Resigning? Didn't he just join? Fu Hang frowned. Xiaoli had been there for less than half a month, a new hire after Fu Hang took over, and the contract drafted by lawyer Zhang was rather exploitative. One clause stated that if an employee voluntarily resigned within the probationary month, their salary for that month would be forfeited due to training and uniform costs. However, if they completed the month, those expenses became the company's responsibility. Thus, if Xiaoli left now, he would truly forfeit his salary for the past half-month. I heard it's due to a breakup, Xia Xiaofeng shrugged, a look of sympathy on his face. A breakup? Fu Hang smirked slightly, reflecting on the naivety of youth. Yeah, apparently his girlfriend cheated on him. Fu Hang shook his head. He found it difficult to empathize with such situations. To him, changing service providers was quite commonplace. Much like the case of Li Weiyang, this was simply the nature of both the workplace and the market. Boss, what do you think love really is? With no one around, Xia Xiaofeng prepared a glass of mango sago and placed it before Fu Hang, taking a seat across from him. How would I know? Fu Hang replied, bemused, as if he were an expert on romance. Come on, don't hide it. Share your insights, Xia Xiaofeng urged, his face brimming with admiration. Chapter 50. The toll of the octagonal cage. Fu Hang had indeed seen Qin Yuqiu, and she was nothing short of stunning, beautiful and gentle, with a kind demeanor. She resembled a celestial being. Are you in a relationship? Fu Hang felt flattered by the compliment. Not really, it's just Xiaoli. We actually got along well. But seeing him like this makes me question love itself. You know, he pursued his girlfriend for quite a while. Who would have thought that after less than 3 months together, she would cheat on him? Young people are just too naive. Fu Hang took a sip of his bubble tea, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling. How so? The server straightened up, ready to impart some wisdom. Do you think that just because you've won someone's affection, they are yours forever? What else could it be? Wrong. Winning someone over simply means it was your turn by chance. Fu Hang curled his lip in disdain. If you hold such a mindset, you are unworthy of Yuqiu. A booming voice erupted from the entrance, startling Fu Hang nearly into choking. Turning in astonishment, he beheld a tall, imposing figure at the door, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a statuesque posture, carrying a large black box slung over his back. The morning sun streamed in from behind him, radiating brilliance and enveloping him in a golden glow, exuding an imposing and majestic aura, both grand and resolute. Goodness, is this character entrance accompanied by special effects? It has pulled me out of the scene. Are you sure this is a script? A hero? Are you here for a meal or lodging? Fu Hang raised his brow and slowly rose to stand behind the waiter. I have come to find you. The newcomer strode in with the confidence of a dragon or tiger, stepping boldly through the door. Are you the one who sings at Han University? With the dazzling effects dimmed, Fu Hang finally discerned the visitor. It was none other than the sunny boy he had encountered in the park yesterday, still carrying the guitar on his back. My goodness, I thought I was watching a different play. I am Lei Lu from the Music Conservatory of Han University. Lei Li's presence was still formidable, his gaze piercing and assertive. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? A smile graced Fu Hang's face. Water. Lei Lu tilted his head back as he sat opposite Fu Hang, his demeanor commanding and well-calibrated. The drink that Chu enjoys most is Yangji Ganlu. Then, Yangji Ganlu it is. Lei Lu waved his hand with an air of authority, though the guitar strapped to his back limited his movements. He adjusted his posture, hesitating whether to set the guitar aside. Fu Hang snapped his fingers at the waiter, and Xiao Feng swiftly darted to the bar to prepare the drink. 68. Cash or scan? Fu Hang lifted the payment code at the bar, wearing a professional smile. Lei Li's expression stiffened, his momentum faltering. Payment, 68 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. The store's payment notification chimed, and Fu Hang returned the payment code with a smile, seating himself before Lei Lu. Do you work here? Lei Lu set aside his guitar, beginning to cultivate his emotions anew. This shop belongs to me, Fu Hang grinned. Weren't you delivering takeout? Lei Lu glanced at the safety helmet and vest in the corner. Market research. Fu Hang adopted the persona designed by Chu. Lei Lu fell silent, his brewing aura slightly unstable. How did you know I was here? Fu Hang tilted his head, intrigued by the answer. Chu often drinks the milk tea from this shop. I see her holding it every time at school. Lei Lu adjusted his breathing and provided his answer. At school. I keep a close watch on her. You are here to find her? Fu Hang realized, somewhat surprised. You do have some intentions. Of course. Lei Li's demeanor surged once more, radiating a tenacious spirit that refused to yield. You arrived too early. She usually comes around 10:30. Fu Hang glanced at his watch. Ever since he had begun wearing it, he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Consequently, he often forgot to turn off his work phone. She will come at 10:30? Excitement flickered across Lei Li's face. He had initially intended to take a chance, as encountering Chu at school proved exceedingly difficult. She rarely attended classes. Initially, he was merely captivated by Chu's beauty. However, as he delved deeper into his research, he gradually found himself enveloped by her remarkable brilliance. Top of her class, guaranteed to secure postgraduate recommendations, a financially challenged student. Hardworking, these attributes, when combined with the striking appearance of a girl, created an infinite layering of excellence. Lei Lu was utterly enchanted, especially yesterday. He heard with his own ears and saw with his own eyes that such a nearly perfect goddess possessed a heart so fragile and a spirit so insecure. His heart shattered into countless tiny fragments, each reflecting the glimmer of tears shed in the moment she turned away. He vowed to use his humble soul to rescue and awaken the divine essence within her, to stand beside her under the spotlight, embracing the attention of the masses, relishing unparalleled beauty, and showcasing her brilliance to the world. Thus, he came. However, the unfolding narrative seemed to diverge from his initial expectations. Do you mind at all? Lei Lu looked at Fu Hang, whose smile radiated kindness. Why should I mind? You've paid? Haven't you? Fu Hang gestured toward the waiter who had just set down the sweet dessert. That is not what I meant. Lei Lu felt a surge of irritation. He sensed his noble sentiments were being belittled. It doesn't matter. As a customer, you were king. Fu Hang's smile grew ever warmer. But I'm here to compete with you for Chu. Lei Lu's eyes widened with indignation, straightening his posture as his previously tumultuous aura began to coalesce once more. It'll taste worse if it gets cold. Hurry and try it. This is Chu's favorite flavor. Fu Hang thoughtfully inserted a straw for him. Lei Lu paused, instinctively bowing his head to bite the straw, the sweet, milky flavor bursting in his mouth, dissipating his fervor once again. It's quite delightful, he evaluated sincerely. No wonder Chu loves it so. If you like it, you can recommend it to friends, Fu Hang replied cheerfully, ever the opportunist in business, reiterating that a qualified salesperson must not only seek clients but also nurture them. The atmosphere grew peculiar. Lei Lu attempted several times to reorganize his thoughts, but found no suitable leverage. So, tell me, how did you pursue Chu? Fu Hang initiated the conversation. Lei Lu was taken aback, unable to grasp Fu Hang's intentions, yet his instincts informed him that the main act was finally commencing. This was a contest between men. Fu Hang's question was astutely crafted. He did not inquire why he liked her, nor what he could do for her, but rather, how he pursued her. A provocation? A mockery? No. This was the tolling of the bell in the octagonal cage. I brought her things she likes. Layla leaned back, providing an answer that was both offensive and defensive. What does she like? Fu Hang's gaze fell upon the sweet dessert before Layla. Bubble tea. Laylu's expression stiffened momentarily. He did not even know her favorite beverage. Never mind, don't dwell on it. What else did you gift her? Fu Hang gently prodded. Red lipstick. Laylu's confidence began to wane. Cosmetics? Do you think she is not beautiful enough? Are you implying she needs makeup to compensate? A flicker of terror crossed Laylu's eyes. What else? Fu Hang's smile remained, his guidance unwavering. Snacks. Ah, that's acceptable. Her roommate would likely appreciate that. Layli's expression grew increasingly awkward as he comprehended Fu Hang's implication. Blow the wave. Triple kill. Chapter 51. Buckle up. I am about to start showing off. Have you sent her flowers? Fu Hang calmly inquired, taking a sip of his milk tea. I intended to, but not yet, Laylu instinctively replied. How do you plan to send them? A bouquet? A bunch? Or perhaps an entire truck? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, earnestly questioning him. Reminiscent of a teacher guiding a student through homework. I don't know. That's fine, Fu Hang said. Just remember, don't make foolish mistakes. When presenting gifts to a girl, one must prioritize maximizing benefits. What does maximizing benefits entail? It's about leveraging the advantageous surplus value of capitalism to achieve the highest profit at the lowest cost. Do you understand? Fu Hang brushed his hair back, tilting his head to showcase his jawline, his cheekbones well-defined and harmonizing beautifully with his nose, a compliment once made by Li Weiyang. Laylu appeared momentarily dazed. Let me put it this way. If you plan to give her a bouquet, prepare for a long-term commitment, one bouquet daily until she falls for you. Or until you decide to give up. Otherwise, it would be futile. This approach is centered on the emotional impact of companionship, allowing her to grow accustomed to your presence. Layla nodded thoughtfully, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. If you opt for a bunch, then it must contain a base of 999 flowers. This strategy is focused on visual impact. The momentary shock of such a display will stimulate dopamine release, elevating emotions, and pushing expectations to a critical threshold. Again, Layla nodded earnestly, the rebellious spark in his eyes fading. As for sending an entire truckload, that merely caters to vanity, which is not applicable here. I'd advise against wasting money. Laylu blinked and moistened his dry lips. What about other options? Have you attempted to ask her out? Fu Hang set down his milk tea and offered a cigarette to Laylu. Laylu waved it away, declining. Fu Hang nodded in understanding and lit one for himself. Not smoking is commendable, it is a positive trait. Do not emulate those cool scenarios depicted in films. Most girls dislike smoking. Fu Hang inhaled deeply and released a cloud of smoke, forming elegant rings. Surprisingly, Layla found that posture rather appealing. Just then, the waiter, Xiaofeng, thoughtfully brought a disposable cup to serve as an ashtray, oblivious to the no-smoking sign on the wall. Have you ever asked her out? Fu Hang resumed. I haven't been able to. She rarely comes to school, Layla responded honestly. There's no rush. Opportunities will arise. What do you intend to invite her for? Dinner? Shopping? A movie? I plan to invite her to my personal fan meeting. Layla licked his lips, his demeanor shifting noticeably. A fan meeting? Fu Hang surveyed Layla from head to toe. Impressive. Being talented enough to host a fan meeting at university indicates you have a solid following. Yes. I actually stream occasionally and have gained some recognition at school. A sudden spark of confidence ignited within Layla. Then you intend to invite her to witness other girls scream for you? Fu Hang blinked, a quizzical expression crossing his face. Rare kill. 5 kills. Having a specialty is indeed an asset, yet one must remember that while an individual's talent may exude charm, if that talent becomes a profession, it transforms from a mere specialty into a tool for livelihood. Thus, for a musician, it is essential to tailor their craft to evoke specific emotional values. Tailored? Layla found himself lost in contemplation, the confusion on his face unmistakable. Fu Hang extinguished his cigarette and snapped his fingers. Tell him, if she is inexperienced, take her to witness the splendors of the world. If she has traversed the vicissitudes of life, bring her to ride the carousel. Xiaofeng, the bartender, spoke plainly. Layla was utterly astonished. What kind of place is this? Even a waiter possesses such profound insights? How insightful, how philosophical. Therefore, whether it be a fan meeting or a concert, nothing compares to singing a song solely for her. Fu Hang, with a spirit of inclusivity, reached for his milk tea. only to find it empty. The perceptive waiter, Xia Xiaofeng, promptly presented him with a glass of lemonade. Fu Hang typically consumed only one serving of mango sago per day, a habit of the boss, unless the boss lady was present. Oh, is this singer, this tall fellow, attempting to pursue the boss lady? Is the boss teaching him how to win her affection? Truly, he is the boss. When faced with difficulties, one must rise to the occasion. If no difficulties exist, one must create them. The prospect of singing solely for her opened a brand new door for Lei Lu, one with a skylight, no less. Come, sing a song for us, Fu Hang said, crossing his legs and giving Lei Lu an encouraging look. All right. Lei Lu, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved his guitar. At that moment, he had forgotten why he was there. It no longer mattered, for he had encountered a mentor. An emotional and passionate performance commenced. And Fu Hang raised an eyebrow slightly. Not bad. The vocal quality is quite remarkable. Importantly, Lei Li's voice is exceptionally clear, even pure. He possesses a natural talent for singing love songs. How was that? After completing the song, having navigated familiar territory, Lei Li's confidence began to resurface. Very impressive. I give you a score of 98. I deducted 2 points to prevent you from becoming overly proud. Fu Hang gave a thumbs up. So, shall I sing this one? Lei Lu, overwhelmed with excitement, finally received the mentor's approval. This one? You haven't composed an original, have you? Tailored means you should sing your own song. What is the point of performing someone else's? Fu Hang furrowed his brow, seeking maximum benefit. Originality is the key. I'll give it a try. Lei Lu took a deep breath, closed his eyes to cultivate his emotions, and began to strum his guitar. It seems this young man indeed has some material. However, Fu Hang gradually began to frown. What is this? Is this considered a song? Glancing at the waiter, he finally confirmed that it wasn't a matter of personal taste. Fu Hang raised his hand to interrupt Lei Lu. Does your music academy not offer language classes? Fu Hang inquired tentatively. Lei Lu felt dejected, clutching his guitar. Appearing somewhat aggrieved, Fu Hang sighed. No wonder artists in the entertainment industry are a constant presence, yet true masterpieces emerge only once a decade. Lyrics, composition, and performance are indeed two distinct realms. Fu Hang frowned, a peculiar glint flickering in his eyes. He has a temporary task to share a classic song from a parallel world, a task that requires reasonable dissemination. Since this task is not time-sensitive, Fu Hang, who is usually quite composed during non-working hours, did not rush. After all, there is no point in being anxious. Currently, Shen Qinghuan's favorability is hovering at a safe level of 80. What if another song becomes a hit? Is it reasonable to share this song with Lei Lu? It seems quite reasonable, indeed. Hand me the guitar, Fu Hang said, licking his lips and settling in. Please fasten your seatbelt. I am about to showcase my talents. Huh. Lei Lu was momentarily taken aback, mechanically handing the guitar to Fu Hang. Fu Hang embraced the instrument and casually strummed a few chords. Lei Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Can he really play? Coughing, he recalled the performance evaluation for client number 2, master-level guitar skills. Chapter 52. I oppose I have never resisted your charm. Even though you have never been enchanted by me, I always watch you with a smile, my feelings effortlessly gleaming in my eyes. Fu Hang closed his eyes and began to sing softly. Lei Lu was at a loss for words, utterly captivated. As a music student, he recognized the remarkable talent displayed, and just a single line made him appreciate the song's excellence. This is undoubtedly a ballad of exceptional quality. I once imagined on a lonely night, you finally cared. In my room, closing your eyes to kiss me, holding me tightly without a word. Fu Hang continued to sing, his eyes still closed. His voice neither too soft nor too loud, lingering and melodious, entwined with emotion. Lei Li's eyes widened even more. He almost felt compelled to kneel and listen. The lyrics were simple yet sincere, the melody graceful and beautiful. But the crux of the matter lay not only in the words, but in Fu Hang's delivery. Professional singer? I love you, truly, for the first time in my life. I let go of my reservations and allowed myself to dream of everything concerning us. Upon finishing the song, Fu Hang slightly tilted his head, a hint of melancholy in his expression. This was his first time performing this piece. Yet he understood that the expression and release of emotion needed an object. In his mind, he envisioned Shen Qinghuan. However, as he sang the second line, that image shifted. She was puffing her cheeks, sipping bubble tea. She hugged her knees, crying in a corner. She sat behind an electric scooter, holding a bun. She stood on the balcony of a new apartment, laughing heartily without a care. She was innocent and pure, lively and charming, obstinate and enchanting. She was intelligent, brave, fragile, and lonely. Layla watched Fu Hang in silence, not daring to breathe, while Xiao Feng stood at the bar, keeping his hands and feet still, fearful of disturbing Fu Hang's emotions. Cough, how was that? Fu Hang shook his head vigorously, casting away those peculiar feelings. Evil spirits, do not disturb my resolve. Teacher, did you write this? Leilu immediately corrected himself, standing at the pinnacle of his familiar domain, unable to resist altering his stance. It could also be your composition. Just sing this for her. Fu Hang squinted, exuding an air of resoluteness. He sensed that this student was a natural prodigy, possessing an innate talent that, with proper guidance, could command an entire domain. Quality clientele must be nurtured. This is the hallmark of a dedicated professional. Layla was momentarily taken aback. He understood all too well the worth of such a song. For maximum benefit, if the song had yet to be released, he could claim it as his own and perform it for her, believing it would resonate with her. A sly smirk curled at the corners of Fu Hang's lips. Forming a perilous arc, Lei Lu fell silent, his heart stirred, yet his professional integrity as a musician made him hesitate. Thank you, but I cannot. After a long moment of contemplation, he spoke in a subdued tone. Why? Fu Hang inquired, puzzled. I can sing it, but if I claim authorship, that would be plagiarism. Lei Lu raised his gaze, looking earnestly at Fu Hang. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of appreciation gleaming in his eyes. This young man indeed possessed potential. But if I don't say anything, who would know? Fu Hang pressed, attempting to lure him into compromising his principles. Apologies, but I am a musician, Lei Lu replied, his eyes rekindling with a pure light. Just sing it for her. It's not like I'm asking you to sell it. Besides, I have no intention of releasing this song. Fu Hang transformed into a devilish figure, kneeling in a desperate plea. Did he truly care for such trivialities? Maximum benefit. Lei Lu exclaimed, astonished. You don't plan to release such a song? Do you want it? Fu Hang's eyebrows lifted in intrigue. Lei Lu nodded vigorously. Are you saying I can publicly sing this? In a live stream? Of course. Fu Hang chuckled. What do you think? Would I go through all this trouble for nothing? My strategies are not limited to mere surface-level tactics. Lei Lu left the tea shop in a daze, clutching the weighty manuscript of lyrics and music, having completely forgotten his original purpose for the day. Boss, shall I publish it? I'll take out a loan to buy it, he declared. The attendant, Xiao Feng, stood respectfully beside Fu Hang as if receiving a head of state. Work hard. I have high hopes for you, Fu Hang affirmed, nodding in satisfaction, relishing the moment. Yet, there lingered a nagging feeling of incompleteness in his thoughts. At that moment, Qin Yuchu, beaming, pushed open the door to the company's conference room. Yuchu? Shen Xingwan was taken aback. This was a high-level meeting, and Qin Yuchu had never attended before. Why was she here today? Where should I sit? Qin Yuchu inquired, glancing around the conference room with a hint of shyness. The room was modestly sized and sparsely populated, typical of a senior meeting. Yet all the seats at the round table were occupied. Apologies, I was unaware Assistant Qin would be joining us. I will have someone arrange more seating. Su Changhe quickly rose, courteously signaling for a secretary to move a chair. I can manage on my own. As the secretary passed by Qin Yuchu, she politely halted him, placing the chair nearby, right next to Shen Xingwan. Hey, Assistant Qin, how could you sit there? You are the CEO's assistant. Come, move your chair over here. Su Changhe admonished the secretary, shifting his own chair aside to create space. No, it's fine. I'm just here to learn. It doesn't matter where I sit. Qin Yuchu politely declined and took a seat. Noticing this, Su Changhe slightly furrowed his brow, offering a somewhat forced smile. However, since she had already settled down, pressing the matter further would only breed awkwardness. Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting, which consists of 3 agenda items. The first topic is to report on the follow-up status of the Tianyu Cooperation Project. The second topic concerns the company's revenue for this quarter. The third topic involves the promotion of the collaboration project with Hengyu Group. Upon receiving Su Changhe's signal, the secretariat initiated the formal meeting. Qin Yuchu sat quietly, her notebook open but blank before her. Shen Xingwan stole glances at her several times, noticing that she seemed to be lost in thought, her mind entirely disengaged from the meeting content. Su Changhe evidently recognized this as well and found it somewhat amusing. He diligently analyzed the various data presented by his subordinates, continuously offering directives. The meeting proceeded in an orderly fashion, and the rarely present lawyer Zhang discreetly assessed the 2 women across from him. In terms of appearance, neither was superior to the other. Each possessed their unique allure. Shen Xingwan exuded a slightly enchanting aura, while Qin Yuchu was more reserved, yet undeniably both were stunning beauties. Is this boss truly considering transforming Yuanhua into his own harem breeding ground? Zhang's thoughts were equally detached from the meeting. As a legal professional, he could not afford to be concerned about business matters. Moreover, Yuanhua's profits had little impact on him. Only a portion of his salary was from Yuanhua, while a larger share came directly from Fu Hang. As the head of the legal department at Yuanhua Trade? No, that was merely a side role. His primary occupation was that of Fu Hang's personal lawyer. I oppose. A sudden voice shattered the tranquility of the conference room. Zhang was taken aback, for it was Qin Yuchu, sitting opposite him, who had spoken. Oppose? Oppose what? Zhang turned in astonishment to look at the large screen in the meeting room, which displayed the third agenda item, the collaboration plan with Hongyu Group. The project leader standing nearby also gazed at Qin Yuchu in confusion. He had just passionately presented his proposal, and even Su had nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied. This project seemed secure. Yet now, an assistant was declaring opposition? Assistant Qin, may I inquire why you oppose? Su Chang'e squinted, a benevolent smile gracing his features. I simply feel that this project is inappropriate. Qin Yuchu whirled a pen in her hand, uttering words that nearly caused Su Chang'e to lose his composure. Assistant Qin may not have been paying close attention. This project is set to be a crucial undertaking for Yuanhua in the next phase and serves as an important link for our strategic partnership with Hongyu Group. Su Chang'e patiently elucidated that although the project proposal is only now being presented, he has already invested considerable effort in its advancement. The current status of funding recovery for several projects remains ambiguous. Despite the high anticipated returns from the Tianyu project, it has yet to enter a profit phase. Concurrently pursuing collaboration with Hongyu poses significant risks to the financial chain of operations. Qin Yuchu straightened her posture and picked up the thermos on the table. Surveying the conference room, it appeared she was the only one who had brought her own cup. Assistant Qin, you are still young and new to the company, and may be unfamiliar with the operational methods. The project department head beside the trading company interjected, noting that he and Su Chang'e had worked tirelessly to promote this project. He had even expended considerable resources to cultivate relations with Hongyu. Should the project be successfully approved, it would propel his career forward significantly, potentially even leading to a position as the company's vice president. But I perceive the risks, Qin Yuchu retorted, shrugging nonchalantly. Is there any business devoid of risk? Shen Qingwan frowned and murmured. Although she was not eligible to vote on the project's decision, that did not prevent her from offering a sarcastic remark. Still preoccupied with her grievances regarding breakfast. However, we could entirely avoid this risk, Qin Yuchu replied bluntly. If we proceed in such a manner, the company's growth will inevitably be constrained. Once we establish a connection with Hongyu Group and leverage their influence as a publicly listed company, it will lay a solid foundation for Yuanhua's future IPO. Su Chang'e inhaled deeply, his tone becoming somber. Why does Yuanhua need to go public? Who said we were going public? Qin Yuchu smiled sweetly, yet her tone remained remarkably calm. Su Chang'e paused, incredulously gazing at Qin Yuchu. This assistant, who had been largely unnoticed since joining the company, except for when she got lost during team-building activities, was surprisingly confrontational today. Had she truly discerned something? Or was it the president? Isn't it everyone's expectation for the company to go public? Every enterprise aims for this goal, Shen Qingwan interjected, her sense of principle evident, regarding Qin Yuchu's statement as utterly nonsensical. But why Haven Tea? I heard the president mention it. Qin Yuchu stood her ground, turning to look at Shen Qingwan with a knowing gaze. The lawyer opposite raised an eyebrow, his hands eagerly rubbing together beneath the table. Isn't this more thrilling than a palace intrigue? It seemed that life before retirement would not be dull. Assistant Qin, we at Yuanhua have always adhered to a principle of win-win cooperation, and decisions within the management are made through mutual consultation, Su Chang'e said coldly. Those present were aware that he had spearheaded this project. Being overshadowed by a young assistant at this moment would severely undermine his authority within the company. You speak of Yuanhua, but which Yuanhua do you mean? Before Su Chang'e could articulate his value, Qin Yuchu interrupted once more. Su Chang'e teased, which Yuanhua? The implication is clear, before or after the acquisition. Assistant Qin, are your words today your personal opinion or the president's? Su Chang'e's temper was rising. Does it make a difference? Qin Yuchu twisted the lid of her thermos, and unexpectedly, a straw sprang forth. Pouting slightly, she took a sip. Su Chang'e felt momentarily choked, especially by the manner in which Qin Yuchu drank. While it bore no physical harm, it was undeniably insulting. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. According to the company's current regulations, project planning and execution are divided according to responsibilities, and as the executive vice president, I possess the authority to make decisions regarding project implementation. Suchongha could no longer conceal his resolve. Retreat was not an option. Should he withdraw today? There would be no path of return. Moreover, the Hingyu project was a vital piece of his intricate plans, one that could not be overlooked. Is it sufficient for you to merely sign? Qin Yuchu tilted her head, curious as she regarded him. With precision, she struck at his vulnerability. Indeed. With such a substantial project, your decisions alone are insufficient. The president's signature is paramount. Apologies, but I possess signing authority. If I choose not to sign, there is no chance. Assistant Qin, the operation of the company is no trivial matter, nor can it be likened to a school simulation project. Are you truly willing to jeopardize the company's listing plans? Suchongha's expression darkened, for Qin Yuchu's remarks had delivered a resounding slap to his face. The executive vice president without signing authority, wasn't that akin to a puppet emperor? And she, Qin Yuchu, wielding the imperial seal, was akin to a regent empress. I will reiterate, I do not know how Yuanbo was perceived in the past, but in the short term, Yuanbo will not be going public. Qin Yuchu surveyed the room, her gaze sweeping across the conference space. Yuanbo not going public? While she was uncertain, she was well aware that Fu Hang had not contemplated such matters. Given Fu Hang's disposition, could he truly be oblivious to a project as significant as Hangyu? If Yuanbo does not go public, Fu Hang remains the sole chairman, once listed. Who knows what might happen to the company? Unreasonable. Suchongha slammed the table. Assistant Qin, let me clarify. Is this decision your personal opinion or that of the president? The project's supervisor inhaled deeply, filled with reluctance. Qin Yuchu turned her head, giving him a serious glance before shifting her attention to Lawyer Zhang. Is there a distinction? Qin Yuchu replied with her usual demeanor. From a legal perspective, there is none. Lawyer Zhang, understanding the implication in her gaze, responded with resignation. Thus, today's meeting will conclude. Each of us shall fulfill our respective roles, allowing the company to progress normally. Salaries and bonuses will be dispersed as usual, and as the company thrives, so shall we all. While Yuanbo engages in trade, we are fundamentally an entity. We are Yuanbo Trade, not Yuanbo Finance. For those who enjoy trading stocks, feel free to indulge, but remember, investment carries risks. Proceed with caution. Qin Yuchu rose slowly, her tone unperturbed, as she delivered her final words. Her gaze fixated on Suchongha's face. Then, with a sweet smile, she grasped her thermos and exited the conference room. Lawyer Zhang turned to Suchongha. An expression of helplessness etched on his face. I am merely the legal counsel. I do not partake in company operations, he said, rising with a smile. Please assist me in contacting the president. I need to meet with him. Suchongha's face was etched with gravity, a reflection of the weighty burden borne by a fallen emperor whose ambitions were abruptly thwarted. It was palpable. Lawyer Zhang, similarly, took his leave from the office. It became clear why the president had positioned Qin Yuchu in such a role. Her commanding presence was akin to that of a formidable empress, radiating an aura that could stretch for miles. Xinqing Wan was prepared for the challenge. An unsettling silence enveloped the conference room as Suchongha made no indication to dismiss the others, leaving the senior managers hesitant to depart. After a prolonged moment, Suchongha wearily waved his hand. Only then did the attendees rise to leave, with the head of the project department being the first to exit. Xinqing Wan wished to linger but, upon meeting Suchongha's gaze, prudently chose to withdraw. The conference room was left desolate, with Suchongha alone. His dark expression fixated on the spot where Qin Yuchu had just been seated, the phrase to exhaust the mill and slaughter the donkey. The dagger is revealed at the end resonated ominously. Chapter 54. Welcome to the Confrontation Road. Fu Hang was still reclined on the bed in the loft of a milk tea shop when Lawyer Zhang's call came through. Mr. Fu, the copyright for that song has been successfully registered. I've sent the relevant documents to your email. The song? The copyright? Fu Hang leapt from the bed in astonishment. It's not restraint, is it? I just delivered it this morning, and now you tell me it's registered? Is this a joke? Do I have to juggle a side gig in the entertainment industry too? I'm already quite busy. Thank you very much. Yes, it is restraint. I never anticipated that you possess such talent, Mr. Fu. It is indeed a revelation, Lawyer Zhang replied. Thank you for the compliment, Fu Hang remarked, suddenly sensing the overcast sky beyond the window dimming the light. In accordance with your wishes, the lyricist and composer have both credited you under your stage name. Qingha. Qingha? What a ridiculous name. Who in their right mind would go by Qingha? Will people refer to me as Teacher Qinghe in future encounters? How absurd. Hingyang Qinghe County, this is your ancestral home, is it not? In this day and age, few young people pay attention to such matters, Lawyer Zhang mused. Please draft an authorization letter for the song's usage rights. Send it to me as soon as it's ready. Fu Heng disregarded Zhang's reflections, focusing instead on rectifying the situation to ensure that a future superstar wasn't jeopardized. Certainly, I will have someone attend to that immediately. Additionally, Su Chang'e wishes to see you. Lawyer Zhang hesitated but ultimately fulfilled his obligation. What does he want to discuss? Another team-building event? Fu Heng arched an eyebrow, recalling the substantial expenses incurred during the last gathering. During this morning's meeting, there were some disagreements between Assistant Qin and him. Zhang pondered for a moment before offering a more diplomatic response. This is, of course, also a form of inquiry, whether it is Assistant Qin's intention or the president's. Oh, please elaborate. Fu Heng expressed his curiosity. Zhang recounted the events in the conference room with an objective and rigorous precision befitting his legal training. Although he infused no emotion into his account, Fu Heng found himself nodding in appreciation. So, what does the president intend? Zhang probed as Fu Heng remained silent in contemplation. What is your perspective? Fu Heng instinctively inquired. I am merely a legal advisor. Zhang maintained his professional decorum. Then forget it, I shall not meet Su Chang'e. Fu Heng remarked with a dismissive pout. Su Chang'e perceived his intentions, likely aiming to persuade him. Yet, could persuasion truly bear fruit? After all, he was not versed in operations. Fu Heng was acutely aware of his own limitations. In contrast to himself, he was more inclined to trust Qin Yuqiu, the polymath from the finance department. Surely, Qin Yuqiu would not wish him harm, at least not regarding the matter of going public. Going public? Once the company is listed, its ownership becomes uncertain. Those in finance are notoriously ruthless. Then I shall respond to him. By the way, if the company intends to hire or promote management, what is the proper procedure? Fu Heng pondered for a moment, earnestly seeking guidance. He may lack knowledge in finance, trade, and business, but he understood human nature. Qin Yuqiu's actions in the morning could easily stir discontent. Su Chang'e was deeply entrenched in the company, necessitating proactive measures. The appointments of management are governed by relevant agendas. Simply following the standard promotion procedures suffices. As for hiring, it can be entrusted to a headhunting firm, Lawyer Zhang replied earnestly. Do you have any reliable contacts? Fu Heng inquired. There are a few firms with which I have collaborated. Please assist in reaching out, asking them to keep an eye out for suitable candidates. Certainly. Do you have specific positions in mind? None, Fu Heng replied with a slight smirk. He had no understanding of the available positions within the company. I see. However, according to the company's regulations, the appointment of management is typically the responsibility of the vice president in charge of human resources, but that position is currently vacant. How can it be vacant? What happened to the former vice president? Fu Heng was astonished. Is it true that our vice president is gone? Ahem. The previous one was taken by the former owner. This position requires your personal appointment. Lawyer Zhang nearly bit his tongue. Had he not been swayed by Fu Heng's series of bold maneuvers, he might have found this hard to believe. Oh, I understand now. Fu Heng mused thoughtfully while tapping the edge of the bed. What are the specific requirements for this position? He inquired once more. None in particular. It primarily pertains to managing human resources-related procedures. Are there any suitable candidates? Fu Heng pressed again. Lawyer Zhang fell silent. At this moment, he refrained from offering any opinions. Could Shen Xingwan be a possibility? Fu Heng's eyes suddenly brightened with a playful thought. She does lack some qualifications, considering she was only recently promoted to HR supervisor. Lawyer Zhang offered a candid assessment, though on the other end of the line, he was clenching his fists tightly. I knew it would turn out this way. Lacking qualifications? A sophomore student being granted signing authority? At least Shen Xingwan holds the title of HR supervisor, Fu Heng reasoned. Indeed, Lawyer Zhang conceded. Is it feasible to grant her authority without a formal position? In principle, there should be no issue, since Shen Xingwan already serves as HR supervisor. It suffices to elevate her authority and responsibilities. The former vice president oversaw various tasks, with human resources being merely one aspect. Very well, let us proceed with that. I appreciate your assistance in orchestrating this. Fu Heng's spirits were remarkably high, even tinged with anticipation. However, the specific appointment documents required your signature. Should I sign? Couldn't you have Yuqiu sign instead? That is certainly an option, Lawyer Zhang replied, somewhat taken aback. I turned to her and said, then please assist in informing Shen Xingwan. allowing her to start identifying any exceptional talents within the company's grassroots level. It would be prudent to draft a preliminary list for future contingencies. She may also initiate contact with the headhunting agency. Understood, Lawyer Zhang responded succinctly. Is this an attempt to enable Shen Xinguan to cultivate her own influence? Will the next step involve a contest between the Eastern and Western courts, akin to rival empresses? Lawyer Zhang's excitement heightened. He finally grasped that Farbo trade was merely a plaything for Fu Hang, who had never contemplated profit or loss. His focus lay elsewhere. No wonder Qin Yuchu had been so confident earlier, yet it remained unclear which financial magnate's heir this was. Qinghe County? The surname Fu? A secluded aristocracy? Regarding the company's affairs, I appreciate your diligence, but please ensure that my identity remains confidential, Fu Hang reminded before concluding the call. Rubbing his hands together, he felt that this company had finally begun to hold some significance. The data of 7,987 still posed a considerable risk. But what if he suddenly gained the president's favor and had his position and authority elevated? Would he still be regarded as merely a delivery boy and game coach? Hello. 2 cups of mango sago. A familiar voice resonated from downstairs. Shall I come down, or will you come up? In the cozy booth of the milk tea shop, Fu Hang sat across from Qin Yuchu. The loft contained merely a bed, and Fu Hang felt uncomfortable, not daring to invite Qin Yuchu up. Why do you look so lewd? Qin Yuchu observed him with a quizzical expression. Did you have a quarrel this morning? Fu Hang chose to disregard that remark. Oh, you aren't completely oblivious to the company matters? Qin Yuchu was surprised, but quickly connected the dots. Realizing that Lawyer Zhang was likely the sole individual who could reach Fu Hang among those present in the meeting room. Impressive. Fu Hang gave a thumbs up. Do you have any objections? Qin Yuchu stirred her straw, lifting her gaze curiously towards Fu Hang. Trust in those we employ. I have faith in the capabilities of the university's top scholar. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. What about Su Changhe and project supervisor Wu Weiman? They might not be pleased. Qin Yuchu raised her eyebrows similarly. Are you concerned they may act out? That is inevitable. If I were in their shoes, I would feel the same. Qin Yuchu sipped her milk tea. If they don't want to engage, they can leave. We can replace them. Fu Hang smirked, asserting that aside from clients, no one else should provoke his ire. The reason I toil so hard is to avoid such grievances. Why does that sound so awkward? Qin Yuchu chuckled again. Realizing her initial thoughts were correct, Fu Hang would not retain those two. Their roles within the company were far too complicated. By the way, why are you doing this? Fu Hang suddenly grew serious, convinced that Qin Yuchu's motivations transcended mere vengeance. The girl appears whimsical and unrestrained. Yet her intentions are remarkably clear, to expand and strengthen the company. Qin Yuchu tilts her head, a fringe of hair cascading down. And then, to support you. Qin Yuchu's gaze sharpens, and she responds with utmost seriousness. I am not easy to maintain. Fu Hang's expression begins to falter under the weight of the atmosphere. Therefore, I strive diligently, she continues, unprecedentedly solemn. Ahem, to prevent Su Changhe and the others from acting rashly. I have contacted a headhunting firm and am also preparing to elevate Shen Xinguan's authority. You will need to sign the documents then. Fu Hang, unable to bear the tension, hastily changes the subject. All right. Qin Yuchu answers without hesitation. What shall we have for lunch? I have work to attend to. Grabbing a yellow vest nearby, Fu Hang suddenly feels a sense of ennui. I'll eat whatever she eats. I'm not picky. Qin Yuchu waves her hand, passing the helmet on the table to Fu Hang. Stepping out of the milk tea shop and onto the electric bike, Fu Hang feels an inexplicable discomfort. Why is it that whenever matters intertwine with this woman, they turn so peculiar? After having lunch at the company, Qin Yuchu returns home to change into a set of sportswear before appearing at school. In her hands, she holds a simulated case extracted from the project proposal between Yuan Bo and Heng Yu. She has discerned some anomalies within this proposal, yet many aspects remain unclear to her. She requires external assistance, seeking genuine experts to help interpret and analyze it. Thus, she has distilled it into a simulated case, omitting the companies and relevant data involved, and arranged a meeting with Professor Li, an esteemed authority in the finance department at Handa University. He is also a guiding figure in Qin Yuchu's academic journey. Aside from Professor Wang in sociology, being her most appreciated mentor at Han City University. However, just as she arrives at the foot of Professor Li's office building, she is intercepted. Qin Yuchu? Hello, Lu Xuezhang. Qin Yuchu greets politely. The person is Lu Junkai, the vice president of the student union at the finance school of Han City University, and her senior. Hello. A hint of unnatural blush appears on Lu Junkai's face, as he marvels at how Qin Yuchu, in simple sportswear, can embody both youth and grace. What a coincidence. Qin Yuchu stands quietly, holding her folder, resembling a blooming lily swaying in the wind, flourishing in the breeze. Not a coincidence. I was actually waiting here for you. Lu Junkai, captivated, finally finds the courage to express himself boldly. Waiting for me? Yes, I came this morning to get Professor Li's signature. Knowing you had an appointment with him this afternoon, I waited here for you. What is the matter? Qin Yuchu raises an eyebrow, displaying innocent curiosity, pure and unblemished. I have good news. I have secured an internship with Yuanbo Trading. Lu Junkai suddenly lifts his chin, pride radiating from him. Yuanbo Trading? Qin Yuchu is genuinely astonished. Yes, the Yuanbo Trading that consistently ranks at the top tier in Han City. Although it is not yet publicly listed, given the current development trajectory, an IPO is imminent. Lu Junkai's confidence gradually emanated, as if he were the very founder and helmsman of Yuanbo Trade. Congratulations, Qin Yuchu remarked in an oddly phrased tone. Although I am merely an intern at present, I firmly believe that with my capabilities and my experience in the student council, I shall certainly secure a permanent position once my internship concludes. Lu Junkai began to boast, his demeanor growing increasingly haughty. I have no doubt you will succeed. Qin Yuchu responded with remarkable poise, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes clear and radiant. I heard that Yuchu is also interning elsewhere. Lu Junkai suddenly shifted the conversation, casting a concerned glance toward Qin Yuchu. Indeed, she nodded. You should refrain from interning at those smaller companies. Aside from menial tasks, there is little to be learned. Once I join Yuanbo, I shall recommend you as well, given your academic achievements and my endorsement. They would surely not decline. Lu Junkai tilted his head back, as if to elevate his own stature. Thank you for your consideration, senior, Qin Yuchu replied politely, her smile growing a touch brighter. No need for gratitude. As your senior, it is my duty to look after you. Lu Junkai perceptibly noted the additional warmth in her smile, feeling his own vitality surge. Breathing became much easier. Qin Yuchu maintained her smile, gazing quietly at him. Lu Junkai, lifting his chin, silently accepted her scrutiny until an awkwardness settled in. How should we proceed with this conversation? Did you seek out Professor Li today to discuss some queries? Lu Junkai omitted the word classmate, acknowledging their impending roles as colleagues. Yes. I've been away from school recently and have accumulated quite a few questions, Qin Yuchu replied, raising the folder she held against her chest, which indeed contained a substantial stack of printed papers. You must prioritize your studies, Lu Junkai advised earnestly. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, she responded, exchanging smiles. The atmosphere grew tense. I wonder if Yuchu is free this afternoon? Lu Junkai ventured, his resolve wavering. Qin Yuchu arched an eyebrow, withholding a direct answer. The truth is, I start at Yuanbo tomorrow. Given its stature, the dress code is rather stringent. So I plan to visit by this afternoon to procure a suitable work outfit. Maintaining her smile, she merely blinked, her raised brow unwavering. I was hoping to seek your opinion on this. A woman's perspective is often more discerning, Lu Junkai confessed, steeling himself to voice his request. Professor Li is rather difficult to schedule with, Qin Yuchu remarked, gazing down at the thick stack of documents in her hands. Of course, academics should take precedence. Lu Junkai quickly realized, adjusting his approach. Indeed, there is ample time ahead. Being overly eager could overwhelm her, which would be counterproductive. Shall I go find Professor Li then? Yuchu inquired tentatively. Do hurry along. If you encounter any uncertainties in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Yes. I will seek your counsel when needed, senior. Qin Yuchu politely bowed her head and turned towards the elevator. As she departed, Lu Junkai gazed after her with an air of infatuation. What a naive girl. Fear not, for your senior will look after you. Upon entering the elevator, Qin Yuchu peculiarly bit her lip. What should I do? This performance is proving difficult. How should I continue the storyline I encountered at the company? Chapter 56. I am still that unmarried man. While Qin Yuchu exhaustively dedicated herself to her work, Fu Heng found himself at the precipice of yet another turning point in his career, or perhaps a fortuitous opportunity. Ding. The system scanned and confirmed the current target, Li Weiyong, who meets the criteria for engagement, as she is a returning guest. All benefits during the engagement period will be doubled. Do you wish to accept the engagement task? Fu Heng stared blankly at the enchanting figure in white before him, the notification echoing in his mind, unable to utter a curse, nor swallow it down, nor digest it. A returning guest? Doubling of benefits? The second project he had longed for was unfolding in such an unexpected manner? Is there truly a dearth of women in Han City? If it were possible, Fu Hang would absolutely prefer to avoid this woman altogether. For Li Weiyang was exceedingly emotional, sensitive, easily moved, and with a low defensive threshold, prone to overreacting and susceptible to critical hits. What does a critical hit entail? A mere brush could potentially lead to an explosive surge in goodwill. In less than 3 months, her favorability had skyrocketed to 8,379, yet she could just as easily elope with Wang Haitao when he had courted her. Fu Hang had been cautious and trembling, fearful of inadvertently causing an explosion of emotions. But what of the current circumstances? Recently, Shen Qingwan had been rather unstable. Without a guaranteed income, he could very well find himself unemployed one day. I accept. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Fu Hang's eyes. With double benefits amounting to 200,000 per day and 12 million a month, doubled, the yearly base salary could approach 300 million, not including performance bonuses. I shall give my all. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Li Weiyang questioned, feeling her face with a hint of suspicion as she met Fu Hang's flickering gaze. No. It's just that it feels as if we are worlds apart. In an instant, Fu Hang shifted into a professional demeanor. He was meticulous in his work. Li Weiyang's pupils contracted slightly as she tilted her head, clearly affected by his words. Fu Hang remained unchanged, having just finalized her divorce that morning. She felt a void within her and unconsciously found herself in the CAF, not expecting to encounter Fu Hang here. Is this your market research? Li Weiyang adjusted her emotions and offered a broad smile. I suppose so. It's about knowing oneself and the adversary. Fu Hang smirked slightly. Once a persona is established, it is not easily altered. He had come to buy a caramel latte after accepting Shen Qingwan's project this afternoon. Encountering her here truly felt like fate. What about that college student? Li Weiyang teased. Still in school. Fu Hang speculated, as the message he had sent had gone unanswered. Qin Yuchu would only respond promptly during class hours. You have changed significantly. You have not. Fu Hang replied without hesitation. The world has changed, and people have drifted apart. A hint of melancholy graced Li Weiyang's face. The rain may not fall incessantly, yet it will continue to pour, will it not? Li Weiyang's pupils contracted once more, her eyes reflecting profound astonishment. She comprehended the significance of those words. Adverse circumstances will eventually fade, yet those who care for you will remain steadfast. I am sorry. Abruptly, Li Weiyang's eyes began to redden. Memories surged from the depths of her heart, overwhelming her in an instant and dispelling the gloom that had enveloped her for days, even months. How could she have forsaken Fu Hang in favor of Wang Haitao? The resolute decision made on that day now seemed utterly absurd. Fu Hang remained silent, simply gazing at her, seemingly accepting her apology without a word, yet his eyes conveyed a silent reassurance. It's all right. At last, Li Weiyang could no longer contain her emotions, covering her face as she wept. Fu Hang understood that these tears were not solely for him. They also encapsulated her hopes for marriage, her disillusionment with Wang Haitao, her confusion about the future, and her disavowal of the past. Sir, your caramel latte. The waitress stood timidly to the side, quietly placing a cup of prepared coffee on the table. Deep down, her curiosity was piqued. What an extraordinary pairing. These two individuals seemed utterly mismatched. The woman radiated the aura of a social elite, her beauty striking, her makeup impeccable, her attire fashionable, and her demeanor graceful. Even her handbag, resting on the table, exuded an air of luxury. To be candid, such customers frequented their establishment regularly as they catered to this demographic. Yet, the man seated across from her had also been a familiar face in their shop, an ordinary delivery guy. How curious it was to witness them together, one exuding deep affection, the other gazing with tender emotions. Was it possible they shared a mutual friend who had passed away? Establishing common acquaintances within their respective circles seemed rather implausible, especially a friendship born from ordering takeout. You go ahead. I'll be fine for a while. Li Weiyang suddenly lifted her gaze, the traces of tears still evident, her voice quavering with defiance. If you need anything, call me. Fu Hang rose slowly, shaking the coffee cup in his hand. I am now a divorced woman. Li Weiyang's tears surged again, yet she stubbornly refrained from wiping them away, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang. I am still the man who has never been married. Fu Hang offered a faint smile and turned to leave. Once more, Li Weiyang covered her face, but this time, her sobs broke free. Her cries echoed behind him as Fu Hang walked steadily forward, gradually fastening his helmet. What on earth is happening? How does one get married and develop such a sensitive disposition? An explosive temperament? Can I pierce your defenses with merely a casual remark? No wonder they pay double. I feel if I linger a little longer, I could bring her home without even having dinner. Indeed, a woman who has been married possesses a distinct depth. Having experienced so much, is the system truly playing such a grand game? Qin Yuchu departed from Professor Li's office at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As she ambled along the main avenue of the campus, her thoughts lingered on their recent discussion. How intricate were the underlying nuances? Fortunately, she had acted decisively at that moment. Otherwise, once this project commenced, Yuanbo would have been tethered to Hung Yu's vessel. According to Professor Li's analysis, there were no hidden traps. The returns were standard, but the timeline would be exceedingly prolonged. At that juncture, Su Changhe would wield considerable influence through his established public relations and connections, rendering the company quite passive. Su Changhe's authority within the company would be magnified indefinitely. By that point, not only would it be challenging for her, but even if Fu Hang personally intervened, moving Su Changhe would prove to be exceedingly difficult, unless they circumvented Su Changhe and established an alternative line within Hung Yu. Yet, as a reputable publicly listed company, why would Hung Yu relinquish its interests to assist her? Thus, even if it succeeded, Yuanbo would still incur substantial costs. Such a profound strategy. Such insidious tactics. Indeed, those who occupy such positions are never simple figures. Qin Yuchu pondered quietly while strolling through the campus, her destination set for the cafeteria. Since Su Changhe harbored such intentions, she needed to expedite her progress. He would likely soon make other moves, having been thwarted by her intervention. The distinctive sound of the electrical microphone being tested interrupted her reverie. She curiously followed the sound, only to discover that a makeshift wooden platform had been erected at the entrance of the cafeteria, where the extravagantly dressed Layla stood with a guitar, gazing fervently at her. A club activity? Qin Yuchu furrowed her brow, yet in response to his intense gaze, she smiled, remaining still in her place. Hello everyone. I am Lei Lu from the School of Music. I apologize for interrupting you for a few minutes. Lei Lu, having perceived Qin Yuchu's smile, radiated even more exuberance. Qin Yuchu, I have a song to dedicate to you, he said, lowering his head and speaking with heartfelt intensity. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as the onlookers, both male and female, quickly gathered around. Lei Lu had garnered some notoriety in the school. His previous public confession in the cafeteria had stirred considerable buzz, and now he was creating quite the spectacle. I have never resisted your charm. That you have never been enamored with me. I have always looked at you with a smile, my feelings easily reflected in my eyes. Lei Lu, a distinguished student from the School of Music, had mastered the song in just one day and was performing it live. He could have done even better. But he had received news in the afternoon that Qin Yuchu had returned to school. Wow, this song is delightful. Is he confessing to Qin Yuchu? Who is Qin Yuchu? You don't know Qin Yuchu? She is the academic prodigy from the School of Finance. Incorrect, she is the belle of the School of Finance. Oh please. Are there any beauties in the School of Finance? I've never seen one. Dear classmate, kindly rotate your neck 52 degrees to the left, and you will realize how shallow you truly are. Oh my. Chapter 57. I wish to meet him. The crowd erupted in a flurry of discussions, but soon, the chatter faded into silence as the song resonated deeply within the souls of those present. I once imagined during lonely nights that you would finally care. Finding yourself in my room, closing your eyes to kiss me without uttering a word, holding me tightly in your embrace. Lei Li's voice continued to soar, showcasing his exceptional talent honed through years of live performances. Qin Yuchu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. If Lei Lu were to propose to me at that moment, I would undoubtedly agree. This song is truly magnificent. Did Lei Lu compose it? Qin Yuchu stood quietly on the main road outside the crowd, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, a gentle smile gracing her face. I love you, wholeheartedly, I thought, for the first time relinquishing my reserve, allowing myself to fantasize about everything concerning us. This song seemed to sing directly to her heart, stirring her most sincere emotions. Tears welled in her eyes, yet Qin Yuchu paid no mind, standing still, lost in her daydreams about him. Around her, numerous students pulled out their phones to record, some capturing Lei Lu, while others focused their cameras on Qin Yuchu. However, she did not shy away, clutching her folder, quietly savoring the moment. As the song concluded, Lei Lu held his guitar aloft on stage, his fervent gaze still ablaze. Qin Yuchu and he exchanged distant yet appreciative smiles. Together, agree to him, agree to him. The raucous crowd stirred, their voices creating a crescendo, igniting the atmosphere of the event. There was no chance of dining in the cafeteria tonight. Qin Yuchu sighed softly, remaining motionless. Lei Lu suddenly realized. Tossing his guitar to a roommate, he hurriedly leaped off the stage, racing towards Qin Yuchu. The onlookers followed suit, encircling the two. Yuchu, will you be my girlfriend? I will always stand by your side. Layla beamed with excitement, his eyes filled with sincerity and fervor. Shall we walk? Yuchu smiled, tilting her head towards the edge of the crowd. Okay, Lei Li's heart swelled with joy. He understood Yuchu's shyness and insecurity, recognizing the immense risk he had taken in such a grand setting. But witnessing this development, it seemed promising. The mentor truly does not deceive me. As Lei Lu expressed his gratitude while parting the crowd, perceptive classmates instinctively made way. Together, they walked side by side toward the school gates, inciting a ripple of excitement among the crowd behind them. This incident swiftly gained traction on the campus network, and videos recorded by passers-by were uploaded to short video platforms, quickly going viral. Through this, Lei Lu transitioned from the realm of campus influencers into the music industry. Of course, those were matters for another time. At this moment, the two walked beneath the shade of trees, their pace neither hurried nor slow, imbued with a unique sense of sentimentality. This was the melody of youth, the rhythm of early winter. They shared a serene silence, relishing a fleeting moment of warmth. The song is wonderful. I truly adore it. Thank you. After a considerable time, the spectators gradually dispersed, and Yuchu spoke softly. If you like it, that is enough. Lei Li's heart raced anew. Who wrote the song? A friend of mine. He replied hesitantly. Caught off guard, Lei Lu momentarily faltered, but recalling the authorization he had signed, his courage resurfaced. I wish to meet him. Yuchu halted, turning slightly to gaze at Lei Lu. My friend isn't fond of socializing, Lei Lu explained, forcing the words out. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Bring your friend along. All right, Lei Lu blurted out instinctively. It's settled then. You have my number, right? Let me know once you've arranged it, and I will reserve a table. With a smile and a wave, Yuchu opened the ride-hailing car that had just stopped at the school gate. Lei Lu was taken aback. You're leaving just like that? Whose car is this? When did it arrive? I must thank you today. That was the most beautiful song I have ever heard, and your rendition was exceptional. Just before closing the door, Yuchu turned back, flashing another smile. The most beautiful song of your life? A wave of bliss surged through Lei Li's soul, causing him to feel dizzy, as if the air around him had transformed into a soft pink hue, with countless colorful bubbles rising from the ground and filling the sky. As the ride-hailing car drove away, Lei Lu remained enveloped in a sea of happiness. I have never resisted your charm, even though you have never been captivated by me. I always watch you with a smile, and my feelings overflow effortlessly in my eyes. In the car, Yuchu hummed softly, her pitch slightly off but the lyrics flawless. I always watch you, you know? I never understood what it meant to smile. That evening, while the campus network buzzed with excitement, the spirited Lu Junkai returned to school, clad in an elegant suit. Then, he felt as if struck by lightning. Lei Lu, you have taken the path to your demise. He bellowed in the bathroom of their dormitory, his eyes blazing with fury. He began to frantically inquire about their whereabouts and activities. At that moment, the unique gossip culture of the university began to flourish. Lu Junkai heard numerous versions of events. Some claimed they dined at a romantic Western restaurant, sharing a candlelit dinner. Others said they went to the cinema to watch the newly released romance film, Marriage by Theft. Yet others reported that they sat side by side in the small campus park, singing songs throughout the night. Some even suggested they had gone straight to a hotel for a night of revelry. Each rumor seemed credible, backed by a plethora of evidence, whether eyewitness accounts from classmates or photographs from dormitory mates. That night, Lu Junkai resorted to consuming his roommate's anxiety relief pills before falling into a deep sleep, still cursing Lei Lu in his dreams. The next day, sporting dark circles under his eyes, Lu Junkai forced himself to mask his inner turmoil and strode confidently towards Yonghua Trading. A mere performer will never amount to anything. I, Lu Junkai, shall make you aware that people are ranked in tiers. Standing beneath the edifice of Yonghua Trading, Lu Junkai had completed his mental preparation, a renewed sense of confidence and fortitude illuminating his visage. Were it not for the dark circles beneath his eyes, he would appear even more formidable. Turning his head, he cast a disdainful, yet sympathetic glance towards a delivery worker stationed in the corner. This, indeed, delineates social strata. He did not hasten to enter, but lingered, savoring the profound sense of fulfillment that a large corporation instills. It was the essence of the future, the ripples of time in motion. Here, a commercial genius would soon ascend, and he would lay the most solid foundation for this burgeoning empire, destined to rise and shine brilliantly. Lu Junkai would stand atop this lofty structure, looking down upon the masses. Fu Hang was nearly dumbfounded. This figure seemed so familiar. Was he the student council vice president who had tried to impress during their previous meal? How did he end up here, dressed so inappropriately for work? Surely, he wasn't employed at Yuanhua Trading? Moreover, what was with this man's inner monologue? Even from 8 meters away, Fu Hang could sense the air of pretentiousness emanating from him. Was the threshold to Yuanhua Trading truly so low? Clearly, Shen Qingluan, the HR manager, was lacking. Chapter 58. Cigarette Veils. However, Fu Hang had little time for reflection as the workday had commenced. The door of the rideshare opened, revealing a slender leg stepping out, followed by a tailored khaki suit. Today, Shen Qingluan's voluminous waves were elegantly pinned up, exposing her delicate and fair neck, embodying the poise of a professional woman. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow and hastened to approach. His movement caught the attention of the still-acting Lu Junkai. The bright yellow vest was simply too eye-catching. Lu Junkai turned his head, only to be momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, he began to question his own convictions. Before him stood a figure that stirred the sunlight at dawn. She was as charming as the peach blossoms of spring, yet as pure as the chrysanthemums of autumn. Her elegance was concealed within the arch of her brows and the corners of her eyes, while her gentle smile radiated warmth. How could such unparalleled beauty exist in this world? In that instant, his thoughts became entangled. He seemed to envision 2 alluring silhouettes extending their hands towards him, one youthful and vibrant, the other seductive and enchanting. Which to choose? The innocent and pure Qin Yuchu, or the captivating woman before him? Fu Hang too was momentarily taken aback. Shen Qingluan's aura was decidedly different today. He paused at a greater distance than usual, bashfully extending the food container without even a greeting. Thank you. We will talk later, Shen Qingluan asserted with commanding grace as she took the container, nodding in an approachable manner before striding towards the company, enveloped in a gust of confidence. What a day. Why was everyone acting so strangely? Fu Hang shivered slightly. Hastily retreating from this place of intrigue, Lu Junkai watched Shen Qingluan pass by, her presence leaving a trail of fragrance and taking with it an air of lingering melancholy. At this moment, Lu Junkai found himself on the brink of wavering. Had it not been for the resonating call of Senior echoing in his mind at that crucial moment, he would have succumbed to his hesitation. My apologies, Junior Yuchu. I choose this sister. The young man who had just stepped out of campus found it exceedingly difficult to resist the allure of such a mature and captivating woman. Wake up. A teasing voice rang in his ears, causing Lu Junkai to flush crimson, only to discover it was a passing gentleman. Bro, who is this beauty? After a brief moment of embarrassment, Lu Junkai hurriedly pursued the man. You don't know her? I just started working today at Yuanhua Trading, he introduced himself politely, extending his hand for a handshake. From Yuanhua? Then this is your HR manager. The man shook Lu Junkai's hand ceremoniously before walking away. Clearly, this individual was not from Yuanhua. In such a vast office building, it was improbable that it housed solely Yuanhua Trading. The company had yet to attain the stature of owning its own office. The mention of an HR manager reignited Lu Junkai's fervor. His enthusiasm for this class only intensified. Returning to the milk tea shop, Fu Hang finally discerned the source of Shen Qingluan's transformation. It appeared that lawyer Zhang's efficiency was indeed commendable. This strategic move seemed to have been correct. Today's settlement promised surprises, didn't it? Could it revert back to 70? He still preferred the poised and composed Qingluan, who remained unfazed by honor or disgrace, impervious to harm, and immune to all toxicity. You must hold on. That person who just divorced over there is truly unreliable. Fu Hang stretched lazily, preparing to ascend to the loft for a quick nap. Boss, haven't you checked the news? The server hesitated, intercepting him just as he was about to ascend the stairs. Is it about the nuclear wastewater again? Fu Hang queried, astonished. No, it's Lei Lu. That kid has become popular. The server grimaced, perplexed by the boss's reaction. Oh, how did he gain fame? Fu Hang's interest peaked. It was that song. Layla performed it at school yesterday. The server expressed disappointment, frustrated by the boss's ignorance. Really? What was the response like? Ding. Temporary task completed. Music from the parallel world needs sharing. Rewards include songs, actor, and legend along with corresponding vocal techniques. Ding. Triggered temporary task. Music from the parallel world needs sharing, too. Please disseminate songs, actor, and legend appropriately. Completion of this task will yield corresponding rewards. 2 notification chimes resonated in Fu Hang's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is this? Is that the reward? Are you joking? Am I truly to navigate the entertainment industry? And 2, a series of tasks? Boss, the response has been explosive. I understand. Fu Hang waved dismissively. feeling disenchanted. With system authentication, how could it not be explosive? Oh, the server shrank back, realizing the situation had indeed spiraled out of control. Now you understand the discomfort? Let's see how you recover. Could you please show me the video? Was he confessing to Chu yesterday? Halfway up the stairs, Fu Hang suddenly paused. Turning to the server. Yes, even the boss lady has become popular, the server replied timidly, pulling out her phone. Oh, did it work? Fu Hang's face instantly brightened as he hurried down the stairs. The campus network of Hanseong University, accessed by the waiter, had prominently featured a post that garnered an alarming number of comments and views. The title of the post read, Han de Shocking Divine Song. The god of song confesses to the goddess. A smirk tugged at Fu Hang's lips as he clicked on the video. From a bystander's perspective, the sound and video quality were mediocre, yet the ambience of the scene was undeniably captivating. As the video played, Fu Hang fell silent, simply gazing intently. He watched as Layla passionately sang, and Chu listened quietly. Subsequently, Fu Hang settled into a booth, silently scrolling through the comments below. His pace slowing and his scrutiny intensifying. Was everything not unfolding as he had envisioned and planned? Yet, what was this strange emotion? Why did his heart feel so hollow? And why was there a sense of suffocation? His breath caught when he stumbled upon a comment. They went to the home and near the school right after. My roommate's fellow townsman witnessed it firsthand and even took a photo of them checking into a room. It felt as though someone had delivered a heavy blow to his chest. Was this the reason you didn't reply to my message in the morning? Did you skip breakfast? Oh, the hotel provides breakfast. Fu Hang set his phone down, quietly lit a cigarette, only to discover a plastic ashtray already on the table. Where did that come from? He wondered, perplexed. I just bought it this morning. The waiter, Xia Xiaofeng, replied earnestly. Isn't smoking prohibited in this establishment? Fu Hang pinched the cigarette between his fingers, gesturing towards the conspicuous no smoking sign on the wall, a wisp of white smoke swirling around his fingertips. I thought you might find it useful today. The waiter took a step back, his hands fidgeting slightly in front of him. Fu Hang fell silent, taking a deep drag, his expression turning ominously fierce. The phone rang, and Fu Hang, gritting his teeth, retrieved it. Upon seeing the caller ID, he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Laylo, you dare to call me? Speak. With a tone laced with irritation, Fu Hang managed to squeeze a word out through clenched teeth. Master. Oh no, I mean Minter. Laylo on the other end of the line was evidently startled, stumbling over his words. Spit it out quickly. Fu Hang was unceremonious. But the receiver was pressed firmly to his ear, hoping to catch any sounds from the other side. Do you have time this afternoon? No. I would like to invite you to lunch, Laylo insisted. You want to treat me? Just you alone? Fu Hang, cigarette in mouth, glared with lethal intent. Damn it. Are you trying to flaunt? No, I mean, there's also Chu. A wave of suffocation washed over Fu Hang again, nearly causing him to drop the cigarette. She is with you right now? Fu Hang's voice turned icy. No, she said she would agree to lunch with me if I brought you along, Layla hesitated. Deciding to speak the truth. This mentor was a formidable figure, not one to be trifled with. Though he still did not understand why his mentor was assisting him in pursuing Chu. What? Fu Hang's lips trembled, ash falling and scorching his chin, causing him to grimace. The haze of cigarette smoke obscures the view, yet lifting my head while holding a cigarette brings a modicum of clarity. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether my presence implies consent to dine with you. The unfolding of this narrative seems rather misguided. Chapter 59. Seizing opportunity. Were you not together yesterday? Fu Hang extinguished the cigarette but then straightened his posture. No, but yesterday's progress was remarkably smooth. Did you watch the video? She was moved to tears. I regretted standing too far back and missed the moment entirely. Have you seen the campus forum? Everyone is discussing us. I must ask, after your confession yesterday. Where did you go? Fu Hang interrupted. I escorted her to the school gate, and she took a car home. Did she agree? Well, not explicitly. But I sense there's potential. She praised me, saying it was her favorite song of all time. Liu's voice brimmed with excitement. And then she expressed a desire to meet me? Fu Hang's voice suddenly calmed, a refreshing clarity enveloping him, as if his thoughts had become unclouded, with the heavy air dissipating and a lightness ascending. As the heavens are clear and the earth murky, so too do movements arise from stillness. The essence of purity is the source of murkiness, and the dynamic is rooted in tranquility. When one maintains a state of serenity, the entirety of heaven and earth converges harmoniously. She wishes to meet the songwriter. Liu awkwardly replied, Oh, did you tell her that I wrote it? Fu Hang reclined in his chair, crossing his legs leisurely, signaling to the waiter to prepare a refreshing dessert. No, I told her it was a friend of mine. So, Master, do you have time this afternoon? She asked me to arrange for that friend to notify her. Are you a fool? Fu Hang appeared exasperated. Huh? Do you not realize that if she knew I wrote the song, it would complicate matters? But haven't you already registered the copyright? Liu responded, exasperated. Had I known the outcome would be so favorable, I wouldn't have been so pretentious. Why not just claim it? With your immense talent. What harm is there in letting me benefit from it once? That is a valid point. Fu Hang smirked slightly. The system is meticulous. It is unlikely this can remain concealed for long, and when the truth surfaces, it will be far more troublesome. Then, Master, will you be available this afternoon? Fu Hang fell silent, shaking his head, leaving Liu hanging. This incompetent fool cannot carry the weight. Master, I have another request. I wish to live stream for an hour daily at the milk tea shop. Is that permissible? Noticing Fu Hang's silence, Liu appeared to have an epiphany. Oh. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. Live streaming at the milk tea shop? This lad could attract substantial traffic, especially in a university setting. If he were to stream for an hour daily, it might indeed invigorate the shop's sales. Are you certain you want me to accompany you? We must clarify the stakes. I am confident. Liu's voice suddenly rang with unwavering determination. After yesterday's pink sky, his self-assurance soared unprecedentedly. Very well, if you choose to court disaster, do not blame me. Send me the address shortly. Remember to gauge my reactions during our meal. Understood, understood. By the way, I will commence the live stream this evening. After ending the call, Fu Hang leisurely sipped his dessert while humming a tune. As you perform, I choose to remain oblivious, my boss. What did Leilu say? Were they together yesterday? The gossiping waitress leaned in, though from Fu Hang's expression, she had already surmised the answer. Just him? Fu Hang scoffed disdainfully. The waitress smiled and returned to the bar. By the way, isn't that Shally still owed half a month's wages? Have him send over his account details. Fu Hang abruptly turned around. Huh? Is the boss going to pay him? Today, feeling joyous, one must extend warmth even to those nursing emotional wounds. If everyone contributes a little love, the world shall transform into a beautiful haven. The boss is quite magnanimous. Well, you should quickly find someone. One person is too burdensome. I have a fellow townsman. Shall I bring him to meet the boss tomorrow? He is quick and industrious. Fine. If his character is commendable, then he is the one. Fu Hang shook his head and returned to the loft, lying down on the bed. Yet he couldn't help but open Qin Youchu's social media account. Still the same message he sent in the morning. What did you have for breakfast? No reply? Where did you go? Back to school for classes? Suddenly, Fu Hang felt an urge to visit that apartment. Never mind, I can encounter her during lunch. Burying his head in the pillow, Fu Hang prepared for a brief nap. 2 cups of mango sago. Is he upstairs? Yet a familiar voice suddenly resonated from downstairs. The boss already held a cup in hand. Oh, then just 1 cup. Qin Youchu looked up, their eyes meeting through the curtain. What brings you here at this hour? Skipped school? I initially planned to sleep in, but a call from the company summoned me. Qin Youchu rolled her eyes. What is so urgent? Fu Hang, suspicious, descended from the loft. The personnel manager's document for authority upgrade requires immediate signature confirmation. Qin Youchu glared, a rare hint of morning irritation in her voice. Assistant Qin has worked hard. Fu Hang stood at attention, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Have you seen the Han City campus website? Qin Youchu suddenly inquired. Why would I need to check the campus site? It's all over the short video platforms. Fu Hang replied with a smile. How does it feel? Qin Youchu's tone remained calm. I didn't expect that singer from Han University to possess genuine talent. Yes, I really like that song, very much so. Qin Youchu slightly tilted her head, repeating the phrase very much twice. That's good. Music can cultivate one's character, cleanse the spirit, and purify the soul. Qin Youchu remained silent, quietly observing Fu Hang. By the way, have you had breakfast? What is for lunch? Fu Hang felt uneasy under her gaze, attempting to divert the topic. I have a lunch appointment. Qin Youchu turned to leave. Walk carefully down the steps. Fu Hang exaggeratedly called after her, pondering how Qin Youchu's expression would be when she sees him during lunch. Upon arriving at the company, Qin Youchu directly headed to Lawyer Zhang's office. The relevant documents had already undergone the necessary procedures, and she just needed to sign for confirmation. Qin Youchu displayed no hesitation. After a cursory verification of the document's contents, she resolutely affixed her signature. I apologize for making you come all this way, Lawyer Zhang expressed courteously. In his perspective, it was entirely reasonable for Qin Youchu to be absent from the company today. After all, with the establishment of the West Palace, It was only natural for the East Palace to harbor some discontent. It was likely that there had been considerable discord the previous night. I should be the one apologizing. I overslept today. May I return to my office now? Qin Yuchu candidly acknowledged her tardiness without offering any other excuses. However, this admission of oversleeping confirmed Lawyer Zhang's suspicions. He chose not to elaborate. At this juncture, any further commentary would only be inappropriate, so he politely escorted Qin Yuchu to the door. As she turned down the hallway, Qin Yuchu encountered the enchanting Shun Qingwan. Yuchu, what caused your late arrival today? Shun Qingwan greeted her with a gentle smile, one that radiated an exquisite charm. I only work 1 day a week. I should be resting today? Qin Yuchu replied with a sweet smile. It's all my fault for making Yuchu run another errand. It's part of my duties, as I am an assistant. However, I must congratulate Sister Qingwan. Just a small step further, and you'll be the vice president. I will rely on you for guidance in the future. I am merely an intern, Sister Qingwan. You jest, she responded as they passed each other. Shun Qingwan's serene smile unwavering. Following the recent personnel authority granted to the company's management, Shun Qingwan's influence within the organization was undeniably substantial. In a strict sense, she could even intervene in Su Chang's tenure. Although the rationale behind the president's sudden decision remained unclear, it did not hinder her ambitions. How would she capitalize on this? By leveraging the situation, Su Chang has sought to secure his position, aiming to draw on the strength of Hengyu Group. Qin Yuchu, as a university student, had audaciously refuted the executive vice president during a management meeting, benefiting from the president's influence. Why should she, Shun Qingwan, not do the same? Her promotion from a mere team leader to the head of human resources had occurred in a remarkably brief span. Now, she was elevated even further. What might others in the company think? With Qin Yuchu's precedent, it was challenging for others not to speculate. Thus, she decided to go with the flow, ensuring that others believed her assent was due to the same dynamics. With Qin Yuchu having confronted Su Chang'e previously, her own tasks would undoubtedly become considerably easier. Yuchu, what shall we have for lunch? I can ask Fu Hang to bring it over, she kindly inquired, tilting her head. Thank you, but I have a lunch appointment. Qin Yuchu replied, turning with a sweet smile as she pushed open the door to her office. Chapter 60. Your senior is here for you. The appointment document for Shun Qingwan was disseminated across various workgroups within the company, causing a stir throughout the organization. As expected, the rumors Shun Qingwan anticipated began to circulate. Lu Junkai, who had just been assigned to the second group of the project department and had not yet had the opportunity to inquire about the new human resources manager, overheard the discussions among his senior colleagues. In an instant, he felt as though his worldview had shattered. Why? Why do the women in this world seem so oblivious to self-respect, self-love, self-pity, and self-appreciation? Innocent young girls are deceived by a love song, while competent female leaders compromise their integrity for power and position. Has Big Brotherly gone to the 28th floor? As Lu Jukai wallowed in self-pity, a colleague who had just stepped out for a smoke returned and informed others. Isn't it quite normal for Big Brotherly to go to the 28th floor? Yuanbo Trade has leased the 5th floor of this office building. The marketing department occupies the 24th floor, the sales department the 25th, the project department the 26th. And other sectors such as logistics, human resources, and the secretarial office are on the 27th floor, while executive management is on the 28th floor. The Li referred to by this person is Li Tianming, the deputy supervisor of the project department and the head of Project Group 2. Strictly speaking, he has his own office on the 28th floor, albeit a small one. Why is it small? Because he is a deputy. Thus, Li Tianming rarely visits the 28th floor, preferring to remain on the 26th floor with his team, which could be seen as a form of approachability. He was summoned to the upper floor by Assistant Qin. I was right beside him in the tea room. Assistant Qin made the call personally. What on earth is happening? Yesterday, he confronted the supervisor of the project department. And today, he is being summoned for a discussion with the deputy supervisor? Qin Yuchu's direct confrontation during the meeting made it impossible to keep the news under wraps. By the end of that morning, it had already spread. Coupled with Supervisor Shin's authority over personnel appointments, it appears the company is on the brink of a significant upheaval. What projects does our Group 2 currently have in progress? The group leader was also eavesdropping on the gossip and instantly captured a glimmer of hope. Group 2 has been suppressed for so many years. Could this be their moment to rise? They are all present. A quick-thinking colleague immediately opened a document listing various data. Clearly, the employee's fundamental qualities are commendable, contributing to Yuanbo's current stature. The group leader of Group 2 briefly scanned the information, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was familiar with these projects, but they were all minor and inconsequential. What about the unapproved ones? They are mostly similar. Our previous situation, except for another colleague who suddenly paused and turned to look at others. The down jacket project? The group leader of Group 2 asked tentatively. I have the project proposal here. A colleague hastily opened his computer. However, this project has been rejected 3 times. The down jacket project, overseen by Li Tianming, had required considerable effort, involving a tripartite collaboration aimed at overseas trade. Yet, due to inventory and payment issues, it had been denied thrice. The entire Group 2 had basically given up on it. This is it. Send me the data. Everyone review it. Remember, don't speak out of turn. The group leader of Group 2 swiftly issued the command. In the corporate world, no one is an easy target, especially in large companies. Without a keen sense of awareness, one would have long been eliminated. Half an hour later, Project Deputy Supervisor Li Tianming returned to the 26th floor brimming with excitement. The down jacket export project has officially been approved. Over the course of 2 days, Lu Jukai experienced a whirlwind of emotions, now feeling dazed yet filled with determination. Upon his arrival at Project Team 2, the team was already on the verge of a remarkable turnaround. Was this not the mark of a chosen one? Even the deputy supervisor of the project department jested, proclaiming himself a harbinger of good fortune, urging himself to perform admirably. It seemed that as the 3-month probation period approached its conclusion, the issues that lingered were insignificant. Given that Supervisor Shun was a favored individual of the president, might it be worth attempting to reach out to the musically inclined Yuchu, the junior? How much insight could one who engages in music truly possess? Yesterday, Yuchu must have been overwhelmed by that wretched song, but if he appealed to her emotions and reason, surely he could persuade her to reconsider and avert a dire situation. Having spent considerable time in the restroom mentally preparing himself, Lu Junkai retrieved his phone and opened the pinned contact number. What am I dawdling for? It's time to eat. It'll be crowded if I'm late. Finish quickly and return. There's still overtime this afternoon. A colleague from his team passed by and playfully patted him on the shoulder. Clearly, someone who had ascended to the vice president of the student union in college possessed commendable emotional intelligence. Moreover, with the opportunity for Team 2's revival at hand, Lu Junkai had already become quite familiar with his teammates in just half a day. I'll be right there, Lu Junkai replied with a foolish grin. Do you know where the cafeteria is? Yes, the HR department mentioned it during orientation this morning. It's on the 3rd floor, right? Hurry up. As his colleague departed, Lu Junkai resumed contemplating his feelings regarding the call. Yet, after a long while, he still could not organize his thoughts. Perhaps it would be better to postpone until the evening, so as not to hinder his work in the afternoon. Emerging from the restroom, Lu Junkai noted that the entire 26th floor was deserted. He stepped into the elevator, his mind still preoccupied with how to approach the call that evening. Should he be direct? That would be quite impolite. Yuchu was so innocent, she might not handle it well. A gentle hint? But what if she couldn't understand due to her innocence? Lost in thought, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped out, only to be astonished to find himself on the 1st floor. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he forgot to select a floor. The intensity of work in a large company was indeed extraordinary. Even in just half a day, he felt slightly overwhelmed. Lu Junkai sighed, turning to re-enter the elevator, but was suddenly startled by someone emerging from a nearby elevator. Yuchu? His face lit up with surprise. Senior? Shin Yuchu was equally taken aback, never expecting to encounter him after a full day. In her mind, she predominantly resided on the 28th floor, believing they would have no chance to meet. Are you looking for me? Lu Junkai's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. It was clear that he was indeed the chosen one. Yuanbua trade was truly his fortuitous ground. No, I am the fortunate one for Yuanbua. We are mutually beneficial. Actually, I am interning here as well. Shin Yuchu stammered, biting her lip. What? Lu Junkai's astonishment grew. Just look at this. What does fate have in store? 1,000 miles of love is connected by a single thread. He had been contemplating how to introduce Yuchu to Yuanbua, considering she was merely a sophomore. Unexpectedly, the junior seemed to share an unspoken connection with him. Shin Yuchu merely smiled awkwardly, recalling how Lu Junkai had put on quite a show yesterday. How wonderful. I am in the project department, Group 2. Where's the junior? Which department is she in? Lu Junkai asked, completely oblivious to any awkwardness. Huh? Which department? Does the assistant to the president count as a department? Shin Yuchu pondered for a moment before honestly replying, I actually don't have a specific department yet. I see. No worries. This matter can be settled by Senior Shui. After all, you're only a sophomore, and it's already remarkable that you secured an internship at Yuanbo Trading. Don't rush. Our Group 2 has just launched a major project, and we are in need of personnel. I will find an opportunity to speak with our group leader and see if we can transfer you to our team. Lu Junkai responded with confidence, completely missing the subtle hints in Qin Youchu's eyes. Thank you, Senior. Qin Youchu felt a bit of a headache but recalled Fu Hang's advice to be tactful. No problem. Once you're in Group 2, I will look out for you. Come on, you haven't eaten yet, right? Lunch is on me. Lu Junkai pulled out the employee card issued by the company. Chapter 61. To help me. My mentor went to such lengths? The benefits at Yuanbo Trading were indeed commendable. Although the internship salary was modest, the interns were provided meals. I have plans for lunch. Qin Youchu smiled apologetically. Plans? Lu Junkai suddenly realized something and scrutinized Qin Youchu's attire from head to toe. Oh, is this really Qin Youchu? A tailored blazer, form-fitting skirt, and sheer black stockings with high heels? Are you meeting Lei Lu? Lu Junkai asked tentatively, his voice trembling. Qin Youchu innocently nodded. There was no need for deceit here. Indeed, Lu Junkai's expression turned pained, his eyes reddening. Junior, listen to me. Lei Lu is involved in the music scene and is certainly not a suitable match. You are already interning at Yuanbo. Your future looks bright, so do not jeopardize it. Lu Junkai exclaimed, looking distraught. Well, there was quite a commotion yesterday. I just wanted to invite him to dinner to express my gratitude. Junior. Lu Junkai seemed eager to say more when suddenly, a realization struck him. You're inviting him to dinner? Gratitude? If they don't require thanks, then you don't need to explain to me, right? So it's simply to thank him? Lu Junkai's spirits were suddenly lifted, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Uh-huh. Qin Youchu nodded. Do you need me to accompany you? Lu Junkai perked up, his demeanor shifting, as if he perceived a potential threat from a mere internet celebrity attempting to pursue Youchu. That seems inappropriate, doesn't it? Qin Youchu's expression grew peculiar. This guy was overly dramatic. By the way, does Fu Hang know he's coming to the company? He would surely find it amusing. Indeed. Just be careful. And if you need anything, call me. I'll be waiting for you at the office. Lu Junkai suddenly gave Qin Youchu a determined and reliable look. All right, goodbye, Senior. Qin Youchu smiled as she bid farewell, gracefully walking away in her high heels. As Qin Youchu departed, Lu Junkai's gaze became unfocused, and in that fleeting moment, he had already envisioned where to purchase a property within the school district. Qin Youchu arrived at a modest Western restaurant near the company, which, despite its average status, boasted a distinctive decor. Passing by downstairs, she was particularly fond of the hanging spider plants adorning the balcony. Where's your friend? Upon reaching the reserved table, she discovered that Layla had arrived early, but he was alone. Apologies, my friend has encountered a last-minute issue and cannot make it. I only just found out. Lei Li's face displayed considerable embarrassment. Just minutes earlier, he had inquired about Fu Hang's attendance upon arriving at the restaurant, only to learn that Fu Hang would not be coming. Qin Youchu furrowed her brow, standing silently. I'm truly sorry. He had promised to come. Next time, I will ensure he joins us. It's all right. I must thank you for yesterday. I genuinely enjoyed that song. Qin Youchu smiled sweetly and took a seat. I'm glad you liked it. Lei Lu let out a long breath, a look of delight crossing his face. As they dined on a simple steak set, Qin Youchu ate with utmost seriousness, her movements slow and graceful, occasionally engaging Lei Lu in conversation about amusing incidents from his live streams. Lei Lu, however, ate with great caution, his actions restrained as if he were hosting an esteemed guest. Whenever Qin Youchu spoke, he would set down his cutlery and listen intently, only resuming once the topic concluded. Youchu, did you watch yesterday's video? After a prolonged silence, Layla ventured to ask. Unexpectedly, I've become somewhat of a celebrity. It makes me a bit anxious. Qin Youchu lifted her gaze, a hint of reproach flickering in her eyes. I apologize for my lack of foresight. Please don't do that again. I'm not accustomed to being in the spotlight. Youchu, you are so remarkable. Lei Li's words remained unspoken, halted by the pitiful gaze of Qin Youchu. All right, I shall be mindful in the future. The meal concluded with mutual enjoyment, but when it came time to settle the bill, Lei Lu exhibited considerable insistence. How can one expect a girl to pay for her meal? He reached for the payment code from the waiter's hand. This was our prior agreement. This meal is a token of my gratitude. We should keep matters separate. Qin Youchu sat quietly, making no effort to contest. Your agreement to dine with me is a gesture of thanks in itself. Lei Lu opened his phone and successfully completed the payment. Qin Yuchu raised her hand and took the receipt from the waiter, then opened her own phone to initiate a transfer to Lei Lu upon seeing the amount. Yuchu. Lei Lu reproached her with a gaze that also bore affection. If you wish for future outings, you should accept the payment. This meal is on me. Qin Yuchu's tone was notably calm. Fine. Lei Lu shivered slightly, obediently accepting the money. Once again, thank you. Qin Yuchu stood and offered a slight bow. Are you leaving? Lei Li's hand slipped into his pockets, where he had prepared the movie ticket for Marriage on the Run, a romance film reportedly adapted from a popular online novel. Overflowing with sweetness. I have to go to work. I'm currently interning. Qin Yuchu smiled brightly. Then allow me to escort you. Lei Lu released the movie ticket. Hastily rising to his feet, yet before he could take a step, he found himself frozen in place. For before him, Qin Yuchu gazed in astonishment over his shoulder. And as he followed her line of sight, he too was taken aback. Behind them, the door to the private box adorned with a hanging basket on the balcony swung open, revealing his life mentor, Fu Hang, emerging alongside a strikingly beautiful woman. This enchantress, impeccably attired, had her hand affectionately resting on his mentor's arm. How noble of my master! Layla felt tears welling in his eyes to aid him in pursuing Yuchu. Fu Hang had gone to such lengths? Fu Hang himself was utterly speechless, perhaps driven by a mischievous thrill. He had arrived at the restaurant well in advance after receiving Lei Li's address. Today marked the first day of Shen Qinghuan's promotion, and perhaps in a bid to maintain her approachable persona, she had opted for the canteen, turning down Fu Hang's offer to deliver food. However, what Fu Hang did not anticipate was encountering Li Weiyang the moment he stepped into the dining hall. Upon seeing her, his phone chimed with a message. Do you have time for lunch? Shall we dine together? Are you some kind of clairvoyant? Li Weiyang's surprise was palpable as she brandished her phone, displaying their chat history. It was as if they shared a telepathic connection. Fu Hang smiled enigmatically, his heart brimming with a myriad of emotions. Yet what could he do? Was it more crucial to savor a meal or to attend to work? After all, this was a client offering double pay. Although this returning guest had recorded an impressive debut with figures reaching 70-23 on her first day, hadn't she just undergone a divorce? Surely there would be a period of adjustment? The meal in the private box unfolded in serene tranquility. The two exchanged few words, merely sharing occasional glances that conveyed their mutual appreciation for the stillness and the moment. Then, Li Weiyang suggested a stroll downstairs to the park where they had reunited. What could Fu Hang say? It was the client's request. Rising, he opened the door. The very scenario he had fervently prayed against materialized without a ripple of surprise. Their eyes met, and they regarded one another. Li Weiyang, equally astonished, glanced at Qin Yuchu and then at the sunny boy standing across from her. Qin Yuchu. What a coincidence to meet again. Mr. Fu is here as well. Qin Yuchu responded with perfect poise. What a coincidence. Fu Hang mustered a strained smile, yet found himself caught in Lei Li's tearful gaze of gratitude. I watched your video. Youth is truly wonderful. Li Weiyang suddenly stepped forward, assessing Lei Lu from head to toe. In truth, her motivation for inviting Fu Hang today likely stemmed from having fortuitously stumbled upon that video earlier. So, the female university student was not Fu Hang's girlfriend? Their relationship was merely one of financial support? Or perhaps this girl possessed exceptional skills? Or was she unfaithful? As for Fu Hang, she believed she understood him very well, single-minded, devoted, meticulous, and warm-hearted. Such a man was exceedingly susceptible to the wiles of women. Wasn't she herself a testament to that? Thus, she wished to converse with Fu Hang. If their relationship were purely simple, it would be a good thing. Kind souls deserve kindness in return. Should Fu Hang be deceived, she felt compelled to offer her support and counsel, just as Fu Hang had always aided her. If Fu Hang were indeed betrayed, wouldn't it be more fitting for two wounded hearts to find solace in one another, to seek warmth together, and to heal their respective scars? Yet, upon catching her first glimpse of Fu Hang, all else became insignificant. Fu Hang remained unchanged, still the same Fu Hang. Chapter 62. You might consider pursuing a graduate degree, for instance, in the present moment, as she faced the young couple before her. Fu Hang exuded an air of tranquility and composure, his eyes even reflecting genuine goodwill. How fortuitous. Fu Hang had already devised numerous strategies in his mind, remaining entirely unfazed. I'm sorry, but I must return to the company. We can talk later, Qin Yuchu said with a polite smile as she inclined her body slightly. Aren't you a student? Li Weiyang inquired, her gaze shifting towards Fu Hang. And in turn, Qin Yuchu replied softly, then waved goodbye to Lei Lu, gracefully turning to leave. Throughout the encounter, apart from the initial moment of surprise, she displayed not a hint of awkwardness. Youth is indeed a blessing. Li Weiyang linked her arm with Fu Hang's. Gazing at the youthful silhouette, inevitably reminded of that video. It's a pleasure to meet you. You have excellent taste, and your singing is rather impressive. Li Weiyang beamed at Layla before walking away with Fu Hang. Layla watched them depart, tempted to kneel in admiration. With such a mentor, what more could one desire? In this lifetime, he would exhaust his efforts, serving his master devotedly. The milk tea shop remained quiet. With the attendant Xia Xiaofeng idly resting on the counter, engaging in casual banter with a fellow villager preparing for a job interview the following day, boasting about the owner's remarkable achievements. The distinct sound of high heels echoed, prompting Xia Xiaofeng to feign a smile and look up, only to be greeted by a radiant expression. Is the owner here? Or perhaps Yangji Ganlu? I just had a meal, so I want to be drinking now. I'll take a cup to go when I leave. Qin Yuchu replied politely, directly ascending to the second floor. The owner isn't up there, Xia Xiaofeng noted. I know. I'll take a short break, came Qin Yuchu's faint voice from upstairs. Xia Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of intrigue and ambiguity. Laylo. TCH. On the 26th floor of Yuanbo Trading, Lu Junkai, on his first day at work, found himself unable to immerse in his tasks. Burdened by thoughts of his lunch break, he frequently scrolled through his phone, contemplating making a call, only to resist time and again. Why has Tishi called me yet? Is she back already? Or is that Lei Lu still clinging on, not allowing the junior to leave? But if I call now, would it be impolite? After all, my relationship with the junior hasn't been made public yet, Lu Junkai mused, caught in a web of anxiety. What are you daydreaming about? This report is due this afternoon. You do know how to compile the data, right? Don't make any mistakes, Li Tianming remarked as he passed by Lu Junkai. Yes, supervisor, he replied, somewhat distracted, pondering how long it would take until university students truly applied their knowledge. Lu Junkai hastily acquiesced, directing his focus towards the computer. However, merely 5 minutes later, his thoughts began to wander once more. The bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang, marking the conclusion of overtime. The official workday was commencing. His junior, the female intern, should be back now, right? Should he go and check on her? Alas, he had forgotten to inquire about her workstation's floor. Without a specific department, finding her would prove challenging. If only she were in the project department. It would be so much easier. As he pondered this, Lu Junkai gazed at Su Yijie, the team leader of Project Team 2, who was approaching with documents in hand. Su Yijie, his mentor and immediate superior, ignited a spark of enthusiasm within him. Xiao Lu, are you adjusting well? Su Yijie inquired cheerily, locking eyes with Lu Junkai and offering a warm greeting. Very well, thank you for your concern, master. Lu Junkai promptly rose from his seat. Do not be so tense. We are all part of the same team now. Relax a bit. Our team has few rules. Performing your tasks well is what truly matters. Su Yijie halted, encouragingly patting Lu Junkai on the shoulder. Understood, master. Good luck, he replied. As Su Yijie prepared to depart, Lu Junkai, summoning his courage amidst the harmonious atmosphere, called out to him. Master? Yes? I would like to ask you for a favor. Lu Junkai inhaled deeply. His mentor was so courteous, and the supervisor seemed to regard him with newfound respect. Surely, they valued him and had already recognized his potential. Now would be an appropriate moment to voice his request, wouldn't it? Oh, go on, Su Yijie responded, displaying considerable tolerance towards Lu Junkai's inquiry. Well, I have a junior, Qin Yuchu, who is also interning with us at Yuanbo. But she currently lacks a specific department, given that we have a significant project coming up. I wanted to ask if it would be possible to transfer her to our team too. You need not worry, her academic performance is excellent, and she is undoubtedly capable of handling the work. If necessary, I can assist her as well. Lu Junkai exhaled, articulating his request in one breath. Su Yijie subtly furrowed his brow. This is your first day at work, and you are already making such a request? Are today as university students so unaware of propriety? Nevertheless, it is true that Team 2 will be quite busy. After a moment's contemplation, he relented. All right. Provide me with her name, and I shall inquire with the HR department shortly. Su Yijie sighed softly, after all. She was merely an intern, consider it an early reward for the auspicious turn of events. Who knows, she might also be a lucky charm. After being suppressed for so many years, perhaps this young man would finally experience a resurgence. Whether it was mere superstition or not, it was better to believe in it. Thank you, master. Her name is Qin Yuchu. Lu Junkai, brimming with excitement, clenched his fist tightly and called out her name loudly. Silence. An eerie, profound silence enveloped the office. The once bustling workspace seemed to freeze upon Lu Junkai uttering that name. Everyone halted their activities, as if caught in a spell. What is happening? Lu Junkai was taken aback. He was genuinely startled by this scene. It was utterly bizarre. Could it be that his junior had offended someone within the company? Was it a corporate taboo? Thus, she still lacks a specific department at this moment? Are you from Hanseong University, specifically the School of Finance? The inquiry was posed by Li Tianming, the deputy supervisor of the project, who stood a short distance away. He was only aware that Lu Junkai was an intern, yet he had not had the opportunity to review the particulars. Yes, Lu Junkai swiftly turned around and responded earnestly. The junior you mentioned, is she Qin Yuchu, a sophomore from your finance department? Li Tianming continued his questioning. Yes. Lu Junkai felt a bead of sweat form at his back. Had the junior truly offended someone? Could it possibly be my superior's superior, Supervisor Li? Did you mean to transfer him to our project team too? Or was it her own intention? A peculiar smile appeared on Li Tianming's face. It was my desire to recommend her. After all, she is my junior. Lu Junkai's toes dug into the ground. Yet that call of senior under the setting sun straightened his posture. In ancient times, one might take up arms for the sake of a beloved. Today, I, Lu Junkai, shall bear this burden for you. Rest assured. Junior, your senior will protect you. Does she know about this? This query came from Su Yijia, the leader of Team 2. She would certainly agree. Our team is so united and harmonious. Now, with Assistant Qin's support, under the guidance of Supervisor Li and Team Leader Su, we are destined to soar to great heights. Lu Junkai harbored a clever thought. Flattery is the key, and at this moment, he must elevate his leader's esteem. Clap, clap, clap. Team Leader Su Yijia heavily patted Lu Junkai's shoulder 3 times before departing with his documents. Damn it. I thought it was a stroke of fortune. Yet it turned out to be a stroke of foolishness. Has the admission standard at Hanseong University become so low? Who let this fellow in? How has this blockhead managed to reach his senior year? No, it cannot be the university's fault. After all, that institution produced an extraordinary sophomore. Those 3 claps seemed to signal a return to normalcy. As the office area erupted into a bustling activity once more, each person dutifully attending to their tasks. As if the previous scene had never occurred. Lu Junkai was bewildered. What on earth was happening? As he watched his mentor depart, he turned his gaze back to Li Tianming, only to find him engrossed in his earlier work, no longer acknowledging him. What is the situation here? Is the transfer of the junior a done deal or not? Is it difficult to take the postgraduate entrance exam at your school? A colleague from the adjacent workstation inquired curiously. What? Lu Junkai struggled to keep pace with this sudden shift in conversation. I believe you might consider pursuing further studies, the colleague earnestly suggested, before turning back to discuss work with others, leaving Lu Junkai once again in solitude. Chapter 63. The persona of Fu Heng. Even the most whimsical minds would not speculate on the relationship between Lu Junkai and Qin Yuchu, much less entertain notions that the resurgence of Team 2 is due to Lu Junkai. The reasons for Qin Yuchu's position as Assistant Qin were well understood and unspoken among all. Until the end of the day, no one broached the subject of Qin Yuchu with Lu Junkai, and while the colleagues' attitudes toward him remained largely unchanged, he couldn't shake the feeling that members of Project Team 2 regarded him with a touch more sympathy. Is this the milk tea shop you invested in? Li Weiyong and Fu Heng strolled into the Ganlu milk tea shop side by side. Li Weiyong appeared to be in high spirits, her eyes darting around with curiosity, as if indulging in a whimsical adventure. Fu Heng wore a faint smile, but inwardly he sighed for the 34th time that day, resigned to the series of events. Dining together was one thing, but then to wander through the park afterward, and during their leisurely stroll, she deliberately brushed against him with her arm. Wasn't she recently divorced? What of her virtues? Her decorum? Her modesty? Her esteemed upbringing? Did she truly feel no psychological burden? No cooling-off period? No desire for a break from romantic entanglements? In the park, they had enacted a scene reminiscent of a poignant drama, when Li Weiyong suddenly suggested visiting Fu Heng's newly opened milk tea shop. She had even undertaken market research, yet still approached it with a casual demeanor. The decor was indeed pleasing, and the ambience of the shop felt quite inviting. Standing at the center of the establishment, Li Weiyong carefully surveyed her surroundings. Upon meeting the gaze of the staff member, Xia Xiaofeng, she offered a smile that was both polite and warm. Xia Xiaofeng responded with an awkward nod, casting a furtive glance at Fu Heng, who was wholly absorbed in Li Weiyong, oblivious to the significance of Xia Xiaofeng's look. What shall we drink? Fu Heng asked. pulling a napkin from the table and meticulously wiping down the already pristine surface, gesturing for Li Weiyang to take a seat. What is the signature drink? Li Weiyang tilted her head, appreciative of this thoughtful detail. Mango pomelo sago? Then let us have the mango pomelo sago, she replied, settling into her seat while continuing to scrutinize the nuances of the decor. Fu Hang did not turn back, instead signaling a to gesture to Xia Xiaofeng. What is upstairs? A private room? Li Weiyang noticed the curtains drawn on the loft above. To be frank, the curtains appeared quite cheap, severely detracting from the overall aesthetic. It's a storage area, Xia Xiaofeng replied, his voice almost a shout in his eagerness to answer before Fu Hang could speak. A storage area? Li Weiyang exclaimed, taken aback by the startled response of the staff member. Fu Hang's expression turned skeptical as he finally directed his gaze at Xia Xiaofeng, who was now looking down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Xia Xiaofeng was genuinely nervous. What was happening? Why had the boss suddenly brought a goddess along? And this lady exuded the air of a dignified matriarch surveying her domain. Couldn't he, the boss, have given him a heads up? A simple text would suffice. He was merely a single dog who had never been in a relationship. How was he to navigate this scenario? Surely, he wouldn't be oblivious to the fact that someone was up in the loft? Utilizing the space as a storage area seemed such a waste. After a brief hesitation, Li Weiyang stood and made her way towards the stairs. The upstairs was a chaotic mess, not having been organized yet. 2 disposable cups blocked her path. The lemon water that Xia Xiaofeng had brought out. Boss, please have some water first, he urged her, casting a meaningful glance at Fu Hang. Fu Hang keenly sensed the weight of this unspoken message but failed to comprehend its implications. We just took over, and it hasn't been sorted yet, he explained. Fu Hang instinctively pushed the lemonade towards Li Weiyang. Your service staff is quite well trained, she remarked, casting a peculiar glance at the lemonade on the table. Which tea shop serves lemonade? She mused, noting the industriousness of the young man. Fu Hang sincerely complimented him, once again locking eyes with Xia Xiaofeng, adding silently that he appeared rather eccentric. Is business always like this? Li Weiyang pondered, lifting the lemonade to take a sip. After wandering around the park, her thirst was undeniable. It was her thirst that had prompted her to visit Fu Hang's tea shop. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative. Do you have any measures in place? She inquired with a smile, eagerly anticipating Fu Hang's response. Do you remember that handsome guy from earlier? Qin Youchu's boyfriend. The one who sings? I suppose he doesn't count yet, Fu Hang explained, almost instinctively. I plan to have him come to the shop for a live performance. Live singing? Li Weiyang was momentarily taken aback, her attention swiftly diverted. Yes, that lad is quite the internet celebrity, Fu Hang raised an eyebrow. This could genuinely work. Their popularity is soaring, especially in the local university town. How did you come up with this idea? Is he willing to come? Starting tonight, Fu Hang replied, flashing a confident smile. With different customers, one must exhibit varied energies. Otherwise, what is the point of crafting an image? In front of Xinqing Wan, he was a timid and insecure game coach working part-time in delivery. Yet, in the presence of Li Weiyang, he transformed into a self-assured, albeit aimless, wealthy investor. Tonight? They only caused a stir yesterday. You couldn't have planned this, could you? Li Weiyang's thoughts raced, suddenly arriving at a bold speculation. It would make sense for them to have made a scene yesterday and for you to invite him today. If that is the case, this marketing strategy is quite formidable, isn't it? Does Fu Hang possess such foresight and capability? Coincidence, Fu Hang met Li Weiyang's sparkling eyes, mustering the courage to explain. Damn. This woman must be different since her divorce. When I previously discussed investments with you, you hardly paid attention. Now why are you so engaged and perceptive? Strictly speaking, yesterday's events could be considered my own planning, though my intentions weren't specifically for this, right? To attract traffic? To boost sales? To enhance performance? No. I aim to cultivate target customers to elevate sales and performance. He cringed inwardly at how awkward that sounded. Li Weiyang remained silent, savoring her milk tea. Yet she was once again stirred within. Why had she decisively chosen to marry Wang Haifeng impulsively? Was it for money? Perhaps that played a part. But it was merely a fraction of her motivation. Coming from a well-off family, her understanding of wealth lacked the urgency that Xinqing Wan exhibited. Another reason for her unwavering choice of Wang Haitao was the confidence and dominance he exuded. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and this is particularly true for the more emotional among them. Yet, at this moment, Fu Hang reveals an aspect of himself that she had never previously encountered or paid attention to. This marketing strategy and planning indicate that Fu Hang is far from the idle scion who squanders his family's wealth. merely trailing behind women. Indeed, this was the persona Fu Hang had established in Li Weiyang's eyes. Affluent, yet not excessively so, possessing time and a considerate nature, yet lacking capability, ambition, vision, and resolve. Chapter 64. A gentle caress. You have truly changed. Li Weiyang lifted her gaze. Her furrowed brow mingled with a hint of mischief. Had she previously overlooked his merits? Or was it her influence that prompted his awakening, leading him to reinvent himself and strive for greatness? Her prior assessment of Fu Hang's hands-on approach was based solely on his personal delivery of everything, even takeout. But now, he was personally conducting market research? Was this truly the case? Alarm bells rang in Fu Hang's mind. Her expression was decidedly unsettling. Was this the result of double pay? The intensity of work was indeed incomparable to regular hourly wages. Judging by the circumstances, this money would hardly last long. Li Weiyang remained silent, quietly observing Fu Hang with a straw held between her lips, her tongue playfully tracing circles around it. Fu Hang's fists clenched, his face flushed as he averted his gaze. Could it be that the double salary would end today? Would he be able to meet performance evaluations? No, he needed to devise a way to please her. Or else this married woman might very well outmaneuver him before he could act. The distinct sound of heels clicking against the wooden stairs echoed from behind. The unique cadence unmistakable. Li Weiyang, seated opposite, suddenly widened her eyes, her once droplet-like gaze now sparking with intensity. Fu Hang turned in astonishment to see a pair of elegantly long legs descending briskly. Qin Yuchu? What are you doing here? Fu Hang was genuinely taken aback. Just on my lunch break, Qin Yuchu replied, offering a polite smile to Li Weiyang as she casually grabbed Fu Hang's half-finished cup of mango sago. I'll catch up later. I'm running late. Without waiting for Fu Hang to respond, her heels clacked rapidly as she dashed toward the exit. Fu Hang followed her with his gaze until her figure vanished at the door, still grappling with the bewildering turn of events. A chill autumn breeze swept through the room, causing Fu Hang to shiver as he noticed the stormy expression on Li Weiyang's face. He opened his mouth, yet the unfolding drama left him utterly speechless. Li Weiyang stood in silence, rising to ascend the stairs. Instinctively, Fu Hang raised his hand, uncertain whether to intervene. The curtain was drawn back, revealing Li Weiyang's frosty demeanor. The expansive loft contained nothing but a single double bed, just that one bed and nothing else. The arrangement here indeed leaves little room for imagination, with scarce options available. Especially considering the hurried departure of Qin Yuchu, the disheveled bed linens are a shocking sight. A warehouse? Li Weiyang's voice is unusually frigid as she furrows her brow. Fu Hang opens his mouth, staring vacantly at Xia Xiaofeng, who had already turned away to dismantle the almost unused ice shaver at the sink when Qin Yuchu went downstairs. Taking a deep breath, Li Weiyang gradually lets go of her icy demeanor and descends the staircase with a measured pace. After all, if yesterday's confession was a meticulously orchestrated marketing scheme, the contents of the script should not be taken seriously. The hired singer, actor, and campus belle could not possibly be genuine lovers. Has she truly underestimated him in the past? Or has he undergone such a profound transformation because of her? To attract attention for marketing purposes, he has allowed his woman to perform in such a scenario. How could a girl be made to sleep in such a place? The nearby apartments are only a few thousand a month, and with the constant flow of people below, does he have such peculiar tastes? Li Weiyang's voice returns to calm. Yet her gaze remains exceptionally frigid. Fu Hang feels the left side semiconductor trembling. What on earth is happening? You have truly changed, Li Weiyang coldly remarks, leaving the milk tea shop without a backward glance. What is going on? Fu Hang, in disbelief, rushes to the bar, grabbing Xia Xiaofeng. I warned you. Xia Xiaofeng replies innocently. Why was she up there? Fu Hang's eyes widen. Xia Xiaofeng blinks. Your woman is sleeping in your bed, and you're asking me why? Damn it. Fu Hang realizes this point, swearing under his breath as he slumps back into his chair, staring at the half-drunk cup of mango sago in front of him. His expression more dismal than that of someone suffering from constipation. He feels wronged. Who could have anticipated encountering such a battlefield merely 2 days after opening? How much goodwill is going to plummet because of this? After all his hard work, diligent efforts, and humble servitude, how many days must he endure this? Wait a moment. Goodwill loss. Fu Hang's gaze shifts back to the half-full mango sago, lingering on the lipstick-stained straw. Just moments ago, a nimble tongue had danced over it. Wow. Qin Yuchu is something else, he muses. With that mouthful, Li Weiyang surely must be revitalized. On the 28th floor of Yuanhua Trading, Shun Qingluan observes a figure entering the office through the slats of the blinds, her eyes narrowing slightly. To her left lies a mobile phone. on which plays the viral confession video. To her right rests an internal document marked with the project proposal for the Down Jacket project from Team 2. You truly are audacious, Shun Qingwan muses, retracting her gaze as it glides past the phone screen, settling on the signature at the bottom of the project proposal. After a prolonged contemplation, she retrieves a sticky note pressed under the desk sign, detailing the contact information for several headhunting firms, a gift given to her by Lawyer Zhang that morning. Reflecting on the ambiguous explanation provided by Lawyer Zhang, a flicker of fervor ignited within Shun Qingwan's gaze. The position of the project department supervisor was poised to become vacant, a notion she had surmised yesterday. At that time, however, this personnel supervisor lacked the authority to influence appointments at such a level. Now, as Shen Qingwan set aside the sticky note detailing the headhunting firm, she retrieved a list she had meticulously compiled that morning. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the name of the deputy supervisor of the project department. Li Tianming, alas, had been a step too slow. With a slight curve of her lips, Shen Qingwan compared the phone number on the sticky note and grasped her mobile device. In that fleeting moment of switching the screen, she beheld her youthful and radiant reflection, a knowing smile gracing her face. Inside the car, Li Weiyong sat with vacant eyes fixed on the dashboard. She had lingered in the parking lot for quite some time. The inexplicable anger she had felt moments ago had dissipated, yet an unspoken sense of loneliness and melancholy pervaded the space. The fragrance of gardenia from the car air freshener remained invigorating, and she suddenly recalled that it was a gift from Fu Hang. Merely because she had casually remarked on the scent while passing a store playing Gardenia's Bloom, she had received the bottle of car air freshener the very next day. That man was always so meticulous and considerate. Leaning wearily against the seat, she found herself feeling rather absurd. It had only been a few days since the divorce, yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of another man. Did she truly have justifiable reasons for her anger? Did she possess the grounds to feel indignant? No, after all, it was she who had chosen to leave him for Wang Haitao, and after she had forsaken him and rejected his affections. Was it wrong for him to meet other women? Observing his current transformation, one had to ponder where these changes stemmed from. Was it not a consequence of her own ruthlessness? Habitually scanning her phone once more, she noted the absence of any notifications, which only deepened her despondency. Just like Wang Haitao, after she discovered his affair with his secretary, he had offered no explanations whatsoever. As a divorced woman, what could she possibly compare herself to against a university student? Chapter 65. The fall, to put it simply. Let the communication be straightforward. Riding his beloved electric scooter, Fu Hang hummed a popular tune from a parallel world, his face radiating sheer delight. Today was yet another day of leaving work early. Just 5 minutes ago, Shen Qingwan had replied, "There is a company engagement tonight." Her response was notably formal, with every word hinting at her unavailability to attend to him that evening. Shortly thereafter, a system notification chimed in. Today's salary of 300,000 yuan has been credited. Current target for strategy, Shen Qingwan's affinity level, 7258. Li Weiyong, returning 6952. Please continue your efforts, host. Shen Qingwan's affinity had plummeted to 7,258. A promising sign that could significantly bolster her promotion prospects, a stroke of genius for Fu Hang's strategy. Moreover, his mind had been invigorated with new possibilities. Given the efficacy of the situation, should the day arrive when Shen Qingwan experiences a sudden surge of affection, might it be possible to rekindle their connection? Perhaps even promote Shen Qingwan to a vice president? What truly delights Fu Hang, however, is that Li Weiyong, this returning client, has finally reached a score of 70. This revelation stands as the finest news of the day. In fact, upon witnessing Li Weiyong's unexpected return and immediate surge past 70 yesterday, a twinge of regret had washed over him. He felt he had squandered an opportunity, driven by the desire to achieve more in the fleeting moments of existence, particularly today. Upon observing the insidious manner in which she wielded her straw, one might wonder if this was a test of one's capabilities. Fortunately, he had the foresight to lay the groundwork in advance. Indeed, those who fail to plan for the future often find themselves beset by immediate troubles. Kindness invariably finds its way back to us in the most unexpected of manners. As his phone vibrated in his pocket, Fu Hang's lips curled in irritation, and his spirits dampened. Darn it, he had forgotten to silence his phone. Pulling over, he retrieved the device. Qin Yuchu? Fu Hang paused momentarily, exhaling with relief. It was not about working overtime after all. Is there something you need? He answered the call. Have you returned? Yes. Fu Hang's demeanor was somewhat aloof, to be honest. He harbored some resistance to the thought of someone quietly lying in his bed. It was not a matter of cleanliness, but rather that such behavior could easily disrupt his professional life. Today was merely a coincidence, but should this occur again in the future, the situation would indeed become quite unseemly. Are you upset? Why would I be upset? Fu Hang scoffed. Is Li Weiyang upset? Perhaps a little. Haven't you calmed her down? What is it that you want? Fu Hang's patience wore thin. I ordered a delivery, but I can't carry it upstairs. What did you buy? A standing iron. Fu Hang fell silent, 100 reasons to decline swirling in his mind like a slot machine, ultimately settling on 3 simple words. Where are you? At the milk tea shop. Qin Youchu's voice suddenly brightened. Fu Hang ended the call, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Well, who could blame her for wanting to take credit today? He sensed that she might play an instrumental role in his future endeavors. Indeed, even if she could not become a client, she would undoubtedly serve as a valuable asset. Once again, the little electric scooter returned to the milk tea shop, and from a distance, he spotted her charming silhouette, quietly standing at the entrance, clutching a yellow safety helmet adorned with a colorful bamboo dragonfly. The two exchanged little in the way of conversation. As Fu Hang parked, the young woman swung her leg over, her hands resting on his shoulders as the scooter roared back to life. Their unspoken understanding drew the attention of Xia Xiaofeng, who couldn't help but raise an eyebrow from behind the bar. The 2 pale yellow safety helmets swayed in the wind, the dragonflies atop them spinning wildly, mirroring the radiant smile on the young woman's face, bringing comfort to passers-by. With a firm grip on the handlebars, Fu Hang wore a rather indifferent expression until the hands resting on his shoulders wrapped around his waist, causing a slight unease to flicker across his face. Where did you get your hat? He asked, searching for conversation. I bought it. Do you think it looks good? Came the reply. Childish. Fu Hang rolled his eyes in silence, but in the next moment, he abruptly slammed on the brakes, halting in the middle of the road. The sudden stop caused a compression between the two, distorting the buffer of their proximity. Qin Youchu let out a playful huff, ready to complain, only to discover Fu Hang tilting his head and discarding the electric bike, charging towards the opposite side of the street. The bike toppled unexpectedly, sending Qin Youchu crashing to the ground. As she awkwardly lifted her head to reprimand him, she spotted the figure sprinting ahead, leaping over the roadside greenery. It was then that Qin Youchu sensed something amiss and followed Fu Hang's gaze upward. In the next instant, her heart nearly leapt from her throat. A child? Outside a 7th-floor balcony, a small child dangled precariously. The little one appeared no older than 2, at the age of tentative steps. At this moment, the child hung in midair, feet swinging, tiny hands clutching desperately to the external drying rack, perilously close to plummeting. This was the 7th floor. Fu Hang soared over the barrier, entirely oblivious to the astonishing speed at which he moved. His vision far surpassed that of Qin Youchu's. Upon seeing the child, he instantly assessed that the little one could not hold on for much longer. Dodging a speeding car, Fu Hang's gaze swiftly scanned ahead. His eyes narrowed, and he accelerated again, leaping onto the roof of a parked car, using its momentum to grip the 2nd-floor security bars. With a powerful tug of his arms, he flipped over and grasped the balcony of the 3rd floor. Ah! Qin Youchu's scream pierced the air as Fu Hang, having just steadied himself, looked up to see a shadow plummeting from above. It was too late. The child's strength was spent. Fu Hang's pupils dilated in shock, adrenaline surging through him as the world around him began to slow. His eyes swept rapidly across the scene, his mind racing with calculations. 3, 2, 1. Fu Hang launched himself forward, fixating on the descending child, while his peripheral vision locked onto the air conditioning unit hanging precariously from the 3rd floor. As Qin Youchu had just cleared the greenery, she instinctively glanced up, only to witness the child loosening their grip, their tiny body helplessly falling. Despair flashed in her eyes, tears welling up and spilling over as she let out a scream. Yet, before her cry could fade, she saw that rapid figure spring forth, reaching for the falling child. He caught him. Qin Youchu's eyes trembled. But what would that accomplish? They were still 3 floors up. In an instant, her mind went blank. With the child secured, Fu Hang felt a momentary calm wash over him as his left hand firmly gripped the exposed copper pipe of the air conditioning unit. His airborne body trembled slightly. Yet the next moment, Fu Hang cursed inwardly. With resolute determination, he released his left hand. The sensation from his left hand felt surreal. The air conditioning unit was unsecured, and if he clung on, both he and the child would plummet, accompanied by the weight of the air conditioning unit. His body spun erratically in midair, and deep within, Fu Hang began to count down once more. 3, 2, 1. The moment he landed on the car roof, Fu Hang propelled the child upward, just enough to counteract the child's downward momentum. A resounding crash echoed as Fu Hang crashed heavily onto the roof of a parked car. May Mother Earth protect you. May the holy light be with you. Fu Hang silently prayed to the system, offering 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Were it not for his extraordinary physique, were it not for the Grandmaster's reflexes and explosive power, this fall would have spelled doom for both him and the child. Chapter 66. The delivery hero Fu Hang lay back on the car roof, coughing vigorously to steady his shaken breath. He cautiously lifted the child, meeting a pair of glossy, white eyes, pure, clear, filled with confusion and curiosity. Clearly, the child had yet to comprehend the ordeal they had just endured. A smile blossomed on Fu Hang's face as he struggled to sit up, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a phone raised in the distance. In a sudden motion, he turned sharply, shielding his face with the child. Damn it. Earlier, there had been no time to think. His actions were purely instinctive. Now that the child was safe, he realized the potential consequences of being recorded. If this were to be captured on camera, it might lead to his immediate unemployment. A hero cannot afford to be a sycophant. What to do? The commotion from the fall had drawn a considerable crowd. Numerous vehicles had pulled over to the side. Fu Hang lowered his head, overwhelmed with anxiety, as the joy of saving the child dissipated. The vehicle jolted, casting a shadow overhead. Was someone climbing up? Are you all right? A voice, filled with urgency and tinged with tears, called out. Jin Yuchu? I cannot be seen. Fu Hang swiftly thrust the child into the other person's arms and decisively leaped off the car. The moment he landed, he stumbled. After all, jumping from the 3rd floor, landing on his back, even with the car as a cushion, was a shock the Grandmaster could hardly withstand. However, there was no time for contemplation. Fu Hang kept his head down and rushed away. Countless cameras turned toward his retreating figure, leaving the crowd bewildered as to why the jumper was fleeing. Call the police. A voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention back. A graceful young woman on the roof shouted anxiously. Fu Hang received a call from Qin Yuchu 10 minutes later. The police had arrived. She explained the entire sequence of events, and the officers took the child to contact the parents while Qin Yuchu expressed concern for Fu Hang's injuries. After Fu Hang reassured her that he was fine, she hung up without mentioning why he had hurried away. Half an hour later, Qin Yuchu called Fu Hang again, wanting to know his whereabouts as she intended to visit. However, the call could not go through. Fu Hang had turned off his phone. Qin Yuchu, filled with anxiety, returned to the opposite side of the road and mounted the electric bike that a passerby had pulled to the curb. Her first destination was the milk tea shop. Naturally, Fu Hang was not there, and at that moment, she realized she had no knowledge of his residence, rendering her search futile. Subsequently, Qin Yuchu proceeded to the hospital, inquiring about any patients injured from a fall. She searched from one establishment to another, even neglecting some smaller clinics. By 9 o'clock in the evening, she received a call from the police, requesting her presence at the Han City precinct to assist with a statement. A statement? With fatigue weighing heavily upon her, Qin Yuchu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was altruism now necessitating a formal account? At 11 that night, with a complex expression, she exited the Han City precinct. And after yet another unsuccessful attempt to reach Fu Hang, she rushed towards the next hospital. That night, a video of a delivery worker heroically leaping from a 3rd-floor ledge to save a baby quickly went viral online, catapulting the delivery hero to the top of trending searches. Fu Hang lay in the bathtub of Yuchu No. 1, meticulously reviewing various angles of the footage. He scrutinized each video with exceptional attention, examining it almost frame by frame. This was not narcissism. It was a manifestation of his anxiety regarding professional identity. After an entire night of viewing, the weight on his heart finally lifted. Most of the clips circulating online depicted the moments following his fall, and due to his efforts to obscure his identity, none captured his face directly. The most comprehensive video was filmed from within a residential building across the street. It began with a girl's selfie. Before the videographer noticed the child precariously hanging outside and anxiously shifted the focus to the infant. At that moment, a figure wearing a delivery helmet leaped into view, stepping onto the roof and vaulting up to the 2nd floor. The wide-angle shot captured the entirety of Fu Hang's heroic act, but again, his face remained unseen due to the distance. Fu Hang let out a long breath, repeatedly watching the footage of his leap to save the child. While he admired the dashing figure in the video, he silently gave a thumbs up and sent a carnival reward to the videographer. A slight pain throbbed in his left shoulder, indicating a mild soft tissue bruise, yet Fu Hang felt elated. With his constitution, he would recover in just a few days. That night, he enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. Dreaming of soaring through the bustling city in tight red attire, rescuing those in peril, all while attracting the adoring glances of countless women. At 7 in the morning, his alarm rang punctually, and Fu Hang awoke feeling refreshed. However, before he could fully dress, his work phone rang. Jin Yuchu? He hesitated before answering the call. Are you all right? Came a voice filled with surprise the moment the line connected. Fu Hang frowned slightly. Although the tone was laced with joy, it sounded particularly hoarse. I'm fine. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You really are okay? What reason would I have to deceive you? Then where are you? The voice on the other end began to quiver with emotion. At home. Fu Hang felt an inexplicable heaviness in his voice as it began to diminish. Why did you turn off your phone? The tremor in his voice was more pronounced. If you're tired, just power down and sleep. Silence enveloped the other end, broken only by faint sobs. Listening to the raspy breaths punctuated by muffled cries, Fu Hang felt as though his lungs had been pierced, making breathing laborious and causing air to escape with each inhale. Are you truly all right? After a prolonged pause, the voice on the other side sought reassurance. I'm perfectly fine. I was just about to go buy you breakfast. What would you like to eat this morning? Fu Hang steadied his emotions and inquired gently. A jiabing from Aunt Liang. Qin Yuchu replied hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Aunt Liang? Fu Hang mentally navigated to the location of the establishment. It's the one across from the municipal hospital. All right, I will drop it off at the office downstairs shortly. Okay. After ending the call, Fu Hang rubbed his face vigorously and studied his reflection in the mirror. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Sitting on the toilet, he lit a cigarette, idly scrolling through videos on a delivery app. Finding nothing new, he clicked on Shun Qingwan's name. Qingwan, rise and shine. A beautiful day is upon us. He sent the message, feeling a sense of detachment as he began his morning routine. Good morning. 5 minutes later, a reply came from Shin Qingwan. What would you like for breakfast? Is Jiabing all right? Of course, I appreciate your effort. Another 5 minutes passed, and as Fu Hang slipped on his shoes, Shin Qingwan's timely response arrived. He tucked away his phone and took one last glance at his reflection before heading downstairs. Fu Hang opted not to wear the conspicuous delivery uniform. Even though he wouldn't be seen from the front, it was prudent to avoid drawing attention during this period. The persona of a local had seemingly already taken root within Shun Qingwan's company, rendering the attire inconsequential. Chapter 67. Is that the CEO? Navigating to the basement. Fu Hang gazed at the glaringly conspicuous 900 with a look of resignation. This vehicle had been won in a second anniversary lottery, a global limited edition valued at 33 million. It was the type of car that rental agencies would refuse to handle. For reasons unknown, after receiving Qin Yuchu's call, Fu Hang suddenly thought of this car. With no other vehicles at his disposal, he convinced himself to take this one, planning to park it at the hospital and use a shared bike from there for convenience. Placing his hand on the door, the fingerprint scanner activated successfully, and the sleek headlights illuminated. Throughout the drive, he listened to the morning news broadcast, his demeanor apathetic. He didn't even light a cigarette. As he turned the corner and raised his gaze at the municipal hospital, Fu Hang scanned for Aunt Liang's Jianbing stall, only to be surprised to discover it was merely a roadside stand, not a storefront. Just as he pondered this, his eyes flickered as he noticed a figure, desolate in the morning light. She was still clad in the same tailored suit from the previous day, the cropped trousers revealing her slender ankles. Yet the sharpness of her professional attire did little to infuse her with vitality. She sat listlessly on the curb, weary against a sycamore tree, her hands tightly clutching a smartphone connected to a power bank. A safety helmet adorned with a bamboo dragonfly lay abandoned on the ground beside her. Fu Hang halted his vehicle, his gaze vacantly fixed on her. This was a hospital, and such expressions were not uncommon in the early hours of the morning. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Fu Hang pondered deeply. He understood that her demeanor was unrelated to the people within the hospital. A luxurious sports car came to a stop at the roadside, drawing the attention of many passersby. But those striving for a living at this hour had little time for idle gossip. They merely cast a glance before hurriedly moving on, including the girl seated on the ground, who didn't even lift her gaze. It wasn't until someone sat beside her that she turned her head slightly. And upon recognizing the person next to her, an unusual glimmer flickered in her eyes. In the next instant, she discarded the phone she had been gripping so tightly and reached out her hands towards Fu Hang, quickly yet cautiously caressing his chest and back. Fu Hang comprehended her actions and offered no resistance, silently observing her. Her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her eyes were bloodshot, a clear indication of a sleepless night. When her fingers brushed against his injured shoulder, a flash of pain shot through him, yet he maintained his composure, his expression remaining unchanged. I told you, I'm fine. Fu Hang asserted, grasping her hands as he retrieved the phone from the ground and gently pulled her up. Qin Yuchu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Fu Hang's eyes. As she looked, a smile broke through, marred by tear stains on her cheeks. Fu Hang took her hand and led her to a nearby pancake stall. 3 pancakes, one with double pork tenderloin, no scallions, ginger, or garlic. The other 2 with meat floss and sweet chili sauce. Shen Qingluan doesn't eat scallions, ginger, or garlic in the morning. The elderly woman making the pancakes was warm and efficient, yet upon seeing Qin Yuchu with her head bowed, she fell silent. Having opened her stall only to find this girl sitting beside her, it was evident that someone in her family was in the hospital. Such scenes were all too familiar to her in this line of work, and she felt it prudent to refrain from saying much. She had also noticed the luxury car and recognized that Fu Hang had emerged from it, further dissuading her from speaking. It was merely a matter of wealth. This illness was troublesome. After receiving the 3 prepared pancakes, Fu Hang turned and intercepted a passing delivery person. 500 yuan. Please prioritize delivery to Yuanhua Trading. I can pay in advance. Without waiting for a response, he presented his payment code. The delivery person accepted the pancakes without hesitation, jotting down the recipient's phone number before beaming and dashing off. Qin Yuchu remained silent throughout, quietly observing Fu Hang as he composed a text message. Qingluan, I can't make it due to an urgent matter, but I've asked a delivery person to bring it to you. Please remember to receive it. After clicking send, Fu Hang took Qin Yuchu's hand and led her toward the vehicle, and it was only upon opening the passenger door that she realized he had driven there. The electric bike is still over there, Qin Yuchu hesitantly remarked. It can't be left behind. Fu Hang placed his hand against the door frame, urging Qin Yuchu to enter the vehicle. A ride-hailing car passed by, and a woman seated in the back seat was engrossed in her phone. As a text message popped up, she subtly furrowed her brow, contemplating her response, yet her attention was abruptly diverted by a luxury car parked roadside. In the next moment, she sat up straight, her eyes widening. Qin Yuchu. Shen Qingluan's gaze trembled with astonishment as she turned to look, only to be obstructed by an approaching bus. It was indeed Qin Yuchu, still clad in yesterday's attire, accompanied by none other than the CEO. Was that the CEO's car? Darn it. I didn't catch a clear glimpse just now. Stop the car, Shen Qingluan exclaimed anxiously. At the intersection ahead, the traffic light was about to change. There was no opportunity to switch lanes here. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, responding with resignation. Shen Qingluan turned back, her anxiety mounting as the bus completely blocked her line of sight. Instinctively, she reached for the car door, only to find it locked and unyielding. Madam, this is quite perilous, the driver cautioned upon noticing her actions, slowing the vehicle. Shen Qingluan gritted her teeth in frustration, yet with the morning rush hour traffic bearing down, it was impractical to either decelerate or maneuver around the bus. After the traffic light turned green, the ride-hailing car pulled over, and Shen Qingluan dashed towards the rear. However, upon arrival, there was no trace of the luxury vehicle to be found. Why are they here so early? Shen Qingluan scanned her surroundings, her gaze settling on the entrance of the municipal hospital. Without a change of clothes, could it be a sudden medical emergency? No, if they were heading to the hospital, they would have parked in the designated area. This was not a parking zone. Any reasonable individual would not carelessly leave their car here, even disregarding fines. Lost in thought, her eyes briefly flitted over a street vendor selling pancakes, though she did not linger. She hailed another vehicle and while waiting, began searching luxury car websites. Just as she opened the page, she spotted the 900, valued at 33 million, prominently displayed. With a complex expression, she absorbed the price on the screen. The 900 drove directly to the residential community where Qin Yuchu lived, and the security guard at the entrance didn't even inquire but simply raised the barrier. First, let us eat the pancakes, then take a shower, and finally get some proper rest, Fu Hang said gently while seated on the sofa of their new home. Qin Yuchu nodded, silently accepting the pancake. They sat at either end of the 3-person sofa, separated by an empty space as they quietly bit into their pancakes. The child is all right, isn't he? Fu Hang, unable to endure the silence, sought to initiate conversation. Yesterday, during their call, Qin Yuchu merely mentioned that the police had arrived and taken the child, without delving into further details. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yuchu set her pancake down, casting a complicated look at Fu Hang. What is it? Fu Hang asked, startled. The child was taken by a trafficker. He is one of the abducted children, Qin Yuchu revealed, shocking him with her words. Chapter 68. It's you, isn't it? What? Fu Hang exclaimed in disbelief. Yesterday, after the police arrived, they attempted to establish contact with that household, but were unable to do so. Subsequently, the officers took the child back to the precinct. After leaving my phone number, I departed as well. At 9 o'clock that evening, the police called me. Initially, I presumed they had reached the family and that they wished to express their gratitude. I informed them that I was merely passing by and did not know the family. Qin Yuchu seemed to recall something and hastily added a remark. And then, Fu Hang directly dismissed the inquiry. The police then requested my assistance in providing a statement at the precinct. A statement? Fu Hang was taken aback. The child had been abducted. The occupants of that residence could very well be traffickers. No, the child was kidnapped. What do they want from you? Fu Hang's expression grew increasingly perplexed. They suspect you might be a trafficker, Qin Yuchu murmured, her gaze lowered. Me? Fu Hang smirked, the unexpected twist catching him off guard. Indeed, when they returned to the precinct, they could not establish contact with that household. Records indicated that the residents were tenants, yet the phone was unreachable. They dispatched personnel to the scene again, but still found no one. Neighbors were interviewed, and no one recognized the family. Some were even unaware that there was a child in the household. This raised the suspicions of the investigating officers, who sought permission for forced entry while initiating a cross-reference of information. Soon, they identified a child with a similar profile online who had been abducted 6 days prior, and whose family had already reported the incident. All this was conveyed to me by the police later on. How could I be a trafficker? Fu Hang still found it hard to accept. He had risked his life to save a child only to become a suspect. The eyewitness account indicated that you were seen with the child falling from upstairs, and then you left the child behind and ran away. Fu Hang was left speechless. Logically, the suspicion was substantial. However, the police later discovered a video of the incident captured by a delivery person, showing that you had run across the street. At which point they apologized to me and explained the circumstances. They even mentioned awarding you a commendation for bravery and inquired whether you were a retired Special Forces soldier. Qin Yuchu's spirits suddenly lifted. Did you tell them you knew me? Fu Hang's expression fell once more. They subsequently located surveillance footage from that area, revealing that we arrived on an electric bike. I informed them that you preferred to remain anonymous and did not wish for your appearance to be seen by others. Fu Hang lethargically bit into a pancake, feeling despondent. Ultimately, he could not evade the situation. It made sense, after all, that in this day and age, it was not difficult for authorities to identify a person. With the commendation for bravery, concealment was impossible. I expressed our concerns about potential retaliation from traffickers. Qin Yuchu suddenly spoke earnestly. Fu Hang's eyes brightened as he looked at her in surprise. Impressive, a scholar with such quick thinking. This was an excellent point, one that the police must consider. Have you been at the police station this whole time? Soon, Fu Hang furrowed his brow. If that were the case, he felt a sense of discomfort deep within. Are they interrogating the suspect? Conducting overnight interrogations? No, I left just before 11. Qin Yuchu lowered her head once again. Surely, the electric bike must have run out of power. Fu Hang's eyes flickered as he deduced her whereabouts after leaving the police station. Yes, I waited at the city hospital afterward. Fu Hang found himself at a loss for words. A certain part of his heart was stirred violently, akin to a stirring rod with thorns. Damn it, this time he knew precisely what was being stirred. Quickly eat, then sleep for a while. Fu Hang rose, placing the unfinished pancake on the table. Where are you going? Qin Yuchu was taken aback. To pick up a package. Fu Hang offered a smile. While carrying the package back, Fu Hang received a text message. It was from Qin Yuchu, a string of 8 digits. Fu Hang recognized it as the password for the new door lock. He stared at the number for a considerable time before replying with another series of digits. This is my other phone. When the first is unreachable, this one will certainly be available. Upon using the password to unlock the door, Fu Hang discovered that Qin Yuchu was no longer in the living room. The door to the master bedroom was closed, and faint sounds of running water drifted out. Fu Hang quietly sat down in the living room, unboxing the package to begin assembling a standing iron. The sound of running water ceased from the master bedroom, followed by the sound of slippers slapping against the floor. Then came the sound of a hairdryer. Fu Hang rose to pour himself a glass of water, finishing it in one gulp, setting the iron aside, and silently returning to the sofa. After finishing a cigarette, the sound of the hairdryer stopped. Fu Hang extinguished the cigarette but, waving his hand to disperse the lingering smoke, feeling thirsty once more. With the second glass of water consumed, he recalled the unfinished pancake and resumed eating it with earnestness. No sound emanated from the master bedroom, as if its occupant had already succumbed to slumber. Fu Hang glanced around, eager to assist in some way. It was then he was taken aback to discover the room was impeccably clean and tidy. The tabletop devoid of dust, the floor gleaming like a mirror. Feeling agitated, he stepped onto the balcony, only to find clothes hanging out to dry, some he wished to see. Others he dared not. Coughing forcefully, Fu Hang returned to the sofa and lit another cigarette. However, after only a few puffs, he extinguished it. Calmly standing up and positioning himself at the door of the master bedroom. She is not a client, not bound by the system's rules, Fu Hang reminded himself. Then, he raised his hand to grasp the doorknob and gently turned it. Indeed, the door was not locked. Stealthily, he pushed it open just a crack, revealing a curvaceous silhouette before him, clad in a silk camisole, a blanket draped over her shoulders, and her bare calves strikingly pale. Fu Hang's gaze flickered, and his hand gripping the doorknob trembled slightly. Ding-dong. The phone on the table emitted a sound, causing Fu Hang to flinch, and he hurriedly closed the door again. Nearly jumping to reach the phone, Qin Yuchu, lying on her side, shivered slightly but did not open her eyes, maintaining her position. The sound of Fu Hang opening the door was gentle. She did not hear it. Yet the faint scent of smoke wafting in told her that the door had been opened. The sound of the closing door was somewhat loud, and she heard it. A faint smile graced her lips, yet she remained with her eyes closed, tranquil as if she had truly fallen into a deep slumber. Fu Hang, clutching his phone, dashed to the balcony, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the screen. The message contained merely 4 words. It's you, right? Cinder, Li Weiyong. What on earth? You can recognize someone from a 480p resolution silhouette? In an instant, Fu Hang comprehended the implications of her words. And only then did he remember that he had forgotten to clock in for his double pay. Logically, having donned a delivery outfit in front of her, it should have been Shen Xingwan who recognized him first, for he wore it daily before her. Fu Hang felt speechless, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, his phone vibrated, an incoming call. Shen Xingwan? Chapter 69. Send me your address. Xingwan? Did you get breakfast? Fu Hang bit his lip as he answered the call. Are you hurt? The voice on the other end was filled with concern. No, how could I be hurt? I'm perfectly fine. I had something come up this morning. I saw Qin Yuchu. She was holding a child. Shen Xingwan interrupted him directly. Fu Hang was taken aback, in his preoccupation with whether he had been photographed. He had completely overlooked the fact that Qin Yuchu had indeed made an appearance. Are you at the hospital right now? Shen Xingwan pressed on. No. I really am not injured, Fu Hang earnestly explained. Really? Have I ever lied to you? What are you having for lunch? I'll bring it to you. And you'll see for yourself. Fu Hang tried to salvage the situation. There was silence on the other end. You should rest well these days. Don't bother coming over. I can eat at the cafeteria. I'm truly fine. Behave. Listen to me, Shen Xingwan asserted with unexpected dominance. All right then. Fu Hang took some time to gather his emotions. After hanging up, Shen Xingwan stared at her phone, somewhat dazed. It was only after she arrived at the office that morning and watched the delivery video while having breakfast that she connected the dots. Having seen Qin Yuchu holding a child, she speculated that Fu Hang might be injured. Out of both concern and reason, she made the call. However, Fu Hang's insistence that he would deliver lunch left her perplexed. If Fu Hang were to say such a thing, he likely was not injured. Or at least not gravely so. Yet, having fallen from a height, he still expected her to bring him lunch? Shen Xingwan found it hard to accept. There must be limits to such demands. Once those limits were exceeded, the subsequent backlash could be exceedingly troublesome. There were even instances of extreme behavior, frequently reported in the news. Whether as a devoted admirer or a mere backup, they often immerse themselves in the self-satisfaction of unreciprocated devotion. But once that sentiment surpassed their threshold, self-satisfaction could morph into a desperate need for validation, transforming giving into a demand. With a slight sigh, Shen Xingwan turned her head, instinctively glancing towards the office across the way. Qin Yuchu had indeed not come to work. Wait, Qin Yuchu had not come to work? Was she at the hospital this morning? Yesterday, when Fu Hang was engaged in a rescue, Qin Yuchu was also present. Fu Hang sustained injuries and was taken to the hospital by Qin Yuchu, who then stayed by his side. The president arrived at the hospital in the morning to accompany Qin Yuchu. In an instant, everything seemed to fall into place. Did Fu Hang meet the president? That morning. In a hurried glance, she was first captivated by the luxury car, then by Qin Yuchu, and only vaguely noticed a man opening the door for her. But she saw nothing of his stature, physique, or features. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xingwan dialed Fu Hang's number once more. The call could not be completed. The line was busy. Shen Xingwan persisted in her attempts. Fu Hang, still on the balcony, had just ended a call when his phone rang again. It was Li Weiyong. Fu Hang gazed at the flashing screen, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. This woman was nothing like Shen Qingwan. She was not easily deceived. Even if Shen Qingwan were to learn of his role as a delivery person, it would not significantly alter her perception. Her resolve was steadfast, and she feared no malevolence. However, Li Weiyong was different, a profoundly emotional individual, easily ignited by the slightest spark. The phone ceased vibrating momentarily, only to ring again almost immediately. It was still Li Weiyong. Fu Hang understood that if he did not answer, she would continue calling until his phone powered down. Weiyong. Fu Hang finally answered. Where are you? The voice on the other end was unusually urgent. I am at home. Do not deceive me. Which hospital are you at? Speak. The voice nearly roared through the line. I'm truly at home. I'm not injured. Fu Hang attempted to salvage the situation. Give me your address. I am coming now. Fu Hang paused, hearing a flurry of hurried footsteps followed by the sound of a door slamming. I knew it would come to this. Fu Hang looked up at the sky, willing the tears not to fall. Is Qin Yuchu by your side? The voice on the other end, sensing Fu Hang's prolonged silence, abruptly asked coldly. Fu Hang's eyes brightened as she turned her gaze toward the master bedroom. This line of thought was indeed promising. Yes, Fu Hang answered earnestly. What of it? Am I to consume her? There is nothing between us. It is all above board. What are you afraid of? Am I not even entitled to visit you because you are injured? The voice erupted once more, accompanied by a hastening of footsteps. Damn it, Li Weiyong, you lack honor. Is there still a feint? Send me the address, now. Immediately. As Li Weiyong threatened to hang up, Fu Hang heard the sound of a car remote unlocking. I am not at home, Fu Hang quickly interjected. Allowing this woman to know where he resided would only lead to genuine trouble, not to mention the current apartment. Which hospital are you at? The voice finally steadied, as Li Weiyong recognized that Fu Hang had relented. Fu Hang lifted his gaze toward the distant cityscape. The second hospital. After a moment's contemplation, he provided the address based on his calculations of the distance. It was not far from the second hospital. Li Weiyong refrained from uttering another word and abruptly ended the call. Even after the line was disconnected, Fu Hang could still hear the roar of the engine from the other end. Without a moment to ponder, he cast a complex glance at the door of the master bedroom, donned his shoes, and sprinted towards the elevator. He needed to check into the hospital before Li Weiyong arrived. What a predicament this was. The front door was gently closed, and within the master bedroom, the sleeping beauty lazily shifted her position, turning from her side to her back, her delicate, white legs slightly bent. She had yet to open her eyes, but a faint smile lingered on her face. While Fu Hang was still in the elevator, his phone rang once more. Shen Qingwan? How relentless. Fu Hang tugged at his hair in frustration, his expression twisted. Qingwan? What is it? His voice was unexpectedly gentle. Which hospital are you in? Shen Qingwan's tone was markedly different from before. After numerous failed attempts to reach him, she was somewhat exasperated. I'm really not in the hospital. I'm at home. Fu Hang explained wearily. Where is your home? Send me the address. Shen Qingwan's voice remained calm yet icy. Is it a formality? Are you both attending the same online class? I'm at the second hospital. Fu Hang surrendered, feeling exhausted. He wasn't particularly worried about the two women crossing paths. Shen Qingwan would hardly come during working hours, especially being a woman deeply invested in her career, particularly after her recent promotion. The second hospital? Shen Qingwan paused, surprised. Isn't it the city hospital? Why are you at the second hospital? Qingwan, I truly am fine. It's just a minor shoulder injury. It will heal in a few days, Fu Hang patiently explained, as the elevator arrived, yet he could not quicken his pace. Well, you take care. I'll come to see you after work. Shen Qingwan's voice suddenly softened. After hanging up, Fu Hang began to run. He dared not take the conspicuous 900. Not only would it draw attention, but at this hour and distance, his two legs could very well outpace four wheels. He was uncertain whether Li Weiyong had moved. If she still resided at her previous location, it would take half an hour to reach the second hospital by car. With the morning rush hour behind, the journey would likely take less time. Half an hour was sufficient for Fu Hang to arrive at the hospital before Li Weiyong. However, it wasn't merely about arriving first. He also needed to prepare the set. Chapter 70. The chef's intuition. Shen Xiaoyuan had been a nurse in the orthopedics department of the second hospital in Han City for 3 years. Having just completed her routine morning rounds, she found a rare moment of leisure and leaned against the window on the 7th floor of the inpatient department, gazing at the bustling cityscape. Working as an inpatient nurse is an exceedingly demanding role, and she often utilized this brief respite to clear her mind and unwind. Soon, however, Her attention was captured by a figure dashing along the sidewalk below. It was a man running in the morning sun, a man who chased after the dawn and the wind. He stood tall, exuding a sunny charm, and with a discerning eye that earned her top marks in anatomy. Chen Xiaoyuan instantly recognized that this man was extraordinary. Is he a professional athlete? Even from a distance, and through layers of clothing, Chen Xiaoyuan can effortlessly discern the man's remarkable athletic coordination, explosive power, control, and the exquisite definition of his muscles, due to her professional habits and a personal penchant. Her phone persistently curates short videos of fit young men and athletic prodigies. Yet, those influencers and renowned athletes pale in comparison to the man below, who possesses an unparalleled mastery over his physique. For a moment, Chen Xiaoyuan was entranced. However, the next instant, a flicker of suspicion crossed her bright eyes as the man, racing against the wind, turned into the entrance of the second hospital. Was he running so swiftly because someone dear to him was unwell? Chen Xiaoyuan rose on her toes, her gaze following the figure, her face betraying a hint of compassion. Surely, he must be heading to the emergency room? Should she go down to see? After all, she had been working at the hospital for 3 years and had met quite a few medical professionals. Perhaps she could be of assistance. Chen Xiaoyuan fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, caught in a dilemma. Nurses were prohibited from wandering off their designated areas during duty hours, and being caught would result in a deduction of evaluation points. With her lips pressed together beneath her mask, her eyes darted, and the image of the man, radiant in the morning light, lingered in her mind. Perhaps she should take a glance. After all, the emergency room was on the first floor. A furtive glance at the nurse's station revealed that no one was paying her any mind, so she adjusted her mask and made her way towards the elevator. What would she say upon encountering him? Should she greet him? Would approaching him directly be too forward? He must be out of breath after running. Should she pat his back to help him catch his breath? His back must be sculpted, with a texture reminiscent of marble and walnut wood. Standing before the elevator, Chen Xiaoyuan unconsciously clenched her fists, her face beneath the mask inexplicably warm. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the emergency exit beside the elevator swung open, and the man, exuding an unabashed aura of vitality, appeared before Chen Xiaoyuan. His complexion was flushed, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, and he was slightly out of breath. Beneath his snug jacket, his solid chest rose and fell rhythmically, sending waves of energy cascading towards Chen Xiaoyuan, as if the crashing waves of the sea were striking against a cliff, one after another, impacting her softly rounded figure. Chen Xiaoyuan gazed at him, captivated, her pupils unable to focus, her body trembling slightly as if enveloped by his intoxicating presence, layer upon layer, swaying, rippling. The hospitalization process proceeded remarkably smoothly. After Fu Hang expressed his desire to be admitted to a ward to the slightly peculiar young nurse, he found himself lying in a special care room reserved for specific groups within 10 minutes. As he changed into the striped patient gown, Fu Hang marveled at how much the hospital had improved, noting the remarkable level of attentive service. The ward door swung open, revealing a rather peculiar yet exceedingly earnest young nurse who timidly entered, clutching a stack of forms. "Hello, I am your designated nurse. My name is Chen Xiaoyuan," she said, lowering her head and gesturing toward her name tag. Positioned rather high, Fu Hang found it difficult to discern the details from his angle. "Greetings," Fu Hang replied courteously, bowing his head to adjust his recently donned shirt, still unbuttoned. "You will need to provide your social security account. Many of the upcoming examinations can be covered by medical insurance," Chen Xiaoyuan said, her cheeks flushed as her gaze inadvertently wandered to the faintly glimmering 8-pack abs. Truly, the risk of having his performance evaluated was worth it. "Oh, I do not have medical insurance," Fu Hang responded, fastening his buttons with a polite smile. The petite nurse, with a face likely still cherubic beneath her mask, possessed particularly bright and inviting peach blossom eyes that sparkled warmly when she smiled. Chen Xiaoyuan paused briefly, surprised by his lack of insurance. However, upon meeting his sunny demeanor, she quickly dismissed this trivial disappointment. "Then we need to fill out some basic information so I can facilitate your hospitalization process. The doctors are currently busy and will come by later for a preliminary examination." Chen Xiaoyuan advanced with the forms, her small canine teeth biting her lips slightly beneath the mask. It's just that my shoulder is injured. It's quite urgent. Can you wrap a bandage for me? You know, the kind that goes around in circles." Fu Hang glanced at his watch, calculating that Li Weiyang should be arriving soon. One must perform the role thoroughly. Every detail in the portrayal is essential. A bandage? Chen Xiaoyuan blinked in surprise, but the next moment, her peach blossom eyes widened. for Fu Hang had begun to remove his shirt. The sight of his chest muscles, abs, and biceps caused her small canine teeth to prick at her lip. Yet she remained oblivious to the sensation. Cough, cough, it's my shoulder that's injured. Fu Hang hesitated, noting the peculiar glint in the nurse's eyes. It resembled the gaze of a chef eyeing a prime cut of meat. This was no mere illusion. It was the instinct of a master chef. Oh. Chen Xiaoyuan's face flushed crimson as she awkwardly maneuvered behind Fu Hang. Indeed, the distinct lines and the sharply defined contours of his physique elicited a slight tremor in her gaze, revealing a hint of empathy. She noticed the slight swelling, likely a result of impact. He was indeed injured, though it did not seem serious enough to warrant hospitalization. To seek admission for such a minor injury suggested a man who profoundly valued his own well-being. This thought brought a measure of comfort to Chen Xiaoyuan. Entrusting such a flawless body to her care filled her with reassurance. However, she soon pondered, if he cherished his body so dearly, why then did he engage in reckless running? Did he not realize that such vigorous activity could exacerbate an injury? At that moment, Chen Xiaoyuan felt a mix of frustration and concern. Can we bandage it here? As Fu Hang noticed the little nurse had yet to make a move after a considerable wait, he could not help but urge her once more. Li Weiyang had already sent him a message inquiring about the hospital room number. Of course, Chen Xiaoyuan instantly straightened her posture, responding succinctly and resolutely. Is it possible now? Fu Hang was taken aback. The excessive enthusiasm of the medical staff seemed somewhat unsettling. Please wait a moment. The little nurse swiftly departed with a spring in her step. Fu Hang exhaled deeply, observing his phone vibrate silently. Li Weiyang must have arrived at the hospital, and upon noticing his lack of response, she called him. Fu Hang chose not to answer, switching interfaces to open Li Weiyang's profile, where he had prepared the room number but failed to send it. The little nurse quickly returned, clutching a roll of medical bandage, her sparkling eyes radiating eagerness. Fu Hang tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling increasingly like a fish under the watchful gaze of a chef. This time, he felt akin to a 6-foot-long bass. Silently, he clicked send on his phone, aligning himself with the little nurse's tasks while internally rehearsing for the scene, cultivating his emotions. Just as the nurse deftly secured the bandage and prepared to tie it, the sound of hurried high heels echoed from outside the room. In the next moment, the door swung open. Chapter 71. Considerate care. The unexpected visitor caused Chen Xiaoyuan, who had intended to tie a lovely bow, to neatly finish securing the bandage instead. She briefly outlined some precautions and reminded that the doctor would soon arrive before awkwardly exiting the room. Li Weiyang's presence was overwhelmingly potent, especially with the concern and tenderness emanating from her gaze upon entering, making Chen Xiaoyuan feel as though her seclusion with Fu Hang was an act of transgression. With the nurse gone, and before Fu Hang could intervene, Li Weiyang stepped forward, gently fastening his buttons. Subsequently, she followed the nurse's instructions, tidying up the room's facilities, boiling water with the special care kettle, and disinfecting the bedside table, armrests, and slippers with alcohol. Ultimately, she even washed Fu Hang's face with warm water. Throughout this, she refrained from uttering a single word. While Fu Hang maintained a calm exterior, internally he was in a state of turmoil. The most daunting scenario had unfolded. Despite Li Weiyang's irritable and domineering tone over the phone, Fu Hang understood the reasons behind her demeanor. An emotional woman is easily moved. Upon confirming that the heroic figure who had leapt from the 3rd floor to save someone was indeed himself, it was evident that she had embarked on her path of self-advocacy. Fu Hang had anticipated numerous strategies, yet among his devised responses, he found himself lacking effective means to navigate the current situation. Indeed, you have changed significantly. Although Li Weiyang remained silent, Fu Hang recognized that he could not allow such emotions to fester within the confines of the hospital room. Observing the increasingly profound affection reflected in Li Weiyang's eyes, he felt compelled to temporarily set aside his principles and decorum. Yesterday, due to Qin Youchu's astute assistance, Li Weiyang's fondness had notably diminished to 6,952. He could not allow such progress to be in vain. The implication of Fu Hang's statement was unmistakable. Li Weiyang had transformed, matured, and learned to care for others. Once a pampered young lady, Li Weiyang was utterly oblivious to these matters. She was a woman truly ensconced within an ivory tower, untouched by the mundane realities of life. Her fingers never soiled by the trivialities of daily existence, her feet never gracing the dust of the seasons. She was accustomed to the gentle caress of morning dew and the soothing embrace of clear springs. Moreover, she was the sole woman who took for granted her indulgence in Fu Hang's affections. Thus, what constitutes growth? What prompts such development? In marriage, one must attack the heart to rescue the situation. Li Weiyang's hands momentarily halted, her dreamy eyes quivering as she silently settled into her chair. A young nurse returned with the attending physician, who, after a brief inquiry, commenced an examination of Fu Hang's injuries. The bandages, having accomplished their initial purpose, were ruthlessly removed. The task undertaken by Chen Xiaoyuan. Yet this time, under Li Weiyang's watchful gaze, Chen Xiaoyuan proceeded with considerably more caution, avoiding the careless touches of before. The doctor furrowed his brow, complimenting the professionalism of the bandaging technique. He did not realize that these bandages had been applied by Chen Xiaoyuan without the attending physician's consent, mistakenly believing them to be emergency measures taken prior to the patient's arrival. After conducting his inquiries and observations, he assessed that Fu Hang's injuries were not severe. Fu Hang attributed his injury to a fall from a chair while changing a light bulb. Such a minor ailment hardly warranted a stay in a special care unit. Observing the family member attending to him, though not adorned in lavish finery, her attire clearly indicated a considerable expenditure. Ah, the wealthy. The doctor mused inwardly. Upon a cursory examination of the injuries, he confirmed his initial assessment. There was merely a bruise, and had he arrived a tad later, it might have healed on its own. Initial observations revealed no bone damage. However, during the conservative observation period, I recommend conducting an MRI and some additional monitoring. The doctor swiftly scribbled notes in the medical record regarding Li Weiyang with earnestness. Given your evident concern, I would appear unprofessional if I were to treat this matter lightly. Li Weiyang graciously expressed her gratitude, escorting the doctor out of the ward. Yet, the young nurse directly retrieved a syringe from the cart she had brought. What is this for? Fu Hang exclaimed, startled. Just moments ago, he had marveled at the doctor's meticulousness and understanding of his predicament, appreciating that he had not been hastily dismissed from the hospital for perceived misuse of medical resources. He had clearly perceived the disdain and contempt that had nearly crossed the doctor's face. Blood extraction is necessary for a complete blood count, the nurse explained earnestly. Surely, blood work can be avoided? Fu Hang's eyes widened in alarm. It was not the needle that frightened him, but rather the prospect of a blood test. At this moment, he was uncertain of his own humanity. If a scientist were to emerge and proclaim, "You are, in fact, a bioengineered being," he would likely believe it. A blood count is essential. Rest assured, my technique is proficient. It will not hurt. The young nurse, upon noticing Fu Hang's terrified gaze, could not help but smile. Her voice reminiscent of a gentle elder sister comforting a child about to receive an injection. Be good. Listen to the nurse. Li Weiyang leaned closer and grasped Fu Hang's hand. This marked her first utterance since entering the room. To his astonishment, Fu Hang sensed the presence of Fu Wanqing in those words. He was reaping the consequences of his actions. His mind still wrestling with turmoil as the prick of the needle made itself known on his arm. Fixated on the syringe, he felt a surge of relief upon seeing that the bright red liquid appeared normal. He was genuinely concerned that the nurse might extract golden synthetic oil instead. After drawing blood, the nurse thoughtfully placed an oxygen mask on Fu Hang, casting a glance at Li Weiyang before quietly retreating. As he felt the oxygen mask against his face, Fu Hang began to question whether he had forgotten that he had already bribed the doctor. Was the oxygen mask truly necessary? Was it a prop provided by the production team? Unbeknownst to him, the doctor who had just left hesitated, contemplating whether to arrange a full-body examination for Fu Hang to exemplify the hospital's meticulous care and dedication to their duties, embodying the benevolence of a healer. The ward fell into a serene silence, broken only by the mechanical sound of the oxygen machine. Fu Hang's gaze wandered aimlessly, and feeling guilty, he shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Meanwhile, Li Weiyang remained silent, sitting quietly with her gaze fixed on the floor. There lay a pair of blue slippers, recently sanitized with disinfectant. Had she changed so much? When had she ever cleaned anyone's slippers? She had never even cleaned her own. Wasn't that the task of the Annies? Yet, why did it feel so natural for her to tend to his slippers? She had just grasped Fu Hang's intent. He had indeed been praising her for being considerate and capable, for learning to care for others after marriage. But had she ever cared for that man before their divorce? Was that the reason? Was her inability to care for others the cause of their issues? No, he had been entangled with that secretary long before their marriage. Chapter 72. Friends and family. Fu Hang seemed to have drifted into slumber, his breathing steady and his expression calm. Li Weiyang rose to tuck him in, quietly observing the man before her. The image of him leaping from the third floor and crashing onto the car roof resurfaced in her mind. He had told the doctor he fell while changing a light bulb. A flicker of barely perceptible pride crossed Li Weiyang's eyes. The delivery hero, fervently sought after online, was the very man who had always been by her side, now peacefully sleeping like a child before her. As a blush crept across her cheeks, Li Weiyang gently stood and made her way to the door of the ward. She had arrived in such haste that she had brought nothing with her. She needed to go downstairs to purchase some necessities. Tissues are necessary, as those in the hospital room are rather coarse. A water cup is also needed, preferably one with a straw, as it would be inconvenient for Fu Hang to lie down. Additionally, a cushion is required, as Fu Hang's left arm hanging may cause discomfort, and a slight support would alleviate that. Should a second pair of slippers be purchased? The current pair feels excessively rigid. As soon as Li Weiyang left, Fu Hang abruptly opened his eyes. Damn it, things have gone awry. If no measures are taken, he would undoubtedly receive the system's assessment rewards today. Even with his eyes closed moments ago, he could sense Li Weiyang's piercing gaze. That gaze alone was worth its weight in gold. A staggering 88 at the very least. But how to navigate this predicament? Should he enlist Shen Qingwan for risk mitigation? Setting aside whether Shen Qingwan would even come. What if she did? Her current favorability had been on a downward trajectory, and her position as the HR manager held significant weight. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Wouldn't that be a situation where both parties would lose? Fu Hang squinted, recalling that haggard face. Momentarily dazed, he took out his phone and sent a text message. He couldn't bear to call at this juncture. When Li Weiyang returned with numerous bags, a nurse was once again wrapping bandages around Fu Hang. This was a request he had made emphatically, as this prop would be necessary for the upcoming scenes. Since the setting had already been prepared, he was counting on using this to request a few days of sick leave from Shen Qingwan. The nurse cast a curious glance at the items in Li Weiyang's hands. Secretly pleased. Was she planning to stay here long term? She had already deduced the situation from the doctor's instructions and worried that the other party might catch on and choose to discharge the next day. What of having a family? It mattered not. She had no intentions of entangling herself with him. She merely wished to tend to this body. How absurd. To care for the patient. What shall we have for lunch? Li Weiyang categorized the items and placed them in their respective places. This was the second sentence spoken between Li Weiyang and Fu Hang. Fu Hang appeared momentarily stunned, a look of conflict crossing his face. Where's Qin Yu Chu? Why isn't she here? Li Weiyang instantly understood this expression, responding casually. She went to rest. She hadn't slept at all last night. Fu Hang's gaze flickered, his tone hesitant. Let her rest well. If she craves anything, I shall procure the same. Li Weiyang offered a gentle smile. This man, at the very least, understood guilt. Unlike that other man, who had been cornered in the office and had only been married for half a year. Moreover, what was Fu Hang feeling guilty about? He was the one who had disembarked first. If there was an empty seat, was he not allowed to let another occupy it? Fu Hang was still formulating his words when the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Are you feeling better? Qin Yu Chu, dressed in casual attire, entered with a weary smile, carrying a thermos. Upon seeing her visibly exhausted face, both individuals in the room were taken aback. Li Weiyang felt a twinge of awkwardness, unable to articulate why. But Fu Hang was genuinely startled. How long had it been since he sent that message? Reluctant to disturb Yu Chu's rest, he simply sent a message. I am hospitalized at the second hospital. His intention was that once Qin Yu Chu awoke and saw the message, she would call him, allowing him to answer the phone in front of Li Weiyang. This call required no cooperation from Qin Yu Chu. Fu Hang could orchestrate the entire performance alone. Yet, who could have anticipated that Qin Yu Chu, who should still be in a deep slumber, would appear in the hospital room? Who informed her of the room number? Moreover, she was carrying a food container. While I acknowledge your exceptional foresight, such predictions are rather unsettling. Qin Yu Chu displayed no hint of surprise upon seeing Li Weiyang in the room. Instead, she greeted her with a sweet smile. Setting down the food container, she moved to the foot of the bed and pressed the electric button on the hospital bed to adjust its position. It was then that Li Weiyang realized that Fu Hang's previous semi-reclined position must have been quite uncomfortable. After adjusting the bed to a more comfortable sitting position, Qin Yu Chu casually took the cushion Li Weiyang had just purchased and placed it behind Fu Hang. This sequence of actions left Li Weiyang with no objections. Instead, it stirred a sense of unease within her. She watched awkwardly as Qin Yu Chu raised the dining table, wiped it down with the wet wipes she had just bought, and began to arrange the food containers she had brought. The plain rice porridge was accompanied by 4 small side dishes. It's a bit bland, but bear with it. I'll get you chicken soup tomorrow, Qin Yu Chu said, tucking a tissue into Fu Hang's collar before sitting beside him. Fu Hang's face lit up with a gratifying and blissful smile. The emotion in his eyes genuine and not feigned. It seemed for the first time he was receiving such tender care from another, rather than always being the one to provide it. Li Wei-yong turned her head away, unable to bear the scene before her. This tender tableau filled her with a sense of bittersweetness and sorrow. As Fu Hang shifted his position, preparing to reach for the spoon in Qin Yuchu's hand, he noticed that she carefully scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, tested the temperature with her lips, and then offered it to him. Fu Hang instinctively opened his mouth, swallowing the porridge that had just touched Qin Yuchu's lips, although he could not discern any particular flavor. He was certain that this bite was far more delectable than the meal priced at 298 yuan at the Peace Hotel. You should rest well. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Li Wei-yong said, unable to remain any longer. Though she was reluctant to go, a wave of anguish made it difficult for her to breathe. In that moment, she felt even more tormented than when she had pushed open the door to that office. Fu Hang attempted to say something, but as he opened his mouth, another spoonful of porridge was delivered. Qin Yuchu turned her head, casting a grateful glance at Li Wei-yong, yet she made no move to see her off. Li Wei-yong forced a smile and exited hastily. In that fleeting exchange of glances, she became merely a friend visiting a patient, while those seated there were the true caretakers of the ailing. What did the doctor say? Once Li Wei-yong had left, Qin Yuchu finally inquired about the condition. It's nothing serious. How did you know I was here? Fu Hang no longer feigned ignorance, casually inquiring about the confusion that lingered in his heart. Was it not you who informed me? Yet, I never disclosed the ward number to you. The medical staff would know upon inquiry. Qin Yuchu gazed at Fu Hang as if he were a simpleton. But why did you bring food? Qin Yuchu offered no reply, her gaze drifting to the clock on the wall, the implication clear. It was mealtime. I can manage on my own, truly. Fu Hang struggled to sit upright, yet Qin Yuchu remained undeterred, feeding him spoonful after spoonful, each bite echoing the initial gesture. In truth, the porridge had cooled, but she insisted on letting each spoon touch her lips before licking them, as if savoring the remnants of the meal. Fu Hang swallowed with effort, uncertain if he was consuming porridge or something else entirely. Chapter 73, Room 6. An unusual atmosphere enveloped the ward once more, yet this time, it felt exceptionally warm and harmonious. The one harboring such thoughts was not Fu Hang, but rather the young nurse, Chen Xiaoyuan. She had come to inquire if assistance was needed in placing a meal order, as the specialized ward offered such services. However, upon entering, she was clearly taken aback, momentarily believing she had entered the wrong room. What had happened to the urban beauty in the long coat? Who was this neighborly girl, whose charm surpassed the former? Sister? Don't be ridiculous. The two of you are practically starry-eyed. Why not just kiss? It's not good for cross-contamination. The young nurse dared not say more, symbolically asking a question before departing, her face awash with astonishment. Indeed, an exceptional man is not one to be coveted lightly. Every angle seemed to reveal her own inadequacies. After all, she had once graced the hospital's beauty rankings. Yet, here she was, left with only her kindness. This meal left Fu Hang feeling quite satisfied, primarily due to his relaxed state of mind. The expression on Li Wei-yong's face upon leaving assured him of his safety. No matter how robust the stock market, it could not withstand the impact of Qin Yuchu's influence. In that moment, he felt it worthwhile to support Qin Yuchu, perhaps even intensifying his investment to nurture her growth, encouraging her to persevere and strive for excellence. Hadn't she mentioned needing a car? What about you? What will you have for lunch? Fu Hang accepted the tissue from Qin Yuchu's hand. Being fed was one thing, but wiping his mouth felt like a step too far into dependency. Ding ding ding. Qin Yuchu exaggeratedly hummed as she revealed the last layer of the insulated box. To his surprise, there was a bowl of plain porridge. I worried you might be hungry, so I prepared an extra portion. Since you have no use for it, I'll reluctantly eat it myself. With that, Qin Yuchu began to feed herself with the very spoon Fu Hang had used, spoonful by spoonful. Despite the presence of a table and chairs nearby, she chose to nestle beside Fu Hang on the hospital bed. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of doubt regarding his earlier decision to be discharged after Shen Qingwan's visit. Perhaps staying a few more days wouldn't be so bad. Having tidied up, Qin Yuchu once again prepared an apple for Fu Hang, one that Li Wei-yong had purchased. Yet she made no mention of Li Wei-yong throughout the entire process. She then unfolded the folding sofa meant for companions in the special care ward, reclined upon it, and closed her eyes. In this slumber, she sank into a deep sleep. Fu Hang rose twice, once to relieve himself and once to retreat to the balcony for a smoke. During both instances, she remained undisturbed, observing her serene, sleeping visage. Fu Hang was enveloped in silence. As the clock approached 6 o'clock, Qin Yuchu departed with unexpected abruptness, not even inquiring what Fu Hang would have for dinner that evening. However, Fu Hang understood the reason for her departure at that hour, causing his previously tranquil heart to stir once more. At 6:15, Shen Qingwan arrived, bearing a serving of Lanzhou ramen, enriched with meat and an egg. She settled into the companion chair like an old friend, watching with concern as Fu Hang consumed the noodles, engaging him in idle conversation. The topics of discussion predominantly revolved around Fu Hang's heroic rescue. She expressed her confusion as to why the authorities had not acknowledged him or why the news had not reported on his actions. Was it perhaps to await his discharge? Fu Hang subtly hinted that the child might have been a victim of abduction, entangled in a criminal case, and that the police, for protective reasons, had chosen not to publicize the matter widely. Shen Qingwan understood, and under Fu Hang's encouragement, urged him to rest well before taking her leave from the ward. Fu Hang set down his chopsticks, gazing vacantly at the cilantro floating atop the broth. The bill had arrived earlier, amounting to 300,000, even without actively clocking in. The system had still accounted for Li Weiyang's portion. Shen Qingwan's favorability rating stood at 7,001, while Li Weiyang's was at 7,312. Even as a mere delivery person, Shen Qingwan's rating continued to decline, whereas Li Weiyang's had indeed seen a slight increase. Fu Hang recognized that had it not been for Qin Yuchu's timely intervention, Li Weiyang might have reached a cap today. A young nurse approached with the blood routine examination report, her expression decidedly peculiar. Indeed, exceptional genes were not a luxury for the average person to aspire to. The data from the blood test was alarming. Nearly every value was at the pinnacle of human capability. Had she not personally collected and submitted the sample, she might have suspected the blood sample to be fabricated. How could it be possible for anyone to be so flawless? Shouldn't the figures in textbooks merely represent theoretical data? To be hospitalized with such a physique? The young nurse might have unearthed the reason behind Fu Hang's feigned hospitalization. A fire in the backyard had driven him to seek refuge in the hospital. The morning had already seen 2 such occurrences, and now another had seamlessly arrived. Just as one departed, the aura of a consummate professional had entered, particularly with those legs. A screenshot shared online could keep the most salacious admirers captivated for an entire night. At Fu Hang's request, the young nurse assisted in removing the bandage that had fulfilled its purpose, though during the process, she inadvertently studied the movement patterns of his pectoral muscles and the growth patterns of his biceps from a close distance. Holding the bandage, still imbued with Fu Hang's scent, the nurse wrinkled her nose, advising him to smoke less. The nurse with a keen sense of smell immediately detected a faint scent of smoke upon entering. However, she could not voice her concerns. What exactly defines a special care unit, if not possessing certain privileges? Otherwise, why would they charge exorbitantly higher fees for a bed? A standard ward costs 80 a day, whereas this one exceeds 800 a night. Silently closing the door to the ward, the nurse found herself absently caressing the bandage on her hand, contemplating whether to seize the moment and take action. Is Fu Hang residing in this room? A chilling voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to shudder. Fortunately, her mask provided a semblance of psychological fortitude. Startled, she looked up, her lips twitching. Is there more? The striking individual before her rivaled the beauty of the top 3, emanating an imposing presence with a height of at least 1.7 meters. With short hair and an elegant stature, she exuded a captivating grace. This room, the nurse despondently gestured toward the door behind her, then left with a heavy heart. The ward swung open once more, and Fu Hang stared in disbelief at the newcomer. Who is this girl? I don't recognize her. Hello. I am Ing Nanan from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Han City Bureau. I have a few questions that require Mr. Fu's attention. The visitor was remarkably straightforward, producing her badge and getting straight to the point. Fu Hang furrowed his brow, his pupils narrowing, and his frown gradually transformed into an arch of surprise. The rapidity of his emotional transitions left Ing Nanan perplexed. Their shared gaze was undeniably peculiar. Fu Hang's expression seemed entirely beyond his control. The entrance of this unfamiliar beauty puzzled him. He wondered if she had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Upon hearing her identification as a police officer, he understood but felt a flicker of displeasure and disdain. He recalled how Qin Yuchu had been interrogated like a suspect until the late hours of the previous night. Despite having clarified the situation, they had sought him out, evidently still harboring doubts about the case, or perhaps implying that he remained a suspect. The demeanor of this woman suggested she was not there to express gratitude. What truly unraveled Fu Hang's composure was the voice echoing in his mind. System monitoring indicates that the target, Ing Yanan, meets the requirements for the strategy. Do you accept the strategy task? Chapter 74. Investigation Mr. Fu seems quite surprised by my arrival, Ing Yanan remarked, narrowing her eyes as she seated herself in the chair beside the hospital bed. Exuding an impressive aura with her straight posture, I am surprised by your efficiency. I was only admitted this morning, and you've already come to see me tonight? Fu Hang leaned back against the bed, his expression neutral. In the era of big data, Ing Yanan replied with a slight smile. Then why can't you find the missing child? Fu Hang's tone turned icy, devoid of mercy. Ing Yanan's demeanor irked him. If she treated him with such disregard while he lay in bed, what had Qin Yuchu endured in the interrogation room the day before? Ignoring the persistent prompt in his mind, he suddenly found the voice irritating. Setting aside the anxiety stirred by Li Weiyang over the past few days and juggling 2 jobs, he felt overwhelmed. The gaze involuntarily fell upon the retracted hospital bed, and Fu Hang's eyes flickered. Yes, I am indeed overwhelmed. Ing Yanan's expression instantly turned serious, a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment gracing her lips. Fu Hang's remark was undoubtedly a slap in the face. You possess remarkable skills and bravery. Even the finest officers in the police force would struggle to achieve what you did under similar circumstances. Ing Yanan swiftly recalibrated her mindset, smiling as she spoke again. Yet her words remained pointed and laden with implication. So, you have come to present me with a banner of commendation? Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, noticing her empty hands. Matters of commendation must await the further substantiation of the case. The relevant reasons have already been explained to your girlfriend. Oh, so, Officer Ing, have you come to seek compensation from me? Was it for the damaged car or the broken air conditioning unit? The residents of the 3rd floor have opted not to pursue the matter. The owner of the damaged vehicle has already filed for assessment and is still navigating the process. However, we have contacted the relatives of the rescued child, and they have expressed their willingness to bear the costs. Ing Yanan spoke slowly, her elegantly defined nose accentuating her stern demeanor. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, falling silent. You seem to harbor animosity towards us officers? Ing Yanan's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile emerging. I risked my life to save others, and yet my friends and I were treated as suspects during interrogation. Do you believe I should hold a favorable view of you? Fu Hang chuckled. Moreover, I was saving a child who had been abducted. On this note, Fu Hang, feeling indignant, delivered another pointed remark. Yet at that moment, you likely did not recognize that child was abducted, did you? Ing Yanan's eyes brightened, her lips curving into a smile. Hooked. Fu Hang fell silent. With reckless abandon, I acted heroically. Logically, there was no need for you to leave in such haste. Especially since you were injured. Would it not have been wiser to remain and await medical personnel? I prefer not to seek the limelight. Fu Hang smirked, pondering how to articulate his reasoning. It seemed illogical. He could hardly claim he feared notoriety or being perceived as a sycophant. Ing Yanan, with her legs crossed, rhythmically tapped her foot against the ground, fixating her gaze intently on Fu Hang. This Fu Hang was certainly not as simple as he appeared. After reviewing the footage last night, the other officers shifted their investigative focus, yet she, upon learning Fu Hang's name, took it upon herself to discreetly examine his background with a meticulous approach. The information was quite straightforward. A local, raised in a single-parent household. His mother remarried and moved abroad a few years prior. Since graduating from university, he had languished idly, registering with both food delivery and ride-hailing platforms. Unyielding, Ing Yanan proceeded to examine his banking transactions. It was then that she uncovered anomalies. This delivery worker, lacking a legitimate job, exhibited an astonishingly lavish spending pattern. Her access did not permit her to delve too deeply, but the fact that he had recently purchased a home for his girlfriend outright, coupled with a transaction record of over 100,000 for a single meal, was sufficient to raise her suspicions. Where did his money come from? Consequently, she immediately reported her findings to his superior. The superior took this matter seriously, but soon provided a response. The funds originated from an overseas account. Although the specific details remain undisclosed for now, all procedures were deemed reasonable, compliant, and legal, with all necessary documentation in order. It was likely that his mother abroad had gifted him the money. The trail ended there, and while the superior commended her diligence, he advised her to focus her thoughts in the right direction. The traffickers had not re-emerged, likely alarmed and in hiding, although she possessed the information about the tenant. Locating a deliberately concealed individual amidst the vast sea of humanity was no simple task. Furthermore, the child who had been abducted bore an undisclosed identity. If the traffickers were allowed to escape, she would have no face to show that individual. Amidst the stagnation of progress, her gaze once again turned towards Fu Hang. This afternoon, she contacted an old comrade of her father, a gentleman serving in the Economic Crime Department. Utilizing her personal connections, she investigated the assets registered under Fu Hang's name. She found it hard to believe that a man still residing in a rented apartment could afford to pay $2 million in cash for a house for his girlfriend. However, the response from the uncle in the Economic Crime Department left her bewildered. What exactly does your mother do abroad? Who is she remarried to? Yunshu number 1? Yuanbo trade? And what of that $33 million vehicle, the 900? If you own such a car, why would you buy a second-hand new energy vehicle? Do you take your girlfriend shopping on a small electric scooter meant for deliveries? Of course, these were her reflections in hindsight. At the time, the uncle's reply was quite formal, but laden with obscure and complex terminology. Fu Hang owned no personal assets. Rather, the aforementioned items belonged to an international trust institution, which had some degree of connection to Fu Hang. The uncle elaborated for quite some time, seemingly struggling to clarify the relationships involved. The crux of the matter was that they could only uncover so much. Specific details, unrelated to the case, were beyond his authority to investigate. In summary, Fu Hang had rights of use, disposal, and even transfer over those assets, yet they did not belong to him personally. For the first time, she began to doubt her understanding of capital and legal knowledge. No wonder her father preferred to face the dangers of the criminal investigation team rather than the economic crime unit. She did not comprehend the technical jargon the uncle employed and anxiously inquired whether there were any legal violations involved. The answer was disheartening. All was reasonable, compliant, and legal, with all assets protected by law. This information left her feeling despondent yet increasingly perplexed. Naturally, she could not report this information, and recalling her superior's displeased gaze that morning, along with the child yet to be returned, she gritted her teeth and decided to confront this man personally. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Falling from the 3rd floor is bound to result in injury, and the surveillance footage corroborates this fact. In search of hospitalization information, she arrived at the ward. Fu Hang exhibited considerable hostility towards her, which only reinforced her suspicions. This man is certainly problematic. Chapter 75, The Failed Punishment. Are you wealthy? Ingyanin suddenly raised an eyebrow and tilted her chin in inquiry. As you can see, Fu Hang shrugged, casting a glance around the ward, which was furnished akin to a hotel room. Regarding his assets, Fu Hang believed that, through systematic means, he could conceal them from most people. However, to think he could evade scrutiny from powerful institutions was sheer folly. As the officer had just stated, we live in an era of big data. Yet, he also had faith in the system, confident that it would not lead him astray. The funds must be legitimate and lawful. If it could not achieve even this, what good was the system? With your wealth, why are you still delivering takeout? Ingyanin feigned curiosity, her expression softening. Do you not read romance novels? Fu Hang replied calmly. Romance? Ingyanin paused. I do. But what does that have to do with you? She then regarded him with suspicion. A domineering CEO falls in love with me? A domineering CEO pretends to be a poor boy who loves me? A domineering CEO masquerading as a delivery boy approaches a divorced, unemployed single mother like me? Indeed, the next moment, Fu Hang began to boast in a rather self-satisfied tone. Since you doubt my motives for avoiding the limelight, I might as well tell you why I cannot appear on camera. Fu Hang sighed helplessly. You can check the hospital's surveillance. Several young women entered this ward today. Just from their profiles, they recognized me. Ingyanin was momentarily speechless. How can one be so brazenly despicable? I, by nature, have little resistance to beauty, and it seems beauty has a similar effect on me. Fu Hang suddenly laughed. A grin that sent shivers down Ingyanin's spine. How could one smile with such a blend of lewdness and confidence? Officer Ing, you perfectly fit my aesthetic. May I have your contact information? Fu Hang nonchalantly grabbed his phone, and even in a patient-esque attire, he could not mask his roguish charm. In familiar territory, he navigated with ease. A colleague will contact Mr. Fu regarding the commendation later. We appreciate your selfless act in saving that child. Your actions have salvaged a family. My apologies for the interruption, and I wish you a swift recovery. Ingyanin rose, suppressing the impulse to deliver a swift kick to his face, and exited the ward. However, upon reaching the nurse's station, she intercepted a curious young nurse peering in. Has Fu Hang had any visitors today? Ingyanin's expression darkened. Chun Xiaoyuan replied, her demeanor suddenly peculiar. Is there trouble? Without a word, Ingyanin produced her work ID. The Criminal Investigation Department? Chun Xiaoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How audacious. Having a girlfriend in criminal investigation, yet still daring to misbehave outside? This is a situation where hotel records can be checked at any moment, involving a certain case. Could you please respond earnestly? Yanen's tone was rather flat, yet her attitude was undeniably assertive. Yes. Qin Xiaoyuan curled her lip. The case requires me to believe you. A ghost? Is it a man or a woman? A woman. How many? 3 or 4. 3 or 4. Including you. 4. Qin Xiaoyuan was unusually honest. Since I could not gain any advantage, let us perish together. Cough, cough. Are they beautiful? Yanen asked with an inexplicable curiosity. You all stand on the same level. Qin Xiaoyuan nodded in frustration. Only the kind-hearted little nurse advises you to be kind. Forget it. Where's the monitoring room? Can you take me there? Yanen felt the need to confirm things herself. Although Fu Hang's words were logically sound, this man was exceedingly peculiar. His skills and decisiveness were beyond what even the elite soldiers could achieve. Qin Xiaoyuan felt utterly numb. Do you still want to check the surveillance? Is it appropriate for you to abuse your power like this? Speaking of which, fortunately, there were no cameras in the intensive care unit. Otherwise, would this extraordinarily beautiful yet unreasonable police officer imprison herself under the charge of indecent assault against a patient? Fu Hang was unaware of the events in the corridor. He rose and stepped onto the balcony, disregarding the medical staff's advice, and lit a cigarette. Damn it, I was worried about expanding the business every day. How did it suddenly flourish? Police? Are you asking me to be a police dog? Am I a mere sycophant? Due to exceeding the waiting time, the system defaulted to confirm, and the current target S affection level increased. Yanen, current affection level, 15. Due to the target's affection level being negative, daily salary is halved. Please, host, elevate the target's affection promptly. A jarring voice echoed in Fu Hang's mind, and he slowly opened his mouth, enveloped in smoke. His eyes watering from the irritation. Treat me like a person. I didn't choose this, did I? Fu Hang erupted in fury. Moreover, what does it mean to have my daily salary halved? Yanen's salary is halved? Only 50,000. All salaries will be halved if the target's affection level does not reach the normal value on assessment day. The cold voice provided a stark reply. Fu Hang's hand holding the cigarette began to tremble, a manifestation of his frustration at being toyed with. System, I have never asked you. What happens if I fail the mission? Fu Hang's voice turned exceptionally icy. Since activating the system, he had diligently and earnestly completed tasks, never encountering failure until now. Previously, the 4 targets, including Li Weiyang, had all confirmed new relationships after their affection levels exceeded 70. At that time, the system deemed it not a failure. The system explained the criteria for mission failure. After activating the task, if the affection level drops below 25, the task is deemed a failure. If not actively abandoning the task, all rewards gained from the target will be rescinded upon mission failure. Fu Hang was taken aback. So ruthless? However, upon reflection, it seems rather reasonable. The work remains unfinished, and all wages disbursed are to be reclaimed. Did they truly sign a betting agreement? What if one willingly relinquishes the task? Fu Hang pondered for a moment, his gaze fixating on the folded sofa bed. To voluntarily abandon the task entails the reclamation of all benefits, the erasure of relevant memories, and the system seeking another host. After a brief pause, a chilling mechanical voice echoed, sending shivers down Fu Hang's spine. All benefits reclaimed, memories erased. Is life to be reset? Fu Hang silently lit another cigarette, ensnared in contemplation. Qin Xiaoyuan returned from the monitoring room with a forlorn expression. That sister from the criminal investigation department was truly ruthless. After confirming the surveillance footage, she even recorded the appearances of several other young ladies on her phone. Fortunately, the chaotic scene akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth did not unfold on the spot, and the police sister hastily departed with the recordings. It seems she went to gather more compelling evidence. How fortunate. It was a close call. Thankfully, she had refrained from taking any extreme actions. Yet, should she warn Fu Hang? Bah, scoundrel, he deserves it. Qin Xiaoyuan mused, just as a familiar figure approached from the end of the corridor. It was the sweet-smiling neighbor girl. Look at you, little girl, do you dare come here? You, so delicate, can you stand against them? With a mix of pity, sympathy, envy, and a touch of jealousy, Qin Xiaoyuan watched as Qin Yuchu entered the ward, burdened with numerous bags. What did she bring? Pajamas and slippers? Surely. Doesn't he intend to stay here overnight? What to do? I'm not on the night shift today. Should I find someone to swap? I might miss the unfolding drama. Chapter 76. I am in grave danger as the little nurse deliberated over whether to seek a shift change. Fu Hang arrived to process his discharge. Already being discharged? You have numerous examinations scheduled for tomorrow. The little nurse was anxious, fully aware of the reasons behind Fu Hang's early discharge. This is orthopedics. It wouldn't be particularly troublesome to remain, as the doctors are always on standby. Do you not know whether I am ill or not? Fu Hang's mood was foul. Since he was no longer playing along, he felt no need to hold back. Damn. There are still many examinations left. Only the gynecological test has yet to be ordered. Returning home early is for the best. The little nurse failed to grasp Fu Hang's insinuation and cast a wistful glance at Qin Yuchu, who stood by. What a pure and lovely girl. She must still be a student. What a pity that at such a young age, she has faced such cruelty, deceived both in love and physically, while also having to confront the tempests of other women in the future. Alas, if the rumors spread in school, it would be a challenging ordeal to endure. The discharge process proceeded unusually smoothly. Fu Hang paid and walked out. Upon exiting the hospital, the two hailed a taxi, with Fu Hang directly providing Qin Yuchu's address. Upon arriving at the community entrance, Qin Yuchu got out, carefully placing the various bags packed by the hospital onto the ground. She had brought 2 bags when she arrived. And being frugal, she left nothing behind, packing up 3 bags as she departed. I find myself unable to lift it. Qin Yuchu blinked her eyes. Fu Hang, with an expression of innocence, remarked, but I am the patient. Resigned, Fu Hang stepped down from the vehicle. Will you be sleeping in the master bedroom or the guest room? Upon entering, Qin Yuchu, without waiting to set down her belongings, tilted her head and inquired. Ah? Fu Hang raised his eyebrows, taken aback. I have tidied up the guest room today as well. If you prefer not to sleep there, you may take the master bedroom. However, the bed linens have yet to be changed as I do not have any spare at home. Qin Yuchu lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Fu Hang remained silent, simply gazing at her. Miss, do you understand what I have endured today? My emotions are currently quite unstable. I am in a precarious situation. Do you know the source of my steadfastness throughout these years? It is my unwavering belief in my work, a conviction that sustains me. Yet today, just moments ago, that belief was shaken. I am now in a perilous state. I might recklessly act without regard for the consequences. Do not harbor any illusions about a favorable outcome. I may very well forget you by tomorrow. Furthermore, at that point, I will have nothing. And you, too, will possess nothing. Perhaps even I shall not remember you. Without uttering another word, Fu Hang discarded his burden and turned to leave. The headlights of the car illuminated the night as the engine roared, speeding out of the community. This girl, who was not within the prescribed parameters set by the system, was, in theory, free from any interference in her actions. But what did that truly signify? What was her worth? As the taillights flickered and the vehicle vanished into the darkness, a solitary figure stood on the balcony of the 9th floor, watching the departing car. What exactly are you afraid of? I can sense your desires. The following day, Fu Hang switched off his phone. He intended to take a day off work. Initially, he contemplated turning off both devices, but recalling his recent promise to someone that at least one phone would always be reachable, his finger hesitated over the power button. Assistant Qin, I reiterate my question. Is this the president's directive, or is it your own? In the conference room of Yuanbo Trading, tensions escalated once more, and Su Chang's expression was even more grim than before. I maintain my previous response. Does it make a difference? Qin Yuchu, seated at the main table, turned with a serene smile. Just moments ago, she had proposed in the meeting to eliminate 3 planned projects and allocate more funds to the Down Jacket initiative. The 3 projects she suggested cutting were all led by Su Changha. This proposal had not been discussed or hinted at beforehand, catching even the deputy supervisor of the project department, who was overseeing the Down Jacket project, completely off guard. The Down Jacket initiative was an overseas venture, essentially involving the purchase of low-cost down jackets domestically and exporting them to underdeveloped regions abroad to profit from the trade margin. The project proposal was spearheaded by Deputy Director Li Tianming, who harbored a subtle agenda of his own. The garment factory slated for procurement was owned by a distant relative of his, facing imminent closure. The factory had effectively ceased operations, and the so-called procurement was merely a means to assist in clearing out excess inventory. Naturally, the prices offered were exceedingly low, as the surplus products had fallen out of sync with domestic fashion trends. Li Tianming, perceiving potential profits, was drawn to this endeavor. Unfortunately, due to factors such as transportation risks and the uncertainty of overseas sales channels, the proposal had been revised thrice, only to be repeatedly rejected by Su Changha. Eventually, Qin Yuchu, defying the consensus, bypassed Su Changha to initiate this project. thus presenting Li Tianming and the entire second team with an opportunity. However, Qin Youchu's recent actions left Li Tianming somewhat bewildered. The original plan was to acquire the factory's excess inventory in 3 phases, with the initial batch being a mere trial. Yet, Qin Youchu implied an intention to procure all of the inventory at a 20% discount. On the surface, this seemed reasonable, promising a significant increase in projected profits. However, the associated risks were markedly different. Given that this involved maritime trade, if the goods failed to sell upon arrival, returning them would not be a simple task. Furthermore, this would necessitate the allocation of funds from other company projects. In an instant, many, including Li Tianming, grasped the gravity of the situation. This was not merely finance. It was politics. One must deliberate carefully, for should this project fail to meet expectations, numerous forthcoming projects, including the newly forged collaboration with Tianyu, would be adversely affected. Su Chang'e inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. There is nothing to worry about. If funds are insufficient, we can simply procure more. Qin Youchu shrugged, dismissing the concerns lightly. Upon hearing this, Su Chang'e could only scoff, feeling incapable of countering her. In that case, we must adhere to the protocols and procedures. A vote is required. Those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. Su Chang'e sighed, attempting a final resistance, fully aware that the outcome of the vote would not alter the inevitable. The company was soon to be irrevocably aligned with the Qin family. Qin Youchu was the first to raise her hand, and her gaze swept across the conference room, prompting those she locked eyes with to raise their hands one by one, all under Su Chang'e's incredulous stare. Among them was Shen Qingwan, who had just acquired voting rights. The only individuals remaining silent were Su Chang'e and project supervisor Wu Weimin. Qin Youchu's smile was sweet, yet to Su Chang'e, it appeared icy. Others were not mistaken. Qin Youchu's maneuver was not of commerce, but of politics. Through a rather crude and juvenile tactic, she sought to sideline Su Chang'e, with the objective of stalling the progression of those 3 projects. Following her analysis with Professor Li, she had discerned Su Chang'e's methods, ensnaring company funds within projects to stabilize his influence within the organization. The 3 projects share a nature akin to the collaboration with Hengyu. They are profitable yet entail an exceedingly prolonged cycle, and the partners involved are of considerable stature. However, their scale is smaller and their influence subtle. Yet, since Qin Youchu has discerned Su Chang'e's intentions, how could she acquiesce to his desires? How could she permit Fu Hang's company to fall under the dominion of others? Fu Hang may remain indifferent, but she cannot afford such detachment. Rather than watch the company be gradually consumed in the future, it is far wiser to take risks now, incurring minor losses to excise this malignant growth. Chapter 77. Head of the project department. The project proposal was passed by a vote from the company's upper management, with each department coordinating in an orderly manner, fulfilling their respective duties. Upon returning to the 26th floor, where Project Group 2 was located, Li Tianming brought the latest news, igniting a fervor within the team. They were oblivious to the underlying political maneuvering, only aware that Project Group 2 was on the verge of a breakthrough. With such momentum, achieving promotions and salary increases seemed like a dream within reach. Among the members of Project Group 2, the one most profoundly shaken was the newly appointed intern, Lu Junkai. Could it be that the junior had gone to such lengths for him? Unable to contain his curiosity, he ventured to the Human Resources Department to inquire about Qin Youchu's workstation. He felt compelled to confront his junior directly, to discern whom she had offended within the company, causing her mentor and supportive supervisor to speak in hushed tones. His resolve was simple. If he could shoulder the burden, he would do so for her. If it became unbearable, he would leave with her, facing the uncertainties together. He held steadfast belief that with his experience and her accomplishments, they could secure better opportunities elsewhere. This was a man's sense of responsibility, a recognition of his role as a senior. Then, in the Human Resources Department, he stumbled upon an astonishing truth. Yu Chu, his junior, was none other than Assistant Qin, the very assistant rumored to be favored by the CEO, swiftly ascending the ranks. It felt as though his very essence had been drained away, leaving him in a daze as he returned to his dormitory. On this restless night, Lu realized something profound. Through the murky dealings, he glimpsed the light and greatness that lay beneath. His junior truly held feelings for him. When did Project Group 2 begin to experience a turning point? It was on Lu Junkai's first day. The Down Jacket project was one that his junior championed. Despite being assigned to Group 2, resolutely pushing forward even at the risk of offending the company's executive vice president, she was driven solely to create more opportunities for herself. How much hardship and sorrow lay hidden behind this endeavor? It was laughable that he had once looked down upon the woman who was rumored to be supported. Today, his suspicions were confirmed. Although there were paths to advance the project gradually, she chose to compel the company into taking such risks, driven by a desire for immediate results. What was the motive? It was to ensure that he could participate fully in the entire project within the confines of his 3-month internship. In due time, his resume shall bear a significant and illustrious chapter. Even if the company harbors concerns about his rising prominence, contemplating his dismissal, he will still possess the grace to navigate his departure. With such a distinguished record, where might he not be regarded with admiration? At that moment, the junior colleagues need not endure humiliation any longer. They can certainly join forces and establish their own path. Lu Junkai lowered his head, striving to suppress the surging tears. His fists clenched tightly. Even in the face of death, he vowed to ensure the project's realization, honoring the sincere intentions of his junior colleagues. Why is he still here? After assigning the last-minute adjustments, Li Tianming turned and noticed Lu Junkai's peculiar behavior, prompting him to nudge the leader of Team 2, Su Yijie. Clearing his throat with a forced cough to mask the awkwardness, Su Yijie felt a twinge of shame at Lu Junkai's current state of distress. I reached out to the HR department, but they have yet to respond. Why bother with an intern? Li Tianming was irked. This was a critical period. And having such a naive individual on his team was worrisome. The HR representative, Xiao Lu, mentioned that he had a good rapport with Assistant Qin. On the day he joined, Assistant Qin had a pleasant conversation with him at the elevator. Su Yijie glanced around and muttered softly, "You're not infected by him, are you? Don't you know why Assistant Qin is called Assistant Qin?" Li Tianming found this amusing, nearly snorting in disbelief. "I will keep an eye on him. Once there is news from HR, I will handle it promptly." Su Yijie forced a smile, pretending to be oblivious. What is he to do? He feels utterly powerless. He is merely a group leader nearing 50. Everyone knows the ambiguous relationship between Yu Huatian and the noble consort Shu, yet without the emperor's decree, who would dare act in front of her? The HR department, which Su Yijie obsessively thought about, was currently indifferent to the matters of an intern. Shen Qingwan examined the resume in her hands with a furrowed brow, deeply troubled. Qin Yuchu's actions have escalated. This university student must not be underestimated. He is indeed formidable. Such behavior seems aimed at forcing Su Changhe out. While Su Changhe may hold his ground for various reasons, the project supervisor, Wu Weiman, will not wait much longer. Shen Qingwan, a returnee from a prestigious Western university, found herself conflicted as she perused the resume before her. This document was freshly sent by a headhunting firm, featuring a graduate from a renowned institution, whose family appears to be part of a major enterprise. If this individual were to be recruited, they could undoubtedly replace Wu Weiman as the project supervisor, not for any other reason, but simply to obstruct Qin Yuchu's path to promote Li Tianming. Why has the president suddenly granted her such authority? Is it merely to support someone who can restrain Qin Yuchu? Otherwise, situations like today's will become increasingly frequent. At that point, the company would truly be under Qin's dominion. Staring at the dossier before her, Shen Qingwan felt torn. The resume above is impeccable, at least on the surface. A prestigious master's degree, overseas experience, a relevant profession, and the backing of a prominent family with established connections. The only flaw lies in her excessive beauty and youth. Would recruiting such a woman into the company ultimately lead to complications for oneself? Shen Qingwan suddenly halted at the marital status section of the resume. Divorced? She chuckled. Surely the president would not be interested in a divorced woman? Even if he were, she would not be in the same league in terms of competitiveness. Besides, shouldn't the primary concern be Qin Yuchu? A smile curled at the corners of Shen Qingwan's lips. That day, she scheduled an interview with the recruitment agency and simultaneously, under the guise of the Human Resources Department, sent out a notice of intent for job applications to the mid-level and lower-tier employees of the company. Indeed, it was merely a declaration of intent, devoid of any concrete plans. In simple terms, the company expressed its willingness to promote certain mid-level and lower-tier managers, inviting those interested in assuming such responsibilities to come forward. In other words, it was an open call. Do you wish to be promoted? As for which positions might become available or to what level one might ascend, apologies. But that is still under consideration. The entire company buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Li Weiyang exited the hospital with a complex expression, having deliberately waited until after 10 o'clock in the morning to arrive. At this hour, everyone should have either been in class or at work. Yet, to her surprise, Qin Yuchu was indeed absent, and so was Fu Hang. He had been discharged, having left the hospital the previous night without even informing her. Had she not pressured him the day before, he might not have mentioned his hospitalization at all. Was his hasty discharge also due to her? Was it that Shin Yuchu felt displeased upon seeing her at the hospital? Lost in thought in her car, she remained until the coffee she had purchased turned cold. Hesitantly pulling out her phone. The number you dialed is unavailable. A wave of frustration surged within her, and she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Finally, the man she once summoned had reached a point where she could no longer contact him. Resting her forehead against the steering wheel, tears threatened to spill. If only she had not been so willful and proud in the past, would the outcome be different now? Suddenly, the car's Bluetooth phone rang, the melodious tone causing her to startle. She glanced at the central display, only to see an unfamiliar number. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she pressed the answer button. Hello, Miss Lee. This is Zheng Xiaozhou, who contacted you previously. Hello, Mr. Zheng. As per your earlier request, we have found a suitable position in Han City. When would you be available to meet with the prospective employer? Which company? Yuan would trade. With a preliminary intention for the position of Project Department Supervisor. Chapter 78, Human Traffickers. After hanging up the phone, Li Weiyang took a deep breath. She had heard of Yuanbua Trading, which was rumored to have planned a collaboration with Hengyu not long ago, but it seemed that nothing had materialized. Nevertheless, she realized it was time for her to uplift herself and engage in some activities. She could not extricate herself from one quagmire only to plunge into another. Work, undoubtedly, was the most effective means of diverting her attention. Of course, she had never contemplated returning home. Her father had largely relinquished control over the company. And while her brother was affectionate towards her, his wife was exceedingly difficult to deal with, constantly worrying that she might return home to seize their assets. It was ludicrous. The shares of the company had been settled for years. What I do not give, can you take? As for employment, she would rather toil for someone else than be embroiled in that chaos, lest her once harmonious home devolve into disarray. She had never considered working at her own company. And now that she was divorced, the prospect seemed even more implausible. Regarding Yuanbua, she hesitated to respond immediately, for the project with Hengyu was still under negotiation. If she were to join, would she be tasked with overseeing that project? Hengyu had made it abundantly clear that the insufferable Wang Haitao was in charge. Would she then have to negotiate with him? Forget it. Yuanbua had developed quite well over the past few years. She did not wish to jeopardize their success. Private enterprises faced enough challenges. Fu Hang had been languishing at home for quite some time, but the inactivity became unbearable. It became evident that one should not be alone when troubled. Thoughts could spiral into something terrifying, and pessimism could deepen into despair. After midnight, he discarded the remnants of the instant noodles he had barely touched, donned his jacket, and ventured out. He left his work phone behind, eager to test what penalties the system might impose for a day of sloth. There were matters he had never considered before, but now he felt compelled to explore them bit by bit. He chose a narrow alley he seldom frequented, intending to find a humble eatery to indulge in a few small dishes, a bottle of white liquor, and enjoy the local dialect, conversing with the elderly patrons nearby. However, as soon as he stepped into the alley, his brow furrowed. He quickened his pace and blended into the crowd. 30 seconds later, he emerged from a street corner, clutching a grilled sausage, casting a cold gaze at the tall, beautiful woman who was scanning her surroundings. Had a trafficker been caught, so idle? Observing her slightly distressed figure, he spoke with irritation. Ing Yanin trembled slightly, turning awkwardly. I am indeed apprehending someone, she asserted defiantly. After viewing the hospital surveillance footage yesterday, she had come to believe it and had temporarily cleared Fu Hang of suspicion in her mind. However, finding the trafficker was proving to be quite challenging. The relevant capture orders had been issued, and personnel had been deployed at various transportation hubs, as the airport and docks had been sealed off at the first opportunity. The higher-ups indicated that the individual was likely still in Hancheng. The potential locations where the suspect might appear had been prioritized for surveillance. Because she had taken a day off in the middle of her duties, her petty-minded superior had assigned her to this neighborhood. The sole reason lies in the fact that the suspected tenant had made a purchase at a nearby convenience store a month ago, early in the morning. She positioned herself there, and while idly waiting, she spotted Fu Hang. This was indeed significant. Just yesterday, I harbored doubts about you. How could one who ought to be hospitalized appear in a location where a suspect might be? Without a moment's hesitation, Officer Ing Yanin followed suit. However, the top student in theoretical assessments at the police academy experienced her first tracking mission as a dismal failure, being discovered in less than 10 minutes. Arrest me? Are you still not giving up? Fu Hang's expression was exceedingly grim, and he contemplated how much damage he could inflict after a good beating. You have no idea how much money I lose in a day because of you, do you? Who said anything about arresting you? Ing Yanan stammered, avoiding Fu Hang's gaze. Feeling a twinge of guilt. Whether or not he was a suspect, his presence here was quite improper. If he were innocent, would this act of heroism lead him to be harmed yet again? If he were guilty, would she not be alerting the snake in the grass? What are you? Fu Hang's patience was wearing thin. I am looking for Wang Guifeng. Wang Guifeng? Fu Hang questioned, puzzled by the name. Wang Guifeng. Stop. Don't run. Ing Yanan suddenly widened her eyes and dashed towards a middle-aged woman ahead. What is happening? Fu Hang was taken aback. The authoritative shout startled the woman, supposedly named Wang Guifeng. Yet, instead of turning around, she fled into the crowd upon hearing the call. Don't run. Ing Yanan shouted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. To her surprise, she truly encountered Wang Guifeng here. Wang Guifeng, the tenant from the 7th floor, whose records indicated she hailed from a border village in a remote province and had obtained a temporary residence permit for domestic service. However, after the child fell from the building, she vanished without a trace, and attempts to contact her proved futile. That night, the police forcibly entered her residence, only to find no signs of habitation, but recent activity had been detected, indicating more than one individual. This was a trafficking ring, and that rental unit served as a temporary hideout. With this proximity, you cannot escape from me. I am the champion of the women's short distance and obstacle races at the police academy. A bloodthirsty gleam appeared on Ing Yanan's face. This second-class merit was as good as secured. Yet, in the next moment, as she accelerated, a frying pan flew in from the side. Instinctively, she bent down to evade it, and when she glanced over, she met the gaze of a man with malicious eyes. An accomplice? Ing Yanan quickly recognized the identity of the man she was staring at, and after tossing the frying pan, he turned and ran in the opposite direction of Wang Guifeng. Human trafficker. Ing Yanan barely had time to think before she shot a glance at Fu Hang, her legs propelling her toward the fleeing man. That glance was filled with questions, warnings, urgency, and a plea for assistance. In her mind, Wang Guifeng was already registered. Even if she fled, it would be easy to locate her again. However, the man obstructing her capture did not appear in the records, so he had to be subdued. As for Fu Hang, judging by his bewildered expression, he was likely not an accomplice. It would be preferable if he understood her intentions and aided in the apprehension. Yet, if he chose not to pursue, it would be entirely understandable, for Fu Hang bore no obligation in this matter. Nevertheless, deep down, she still harbored a hope that he would lend his assistance. She had no backup nearby, and capturing 2 suspects alone was certainly an arduous task. The moment she was about to leave, she saw Fu Hang spring into action, pursuing the direction in which Wang Guifeng had fled. A sense of calm washed over her suddenly. With the skills of a delivery hero, Wang Guifeng should not be able to escape. Fu Hang, however, was quite speechless. He had intended to enjoy a leisurely day, listening to music, but suddenly, a police officer appeared, turning the day into a scene straight out of a police drama. Yet, the instant Ing Yanan shouted about a human trafficker, a murderous glint flashed in Fu Hang's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he dashed forward. Chapter 79. Why are you stealing men behind my back? Ing Yanan's speculation was not unfounded. Before the delivery hero, not even a middle-aged woman stood a chance, let alone a black widow. Within a mere 100 meters, Wang Guifeng found herself caught by Fu Hang, who had deliberately slowed his pace to determine if any accomplices were coming to her aid. Help! I'm being attacked. Someone, please help me. Wang Guifeng, realizing she had been apprehended, screamed at the top of her lungs, twisting her head to bite at Fu Hang's hand with decisive and ruthless actions. Crack! Fu Hang raised his hand, almost without a moment's hesitation, skillfully dislocating her jaw, silencing her cries instantly. Yet, Wang Guifeng remained fierce, despite the pain. She swung her arms toward Fu Hang's face. Crack! Crack! Her arms fell limply before they could even reach him, dislocated as well. Fu Hang forcefully pushed Wang Guifeng to the ground, coldly observing her under the terrified gazes of onlookers. A dull thud echoed from a distance, and Fu Hang instinctively recoiled his neck, glancing back in alarm. Was that a gunshot? Had that woman brought a firearm? How audacious to fire in a crowded area. But in the next moment, Fu Hang sensed something was amiss as he caught sight of Wang Guifeng's expression. Despite her disfigured face from the dislocated jaw, she displayed no hint of fear upon hearing the gunfire. Instead, her brutality intensified. It wasn't Ing Yanan who fired the shot? Fu Hang's heart raced. He stepped forward, placing his foot on Wang Guifeng's ankle. Crack! Crack! The sounds were even louder and crisper than the previous three. Wang Guifeng's ankle shattered. This is a human trafficker. Call the police. Fu Hang shouted to a passerby who was preparing to film with a phone, before turning to run towards the direction of the gunfire. Initially, the crowd was bewildered by the ferocity displayed by Fu Hang, who, without uttering a word, shattered his opponent's jaw and swiftly incapacitated him by breaking both arms, rendering him immobile, and then brutally crushing his feet. What a deep-seated grudge must exist. Upon realizing that the man was a human trafficker, several onlookers sprang into action, restraining Wang Guifeng, while others promptly dialed the authorities. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, reporting the incident at this juncture was certainly prudent. Yanin, clutching her waist and seething with rage, curled up at the entrance of a clothing store. Not far from her, a middle-aged man, brandishing a gun, was holding a waitress hostage, pointing the weapon menacingly in her direction. Initially, the situation unfolded smoothly. The middle-aged man had overestimated his physical prowess and underestimated her as a champion of the police academy's obstacle course. As they navigated through the throngs of people, the distance between them continually diminished. However, panic ensued for the middle-aged man, disrupting his rhythm as he stumbled. When he fell, she envisioned medals and accolades, along with the proud smile of her stern father, who always wore a serious expression. Though he quickly regained his footing, he seemed gravely injured, collapsing once more after just a few steps. Consequently, Yanin slowed her pace, preparing to subdue him from a strategic angle. In close combat, a woman's physical attributes often placed her at a disadvantage. Thus, it was imperative to incapacitate the opponent with a single decisive blow, as her instructor had repeatedly emphasized. The next moment, the middle-aged man dashed towards a nearby clothing store. This sudden move alarmed Yanin, for it indicated that the suspect was unwilling to surrender and was prepared to resist. Without hesitation, she followed him inside, only to realize her hasty decision. He was armed. This was a serious situation. Unfortunately, she had been shot, and the pain was excruciating. The two locked eyes, the atmosphere thick with tension. In stark contrast, fear began to manifest in the middle-aged man's gaze, while Yanin's eyes radiated determination and resolve, a fierce bravery, unafraid of sacrifice. It was this very expression that caused the middle-aged man to falter. Could she truly be so fearless? Shot yet still so formidable, with a meager salary. Was it worth it? You can't escape. My colleagues are on their way. Human trafficking and armed assault on a police officer. Your best outcome will be life imprisonment. Facing the ominous barrel of the gun, Yanin did not waver. Behind her seemed to rise a crimson curtain, adorned with golden inscriptions, her oath taken beneath the national emblem. A brutal glint appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes as he contemplated her words. Indeed, if captured, he would face a grim fate. In killing one would merely balance the scales. A chilling, maniacal laughter erupted from him, interrupting his resolve as he swung the gun towards a suddenly appearing man at the entrance, who looked decidedly out of place. After he fired, aside from the foolish woman who had rushed in, all other pedestrians had long since fled, leaving the doorway desolate. At that moment, a man arrived, laughing maniacally, causing a brief rupture in his emotions. So it's your turn today? Retribution indeed. This man, disregarding the gun pointed at him, crazily approached the female officer lying at the doorway. Yamin was stunned. This man was none other than Fu Hang, who was supposed to pursue Wang Guifeng. With a resounding slap, Yamin's head jerked back, propelled by the force of the blow. Fu Hang had swung his arm with all his might, the impact sending Yamin's body rolling slightly. In astonishment, he raised his head, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His mind buzzed. So you're all in cahoots? This slap left the middle-aged man with the gun dazed. What was happening? Were they allies? Had the boss sent him to assist? No. He was the one who had previously stood beside the female officer. They were in league together. He was a policeman. Stay away. The middle-aged man suddenly realized. Gripping the neck of the waitress he had taken hostage with great force, shouting in fury. However, Fu Hang did not spare him a glance, fixated instead on Yamin lying on the ground. You wretched woman, this is the retribution for the green hat you've placed upon me, Fu Hang declared, his expression contorted with rage. What? The three individuals in the clothing store were simultaneously engulfed in confusion. I have pursued you for 6 long years, braving storms and hardships, responding to your every call, bowing down at dawn and dusk, offering incense as if you were a deity. Yet you betrayed me for another man? Fu Hang suddenly screamed in a fit of hysteria, his voice overwhelming the sobbing waitress. Yamin's face was blank, Was this man deranged? With another slap, her mouth, which had just begun to open, was sent reeling to the side. However, compared to the previous blow, this one was not as painful. Tell me, how have I wronged you? Fu Hang's eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in anguish. You demanded 600,000 in dowry, and I sold my family home, forcing my parents to live in a makeshift shelter. You insisted the marriage certificate could bear only one name, and I complied. You claimed your brother was getting married. So I sold my car. You said you fancied the latest designer handbag, and I quit smoking. I worked during the day, delivered takeout at night, and on weekends. I went to your family home as free labor, handling all the chores and tutoring your brother's simple-minded son, even washing your sister-in-law's socks. Where have I wronged you? If you didn't love me, why did you marry me? Tell me, why did you betray me and be with him? Fu Hang suddenly cradled his head in his hands, breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. Chapter 80. Give me a reason not to kill you. The previously tense standoff in the clothing store was now permeated by an inexplicable melancholy. This was a sorrow more bitter than a heart that has ceased to feel. The terrified waitress, who had been screaming, fell silent, casting a sympathetic glance at the weeping Fu Hang. As if guided by a swell of profound emotions, Yanan found herself enveloped in a sense of culpability, as though she had committed an act that incited the wrath of heaven and man alike. The valor she had displayed moments ago evaporated, and today she felt as if she deserved her fate. Is there still room for denial? Fu Hang raised his gaze, his eyes, steeped in despair, sent shivers down Yanan's spine. Is the child truly mine? Fu Hang suddenly rasped, his voice emerging like a whisper from the abyss, devoid of any warmth. Even the gun-wielding middle-aged man trembled slightly. I possess type blood, and so do you. How could our child possess a different type? Fu Hang's voice, as if laden with lead, produced a chilling metallic resonance. You tell me this is a genetic mutation, that my smoking is to blame. I believed you. Truly I did. But you should not have concealed this from me, allowing the child to call that man father in secrecy. Fu Hang's voice crescendoed, a heart-wrenching scream echoing through the air. Suddenly, he threw his head back, unleashing a hauntingly strange laughter that sent chills coursing through the onlookers, striking at the very core of their beings. Fear not, my dear, for I would never harm you. My love for you is boundless. You are so beautiful, so alluring. I shall forever cherish the memory of your tender embrace. He continued, his gaze fixated upon her, watching as she bled out slowly, succumbing to her fate. Taking a step back, Fu Hang distanced himself from Yanan. His expression contorted into a mask of madness, his features grotesque. This visage sent a shiver down the spine of the middle-aged man, who dared not aim his weapon at Fu Hang. The weak fear the strong fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the reckless. Yet what do the reckless fear? They fear the insane. Those with fractured minds stand strangely atop the food chain. Are you not a police officer? He exclaimed, recalling the words of his mother. Even if I know everything, I am powerless against you. I cannot touch you. You are a police officer. Fu Hang's voice erupted once more, his arms flailing chaotically. I am but a coward. I watch my wife in the arms of another man. My son must call him father. I must toil to provide for that illegitimate child. I am a coward. Fu Hang's emotions spiraled out of control as his erratic movements struck a row of display racks within the clothing store, toppling the heavy structures and sending garments soaring through the air. The middle-aged man was engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions, bewildered. Am I fleeing for my life? Am I a felon? Am I holding hostages? I even shot a police officer. How did the situation devolve into this? Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt a tightening around his neck, a suffocating sensation enveloping his body. His limbs became powerless, rendering him utterly helpless. The abducted waiter, having lost his strength, collapsed limply, his firearm falling to the ground, while garments fluttered down like autumn leaves. He felt himself gradually lifting off the ground and, in a state of terror, glanced down, only to meet a pair of icy eyes. Give me a reason not to kill you, Fu Hang said, gripping the middle-aged man's collar with one hand, his smile revealing a chilling set of white teeth. As Yin was loaded onto the ambulance, she cast a complex gaze towards Fu Hang through the throng of people. There was confusion, gratitude, a hint of unspoken admiration, and undoubtedly, a trace of ineffable pity. Such raw emotion could not be feigned without personal experience. It was unexpected to realize that he had endured such tribulations. Had he thus lost faith in love? Was that the reason he now sought the company of women indiscriminately? The middle-aged man, who was also being loaded into a police van, trembled uncontrollably. He had soiled himself, and the autumn breeze chilled him to the bone. He was baffled, for he had always been fierce and ruthless, one who disregarded human life. Why? Upon merely meeting those cold eyes, did it feel as though he was staring into the depths of hell? It was a terror that emanated from the very depths of his soul. This fear, however, soon proved not to be an illusion. His wrists were crushed, his ankles shattered. Unlike Wang Guifeng, whose hands had been dislocated, his wrists were crushed beyond repair. He would never again wield chopsticks in his lifetime. That afternoon, Fu Heng spent his time at the police station. Both human trafficking and armed assault on an officer were grave offenses, necessitating formal statements. Fu Heng received an unprecedented level of hospitality, with Director Chen Chao of the Han City Police personally coming to express his gratitude. Unlike the last time he had intervened, where he had acted out of a sense of justice. This time he had concretely aided the police in apprehending 2 serious criminals while saving an officer from the line of fire. People are inherently self-serving. There exists a distinction between familiarity and distance, does it not? Director Chen gripped Fu Heng's hand firmly, his smile radiating warmth. When Fu Heng subtly suggested that his identity and likeness be concealed in subsequent news reports, the director patted his chest and assured him that the highest level of witness protection would be enacted to ensure his safety and prevent potential retribution from criminals. The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation, and as Fu Heng departed, Director Chen personally escorted him to the exit. Do you really think this formidable man seeks to activate the witness protection program out of fear of retaliation? The officer driving Fu Heng remarked with a peculiar expression as they reached Century Square. He had been among the first responders and had clearly seen the injuries inflicted upon the suspects. Individuals like him would typically require documentation, wouldn't they? I heard Sister Yin mention something about this yesterday, another officer commented, watching Fu Heng's retreating figure, licking his lips hesitantly. Oh, a master of time management. The two gazed at him in the car, their admiration evolving into reverence. Rescue the target's safety and complete the triggering task. Eliminate evil and uphold good. A project proposal is the reward. Fu Heng paused his steps towards the milk tea shop, his face a mask of astonishment. What is this? He looked around suspiciously and glanced at his empty hands. Where's the reward? And what on earth is this project proposal? After I took down 2 ruthless thugs. This is all I get? By the way, what about the reward for saving the child? Did I not just leap from the 3rd floor? Are you pretending not to see? System? Where's the reward for saving the child? The system remained unresponsive. Damn it, Fu Heng scoffed, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. For some reason, he had an overwhelming desire for a sip of mango sago since the moment he crushed that armed man. However, as he stood outside the milk tea shop, he was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape, oblivious to the half-burnt cigarette that fell from the corner of his lips. What is happening? Chapter 81. The milk tea shop exploded. I merely took half a day off work and inadvertently captured 2 fugitives. Looking at the milk tea shop, which was nearly bursting with patrons, Fu Heng double-checked the sign hanging above. The queue extended all the way to the door. Where did the barriers at the entrance come from? Does the store even have such things? Hesitant, he shrank his head back, carefully observing. Then, he heard the ethereal and clear sound of singing emanating from within. Leilu? Is he really live-streaming? Is the effect this good? Cautiously, he donned a mask and squeezed his way inside. Indeed, the crowd inside far exceeded that outside. There was hardly a place to stand. At that moment, Leilu was boldly setting up his live-streaming equipment in his resting loft, the curtains carelessly pushed aside. The atmosphere in the shop was vibrant, almost rivaling that of a music festival. The patrons were mostly young, appearing to be university students, clutching their milk teas and swaying to the music, creating a genuine concert-like vibe. Yet, Fu Heng suddenly realized a grave issue. He had acted rashly. Where would he rest in the future? Where would he lie down? Would he now have to queue for milk tea when buying it for Qing Yuan? The milk tea shop seemed to be thriving, but did it need to be profitable? The waitstaff salaries were issued by the system. Whether the shop made money had nothing to do with him. In a moment of clarity, Fu Heng's gaze towards Leilu turned unfriendly. No, that is not right. Fu Heng shifted his attention from Leilu to a girl sitting on the stairs. She wore a fur-collared shawl and short leather pants. Her fair and smooth long legs gracefully stepping over the stairs, encased in black leather boots that hugged her shapely calves. Very wide and very long. But who are you? He noticed that the girl also had a live-streaming setup, striking various sweet poses for the camera. Continuing his scan of the crowded room, he was astonished to find several others live-streaming as well. What on earth is going on? Fu Heng found Xia Xiaofeng amidst the crowd and, without uttering a word, pulled him outside. Boss? You're here? Well, you are truly amazing. Look, our shop's business is booming. Upon seeing Fu Hang, Xia Xiaofeng was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Once teetering on the brink of closure, the milk tea shop, which had previously sold merely 2 cups a day, had experienced a remarkable turnaround since the boss took over. What happened? Tell me. Fu Hang winced slightly at the question. As Xia Xiaofeng animatedly recounted the events, Fu Hang gradually pieced together the story. Last night, Lei Lu had honorably arrived at the milk tea shop and commenced a live broadcast. This was Lei Li's first live stream following the confession video. Although he had previously claimed to possess a modicum of popularity, it was largely confined to the campus of Han University, where on good days, viewer numbers could exceed 1,000, while typically hovering around a few hundred. However, he seemed to have underestimated the traffic generated by that video. Once the live stream commenced, the viewer count surged past 3,000 in an instant, and after he sang reserve twice, it reached an astounding 5,000. Lei Lu was exhilarated. He had never experienced anything like it. Encouraged by netizens, he began to embellish and elaborate on the story of his confession. Throughout this, he did not forget to acknowledge his benefactor, repeatedly emphasizing the support and encouragement he received from the milk tea shop owner. Narrating how he had once been timid and disheartened, but through the owner's guidance, he finally mustered the courage to take bold action and create a legend. However, his frequent mentions of the milk tea shop soon sparked discontent among netizens, with some questioning whether he was merely leveraging his newfound fame to promote products. In response, Lei Lu vehemently swore that he had not taken a single cent from the shop and directly addressed the viewers in the stream, declaring that from that day forward, he would broadcast live from the milk tea shop every single day. His resolute stance began to convince others of the purity of his friendship with the shop owner. That evening, as the viewer count surpassed 10,000, he excitedly announced that if any local netizens could arrive at the shop before he concluded the stream, he would treat them to a signature drink. Ultimately, 17 university students, including 3 of Lei Li's roommates, joined in the fun. By the end of the stream, the peak number of online viewers reached 12,809. Lei Lu was elated, sincerely grateful to his mentor. Thanks to the previous day's promotion, the following morning, a few university students trickled in, eager to sample the milk tea while snapping photos at the entrance. Yet, only a handful of cups were sold, merely a dozen throughout the morning. However, after the broadcast concluded the previous night, Lei Lu was unable to sleep as he anxiously monitored the data. Tasting success, he returned after lunch, fully equipped for another round. Xia Xiaofeng was more than willing to assist enthusiastically. In the afternoon, the viewer count was not as high as the day before, as it was the middle of the day, and not many people would be watching on their phones. Nevertheless, Lei Lu remained undeterred, energetically singing and engaging in light-hearted banter with the netizens. Netizens jested about whether or not milk tea would be delivered today. He had wised up, stating that there would only be a limited offer of 10 cups to be distributed through a lottery system. He conveyed his status as a student, lamenting his lack of funds. The audience expressed understanding, as the live stream maintained a steady viewership of around 2,000. Suddenly, an individual unexpectedly appeared on camera, Li Weiyang. Having been rebuffed at the hospital, she, in a state of ennui, seemingly searching for an excuse, ordered a cup of mango sago. Had Li Weiyang been there before? Upon hearing this, Fu Hang's expression grew peculiar. What was the situation with this young lady? Just yesterday, Qin Yuchu had caused quite a stir, yet today she remained steadfast. Was she truly ensnared? Indeed, she ordered a cup of mango sago, though she paid for it. Xia Xiaofeng meticulously observed Fu Hang's countenance and, almost instinctively, added a comment. Li Weiyang's sudden appearance stirred a slight commotion in the live stream. Lei Lu recognized her. Wasn't she the master's wife? Instantly, he concocted a scheme, subtly redirecting the camera towards Li Weiyang. Without further ado, he selected a few sentimental love songs and began to sing. The older viewers, with their proclivities, grew excited. What did netizens relish the most? Such unexpected encounters and authenticity. This candid filming held far greater allure than those overly beautified influencers. Moreover, Lei Lu's live stream boasted no filters, a fact that viewers had repeatedly confirmed. As he stated, he was a singer, unashamed to rely on talent rather than appearance. Thus, was this unexpected patron truly a paragon of beauty without the enhancement of filters? Goodness! Did this milk tea shop attract such a high caliber of clientele? Li Weiyang sat quietly at a booth, sipping her milk tea, her head bowed in contemplation. Fu Hang had mentioned how Lei Lu's live performances attracted attention, yet she had dismissed it. Instead, her mind wandered back to marvel at this man's strategic acumen and execution. He He had indeed transformed significantly, sipping her milk tea. She almost regarded Lei Lu as the resident singer of the milk tea shop. She showed no displeasure at the camera's gaze, instead offering a polite nod and a smile. This smile made the older viewers feel their time was well spent, even captivating the female audience with its inherent charm. The popularity of the live stream began to soar. Chapter 82. A breath of fresh air in the live stream after sipping half her milk tea and listening to 2 songs. Li Weiyang suddenly expressed a desire to hear reticence. This request was among the most common in Lei Li's live stream, and he was well aware of it. Thus, he had been seeking reasons to decline. A music broadcaster who only sings one song risks being pigeonholed, which could be detrimental to his career. However, how could Lei Lu refuse the request of the master's wife? He promptly began to sing reticence. The melodious tune and poignant lyrics echoed throughout the milk tea shop. This was not Li Weiyang's first time hearing the song. She had come across that video numerous times. Yet, in this moment, it was the most honest listening experience she had ever had. With vacant eyes fixed on the milk tea before her, Li Weiyang drifted into a reverie, immersing herself in the artistic ambience evoked by the lyrics and melody. For the first time, she set aside her reservations, envisioning a world where I and you intertwined flawlessly. The live streaming scene appeared exquisitely crafted, with viewers showering the stream with enthusiastic comments. A few impassioned university students had already dashed out of campus, hoping for a serendipitous encounter with the elegant career woman who radiated stories at a glance. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to 7,000. After concluding her performance, Li Weiyang regained her composure, graciously expressing her gratitude before rising to depart. On the table, a half-finished cup of mango pomelo sago remained, its straw adorned with a faint lipstick mark, silently narrating the tale of an unknown yet poignant moment that had transpired there. Lei Lu was ecstatic, feeling that this milk tea shop was truly his sanctuary. He had long forgotten his plan to broadcast for an hour, contemplating instead to settle down in this establishment indefinitely. Thus, he continued to sing, taking breaks to chat and sip his milk tea before resuming his performance. As news spread, the afternoon brought a steady influx of patrons to the shop, predominantly those eager to check in or witness the live stream. Naturally, there were also a few with secret hopes of encountering someone special. Most of these onlookers were university students, basking in their leisure. However, this influx indicated that the number of faces within Lei Li's live stream was increasing. What characterizes university students? Youth, vibrancy, sunshine, and vitality, qualities evident in both genders. Let us not forget, it was still afternoon, and classes had not yet concluded. Those earnest scholars, dedicated to their studies, were unlikely to appear at this hour. Viewers of the live stream were genuinely astonished. Was the clientele truly of such caliber? While they may not have matched the allure of the earlier elegant woman, these youthful individuals were undeniably charming. Just as many seasoned viewers began to fidget in their seats, the camera captured another figure. Distinct from the innocent and serene demeanor of previous videos, she exuded an air of grace and warmth. Dressed in a simple yet elegant professional outfit, Qin Yuchu embodied competence without losing her vitality. Upon her arrival, Lei Lu immediately paused the live stream, rushing over to greet her. Of course, he merely halted his singing and interaction, keeping the camera rolling. Qin Yuchu, slightly taken aback by Lei Li's performance in the milk tea shop, quickly realized that he was drawing attention to Fu Hang's establishment and responded with exceptional cooperation. The two stood quietly at a distance from the camera, engaging in hushed conversation, occasionally punctuated by gentle laughter. The audience in the live stream fell silent, captivated by the tender display of youthful shyness and pure, unspoken affection between the protagonists of the confession video. They stood there, serene in their mutual expressions of unvoiced emotions pressing upon their hearts, absent of pretense, scripted dialogues, or forced humor. It was as if a refreshing stream had flowed through the live broadcast, cleansing the viewers from the grime of the internet. The essence emphasized was authenticity. The promotion centered on sincerity. The popularity of the live stream began to soar dramatically, with newcomers being firmly captivated. Many who had arrived early to join the excitement were still present, each pulling out their phones to capture this splendid moment, hastily sharing it on campus networks in hopes that friends and family could witness the spectacle firsthand. Qin Yuchu did not linger long. She had merely come to purchase milk tea. After Xia Xiaofeng handed her the prepared drink, she waved at the camera with a smile and departed. However, at that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged past 10,000 once more. Returning to the camera, Lei Lu explained that Qin Yuchu came from a modest background, and had secured an internship off-campus, working diligently to support herself while rushing off to her job. Many viewers accepted this explanation, and a flurry of encouragement for Lei Lu to care for the girl filled the screen, with even 2 carnival emojis appearing. In the milk tea shop, students who had come to join the fun began to linger, and the atmosphere heightened. Thanks to the influx from the campus network, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, reaching an astonishing 28,414 by 3 in the afternoon. This marked yet another record for Lei Li's personal broadcasts, prompting him to exert even more effort. Yet, who was that person on the stairs? Fu Hang, upon hearing that Qin Yuchu had been there, displayed little reaction, but a sense of discomfort stirred within him regarding Lei Li's decision to feature her. Xiao Qi, you don't know her? Xia Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise. Qiamo, known online as Xiao Qi, was a girl who had loved singing since childhood. She had not attended university, and after graduating high school, she worked as a resident singer in a bar. With the rise of live streaming, she seized the opportunity and became one of the few singing streamers in Han City. With her sweet appearance and fiery personality, she excelled in outdoor broadcasts, engaging effectively with passersby. However, recently, she had encountered some obstacles. Viewers often experience aesthetic fatigue. Those who genuinely enjoy music may not necessarily be interested in her appearance, and those drawn in by her looks were often unwilling to invest time in listening to her sing. Consequently, her popularity began to wane. The live streaming industry has a low entry barrier, yet it is highly competitive. Almost daily, innovative newcomers emerge, instructing the veterans on how to navigate the field. Naturally, she had seen the confession video, as it was imperative for individuals in her line of work to keep an eye on their peers. Xiao Qi's team was already drafting a plan for a reshoot, setting it in the context of a proposal. Additionally, she had been monitoring Lei Lu, this rising star on the verge of fame. Yesterday, she had observed Lei Li's streaming situation, finding it rather ordinary yet not foolish. Recognizing the need to capitalize on that wave of traffic. But why choose a milk tea shop? A financial backer, perhaps? Such rapid engagement could backfire, she mused. Then today, she saw that Lei Lu was streaming again. When Qin Yuchu appeared on screen, a brilliant idea struck her. She could ride this wave of popularity. Thus, she swiftly gathered her team and equipment, racing towards the milk tea shop. Her appearance stirred a minor commotion, for in comparison to Lei Lu, she was indeed a prominent figure in the live streaming scene of Seoul. Initially, she feigned a desire to purchase bubble tea, and upon seeing Lei Lu, she enthusiastically greeted the audience before the camera. When the viewers in the live stream encouraged her to sing a song, she inquired of Lei Lu and others present whether she could also commence her own broadcast. Thus began the spectacle, simultaneously online and offline. In an instant, the bubble tea shop was ignited with excitement. Countless local netizens flocked to the scene, while passersby, bewildered yet intrigued, paused to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 83. Escalating Challenges System. I must pose a query. Whose earnings do the profits from this bubble tea shop belong to? After digesting the bewildering synopsis, Fu Hang wearily waved away Xia Xiaofeng. Another staff member had already approached multiple times. The situation was overwhelming. Was there a sack for collecting money? It was astute of Xia Xiaofeng to summon the 2 night shift workers back to assist. This project was initiated based on the target clientele, and the profits are attributed to the target clientele. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. What? Hold on, let me clarify. The target clientele here should be Shenqingwan, right? My original rationale for applying was that Shenqingwan enjoys this bubble tea shop. If it were to close, it would hinder my ability to indulge her preferences, thus acquiring it for my convenience. Is that correct? So, the profits from the shop belong to Shenqingwan? On what grounds? Are you certain you comprehend what you are articulating? I can offer you a chance to reorganize your phrasing. After all, system malfunctions, network delays, and data losses are quite commonplace. Fu Hang's expression twisted with frustration. He could understand not receiving the earnings for himself. Otherwise, it would suggest a scenario where Shenqingwan liked sauerkraut fish, purchased it. She liked amusement parks, purchased them. She liked something else, purchased that too. Within half a year, Fu Hang could acquire all of Seoul. And for what purpose? To be indulgent? Thus, his initial hypothesis was that the system would reclaim this portion of the earnings and then distribute them to him in the form of a salary. Isn't that how unscrupulous entrepreneurs operate? Yet, who would have anticipated that these profits would be granted to Shenqingwan? What kind of game is this? Logically, it is incomprehensible. The crux of the matter lies in who provides the funds, how they are allocated, and under what pretext. Should I be the one to give it? Would Shenqingwan not be perplexed upon receiving the money? As a mere gaming assistant, gifting her an entire bubble tea shop? What was the purpose of crafting this persona? The project was initiated based on the target clientele, and the profits are attributed to the target clientele. The system dutifully reiterated the earlier notification verbatim. Fu Hang fell silent, feeling this was the system's way of punishing him for his daily idleness at work. This was a subtle elevation of the game's difficulty. Or should he confront Shen Qingwan directly? Charge him boldly, proclaiming himself the CEO, then casually present her with a bubble tea shop, thereby overwhelming her data in one fell swoop and winning her favor? Then, he brazenly left with his pants pulled up. It felt somewhat exhilarating. After all, he had both Li Weiyong and Ying Yan in his backup plans, quite a secure situation, wouldn't you agree? A peculiar glimmer flickered in Fu Hang's eyes as he stroked his chin, revealing a lewd grin. Yet, in the next moment, he hesitated. Li Weiyong was certainly not as stable as Shen Qingwan. There are few women who can consistently remain true to their original aspirations and remember their mission. 3 years of unwavering dedication. No, it has been 6 years. Her resolve is as solid as rock. If something were to go awry in the future, it would be difficult to remedy. To date or not to date? Fu Hang's gaze wandered. No, Li Weiyong is too unpredictable. At this rate, she might implode before Shen Qingwan does. As for Ying Yanan, her identity as a member of the criminal investigation team aside, her fierce demeanor genuinely frightened Fu Hang. When she turned fierce, she was a force to be reckoned with. Engaging with her could either cost you a chunk of flesh or result in losing a tooth. No, he could not afford to make a hasty decision again. He needed to maintain composure and avoid recklessness. Lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the office building peeking out in the distance. That was the office building of Yuanbu Trading. Upon returning to the store, he stood in a place out of the camera's view, beckoning Leilu. Leilu had noticed Fu Hang earlier, but, reluctant to abandon the data in the live stream, had only stolen a glance to show respect. However, now that he saw his mentor calling him, he disregarded everything else and hurriedly turned the camera towards the bar, broadcasting the milk tea-making process, before rushing down. Behind him, Xiaoqi looked on with suspicion, pondering Fu Hang's identity. That's enough for today. Stop, Fu Hang said with a cold expression, clearly impatient. Stop? Layla was taken aback. Thinking of the data in the live stream, he was truly reluctant. 50,000 viewers. Stop when I tell you to. Fu Hang smirked. Lei Li's brow twitched as a thought struck him. Is the master worried about me overextending the height? Realizing this, a smile blossomed on Lei Li's face as he immediately turned around. Have her stop too, Fu Hang added. Xiaoqi, upon receiving Lei Li's message, pondered for a moment, apologized to the viewers, sang another song, and then ended the live stream. She sensed that this was not the optimal time to stop, as the popularity was still rising. However, this was his establishment. After packing up her equipment, she approached Fu Hang with a cheerful demeanor, scrutinizing the young boss earnestly. Yet, she found it strange. Despite the booming business, why did he wear such a sour expression? Hello, I'm Xiaoqi. Thank you for your hard work. Xiaoxia. Please serve each of them a cup of mango sago. Fu Hang politely nodded and turned to head towards the loft. Xiaoqi was taken aback. Was he ignoring me? I have helped promote your place after all, with my hundreds of thousands of followers. A cup of milk tea to brush me off? Watching Fu Hang walk away without a glance, she felt quite displeased. Today's live streaming data can be considered a mutually beneficial outcome, however. This benefit appears to be solely for oneself and Leilu, does it not? You merely capitalized on a wave of popularity, if I may say so. Goodness. With such a boss, it is no wonder that business has been dismal in the past. Xiaoqi huffed, gathering her equipment and team before departing, leaving behind the complimentary cup of milk tea. As the live broadcast concluded, the onlookers gradually dispersed, and those in line for milk tea began to lose their patience, eventually walking away. It was not long before the once bustling milk tea shop fell into a state of quietude. Naturally, a few customers remained seated in the booths, some taking photographs while others engaged in light-hearted conversations. Fu Hang drew the curtains of the loft once more and lay down on the bed, feeling utterly drained. Surely, the shop's revenue would not be settled on the same day. Previously, only 2 cups had been sold in a day, most likely purchased by himself. To speak of profits is merely to tally the daily losses. However, considering the scene today, the earnings must have been substantial. If settled today, would it not mean that Shen Qingwan could receive her payment? The project is settled on a monthly basis, the system kindly reminded him. Fu Hang let out a slight sigh of relief. There was still room for maneuvering. Light, steady footsteps echoed from the staircase. Boss? Xia Xiaofeng's voice floated in from outside. sounding cautious. Come in, Fu Hang replied curtly. Boss, it was Layla who insisted on coming up. He got carried away singing, and I couldn't stop him. Xia Xiaofeng explained quietly, mistakenly believing that Fu Hang's stern expression was due to an unauthorized entry into his private office. From now on, keep an eye on him. Don't let him come up here. Find someone to erect a wall and install a door. Fu Hang grumbled, irritated by the thought. This was his room, not open to the public. Yes, I will contact a renovation company shortly. We can build it with composite boards. It can be completed in 2 days at the earliest. Also, shouldn't we consider hiring more staff? I've temporarily reassigned someone for the evening shift today, but if this continues, 2 people per shift will undoubtedly be overwhelmed. If we can't manage, then we limit the supply. Which milk tea shop treats its employees like workhorses? Fu Hang exploded in frustration. I'm already troubled by this matter. Why bring it up now? Is the milk tea selling while making you happy? What does it have to do with you? Will the money end up in your pocket, you mere employee? Chapter 84. Business trip with male colleagues. Xia Xiaofeng stood there, stunned. There seemed to be something amiss with that statement. Was it a show of concern for subordinates? Yet Fu Hang's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Limit the supply? By heavens, I am indeed a commercial genius. Afraid of making money? I simply want to sell it. Will I? Yes, starting tomorrow. You shall post a notice. Every flavor of milk tea will be available in limited quantities each day. The total number of cups cannot exceed what was sold today. Up until now, approximately 400 cups had been sold, though most were the plain milk tea, as we lacked sufficient ingredients for the others. Xia Xiaofeng did not grasp Fu Hang's intention, responding candidly. Of course, this was also one of the reasons he had come to find Fu Hang, as he needed to increase the procurement of supplies. See? I told you so. The preparation of materials is lagging behind. How can we manage without limits? Fu Hang, with an air of entitlement and arrogance, remained unfazed. Xia Xiaofeng continued to appear dazed. If there is a shortage of supplies, why not simply purchase more? What was the sales figure from yesterday? Since the live stream commenced late in the evening, the turnout was modest, yet we still managed to sell nearly 100 cups. Very well, starting tomorrow, we shall impose a limit of 200 to 150 cups. Once they are sold out, that will be the end of it. Fu Hang hesitated momentarily, calculating the expenditures of the milk tea shop. Selling 150 cups a day should suffice to maintain a balance between income and expenses, right? However, if this approach is mismanaged, we may find ourselves devoid of customers in no time, reverting to the leisurely days of the past. As for Xinxingwan, there was no need for further concern. Selling only 150 cups a day? Xia Xiaofeng was taken aback, completely perplexed by Fu Hang's strategy. Moreover, the recruitment you mentioned must be expedited. Working 2 shifts is too arduous for you. Once the staff is complete, we shall operate in 3 shifts with 6 people per shift, 4 at the counter and 2 serving. Fu Hang's thoughts began to expand. While conserving resources, it is equally vital to increase income. Although he was uncertain about the precise profit from each cup of milk tea, he was aware that it undoubtedly yielded substantial returns. What if selling 150 cups still proves profitable? Hiring additional staff would incur expenses, but what is there to fear about losses? It is not my money at stake. Huh? 6 people per shift? 3 shifts? Xia Xiaofeng was astonished. His suggestion to hire more staff stemmed from concerns about being overwhelmed and making mistakes, particularly since we are dealing with consumables, where errors could pose significant consequences. Yet now, with the cap on sales, why hire more? And why so many at once? Which milk tea shop operates with such staffing configurations? Are we only hiring seasonal workers? Well, you can take charge of the recruitment process. By the way, from this moment on, you are the manager of this establishment, and your word will be law henceforth. Your salary will be doubled. With an assertive wave of his hand, Fu Hang expressed his high regard for the young man, who could confidently call him boss. Xia Xiaofeng's complex expression struggled to keep pace with the rapid emotional shifts. Has he truly become the manager? A doubled salary? The salary standards for the others will remain unchanged. You must expedite the hiring process. Fu Hang took a deep breath, feeling a surge of confidence as he deftly resolved the pitfalls the system had presented him. If the owner limits the number of cups, there is no need for so many staff. Furthermore, is 150 cups too few? If customers arrive and we refuse to serve them, it would reflect poorly on us. Wouldn't it? Suddenly, with his salary doubled, Xia Xiaofeng felt a profound sense of responsibility, immediately stepping into the role of manager. One must think beyond the owner's perspective. Increase the workforce. Reduce working hours. This is essentially a covert raise, and one must be grateful. This is manageable, shortly. You will acquire several timers that record intervals with a single press. Then, organize staff training to ensure precision in every preparation step, down to the second. The number of stirs, the duration of shaking, all must be meticulously documented. By extending the time required to prepare each cup of milk tea, ideally to 10 minutes per cup, customers will have no grounds for complaint and may even commend our meticulousness. Fu Hang's thoughts flowed seamlessly, crystal clear and precise. Xia Xiaofeng opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, he decided to close the shop for a day tomorrow. You should sort out the hiring and training matters, and only reopen once everything is in order. Tell those downstairs to cease operations as well. Let them rest early today. And do not forget about my matter. Fu Hang, feeling invigorated, strode down the stairs, convinced of his own cleverness. Closing the shop? Who would have thought? You are indeed popular, but I am merely giving you a moment to reflect. What will the eager patrons think when they find the milk tea shop shuttered? Upon exiting the establishment, Fu Hang stretched languidly, savoring the beauty of the setting sun. Today's salary of 400,000 had arrived. Current targets: Shen Qingwan S affection level, 7111, Li Weiyang S affection level, 6903, Ing Yanan S affection level, 2995. The host is encouraged to continue their efforts. Oh, a day of absence yet the salary remains intact? Shen Qingwan's affection slightly declined. Li Weiyang also showed some fluctuation. But Ing Yanan, how could it only be 29 after I saved your life? Bah, heartless woman. As for Ing Yanan's affection returning to normal, Fu Hang was not surprised. Even though he had slapped her twice, saving a life was indeed a significant act. Even a fierce beast would not remain so ferocious under such circumstances. The market index remained stable, and Fu Hang felt a sense of delight. He was preparing to find a place to continue with his afternoon plans, a venue to cultivate his artistic sensibilities. However, Fu Hang hesitated for a moment. Previously, he had always been diligent and dedicated, never contemplating absence or leave. Since a day's absence still warrants full pay, could he perhaps continue to test the waters? Fu Hang licked his lips, his thoughts wandering into a realm of indulgence. As night fell, Fu Hang dressed impeccably, adorned with a watch worth hundreds of thousands, and set out in his luxury vehicle. Destination: the private club at Buckingham Palace. He held no ulterior motives. He merely wished to critique the decadence and sins of the wealthy. The car entered the club's exclusive parking lot under the watchful gaze of the security personnel. Another guard, impeccably uniformed and wearing white gloves, approached swiftly to assist him with the door. However, Fu Hang did not lock the car. Instead, he hesitated, gazing at the incoming call displayed on the car's screen. Qin Yuchu? It was his personal phone ringing. He had left his work phone at home, unturned on for the day. After a moment's pause, he lowered the window and waved to the guard, then closed the window again before switching the call to his mobile. How is your shoulder now? Qin Yuchu's voice was gentle. It's nearly fine, Fu Hang replied calmly. Have you eaten yet? Yes, I have. And you? I've eaten as well. A silence enveloped the conversation, and Fu Hang felt the car become somewhat stifling. He glanced at the guard standing at a distance and opened the window again. Are you free tomorrow? Qin Yuchu inquired once more. I should be at work. Fu Hang raised an eyebrow, instinctively opening his mouth, but then he caught sight of the calendar displayed on the car's screen. Is tomorrow the first day of the month? A day off for a love-struck fool? Qin Yuchu's voice was tinged with melancholy. In truth, one need not work. Fu Hang, driven by an inexplicable impulse, interjected a suggestion. Really? The voice on the other end brightened instantly, causing Fu Hang's lips to curve into a smile. Can you accompany me on a business trip? A business trip? Fu Hang's smile faltered. I have a day off tomorrow, and you want me to join you for overtime? There's a project at the company that is progressing, involving substantial funds, and the collaboration is with a garment factory. I'm uneasy and wish to see it for myself. Qin Yuchu spoke cautiously. Where? Not far. Just a deep city. I checked the navigation. It will take 3 hours to get there. Fu Hang hesitated, his teeth gritted. I've only been to Han City. I've never visited another city. Qin Yuchu suddenly spoke weakly, her voice laced with insecurity, timidity, and shyness. Fu Hang's heart gave a sharp squeeze, almost compelling him to agree. But he quickly regained his composure. Is this really Qin Yuchu? Huh? Do you think this is our first encounter? Where is your personalized voice package? You're going on a business trip alone? Has the company not arranged for anyone else? Fu Hang scoffed, truly believing that he had been through countless battles over the past 3 years. There are a few colleagues from the project department going as well, but they are all men. When do we depart? Should I come pick you up? Fu Hang straightened his posture, his inquiry earnest. The agreed-upon time was 3 in the afternoon, but I wish to head over today. Qin Yuchu hesitated before speaking again. Departing today? Yes. The business partner is a distant relative of the project's deputy supervisor, and I want to visit the factory discreetly tomorrow morning. Undercover visit? A meticulous approach. No objections there. Going alone. That's why I'm scared. I want you to accompany me. What time shall we leave? Can we go now? Wait for me. Chapter 85. Don't go. Fu Hang was meticulous in his work. Considering that Qin Yuchu was going undercover, he parked the 900 and retrieved the 7 from the dealership. In contrast to the ostentatious 30,900,000, the 7 appeared understated and unpretentious. As the starry sky glittered, the black vehicle merged onto the expressway leading to Deep City. Given the nature of the trip, Fu Hang inquired, "How has the company been lately?" Assistant Qin then transitioned into a professional work report mode, leaving Fu Hang feeling bewildered and drowsy. Merely half an hour later, the ambitious Fu Hang, who had been reveling in his self-proclaimed status as a business prodigy at the milk tea shop, came to the realization that he was merely suited to play the role of a sycophant. Nevertheless, Fu Hang did catch a glimmer of insight. Vice President Su Changhe would not be able to hold on much longer. Indeed, one should not be deceived by this woman's seemingly delicate exterior. She could be ruthless when the moment called for it. Yet, he wondered how things were faring on Shun Qingwan's end. Based on my understanding of her, granting her such ample space for expression should, to some extent, elicit some response. However, Fu Hang refrained from inquiring about Qin Yuchu's thoughts. He was aware of the boundaries of conversation, knowing what could be broached and what ought to remain unspoken. His profession dictated his restraint. Yet, it was Qin Yuchu who initiated a discussion about Shun Qingwan. Recently, Shun Qingwan had been quite active, rolling out several competitive recruitment plans, encouraging a multitude of middle and lower-level employees to put themselves forward. Should these plans come to fruition, the company would undergo a significant transformation. Fu Hang merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to engage with the topic, feigning indifference. Qin Yuchu silently observed Fu Hang's profile, pausing her work-related report. As the vehicle sped along, the dialogue between the two dwindled significantly. The navigation system incessantly reminded them of their journey, and as they drew closer to their destination, their exchanges became increasingly sparse, until, with merely an hour remaining, silence enveloped them. The planned inspection was set for tomorrow, and it was now 9 in the evening, rendering it impossible to conduct any covert visits at this hour. So what would they do upon their arrival in Deep City? I am aware of your playful teasing, and you are cognizant of my feigned reserve. It is an unspoken understanding between us. From the moment he received that phone call, Fu Hang had an inkling of what was to come. Today, something significant might indeed transpire. Yet, was it fair? He felt a familiar, dramatic sentiment wash over him. Without the golden hoop, I cannot save you. With the golden hoop, I cannot love you. Strangely, a sense of guilt began to gnaw at Fu Hang, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. He rolled down the car window and retrieved a cigarette. With a snap, the flame flickered to life before him, as this woman always appeared at the most opportune moments. Fu Hang did not glance at her. Instead, he lowered his head to ignite the cigarette, his gaze intently fixed ahead. In the next instant, Fu Hang's eyes sharpened, his hands gripping the steering wheel with taut muscles, firmly controlling the vehicle, and his foot, which had been pressing the accelerator, swiftly transitioned to the brake. Suddenly, a car ahead, traveling at high speed, collided with the guardrail, subsequently rolling over due to inertia. Fu Hang's reaction was remarkably prompt. He reduced his speed and pulled over. Observing the vehicle, which had rolled onto its side against the barrier, Fu Hang's expression darkened with fury. He was not far from the car in front, and the clear line of sight revealed that another vehicle had been traveling alongside the accident car just moments before. It was this proximity that instinctively prompted Fu Hang to decelerate, granting him the time needed to react. He had witnessed it all clearly. The black car, which had been overtaking, suddenly swerved, possibly due to driver fatigue or distraction. The point of collision was particularly unfortunate, directly causing the white car to crash into the barrier. This was a severe traffic accident, yet astonishingly, the black car simply drove away without a hint of slowing down. Without hesitation, Fu Hang activated his hazard lights, flung open the door, and sprinted toward the accident vehicle in the middle of the road. Qin Yuchu appeared somewhat flustered, yet her instinctual obedience to Fu Hang compelled her to leap from the vehicle without hesitation, vaulting over the guardrail. Fu Hang moved with remarkable swiftness, but upon reaching the accident car and glancing upward, a flash of terror crossed his face. The undercarriage was emitting smoke from the new energy vehicle, Without a moment's delay, he grasped the railing and sprang up, pressing against the window that was precariously hanging on the barrier, straining to pull the door open. The door was locked, unyielding to his efforts. He began pounding desperately on the window, attempting to alert the passengers inside. Yet, in the next instant, the fear in his eyes intensified. Through the glass, he beheld a harrowing scene: 2 adults and a child. The front seat was occupied by a male driver, presumably the father, while the back seat housed a young mother and a child secured in a car seat. The child was quite small, nearly the same age as the one he had rescued just days prior. However, at this moment, aside from the child firmly strapped into the safety seat, both adults hung limp, their heads drooping against the deformed airbags, utterly unresponsive. Were they unconscious? Had they succumbed to death on the spot? Fu Hang had no time to ponder further. He tugged at the door with all his might, but it would not budge. A glance at the thickening white smoke made his teeth clench. His right fist tightened as he struck the window with a fierce blow. A dull thud resonated, his knuckles trembling slightly, yet his eyes widened in astonishment. It hadn't shattered? How much force had he exerted for it to remain intact? Had domestic new energy vehicles reached such a level of resilience? Nevertheless, the smoke continued to rise, and he detected a pungent odor. Although he did not fully comprehend the principles of new energy vehicles, he had seen reports indicating that once they ignited, extinguishing the flames proved exceedingly difficult. There was no time for contemplation. Fu Hang withdrew his fist and swung again. Fortunately, his masterful physique did not let him down by the 5th strike. The window finally shattered. Ignoring the cuts on his arm from the glass, he opened the door and reached for the child while assessing the 2 adults within. They hadn't died, merely unconscious. However, Fu Hang found himself in an awkward position. The vehicle was tilted, and the shattered window faced upward, making it impossible for him to simultaneously reach the woman in the back seat. The acrid smell grew ever more intense, leaving him no time to think as he scooped up the child and leapt down from the barrier. Raising his gaze, he met the eyes of Qin Yuqiu, who was preparing to vault the guardrail to assist. Cradling the child, Fu Hang sprinted forward, crossing the road to hand the wailing infant to Qin Yuqiu. "Be careful," she exclaimed, her face a mask of panic. The very assistance she had intended to offer now left her at a loss, clutching the child. Fu Hang returned to the side of the vehicle, his expression growing increasingly grim, for he believed he had glimpsed flames. Yet the position of the car was far from conducive to a rescue. He squeezed into the open rear door, but could not reach the adults inside unless he climbed atop the vehicle and crawled in, which would also put him in peril. Leaning in halfway, Fu Hang strained to grasp the safety belt of the rear seat, shouting loudly in desperation. He observed that the driver in the front seat had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the woman in the rear seat remained semi-conscious, her awareness dulled by the violent impact. In a daze, she seemed to heed Fu Hang's urgent reminder and unfastened her seatbelt. Fu Hang grasped her hand firmly and extricated her from the vehicle. They tumbled to the ground. And as Fu Hang raised his gaze, he noted the flames had intensified. Without hesitation, he scooped up the still-dazed woman and sprinted across the road. Qin Yuqiu, cradling the child, remained rooted in place, this time disregarding Fu Hang's instructions, standing numbly outside the barrier. "Stay here and do not move," Fu Hang instructed as he set the woman down and turned to dash back toward the wrecked vehicle. "Fu Hang," Qin Yuqiu gasped, tears brimming in her eyes. Fu Hang glanced back and caught sight of her terror-stricken gaze, comprehending its meaning. "Do not go back." Chapter 86. The hair flowing against the current it has already ignited. "You have done more than enough." Yet, Fu Hang paused for merely a second before resolutely charging toward the inferno once more. However, just as he attempted to climb again, a violent surge of flames erupted, and the overwhelming heat rendered him unable to approach. Despair flickered in Fu Hang's eyes, while the weight of his suppressed fury threatened to tear at his chest. Just a little more, just a fraction more. His gaze darted around the wreckage, seeking a means of rescue. Climbing was out of the question. Although the system had endowed him with extraordinary physique, reflexes, explosiveness, and control, he was no superhero, impervious to the searing flames. In the next moment, Fu Hang plunged into the isolation barrier, bracing his shoulder against the rear of the wrecked vehicle. A roar that tore through the heavens surged forth. The vehicle shook and slid down from the barrier. Indeed, he had never contemplated lifting a car. However, he managed to push it down from the isolation barrier. The vehicle lay overturned at the roadside, its undercarriage ablaze, but the flames licked upward, granting the driver inside a few more precious seconds. As the fire raged more ferociously, Fu Hang peered through the open door. The driver's face remained contorted in agony. Even if he squeezed inside, He could not reach the driver from this angle. Lowering himself, Fu Hang approached the driver's seat, attempting to pull the door handle several times. Yet the mangled door remained immovable. Feeling the heat radiating from above, he gritted his teeth and clasped the warped door with both hands. Open! Fu Hang's voice resonated through the night, his muscles straining with exertion. A momentary release and feedback sparked a flicker of hope in his eyes. Had it opened? Ignoring the rampant flames, he pushed the contorted door aside and reached for the driver. The seatbelt remained fastened, and the deformed steering wheel pinned the driver's chest, rendering his hand unable to reach inside. Damn it! Fu Hang shouted, pounding on the driver, yet receiving no response. The flames grew increasingly fierce, and he felt a sharp sting on his skin, while the driver within exhibited alarming signs of charred injury. The seatbelt refused to budge, and time was slipping away. Fu Hang, in a state of urgency, tugged desperately at the strap, but it remained obstinately fixed. Glass. A sudden realization struck him as he turned to search for the shattered glass in the back seat. However, upon grasping a shard and attempting to sever the seatbelt, despair engulfed his heart. The tempered glass proved incapable of making a cut. A sudden gust of wind swept in, accompanied by a plume of white gas rushing toward Fu Hang. Dry ice? A fire extinguisher? As he turned, he found a man brandishing a fire extinguisher, directing its contents at him. The scorching sensation slightly abated, yet Fu Hang paid it no heed, clutching the glass shard with all his might in a futile attempt to sever the belt. He understood all too well that this onboard dry ice extinguisher would not extinguish the flames. Every second counted. Brother, it's a hybrid. The man behind, spraying the extinguisher, seemed to have realized something, his voice tinged with urgency and fear. A hybrid? Fu Hang's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the dashboard. Indeed, the vehicle was a hybrid, indicating the presence of a fuel tank. The seatbelt had been sliced halfway. Should he surrender? His movements hesitated for a mere second, but determination quickly flickered across his face. Everything the system had bestowed upon him was not meant for him to merely play the role of a sycophant. Unlike that child, or this driver. It's going to explode. The man's voice grew increasingly frantic, and Fu Hang sensed the dry ice spraying on him begin to recede. Moments later, the extinguishing spray ceased. Fu Hang's gaze fixated intently on the frayed edge of the seatbelt. Almost there, it was on the brink of parting. He did not turn back, nor did he hold any grievances against the man. Clearly, he was merely a passerby. The fact that he had rushed to assist was already commendable. He had no right to demand that others risk their lives as he did. The man hesitated, retreating while gripping the extinguisher tightly. Just as Fu Hang surmised, altruism and bravery must be pursued with the assurance of one's own safety. He too had a family, loved ones awaiting his return. The flames of the accident were ferocious, threatening to erupt at any moment. Staying here was perilous. The man retreated swiftly, his gaze fixed on the inferno before them. Suddenly, the extinguisher felt lighter in his hand, and he turned in shock to see a figure with flowing hair, a slender silhouette, snatching the extinguisher from him and rushing toward the blaze. The sting on Fu Hang's face intensified. He even felt the singe of his hair, perilously close to igniting. The white dry ice sprayed once more, and Fu Hang was momentarily taken aback, but there was no time to turn. He was resolute in cutting the seatbelt. It snapped. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Hang seized the driver, yanking him from the vehicle with brute force, hoisting him onto his shoulder. As he turned to flee, he caught sight of the figure wielding the extinguisher. Run! There was no time for reflection. He shouted loudly while sprinting forward with the driver in tow. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, the shockwave toppling the three of them as they fled. In the emergency center of the Second Hospital of Seoul, Fu Hang sat quietly before the bed, gazing intently at the woman lying there with her eyes firmly shut. She slept peacefully, so serene that Fu Hang dared not breathe too loudly, fearing he might disturb her. He could not fathom where this seemingly delicate woman had found the courage to rush forward when all the other rescuers had recoiled in fear. What emboldened you? Do you value your life so little? Or do you possess a system of your own? Fu Hang's gaze was laden with complexity. Danger, you ought to stay away. Yet you ventured forth, and I shall accompany you. Qin Yuchu was asleep, having succumbed to slumber after receiving a sedative from the doctor under Fu Hang's subtle suggestion. Fortunately, her injuries were not severe. After being thrown by the blast, she had only sustained a scrape on her arm. However, it remained to be seen whether her head had suffered any impact or trauma, pending the results of a thorough examination. According to the doctor's assessment, there should be no significant issues. As for Fu Hang, his head had been shaved, and his eyebrows had been singed away. leaving his bare scalp unbandaged but generously smeared with ointment. His baldness gleamed with an oily sheen, imparting an air of streetwise bravado. He was grateful to the omnipotent system. Remarkably, his peculiar physique had indeed bestowed upon him a resistance to flames. While the driver remained in critical condition, he had merely lost the hair atop his head. Nevertheless, his right hand was heavily bandaged. The plastic shatterproof glass had left him with a serious laceration, and there was little to be said about the ineffectuality of the seatbelt. After a lingering gaze at the delicate, fair visage before him, Fu Hang suppressed any unsavory thoughts and quietly exited the ward. Upon reaching the staircase of the hospital, he lit a cigarette and discreetly surveyed his surroundings for any medical personnel. Just then, he noticed two men approaching him. One of them was clad in a police uniform, a figure he had encountered upon arriving at the hospital. This was Mr. Fu, the officer, who wore a grateful smile as he introduced the elderly farmer standing beside him. Indeed, the man beside the officer was a farmer, appearing to be in his 50s, stooped and weathered by the elements. He seemed to be a cripple, limping as he made his way forward.